In the region of Shenzhou, in the town of Baishui within Baishan City, a light drizzle fell steadily. Lin Shi, clad in a blue raincoat and holding a worn-out fishing rod, stood intently by the riverside of Qingshe River. On the water's surface, a few lotad frolicked among the lotus leaves. As the rainwater collected on the leaves, they tilted, sending the little Pokemon diving underwater to wait for the next accumulation. Occasionally, goldfish darted by, creating gentle ripples across the surface. The system automatically displayed detailed data about the Lotad, a dual-type watergrass Pokemon, standing 0.5 meters tall and weighing 2.5 kilograms, with the Rain Dish ability. Its skills included Growl, Astonish, Absorb, Water Gun, and Sweet Scent. Known as the Floating Lily Pokemon, its strength diminished when its leaves withered, but it could venture onto land in search of clean water. Lotad is out of the question, Lin Shi muttered, shaking his head. Although its evolved form, Ludicolo, was only weak to flying, poison, and bug types and possessed the swift swim ability, doubling its speed in rain, it had fallen out of favor ever since the rise of Talonflame. Having spent nearly 6 months in this world, Lin Shi had finally come to terms with the fact that this was no dream. Centuries ago, countless mysterious realms had suddenly appeared on Earth, leading to an initial period of bloody conflict between Pokemon and humans. Over time, this evolved into the harmonious coexistence seen today. The power of Pokemon had even replaced traditional firearms, becoming a crucial measure of national strength. The system had granted Lin Shi 2 special abilities, Identification and Search. Identification allowed him to view detailed information about Pokemon and items, down to the specifics of his worn-out fishing rod. Search enabled him to locate targets within a 200-meter radius, though scanning for Pokemon required a 20-minute cooldown. Today, his target was Shelder, a powerful Pokemon with a base stat total of 525. Its evolution, Cloyster, possessed the Skill Link ability, which, when combined with the Shell Smash move, could sweep entire teams. For civilian trainers, it was undeniably a mainstay option. As the rain began to ease and the sky darkened, Lin Shi glanced at his watch, torn with indecision. The forest at night was home to dangerous Pokemon, and he needed to reserve enough time for his return journey. Just as he was weighing his options, his fishing rod suddenly jerked violently. Something had taken the bait. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat as he quickly gripped the fishing rod. He felt a strong pull and resistance from beneath the water, a force that immediately caught his attention. Although it wasn't the Shelder he had been hoping for, the vibrations at the tip of the rod indicated this was certainly a formidable opponent. Holding his breath, he focused intently and began to employ his fishing techniques. With a deft twist of his wrist, he adjusted the tension, loosening and tightening as needed, guiding the creature in the water closer to the shore. Suddenly, ripples spread across the surface of the river, and a glimmer of gold broke through the water. It was a fish-shaped Pokemon, entirely golden, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. After a tense battle, Lin Shi finally managed to reel it in. It was a golden Magikarp, its crown-like dorsal fin gleaming, and its golden scales sparkling brightly in the sunlight. Consulting his Pokédex, Lin Shi learned that this Magikarp was level 18, male, with the Timid ability. It measured 1.5 meters in length, weighed 15 kilograms, and carried Stardust. Its known moves included Splash, Tackle, Flail, Whirlpool, and Twister. The Magikarp flailed wildly on the ground after being pulled ashore, its tail slapping against the dirt, but it soon quieted down, exhausted, leaving only its vacant eyes staring blankly at the sky. Lin Shi carefully examined the data on this shiny Pokemon. To his surprise, it was an exceptionally rare, shiny Magikarp with impressive stats. Its size was nearly 50 larger than an average Magikarp, and it possessed the hidden ability, Timid. Even more remarkable, it knew the move Twister, indicating extraordinary potential for Dragon-type energy. This suggested it could likely learn the coveted Dragon Dance move upon evolving into Gyarados. Imagining the future transformation of this golden Magikarp into a majestic red Gyarados, combined with its exceptional Dragon-type aptitude, Lin Shi made up his mind on the spot. He was determined to capture this special Pokemon. The evolution of Magikarp is indeed incredibly challenging, with only 1 in 1,000 managing to transform into a Gyarados. However, Lin Shi didn't mind. Even if this golden Magikarp never evolved, its dazzling golden scales alone were enough to make it a prized addition to any aquarium. While the Magikarp was still in a weakened state, Lin Shi quickly retrieved a brand new Pokeball from his backpack. The redand white sphere arced through the air and struck the Magikarp on the ground with precision. With a snap, the Pokeball opened, turning the Magikarp into a red beam of light and drawing it inside. The ball landed on the ground and shook violently. Once, twice, 3 times, then, with a crisp ding, it stilled, signaling a successful capture. A delighted smile spread across Lin Shi's face as he bent down to pick up the Pokeball containing the Magikarp. This was the second Pokemon he had captured. "Do your best, Magikarp," he whispered softly to the ball. The rain that had poured all day finally stopped. Lin Shi removed his cumbersome raincoat, packed away his fishing rod, and began making his way out of the forest. This whitewater forest was the largest wooded area in Baishui City. Though home to various Pokemon, the proximity to human settlements meant most of the Pokemon here were of relatively low levels. As the sky darkened, Lin Shi carefully avoided encounters with wild Pokemon, managing to leave the forest and reach Whitewater Town before sunset. From there, he caught a bus back to his home in the city. "I'm home," Lin Shi called out as he removed his damp jacket at the doorway. "You're back, son." A warm voice greeted him as a middle-aged woman, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen with a kind smile. "So, did you catch a shelter?" "No, not even a trace of one," Lin Shi replied, shaking his head. Then, he pulled out a Pokeball. With a flash of light, a blue, four-armed fighting-type Pokemon appeared in the living room. "Machamp," it exclaimed excitedly. "System automatically displays Machamp's data. Thank you for keeping him safe, Machamp," Lin Shi's mother said gently as she patted the Pokemon's head. Machamp beamed, flexing its four arms in a proud bodybuilding pose. Then, it noticed the spatula in Lin Shi's mother's hand, its eyes lighting up. Taking the spatula and tying on an apron, Machamp happily dashed into the kitchen. This Machamp was the only Pokemon owned by Lin Shi's father. In this world, not everyone chose to become a professional Pokemon trainer, but almost everyone had one or two Pokemon as companions in their daily lives. Lin Shi's mother, for instance, had an Ambipom. After changing into dry clothes in his room, Lin Shi took out a small pouch of sparkling red sand stardust, a held item obtained from the Magikarp. The golden Magikarp had not disappointed him. This unexpected treasure, worth tens of thousands, brought an uncontrollable grin to his face. Carefully storing the stardust, Lin Shi's gaze shifted to two items on his desk. A large, transparent incubator containing a Pokemon egg submerged in liquid, and beside it, a feather with a gradient of yellow and green hues. The feather emitted a soft glow, periodically illuminating the egg as if nurturing new life. Lin Shi gently brushed his fingers over the mysterious feather. The feather of the crescent moon lay quietly in Lin Shi's hand, glowing softly like moonlight. This feather, from Cresselia, was a sacred artifact known for dispelling nightmares. In the game, it had a close connection to the Pokemon of dreams. Lin Shi had obtained this feather in a secret realm, along with a Pokemon egg now resting in an incubator. Lin Shi gazed at the Pokemon egg before him and activated the identification function. The system indicated that it was a Pokemon egg acquired in the wild. At that moment, faint tremors from within the eggshell hinted at the imminent arrival of new life. It had been 10 days now. During his daily routine of checking the egg's condition, Lin Shi always felt a surge of anticipation. After all, an egg that appeared alongside a legendary Pokemon's feather was unlikely to be ordinary. If it turned out to hatch a legendary Pokemon, Lin Shi couldn't help but daydream. In this world, the power of legendary Pokemon was unparalleled. Lin Shi recalled a news story from 3 years ago that had shocked the world. Nearly 1 million residents in the Misty City region simultaneously fell into nightmares, paralyzing the entire city. Subsequent investigations suggested this was likely the work of the mythical Pokemon Darkrai. Although everyone woke up safe and sound a day later, traffic accidents and incidents caused by the induced slumber had left the city with significant losses. And this was just a glimpse of the power of legendary Pokemon, who, alongside mythical Pokemon, stood at the pinnacle of the Pokemon world. As Lin Shi was lost in thought, a knock came at the door, accompanied by the cheerful cries of an Ambipom. "Honey, didn't I ask you to go buy groceries? Why did you come back with such a huge fish tank?" Lin Shi's mother asked, looking puzzled as she saw Lin Shi's father and the Ambipom at the door, along with two Mashoks carrying a fish tank behind them. "It's all because of that kid," Lin Shi's father replied, gesturing at the fish tank. "He said it's for welcoming a new friend." He then turned to the Mashoks, giving them instructions. "Please put it over there, in the corner by the wall." "Machoke." The two Pokemon responded promptly, efficiently moving the fish tank into place. "Dad's back," Lin Shi called out as he stepped out of the room. A small, purple monkey-like Pokemon immediately leaped onto him. "Thanks for your hard work, Ambipom," Lin Shi said gently, stroking its fur. The system instantly displayed Ambipom's detailed information. Level 30, female, ability, runaway, height, 0.8 meters, weight, 11.5 kilograms, and a move set that included Scratch and Fire Punch. This nimble Pokemon, adept at leaping between tree branches, was Lin Shi's mother's companion and had just accompanied his father on the grocery trip. The two Mashoks quickly finished their task and left. Lin Shi's father turned to him. "So, kid, you haven't explained why you bought a fish tank. Did you catch some Pokemon? Let's see, it'll give you my thoughts." "Step back, everyone, be careful. I'm about to release a Pokemon," Lin Shi announced proudly, waving his hand as he raised the Pokeball high. A golden orb of light streaked through the air and landed in the fish tank. The silhouette of a Magikarp emerged, its golden scales shimmering brightly under the light. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. A golden legend. Wow, it's really a shiny Magikarp. Man, the heavens must really favor me. He eagerly leaned closer to the fish tank, observing the Pokemon with pride gleaming in his eyes. The Magikarp immediately drew the attention of his parents. Over the years, the Lin family had rarely seen shiny Pokemon, and they never expected their son to be so lucky. Lin's father and mother gathered around the tank, their eyes fixed on the golden Magikarp in silent astonishment. Lin's father cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Son, the Magikarp is impressive, no doubt. But you know how hard it is to evolve a Pokemon like this. It's fine if you want to raise it, but how do you plan to handle next month's school assessments and the college entrance exams next year? Lin Shure's excitement dimmed slightly. He sighed. I know, but it's not something I can control. It's only been 10 days since I left the secret realm, and aside from Magikarp, I don't have any other suitable Pokemon right now. He paused briefly before adding. Besides, Magikarp is practically useless in battles on land. Lin's father gazed at his son, concern evident in his expression, but he chose not to press further. After all, in their world, the college entrance exams were a pivotal moment that could change one's life. Prestigious universities offered abundant training resources and exceptional Pokemon. Students who got into top-tier schools had access to the best training opportunities, including the chance to select a Pokemon from the school itself. For this reason, countless individuals competed fiercely each year to secure a spot in the best universities. It is what it is, Lin's father sighed. Lin Shure lowered his head, deep in thought, anxiety creeping into his heart. Yet, he understood his situation all too well. As he recalled that day, he reached into his pocket and took out a Pokeball, holding it gently. This was his longtime companion Growlithe, his partner since the beginning of his Pokemon journey. It was no longer the newborn Growlithe he had started with. Now it had reached level 14, progressing steadily and maturing in personality. Growlithe, you should be an Arcanine by now, Lin Shure murmured softly, his eyes tinged with melancholy. This Growlithe had been a gift from his aunt, who was the captain of the defense team at the Baishur City Police Department. The department's standard Pokemon was Arcanine, and this Growlithe was the offspring of her own Arcanine. Lin Shure had always been satisfied with its appearance and abilities, especially its impressive base stats of 555, making it an outstanding choice as a starter Pokemon. He released Growlithe from its Pokeball, gently stroking its head. Little one, when you evolve into an Arcanine, it'll make sure to train you well. A smile crept onto Lin Shure's face as he thought about it. Although his journey was just beginning, Growlithe's potential was already evident. Together, they would face the challenges ahead. According to regional regulations, only high school seniors or individuals aged 17 and above could officially register as trainers and qualify to own Pokemon. On the first day of his senior year, Lin Shure completed his registration, received this Growlithe, and gained access to his own Pokemon system. That marked the start of his training journey. During these past weeks, Lin Shure and Growlithe trained in the Baishui forest. By chance, Lin Shure discovered several pearls through the system and even came across a high-quality firestone. It was a stroke of luck for both him and Growlithe, as the firestone was the key item needed for Growlithe to evolve into Arcanine. This is a huge win, Lin Shure thought to himself, glancing at Growlithe with a renewed sense of determination. The discovery of the pearls and firestone had been a significant boost, solidifying his resolve to achieve one goal: to train Growlithe to the best of his ability before the college entrance exams and secure a brighter future for himself. Lin Shure's gaze was firm as the golden Magikarp swam gracefully in the tank, its shimmering figure seeming to pave the way for a new and extraordinary path ahead. Lin Shure's thoughts drifted back to 10 days ago, marking the beginning of a memory from that time. If it's inconvenient, my apologies. Growlithe Flame Wheel. At Lin Shure's command, the small orange and yellow pup standing in front of him instantly erupted in searing flames. Its entire body seemed to be engulfed in fire as it curled into a fiery vortex, speeding forward like a blazing tire with a sharp whooshing sound. Bang! A dull impact echoed as the opposing Nidoran was struck head-on, tumbling over several times before struggling to its feet. Clearly shaken and unwilling to continue the fight, it scrambled into the nearby forest, disappearing with a flick of its tail. Well done. Lin Shure quickly stepped forward, gently patting Growlithe on the head while offering praise. His fingers brushed over the pup's warm, soft fur with a touch that was both tender and firm. He opened his panel and brought up Growlithe's detailed stats. Pokemon, Growlithe. Level, 14. Condition, healthy. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, flash fire. Height, 0.8 meters. Weight, 20.0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Flame Charge, Swift, Morning Sun. Pokédex entry, Growlithe, the puppy Pokemon. Loyal and friendly, it bonds well with people. When faced with threats, it will bark and attack fiercely to drive enemies away. Level 14 now, Lin Shure remarked with a satisfied nod, a pleased expression in his eyes. From his backpack, he retrieved a few vibrant fire-type energy cubes. Their rich colors and perfectly shaped forms immediately hinted at their high quality. These energy cubes were premium items Lin Sure had purchased at a considerable expense, making them one of the best nutritional options currently available for Growlithe. Growlithe, you've pretty much mastered Flame Wheel. Now it's time to move to the next phase of training. While feeding Growlithe the cubes, Lin Sure explained the new training objectives in a serious tone. You need to work on controlling your movement direction while using Flame Wheel. This will not only help you close the distance with speed, but also allow you to dodge enemy attacks with agility. He paused, his gaze intensifying with determination. Finally, try combining Flame Charge with Flame Wheel to increase your spinning speed. The faster you spin, the less time your opponent will have to react. If you train well, I'll give you an extra meal tonight. So what do you think? Feeling confident? Arf. Growlithe lifted its head, puffing out its chest as it barked with excitement and resolve. It was so eager that it momentarily ignored the energy cube in its mouth, staring at Lin Sure with a spirited gleam in its eyes, as if saying, absolutely. Lin Sure smiled faintly, his hand gently stroking Growlithe's fur, which radiated warmth like sunlight. His touch was both calming and encouraging. Just then, rustle, rustle. An abrupt rustling noise came from the nearby forest, as if a large creature was moving through the undergrowth. The sound was distinct and heavy, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Lin Shure's expression hardened as he immediately stood up, his eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp focus. His body tensed, trying to pinpoint the source of the approaching noise. Something's not right. The sound is getting closer. Growlithe, let's go, he commanded in a low but firm voice. Even before Lin Sure spoke, Growlithe had already sensed the danger. Its ears perked up, body crouched low, and it let out a quiet growl. The moment the order was given, Growlithe sprang into action, running alongside Lin Sure in the opposite direction of the sound. Boom, boom, loud thuds suddenly echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. Moments later, a massive, earth-colored beast burst out of the forest. Towering and colossal, its entire body was made of interconnected chunks of jagged rock, resembling a giant stone serpent. A sharp, rocky horn jutted out from its head, adding to its menacing presence. Onyx. But why is it so huge? Lin Sure gasped, turning back to see the monstrous creature charging furiously toward them. Its crimson eyes burned with rage and aggression, locked onto Lin Sure and Growlithe. The onyx barreled forward with destructive force, crashing through everything in its path as it closed in on them. Lin Sure stared at the massive onyx in front of him, a colossal creature emanating an unusual aura of aggression. According to the Pokédex, this species of rock snake Pokémon absorbs hard substances underground to strengthen its body. However, its current state was clearly abnormal. The display indicated that some foreign object had entered its body. Level 30. A Pokémon of this level shouldn't be this close to a residential area. Lin Sure gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. The over 10 level gap left him with no intention of engaging in a fight. This won't work. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before it catches up. As he ran, Lin Sure racked his brain for a solution. The giant rock snake may have some flashy moves, but he was in no position to help it right now. His priority was survival. Growlithe, let's change our route. To shake off the pursuit, Lin Sure deliberately chose a path dense with trees and obstacles. Before he realized it, they had strayed far from the outskirts of Baishui Forest and were venturing deeper into its interior. Worse still, he had completely lost his sense of direction. A few minutes later, Lin Sure noticed that the sounds of pursuit had disappeared. Looks like it stopped chasing us. He leaned against a boulder, gasping for air. However, Growlithe remained on high alert, sniffing the air cautiously and barking a warning to Lin Sure. Looking up, Lin Sure froze at the sight in the distancia. A massive black mountain loomed at the edge of the forest, with thick smoke billowing into the sky from its peak. Is that a volcano? Lin Sure was baffled. Since when does Baishan have a volcano? Scanning his surroundings, he realized this part of the forest was nothing like the Baishui forest he was familiar with. A secret realm. The thought hit him like a bolt of lightning. An unexplored secret realm promised endless opportunities, but it also concealed mortal dangers. Wild Pokémon of immense power likely inhabited this place, and they wouldn't take kindly to intruders. Suppressing his urge to explore, Lin Sure decided to focus on finding an exit. Growlithe, do you remember the way we came? He crouched down, gently patting his partner on the head. Growlithe nodded and began using its keen sense of smell to track their path. Along the way, Lin Sure's attention was caught by an unusually large dead tree. Its cracked trunk glimmered with a strange light. After ensuring the area was safe, he gave an order. Growlithe, use flame charge to break it open. With a loud crash, the dead tree split apart, revealing a treasure in Zydia, Pokémon egg resting on a stone, alongside a luminous crescent feather. As they continued searching for a way out, a sudden, violent tremor shook the ground. Lin Sure looked up, his face instantly turning pale. Damn it, the volcano's erupting. In the distance, an ominous red glow began to rise on the horizon, the crimson omen rolling turbulently across the sky. The belly of the volcano started to quiver slightly, like a long dormant beast slowly awakening. The tremors grew more intense, as if the trapped creature was desperately struggling to break free from its confines. Linsher didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed his Growlithe and broke into a sprint. At a time like this, getting as far away from the volcano as possible was the only logical choice. Finally, he understood why their journey had been so unusually smooth. Until now, the Pokemon in the secret realm had already sensed the impending eruption and fled for their lives. Linsher pushed himself to run faster, but unfortunately, time was not on his side this time. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the entire secret realm as the volcano's crater burst open like the gates of hell. Scalding lava and ash erupted violently, soaring into the air like a furious dragon unleashed. Linsher didn't dare look back. He poured all his strength into running forward, fully aware of how dangerously close he was to the volcano. The air reeked of burning sulfur, its stifling fumes making it nearly impossible to breathe. Molten lava began to cascade down the mountainside, a deadly red river consuming everything in its path, without mercy. The Pokemon that once inhabited the area scattered in all directions: Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Oddish, Diglett, Bunnelby, Farfetch'd, Onix. Linsher even spotted a family of Clefairy fleeing among the chaos. Flying through the air or darting across the ground, every Pokemon was doing whatever it could to escape the volcanic eruption. Most of the Pokemon here were around level 35, with some exceeding level 40. By the League standards, this was clearly an elite-level secret realm, accessible only to elite trainers. Linsher couldn't help but marvel at the scene, but there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Fortunately, none of the Pokemon seemed to have the luxury to deal with an intruding human right now. Compared to the erupting volcano, Linsher was the least of their concerns. Just then, a Ursaring streaked past him, its entire body shimmering with a radiant white light. Its speed was almost lightning fast, and as it passed, it deliberately slowed down just enough for Linsher to catch a fleeting glimpse of the disdainful glint in its eyes. It was using the move Extreme Speed. This ability allowed a Pokemon to charge at incredible speed to attack an opponent, or, in this case, to flee with remarkable efficiency. In an instant, Linsher felt as though he had entered the second stage of a high-speed race. Pokemon all around him began using their own speed-boosting moves: Agility, Quick Attack, while even Onix and Graveler used Rock Polish to drastically increase their velocity. In comparison, Linsher only had his two legs, one of which was already so sore it was barely cooperating. Despite the weight in his limbs, Linsher kept running, holding on to a single thought: the farther he ran, the safer he might be. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a chunk of rock erupted from the volcano and slammed into the ground near him. The force of the explosion sent Linsher sprawling to the ground. As he looked up, he saw the volcano's crater acting like a colossal cannon, hurling rocks, semi-molten debris, and ash high into the sky. These projectiles traced arcs through the air, resembling a hellish fireworks display. Linsher grimaced, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, so, the volcano's entered its own second phase too? How? Linsher struggled to prop himself up, his ears ringing with the anxious cries of his Growlithe. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings. The volcano roared like thunder, and searing rain of molten rocks pelted the ground relentlessly. Growlithe, we have to get out of here now. It's too dangerous. Linsher called out urgently, but in the next moment, he noticed something unusual. Growlithe's entire body radiated an intense heat, as if a surge of energy was brewing inside, ready to erupt at any moment. What are you doing? Linsher's voice carried a note of alarm. Howl. Growlithe threw its head back and let out a long howl toward the sky. Blue-white light burst forth from its body, quickly enveloping it. Within the radiant glow, its form began to expand and elongate, as a powerful force awakened from within. Evolution light. How is this possible? Linsher's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively patted his pocket, only to realize the fire stone he had kept there had rolled out when he fell earlier. He had never intended for Growlithe to evolve at this stage. It was still too young, and the timing wasn't ideal. But Linsher cast his gaze toward the falling rocks and the molten lava cascading from the mountain peak. In that instant, he understood Growlithe's decision. Perhaps now was the perfect moment after all. The glow of evolution quickly faded, and standing before Linsher was a majestic canine Pokemon. It was several times larger than before, with a mane of flaxen fur framing its face. Its brown eyes burned with determination and fire. Black and orange tiger-like stripes danced across its muscular body, and its long flowing mane rippled like flames in the scorching heat, exuding an aura of grandeur. Pokemon data updated. Species: Arcanine evolved form of Growlithe. Level: 16. Status: healthy. Gender: male. Type: fire. Ability: flash fire. Height: 1.9 meters. Weight: 155.0 kilograms. Held item: none. Known moves: Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Flame Charge, Swift, Morning sun, fire spin, fire fong, extreme speed, flamethrower. Description: Arcanine, the legendary Pokemon, is renowned for its magnificent mane and swift movements. It is admired and sought after by countless people. Extreme speed, it really learned it, Lin Sure murmured, his gaze fixed on the newly added move in the skill list, his emotions complicated. But the rumbling of the volcano snapped him back to reality. There was no time to linger on his thoughts. Growl. Arcanine let out a low growl and approached Lin Sure, affectionately nuzzling his chest with its head. Then, it crouched down, signaling for him to climb on. Lin Sure took a deep breath and swung himself onto Arcanine's back without hesitation, gripping its mane tightly. In the next instant, Arcanine's body glowed faintly white, transforming into a streak of light as it dashed forward at incredible speed. Extreme speed. The trees on either side blurred as they zipped past Lin Sure's vision. He lowered his body to reduce wind resistance, pressing close against Arcanine's back. Despite the chaos of falling branches and raining rocks, Arcanine navigated the obstacles with agility and precision, never faltering. Even after the effect of extreme speed subsided, its pace remained astonishing. In mere moments, they had left the volcanic zone far behind. Once they reached flatter terrain, Lin Sure finally dared to raise his head and look around. The entire forest was in turmoil, with Pokemon fleeing in every direction. Herds of Nidoking and Nidoqueen led their groups in a frantic escape, followed closely by Nidoran, Nidorino, and Nidorina. Kangaskhan dashed through the forest, their pouches not only holding baby Kangaskhan, but also sheltering young Pokemon like Jigglypuff and Piku. Fierce Ursaring carried their Teddy Ursa cubs as they charged through the woods, entire families fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, Lin Sure's eyes caught sight of something unusual among the Ursaring group of small bear Pokemon with a distinctly different coloration. "Wait, is that a shiny one?" he murmured, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of excitement sparking in his chest. But in the next moment, his expression turned serious. No, a shiny Teddy Ursa should be green, but that one was gray, and its appearance was different. He quickly turned his head, hoping to get another look at the Pokemon, but it was too late. The Ursaring group had already shifted direction, vanishing into the dense forest. Lin Sure frowned, closing his eyes as he tried to recall the Pokemon's form. A strong sense of foreboding stirred within him. That wasn't an ordinary Pokemon. A sudden realization struck him, and his eyes snapped open. He stared intently in the direction where the Ursaring group had disappeared, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. That Pokemon, he remembered it now. Lin Sure squinted his eyes, deep in thought, as the image in his mind became increasingly vivid. "I remember the name of that Pokemon, Kubfu." Lin Sure clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up. "I finally remembered." Though the name sounded unremarkable, Kubfu was actually a bona fide mythical Pokemon, hailed as the legendary fighting-type Pokemon. Its evolved form, Urshifu, was even more awe-inspiring. Lin Sure recalled a scene from his previous live story. A single Urshifu had once defeated the legendary Regice with just one punch, showcasing its astonishing power. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and Lin Sure nearly turned back immediately to search for this Pokemon. After all, it was a legendary Pokemon. Since arriving in this world, he had never heard of anyone being recognized and accepted by such a mythical creature, let alone capturing one as their partner. "No, no, stay rational," Lin Sure muttered, rubbing his flushed cheeks vigorously to force himself to calm down. Rushing off recklessly now was a gamble. First, there was no guarantee he could even find it. And even if he somehow did, how would he capture it? Rely on his charm? Lin Sure knew full well that even his already evolved Arcanine was no match for it. Not to mention the fact that Kubfu was likely surrounded by a group of fierce Ursaring. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Sure gently stroked Arcanine's warm fur. "For now, survival is the priority, Arcanine. Use extreme speed one more time. We should be close." A few minutes later, Lin Sure, riding on Arcanine, arrived at the location where they had first entered the secret realm. It wasn't difficult to recognize the sky not far away shimmered like a transparent curtain swaying in the breeze, rippling like the surface of water. Thank goodness. Lin Sure's face lit up with relief, and his tightly wound nerves finally began to relax. Arf! Arcanine let out a low growl, its paws moving like the wind as it dashed toward the exit. With only a few meters left to go, Lin Sure's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, gradually settled. Taking a deep breath, he turned to look back at the secret realm behind him. He'll definitely come back. But life is often full of unexpected twists, and you never know whether tomorrow or disaster will come first. Just as they were about to step out of the secret realm, calamity struck. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Lin Sure frowned and instinctively looked up to find the source of the sound. What he saw made cold sweat instantly break out all over his body. A massive rock, engulfed in raging flames, was hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. This luck is just too terrible. Lin Sure's first reaction was to command Arcanine to dodge, but he realized almost immediately that it was futile. The fiery rock was simply too large and too fast to evade. No, there's no way to dodge it. A wave of despair washed over him, but Lin Sure gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay calm. No, it's not time to give up yet. Arcanine, let's give it everything we've got. Before he could finish speaking, Arcanine had already leapt into the air with him on its back, its eyes blazing with determination. In midair, it suddenly turned back, grabbed Lin Sure's backpack with its jaws, and with a powerful twist, hurled him toward the exit. What? Lin Sure, airborne and caught off guard, could only widen his eyes in shock. He watched helplessly as the massive flaming rock crashed down, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky, obscuring the scene and swallowing the loyal figure in its wake. When Lin Sure woke up, the warm sunlight was already streaming through the curtains, filling the room. He found himself lying on his familiar bed, but his Arcanine was nowhere to be seen. His parents explained that a passing defense team member had discovered him unconscious on a remote path. After a checkup, the doctor stated that aside from minor scrapes, his fainting was primarily due to the impact he had endured. The newly emerged secret realm had entered its dormant phase. According to years of research by the Alliance, this is a stage that every secret realm must go through before fully materializing. After the initial unstable spatial rift appears, the realm enters a sealed state lasting 2 to 3 years, during which nearly no accessible passages are present. Experts suggest that a secret realm behaves like a wandering spatial entity, colliding and interacting with the real world upon its first encounter, briefly opening a passage. It then enters a self-protective dormant phase until it becomes assimilated with the real world, stabilizing and reopening again. At this moment, Lin Sure quietly held the pokeball containing his Arcanine, lost in thought. Don't put too much pressure on our son, Lin's mother said, giving his father a pointed look while adding food to the Magikarp's tank. Little Gene might evolve any day now. Lin Sure snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Don't worry. Didn't I bring back an egg from the secret realm? Judging by its condition, it should hatch soon. I have a feeling it won't disappoint me. That evening, the family gathered in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on the cracked Pokemon egg. The soft moonlight bathed the entire city in a silver glow. Suddenly, the egg began to emit a white light, growing brighter and brighter, faintly revealing a small silhouette forming inside. Ugku, a light brown bear cub, poked its head out, the crescent-shaped white marking on its forehead shimmering under the moonlight. It curiously observed its surroundings. It was a Teddy Ursa, and the Pokédex displayed its details. Level, LV1. Condition, healthy. Gender, male. Ability, pickup. Height, 0.5 meters. Weight, 8.0 kilograms. Moves, scratch, lick, yawn. Hello there, little Teddy Ursa, Lin Sure said softly, gently stroking the soft fur on its head. I'm your trainer. Let's get along well, okay? The next morning, Lin Sure prepared a hearty breakfast for Teddy Ursa, sweet honey and moo moo milk. He also made sure to provide high-quality flying-type poke blocks for Magikarp, preparing it for its future evolution into Gyarados. These items were obtained by trading moon stones, one of which had been found alongside Teddy Ursa's egg in the secret realm. After dividing the premium moonstone into standard-sized pieces and selling them, Lin Sure had earned a considerable income. Watching Teddy Ursa happily devour the extra portion of honey, Lin Sure couldn't help but smile. It felt more like Teddy Ursa was taking care of him rather than the other way around. Teddy Ursa looked up at him with big, sparkling eyes, as if to say, how could I have such an amazing trainer? In the days that followed, Lin Sure decided to postpone his plans to visit Baishui Forest. Now that he had Teddy Ursa, his first priority was to train it well. Plus, there was still the Magikarp in the tank waiting to be nurtured. Once Teddy Ursa grew stronger, he would take it to the forest for training. After all, practical experience is the best teacher. Moreover, Teddy Ursa's pickup ability allowing it to find items used by opponents or abandoned in the wild made it an ideal partner for exploration. Who knows what unexpected treasures they might uncover. In the courtyard of Lin Sure's home, a serious training session was underway. Lin Sure crouched in front of the little bear cub, patiently guiding it on mastering the technique of slashing. You need to focus the normal type energy into your hand, fully enveloping your palm, he instructed. Over the past few days of training, the bear cub had displayed remarkable talent, quickly grasping many special moves. At this moment, under Lin Sure's guidance, the bear cub condensed a sharp white claw of normal type energy and fiercely slashed at the wooden stake in front of it. With a loud crack, the stake split apart. Well done. Lin Sure clapped his hands in praise and pulled a normal type energy cube from his pocket, rewarding his promising student. You're in high spirits, Lin Sure, came a clear and pleasant voice from the doorway. Without turning around, Lin Sure already knew it was Su Qiming, the neighbor he had grown up with. Her family lived across the street, and since her archaeologist parents frequently traveled for work, she was often entrusted to Lin Sure's family as a child. Smart, lively, and beautiful, Su Qiming quickly became a favorite of Lin Sure's parents. Well, if it isn't Miss Su gracing us with her presence. What an honor, Lin Sure quipped as he turned to open the gate. I'm just here to drop something off, Su Qiming replied, lifting the bag in her hand. Old Zhang said you can take a break, but you still have to finish your homework. With that, she tossed the bag to Lin Shi. She squatted down and gently patted the bear cub's head. Your bear cub looks quite energetic. Igu. The bear cub glanced at Su Qiming in confusion, then looked toward Lin Shi. How about a battle? Su Qiming stood up and pulled a pokeball from her pocket. I recently caught a Pokemon whose level is about the same as your bear cub's. It would make a great opponent. Lin Shi readily agreed, eager to test the results of the bear cub's training. Then I'll have to ask Miss Su to go easy on us. Turning to the bear cub, he smiled and promised, Bear cub, fight well. If you win, your sweet treats tonight will double. Hearing the promise of double rewards, the bear cub immediately straightened up, pressing its right paw to its chest with a confident and determined expression. Perfect, let's begin. Su Qiming opened her pokeball, and a small feline-like Pokemon with brown fur leapt out. The Eevee had fluffy cream-colored fur around its neck and tail, along with long, rabbit-like ears. Pokemon information, Eevee, Evolution Pokemon. Level, LV8, Female, Ability, Adaptability. Height, 0.25 meters, weight, 6.2 kilograms. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Wish, Swift. Due to unstable genetic makeup, this unique Pokemon has multiple evolutionary possibilities. To be honest, Lin Shi was a bit surprised that Su Qiming managed to capture an Eevee. After all, Eevee was an extremely rare and precious Pokemon in this world. However, considering her parents' status as renowned archaeologists, obtaining an Eevee seemed reasonable. What intrigued Lin Shi even more was that this young level 8 Eevee already had an impressive skill set: physical attacks, special attacks, recovery, and priority moves, all indicating extraordinary potential. Battle start. Eevee, use quick attack, Su Qiming commanded first. A flash of white light enveloped Eevee as it turned into a blur, darting toward Teddiursa at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Teddiursa, use fury swipes in all directions. Lin Shi responded calmly. Quick attack relied on speed, but fury swipes could force the opponent to halt its advance. Bang! The two moves collided heat-in, and Eevee was sent flying backward. In terms of raw power, it was clearly no match for Teddiursa. Teddiursa, move in and use slash. Teddiursa pushed off the ground with its strong legs, its paw glowing sharply as it charged at Eevee. Eevee jump. At the last moment, just as Teddiursa was about to land its attack, Eevee leaped skillfully into the air, evading the blow. Use yawn. Lin Shi quickly seized the opportunity, ordering the move while Eevee was midair and unable to dodge. Teddiursa opened its mouth, releasing a puff of white smoke that drifted toward the airborne Eevee. Swift. Twisting its body midair, Eevee launched a flurry of star-shaped projectiles from its mouth, intercepting the yawn attack and neutralizing it. Lin Shi couldn't help but be impressed by Su Qiming and Eevee's quick reactions. Clearly, they had undergone systematic training. Teddiursa, charge in and use fury swipes. Eevee, dodge with quick attack, then use swift. Eevee. With a soft cry, Eevee's body emitted a bright flash, its speed suddenly increasing as it effortlessly dodged the attack, creating some distance before firing another barrage of glowing star-shaped projectiles. Teddiursa, ignore it and go straight in with slash. Teddiursa growled, the crescent mark on its forehead faintly glowing. Without dodging, it charged straight through the barrage of swift stars, heading directly for Eevee. Bang! The star-shaped projectiles hit Teddiursa accurately, but they seemed to have no effect. Teddiursa's speed remained undiminished as it reached Eevee in an instant, raising its glowing paw and delivering a powerful downward strike. During the past few days of training, Lin Shi had discovered that his Teddiursa not only learned new moves at an impressive pace, but was also exceptionally resilient and recovered stamina much faster than others of its kind. Thud! Eevee took the heavy blow, flying backward and crashing into a wooden training post, losing its ability to continue battling on the spot. The battle is over. Teddiursa wins. Eevee, you did great. Now take a good rest. Su Qiming quickly ran to Eevee's side, gently picking it up and holding it in her arms. Your Teddiursa is really strong. I thought missing nearly 2 months of training would put you far behind, but it seems like you'll catch up by the time the college entrance exams come around. Su Qiming said sincerely as she checked on Eevee's condition. You're too kind, Lin Shi replied, giving a playful bow with a grin. The soft autumn sunlight bathed the courtyard, where a maple tree had begun to show hints of red in its leaves. A gentle breeze rustled through, casting golden hues as the leaves shimmered under the sunlight. At the center of the yard, Eevee and Teddiursa were happily munching on normal-type energy cubes that Lin Shi had provided. When are you planning to go back to school? Su Qiming asked as she sat at the table. Next month, probably. There's not much going on right now, and the school approved a month-long leave for me, Lin Shi replied. He intended to use this time to train Teddiursa and Magikarp, planning to head to the Baishui forest for more intensive practice in a few days. That works. There's not much happening at school anyway. Su Qiming agreed with a nod. But I still want to remind you this month, it doesn't matter if you don't go back. But starting next month, you'll really want to be there. Got it. Linsher nodded thoughtfully. Starting next month, the school would organize various Pokemon training activities, an annual tradition. High-performing students could earn all sorts of rewards, many of which were rare items that could enhance a Pokemon's abilities, some even unavailable on the market. They'll be back next month, Linsher promised. In the outskirts of Baishui Forest, near Baishui Town in Baishan City, a young boy sat under a tree, engrossed in the document he held in his hands. Beside him, a baby bear was licking its paw, savoring the taste of each finger as if lost in its own little world. This boy was Linsher. Just 3 days ago, he had an intense battle with Su Qiming, and today, he found himself back in this familiar forest. The document in his hands was something he had painstakingly compiled, detailing the various resources that had been discovered in Baishui Forest over the years. The document listed the locations where rare items had been found. For instance, some had discovered water stones here, others had come across soft sand, and a few had even encountered trees bearing rare berries. Linsher's goal was clear. Using his search system, he aimed to narrow down the areas he needed to explore. By identifying the types of resources likely to exist in the forest, he could selectively use his search panel to pinpoint specific locations, significantly improving his efficiency and avoiding unnecessary time loss. Linsher's eyes scanned the document quickly, a faint smile forming on his lips. Initially, he had assumed that the resources in Baishui Forest wouldn't be particularly abundant, but to his surprise, the information suggested otherwise. After all, this forest was vast, spanning across 3 cities, with Baishui City only comprising a small part of the larger Baiyuan Forest. Attribute gems, great stuff. Fighting Sandy want that too. Linsher thought to himself. Suddenly, his gaze froze on a particular entry. Jilly berry? He murmured softly. According to the document, someone had spotted a jilly berry tree in the southern central area of Baishui Forest. The accompanying image showed a white fruit with brown speckles. The jilly berry was a rare type of berry, distinct from common ones like orange berries or citrus berries. It was exceptionally scarce and almost impossible to cultivate artificially. Most rare berries available on the market were harvested from the wild or found in secret zones, with only a few companies capable of cultivating them. What made the jilly berry even more remarkable was its incredible effect. It could refine a Pokemon's power, enhancing its physical strength and attack capabilities, making it highly sought after by trainers. Its value was extraordinary. Linsher couldn't help but feel intrigued by the berry, especially since it would be immensely beneficial for his Pokemon, such as the baby bear, Gyarados, or even Arcaninial, of which relied heavily on physical attacks. A berry that could boost their attack power was undeniably crucial. Jilly berry, Linsher muttered as he typed the name into the search bar and initiated the search. The system's radar-like scanner began to rotate, with the progress bar expanding outward in concentric circles before eventually coming to a halt. No results found for your search. Seeing the words on the screen, Linsher wasn't surprised. After all, he was currently in the outskirts of the forest, and the search radius was limited to just 400 meters. His target was still far away, so it made sense that nothing had turned up. Let's go, baby bear. Time to continue training. Dusting himself off, Linsher got to his feet. He walked over to a nearby stream, where the water flowed gently. The wide stream meandered through the forest like a quiet, winding river, its surface glistening under the sunlight. Come out, Magikarp, Linsher said as he tossed a Pokeball into the water. The Magikarp emerged with a splash, sending droplets flying into the air. Keeping Magikarp confined to its Pokeball wasn't ideal for its growth. Now, this golden Magikarp was approaching level 20, the threshold for evolving into Gyarados. Linsher had specifically released it, intending to find an opportunity for its evolution. For Magikarp to evolve, reaching the required level wasn't enough. Level was just one of the necessary factors. Just like Milotic requires beauty to evolve, and Sylveon evolves through its bond with its trainer, Gyarados also needs a special trigger for evolution: emotional energy. Experts in this world have discovered through extensive research on Magikarp that this Pokemon only evolves when its emotional fluctuations reach a peak. Anger, in particular, plays a critical role. When a Magikarp reaches level 20 and experiences extreme rage, its chances of evolving increase significantly. This explains why wild Gyarados are often ferocious and violent. Their evolution is driven by intense negative emotions. Theoretically, now that the key to their evolution is understood, evolving Magikarp should be straightforward. However, in reality, Magikarp exhibit an uncanny emotional stability. Their brains seem to focus solely on eating and sleeping, making it nearly impossible to provoke any emotional fluctuation, let alone reach an emotional peak. Over time, fewer and fewer trainers are willing to capture Magikarp, leaving only those with no other options or those who refuse to give up still trying. Linsher stared at the Magikarp in the water and suddenly thought of Kojuro's kick of evolution from the anime. In hindsight, that kick might have pushed Magikarp's anger to its limit, triggering its evolution. This thought made Lin glance down at his own foot, then back at the Magikarp in the water, which was gazing at him with an oddly wise look in its eyes. Those eyes seemed to hold countless stories, making Lin seriously consider giving it a kick. But in the end, he resisted the urge. Whether or not this method would work was one thing, but even if it miraculously succeeded, a Gyarados evolved in such a way would likely refuse to obey him. Magikarp, swim upstream along this creek. Kuma and I will follow along the bank, Lin instructed. Swimming against the current would not only help Magikarp build strength, but also give Kuma opportunities to battle other Pokemon coming to the creek for water. Oh, and if you see anything interesting, strange, or shiny underwater, bring it to me. I'll give you an extra treat tonight, Lin added. Magikarp opened its mouth slightly, though it was unclear if it understood, before diving back into the water. By the creek, Kuma was standing firm with its arms crossed, skillfully blocking a wild Nidorann's fury attack. Ever since discovering Kuma's natural talent for defense, Lin had focused on training its defensive abilities, pitting it against various Pokemon to experience attacks of different types. Good job, Kuma, you slash. Kuma raised its right arm, and a sharp light quickly gathered at its claw. With a precise strike, it slashed Nidoran, sending it flying. Neato. The Nidoran shook its head after being knocked back. Struggling to its feet, it chose not to continue the fight. It cast a resentful glance at Lin before turning and darting into the depths of the forest. Lin caught a hint of grievance in that glance and muttered to himself, "Have we met before?" But he didn't dwell on it long, quickly shifting his attention back to Kuma, who had just achieved victory. Pokemon, Kuma. Level, LV11. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0.6 meters. Weight, 8.6 kilograms. Held item, tiny mushroom. Moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, tackle, swift, slash. Pokédex description, NA. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Reaching level 11 in less than half a month was like riding a rocket. While his significant investment of resources played a role, the key factor was Kuma's exceptional natural talent. Lin suspected this might have something to do with that mysterious real mirror, perhaps the crescent feather. After all, placing a Pokemon egg alongside a legendary Pokemon's feather surely wasn't without consequence. Regardless, Kuma was now his Pokemon, and Lin couldn't be happier with the situation. As the evening set in, the golden hues of the setting sun gently draped the depths of the forest, casting a serene golden veil over the silent world. This time, Lin decided to do something unusual: spend the night in the forest. He found a flat, secluded spot surrounded by trees and began setting up a temporary camp. To better explore the Baishui forest, he borrowed a Macamp from his father as a guard. As night fell, the forest grew quieter, with only the flickering orange-red glow of the campfire breaking the darkness. Lin carefully sprayed insect repellent around the tent, a necessary precaution to keep wild Pokemon at bay. Once the campsite was ready, Lin took out his phone to check his location. After a day of trekking, he was now near the center of Baishui Forest, where the wild Pokemon were noticeably stronger, with many reaching level 10 and above. He tallied up his day's harvest: 3 small mushrooms, 1 large mushroom, 2 pearls, and 200 grams of soft sand. Aside from the soft sand, which he planned to use for training ground-type energy, the rest could be sold, potentially earning him around 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the stillness of the night. It sounded like wind brushing through leaves or fish scales gliding through water, persistent and unsettling. Lin became alert, but found nothing unusual. Left with no other choice, he released Macamp, and the two took turns standing watch, making it through their first night in the forest. When morning came, the strange noise had vanished. According to Macamp, the sound had gradually subsided at dawn. Though puzzled, Lin quickly dismissed it. After all, peculiar occurrences were hardly unusual in a forest inhabited by Pokemon. After preparing breakfast for his companions, Lin headed to a nearby stream to feed his Magikarp. The golden Magikarp leapt into the water, its tail fin splashing droplets everywhere. Lin sensed something was off. Magikarp's gaze seemed less sharp than usual. As he observed closely, a muffled sound came from beneath the water. Suddenly, a sleek Goldeen burst through the surface, charging straight at Magikarp. This water-type Pokemon was pristine white, with vivid red markings near its joints, and its sharp horn gleamed menacingly. It glared at Magikarp with palpable hostility, clearly displeased by the intruder. Reacting swiftly to the unexpected challenge, Lin commanded, "Magikarp, trap that Goldeen with Whirlpool." The Magikarp's body suddenly radiated a brilliant blue glow, as though the power of water surged between its scales. With a sudden motion, it opened its mouth wide, releasing a spiraling vortex of water that shot forward with immense pressure, aiming directly at the Goldeen. Refusing to back down, the Goldeen's body trembled as its sharp horn began to shimmer with a pale blue light. The energy condensed into a wave of water that surged forward to meet the vortex heat. The collision of the two water-based attacks erupted in midair with a deafening crash, sending up a dense mist that obscured their view of each other. Before the mist could dissipate, the Goldeen launched a follow-up attack. Its horn glowed faintly white as it accelerated sharply, piercing through the water mist like an arrow aimed straight at the Magikarp. Magikarp, jump now! Linshur called out anxiously. In a critical moment, the Magikarp leapt powerfully out of the water, forming a high arc in the air. This jump was astonishing. It was a skill Linshur had trained it to master. While it might have limited utility in combat, it was perfectly timed to avoid the sharp horn strike on this occasion. Now use tackle. Linshur seized the opportunity and gave the command. Using the momentum of its descent, the Magikarp tensed its entire body, accelerating with the force of gravity. Like a heavy hammer, it crashed solidly into the Goldeen, sending the latter flying and splashing heavily into the water with a massive spray. Though struck, the Goldeen refused to yield. It quickly steadied itself in the water, its horn once again gathering energy, and launched another water pulse at the Magikarp. Twister. Linshur's eyes sharpened with focus. The Magikarp emitted an aura of dragon energy, and in an instant, a high-speed twister formed. The spiraling wind tore through the air, colliding directly with the water pulse. The water attack was shredded on impact, and the twister continued its path, striking the Goldeen and sending it hurtling several meters away. Ugh! The Goldeen let out a pained cry before plunging back into the water. This time, it didn't launch another attack, but swiftly dove beneath the surface, disappearing into the shimmering waves as a shadow. Well done, Magikarp. Linshur exhaled deeply, satisfaction evident in his voice. Looks like all those energy cubes I prepared for you weren't wasted. Reflecting on the Magikarp's performance, Linshur felt a wave of emotion. Training this stubborn Pokemon to follow commands had been no small feat. He had spent countless hours reasoning with it, appealing to its emotions, and rewarding it with food, especially the Dragon-type energy cubes, which had cost him a fortune. Whoa! The water surface rippled again as several wild Magikarp poked their heads out, their scales glittering under the sunlight. Huh? There are so many Magikarp here. Linshur raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion crossing his mind. The number of these Pokemon seemed to have increased recently. However, he didn't dwell on it. As managing wild Pokemon wasn't his responsibility, he trusted the League would handle it. Teddiursa, use Brick Break. With a determined cry, the Teddiursa's small paws gathered fighting-type energy. It unleashed a powerful strike, landing a direct hit on the Para's head. Not bad, Linshur nodded in approval. Though Teddiursa's movements were still a bit clumsy, the skill was beginning to take shape. Brick Break, as a fighting-type move with solid power, had greater combat value than the normal-type move Cut, and was no longer considered a low-tier skill. Mastering it so quickly was not only a testament to Teddiursa's innate talent, but also thanks to the guidance Linshur had arranged from a Machamp. Unfortunately, time was tight, or he would have asked the Machamp to teach it the Farmer's Triple Punch technique as well. But for now, let's focus on perfecting this move, Linshur muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the ground. Another big mushroom, he remarked, bending down to pick up a large redand white mushroom with a satisfied smile. He then reached into his backpack and pulled out a piece of Poffin, offering it to the Paras as compensation for its role as a sparring partner. This delicious treat was a favorite among all Pokemon, and Linshur had prepared plenty in advance for moments like this. Let's head to our destination. Unfolding the search panel he carried, Linshur studied the map displayed on the screen. A yellow dot marked his current position, while a red dot indicated his target. At last, the elusive Mago Berry tree he had been searching for appeared on the map as he got closer. Golden sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, carrying with it the faint fragrance of leaves. The dappled light danced across Linshur's face as he crept forward cautiously. Such a well-hidden spot. Without this system, who could find it? He muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the red dot now just within reach. It should be around here somewhere, he whispered, moving even more carefully. Berry trees were never left unguarded, especially rare ones like the Mago Berry, which were often claimed by powerful Pokemon. After advancing a bit further, Linshur's coordinates finally aligned with the red dot. He stopped beneath a massive tree entwined with vines and looked down. There it was, a Mago Berry tree, its vibrant fruit hanging abundantly from its branches. But before he could celebrate, his gaze shifted to the base of the tree, and his expression froze. Coiled there was a massive creature, its eyes locked onto him with an unyielding stare. What a fateful encounter. I am a large onyx. I originally lived in a forest filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, a place with delicious rocks and mesmerizing scenery. Beyond the forest lay a mountain range that the elves called Devil's Mountain. They said a devil resided there, one that devoured elves, and so, for years, I had never seen them set foot on that mountain. Occasionally, though, I could sense a powerful aura emanating from the mountain. It might have been the devil's overwhelming presence, or so I sometimes thought. I once believed this serene life would last forever, until one day, news arrived, a terrifying revelation. The devil was enraged, and its fury would consume all the elves in the forest. Whether the news was true or not, I couldn't tell, but seeing the elves panic, with many abandoning their homes, I chose to believe it. After all, as a large onyx, despite my immense size and strength, I still felt incredibly vulnerable. To ensure my safety, I decided to leave my home, bidding farewell to the elves who refused to leave, and began my journey away from Devil's Mountain. However, things didn't go as smoothly as I had hoped. On the first evening of my departure, as I prepared to dig a hole to rest, I noticed something strange in the distant sky. I can't quite describe how it felt. Something seemed to turn transparent, yet utterly out of place with its surroundings. Could it be a Kecleon? I wasn't sure. But soon, I saw a rows of peculiar, square-shaped iron shells descending rapidly from the odd part of the sky. Their eyes shone so brightly that they illuminated the area far and wide. They moved in formation, like a marching army, heading deep into the forest. Once the iron shells had passed, I emerged from my hole and quietly followed them. As I ventured further, I suddenly felt a strange pressure, as if I had passed through an invisible barrier. The surroundings became unfamiliar, and I realized I was no longer where I had been. Devil's Mountain had vanished. Over the next few days, I wandered this strange land, feeling increasingly unwell. Since encountering those bizarre square iron shells, my body had grown unbearably heavy, plagued by sharp pains and restless agitation. The elves here seemed frail and powerless, and before long, I had become the boss of this desolate wilderness. Everything seemed to naturally gravitate toward me. Even luck seemed on my side. I discovered a tree bearing fruit. After tasting one, not only did it satisfy my hunger, but its delicious flavor left me craving more. There were 3 fruits left, and I resolved to save them for later, guarding them fiercely. They were mine, and no one would take them from me. But then, I spotted a purple, 4-armed creature wiggling its hips not far away. Rage surged through me instantly. How dare it trespass into my territory? I roared, gathering energy and hurling massive rocks at it. Crash! The rocks hit their target, but the creature effortlessly smashed them apart with its arms. It turned around, shaking its hips at me in defiance, taunting me fearlessly. Damn it! I swung my tail furiously, striking it with all my might. As expected, my powerful tail sent the creature flying. Watching it get knocked away, a sense of satisfaction washed over me. That's what happens to those who dare to provoke me. The purple-skinned creature wobbled to its feet. After casting me a fleeting glance, it tried to flee. Anger simmered within me. His 4-armed purple monster thought it could escape so easily? Not a chance. I immediately gave chase, determined to teach it a lesson and show it who the real master of this territory was. Unfortunately, it was quick on its feet. If not for my unwell state, I would have buried it alive under the rubble. I slithered back to the tree, habitually raising my head to check on my fruits. But the sight before me made me freeze. Me fruits were gone. It turned out the thief was none other than Lin Shur and his Mac-Hoke. Lin Shur hadn't expected to encounter the giant onyx that had once chased him into the secret realm. He considered the 3 fruits as interest for that past ordeal. Observing that there were still a few unripe julienne fruits on the tree, he decided to return when they matured, leaving the onyx to guard them for now. However, he noticed that the onyx still seemed agitated, as if something inside it hadn't been resolved. Lin Shur made a mental note of this, planning to investigate further if given the chance in the future. As night fell, Lin Shur sat by the campfire and took out the 3 julienne fruits, ready to distribute them. He handed the first one to Mac-Hoke, his trusted ally. Without its strength, he wouldn't have dared confront the colossal onyx. The second fruit went to Teddy Ursa, who was pitifully licking its paw. The 2 Pokemon devoured the fruits quickly, their bodies briefly glowing with a fleeting white light. Lin Shur instructed Mac-Hoke to act as Teddy Ursa's sparring partner for the next couple of days. Only through high-intensity training could they maximize the effects of the julienne fruit. The 2 Pokemon raised their arms in excitement, ready for the challenge. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Shur felt content. With Mac-Hoke as its partner, Teddy Ursa should soon master Brick Break, and perhaps even learn Bulk Up, a skill with strategic importance. After settling his 2 Pokemon, Lin Shur took the last fruit and walked toward the stream with Magikarp's Pokeball in hand. The moonlight was bright enough to illuminate the surroundings. He released Magikarp and noticed it had grown chubbier, likely from the recent plentiful meals. Just as he fed the fruit to Magikarp, Lin Shur heard the sound that had kept him restless the previous night. The rustling noise was now coming from the water. Looking down, his eyes widened in shock. A massive school of wild Magikarp was swimming upstream, their fins slapping against the water in a mesmerizing rhythm. It was the most spectacular gathering of Magikarp Lin Shur had ever seen. His Magikarp began leaping restlessly, its eyes filled with a longing to join the school. The moonlight glinted off its golden scales, making them shine brilliantly. At that moment, it seemed less like the wise companion he knew and more like a wild creature answering a primal call. Lin Shur smiled helplessly. Well then, go ahead. The dense forest appeared even more profound and mysterious under the moonlight, with intertwined vines and withered branches stretching out like claws, as if confronting any intruder. Lin Sure carefully followed the stream, pausing every few steps to cautiously scan his surroundings and listen intently to the faint sounds emanating from deep within the woods. As he ventured further, he realized he was nearing the core of the Baishui forest. What he saw in the stream astonished him. Instead of diminishing, the number of Magikarps had grown more concentrated, crowding the water with their vibrant orange and yellow forms. It was a bizarre sight that left Lin Sure puzzled after all. Observing Magikarp behavior in the middle of the night was far from ordinary. But Lin Sure had a purpose for letting his own Magikarp join this massive assembly. He firmly believed that something significant awaited at the end of this journey, something compelling enough to drive these usually idle Pokemon to push forward with such determination. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was the long-awaited opportunity for their evolution. As a trainer, Lin Sure knew his Magikarp inside and out. Normally, it was content to drift aimlessly in the water, showing no particular desires. Yet now, it was brimming with an unprecedented eagerness, desperate to follow its companions. This surge of emotion gave Lin Sure hope maybe this truly was the key to its transformation. The stream lapped against the stones on the banks, producing a soothing, rhythmic sound. Under the moonlight, countless Magikarps swam together, creating a flowing ribbon of red and gold. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest. Lin Sure heard the unmistakable sound of water cascading from a great height. Before him stood a towering waterfall, approximately 20 meters high. The silver curtain of water thundered down, its spray shimmering under the moonlight. It was then that Lin Sure understood why the Magikarps had gathered here. They were attempting to leap over the waterfall. One by one, the Magikarps propelled themselves upward, only to be pulled back down by gravity. Most could barely jump 2 meters, with a rare few reaching 3 or 4. But to clear a 20-meter waterfall seemed like an impossible feat. Watching this relentless effort, Lin Sure couldn't help but recall the ancient legend from his past life. The carp that leaps over the dragon's gate will transform into a dragon. So, does making it over mean they'll evolve into Gyarados? Lin Sure murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the Magikarps as they tirelessly launched themselves at the waterfall. Lin Sure thought it wasn't impossible. The evolution of Magikarp required intense emotional fluctuations. Aside from anger, emotions like the firm determination to leap over a waterfall, the extreme joy of succeeding, or the deep frustration or sadness of failing could all fulfill the conditions for its evolution. This idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that this Magikarp was exhibiting a spontaneous behavior to trigger its own evolution? He gazed at the rushing waterfall, his thoughts drifting. This world was vast, and the arrival of Pokemon was still relatively recent. Although modern technological advancements had given humans a certain level of understanding about Pokemon, this knowledge was still just a drop in the ocean, far from sufficient. Splosh! The water surface suddenly exploded, and a golden Magikarp, noticeably larger than its peers, leaped out of the water. Its scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight as it rushed toward the waterfall. It was none other than Lin Sure's Magikarp. Despite jumping higher than most of its kind, it only managed to reach about 5 meters. To leap over a nearly 20-meter waterfall? That would take nothing short of Arceus personally reshaping its body. Plop! The Magikarp fell heavily back into the water, creating a splash. It paused briefly to steady itself before gathering strength to leap again. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times. The Magikarp tirelessly tried again and again. At first, Lin Sure found the scene rather amusing. The spectacular sight of countless fish leaping toward the sky was not something one saw every day. But the novelty quickly wore off. These Magikarp were doing nothing innovative beyond jumping and falling. At this rate, none of them would make it over. Lin Sure even found the rhythmic splashing somewhat hypnotic. The next morning, Lin Sure emerged from his tent feeling refreshed, stretching lazily. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Did they seriously keep jumping all night? He rubbed his eyes, recalling how even while sleeping near the waterfall, the sound of splashing water had filled his ears. He glanced at the water's surface and noticed a golden figure floating there. It looked familiar. In the pool at the base of the waterfall, the golden shape drifted lifelessly with the current. The next moment, his eyes widened. Oh no, don't tell me that's my Magikarp. Lin Sure rushed over and, sure enough, saw his Magikarp floating on its side, staring blankly at the sky with dull eyes. On closer inspection, it wasn't lifeless. It was simply exhausted to the point of rolling its eyes. Old Carp, why push yourself so hard? Lin Sure crouched down, his tone filled with concern. If you can't make it, just take a break. Overworking yourself won't help pay off the car loan or mortgage, let alone repay your trainer's care. After some effort, the Magikarp finally regained a bit of energy. Lin Sure decided it was time for some motivational pep talk. Splosh! The Magikarp flipped over in the water, belly up, its eyes still fixated on the roaring waterfall, filled with longing. You really want to make it up there, huh? Lin Sure observed its determined expression and decided to have a heart-to-heart talk. The Magikarp ignored him, continuing to stare at the waterfall. Old Carp, maybe you need a new perspective, Lin Sure said. crouching at the water's edge, speaking earnestly. Don't just follow what all your peers are doing. You know, I didn't catch you just for your shiny golden scales. The Magikarp tilted slightly, its eyes filled with confusion. Of course, I value what's inside you even more than your appearance. Linshur patted its scales, speaking passionately. I watched you closely last night while you were jumping. Why do you insist on using only physical strength to challenge the waterfall, just like the others? Splosh. Sigh. All my teachings wasted. Linshur shook his head and continued. Think about it. Before you jump, you could use Whirlpool to create a vortex for extra propulsion, then use Tackle as a launch to burst out of the vortex. When you reach midair and can't move further, you could follow up with Twister to generate an updraft to push you higher. Splosh. The Magikarp suddenly flipped upright, staring intently at Linshur with an accusatory look in its fishy eyes. What's with that look? Linshur scratched his head awkwardly. Are you saying I should have told you this last night? Well, you didn't ask, did you? The Magikarp leaped out of the water, splashing waves that soaked Linshur. It clearly wasn't buying the excuse. All right. Linshur wiped the water off his face and laughed. Even if your attempts last night didn't go as planned, didn't you notice? All that jumping has made you a lot stronger. You've already burned through most of that citrus berry you ate last night. Linshur smiled at the Magikarp. In truth, he had planned to share his advice earlier, but seeing its determined leaps and the way its body was gradually strengthening thanks to the citrus berry, he chose to stay silent. He decided to let it work hard on its own for one night. As evening approached, Linshur remained by the waterfall all day, opting not to go out. He spent his time coaching Maghok and teaching Cubchoo new skills, while also helping Magikarp recover its strength in preparation for the evening's leap over the Dragon Gate challenge. Buddy, see that waterfall over there? That's your opponent tonight, Linshur said, gently patting Magikarp's back and massaging its muscles to help it loosen up. Let's give it our all tonight. If we make it, I'll take you home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow, he added lightly, yet with an encouraging tone. Here, have some food. Linshur placed an energy cube into Magikarp's mouth and continued to motivate it. We'll do a quick warm-up later to set an example for the little ones. Now, bring out some energy, get excited. As the sun dipped below the horizon, moonlight began to glimmer on the water's surface, casting a serene reflection of the night. After a day of rest and preparation, the Magikarp gathered once more at the base of the waterfall, ready to continue their challenge as darkness fell. Whoosh! A golden figure shot forward, standing out vividly among the sea of red Magikarp. It surged ahead with determination, its body faintly glowing with a bluish light. A vortex began to form beneath it, growing larger and spinning faster with every passing moment. Finally, in a burst of energy, it leaped upward, aiming straight for the waterfall. Splash! The Magikarp fell back into the water, sending droplets flying everywhere. Did it spin itself dizzy? Linshur muttered from the side, watching the wobbling Magikarp in the water. He pinched the bridge of his nose in mild exasperation. Soon enough, the Magikarp readjusted its stance, ready for another attempt. Following Linshur's plan, it brimmed with confidence, believing it could conquer the waterfall in no time. However, while the theory seemed sound on paper, reality proved far more challenging. Despite Linshur's strategic guidance, the Magikarp's mastery of individual skills and precise timing in chaining them together fell short of expectations. It made multiple attempts, using Whirlpool and Tackle to propel itself into the air, but consistently failed to execute Twister at the right moment, either moving too quickly or too slowly, leading to repeated failures. Each fall left it looking a bit battered, but it never gave up. With every attempt, it inched closer to the top of the waterfall. Linshur observed intently, noticing that Magikarp's movements were becoming increasingly polished, and its transitions between skills were growing smoother. These signs of improvement showed it was making steady progress. Through its relentless efforts, the Magikarp achieved significant breakthroughs. On its highest leap, it nearly reached the very top of the waterfall, falling short by less than 3 meters. Linshur could feel that victory was within reach. Linshur yawned, feeling a bit drowsy, but watching the determined Magikarp repeatedly challenge the waterfall kept him awake. He rubbed his face and muttered, "Nope, I can't sleep, I have to stay with Magikarp." The next morning, Linshur woke up refreshed after a deep sleep in his tent. Stretching lazily, he grabbed a stick and strolled down to the riverbank, casually nudging Magikarp onto the shore. "All right, don't lose heart," he said, patting the fin on Magikarp's back in reassurance. Though Linshur hadn't stayed awake until the end of the night, Magikarp's current state clearly showed that its attempts hadn't dampened its spirits. Magikarp's belly swelled slightly as it gazed at the sky, ignoring Linshur. It seemed disheartened, as if it no longer held any expectations. Last night, Magikarp's performance exceeded Linshur's expectations. Its ability to quickly grasp the coordination of skills was truly surprising. However, its ultimate failure wasn't due to a lack of understanding of skill application or an incomplete plan, but rather from overexertion, which drained its stamina and significantly reduced the effectiveness of its moves. Linshur understood that Magikarp was capable of leaping over the waterfall, it just lacked the strength. Do you remember the story I told you about the carp leaping over the dragon's gate? Linshur smiled faintly, his mood easing a bit. In the tale, didn't the Magikarp face countless challenges before finally leaping over the gate? He employed some motivational words, hoping to inspire Magikarp. You're just a meter or two away. Rest and gather your strength, you'll succeed next time. When you make it, I'll take you to the biggest Pokemon food market in the city, and you can pick anything you like. Linshur confidently used his big promise tactic, but seeing that Magikarp still hadn't regained its spirit, he couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I won't be making it home for the Mid-Autumn Festival tonight. By evening, as the sun slowly set and the light softened, Linshur was still at the same spot, shaking Magikarp's head gently. Today was supposed to be a festival where I watched the moon with my parents, but here I am in the middle of nowhere, helping you a fish practice jumping. If you don't make it over this time, I might just turn you into a mooncake. Though his words were teasing, his face showed exhaustion. Despite this, he didn't give up. He knew that the opportunity for Magikarps to collectively leap over the dragon's gate wouldn't last long. Such large-scale gatherings couldn't remain hidden in this forest indefinitely. Linshur speculated that these Magikarps only gathered here during specific times, much like certain fish during migration. Their jumping activity, clearly, only began at night, so Linshur decided to let Magikarp follow this natural rhythm. As night fully descended, the moon hung in the sky like a silver disk, round and luminous. Suddenly, Linshur noticed that there were more Magikarps attempting the leap tonight than before. He glanced up at the sky thoughtfully. Come on, you can do it this time, Linshur encouraged, patting Magikarp on the back. Then, he stepped aside while Teddiursa and Machamp stood nearby, raising their arms silently to cheer Magikarp on. Magikarp's gaze became more determined than ever. It flicked its tail and charged toward the waterfall with all its might. In an instant, a powerful vortex formed beneath it, propelling it upward. Just as it was about to reach its limit, a cyan whirlwind surged from below, launching it higher toward the top of the waterfall. It soared rapidly 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. But suddenly, Magikarp plummeted back into the water, falling just short of success. It glimpsed the rushing water above the waterfall and the moonlight obscured by the spray. So close, it thought, silently encouraging itself. One more time I can do this. Gathering all its strength once more, Magikarp charged at the waterfall again. After a brief rest, it leaped higher than before, but still couldn't make it. Even so, it knew deep down that it was getting closer with each attempt. And so, Magikarp kept trying, each jump bringing it slightly closer to success. Gradually, the other Magikarps stopped their efforts, watching it intently, their gazes rising and falling with its leaps. The surroundings grew silent, save for the roar of the waterfall and the sound of Magikarp's repeated jumps, as if the stage had become its own. This time, Magikarp felt it was in peak condition. It gathered every ounce of its strength and launched itself toward the waterfall. This time it'll make it. Confidence filled its heart. But just as Magikarp was about to breach the surface, a sea king with a sharp horn suddenly rammed into it, sending it flying. Linshur froze in shock, his eyes briefly flashing with surprise. It's a sea king. He quickly recognized the Pokemon that had previously attacked Magikarp without reason. What's going on? Linshur frowned, the situation unfolding in a completely unexpected way. Suddenly, the water surface rippled violently, and more sea kings leapt out, relentlessly attacking the Magikarps as if they'd gone mad. Linshur was stunned. What's happening? At that moment, two enormous sea kings, far larger than the others, burst from the water. Their scales shimmered in fiery autumn hues, and their sharp horns were particularly striking. Linshur's eyes widened in disbelief, and he blurted out, Sea King kings? Linshur quickly assessed the two Sea King, and their stats immediately appeared before his eyes. Pokemon, Sea King. Level, LV38. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Height, 1.5 meters. Weight, 40.0 kilograms. Held item, Mystic Water. Moves, Supersonic, Peck, Water Pulse, Horn Attack, Agility, Surf, Double Team, Rain Dance. The analysis revealed, Sea King, the goldfish Pokemon, is the evolved form of Goldeen. To protect its family, it fights using its drill-like sharp horn and resides in rocky caves at the bottom of rivers. The two Sea King were quite similar, except one was male and the other female. The female one wasn't holding any items and was a few levels lower. With the appearance of these two evolved forms, the school of Magikarp on the water's surface quickly fell into disarray. The Sea King launched ferocious attacks, their sharp horns relentlessly ramming into the panicked Magikarp. Linshur frowned as he observed the scene. This wouldn't let alone achieving the goal of the Dragon's Gate leap. These Magikarp might not even survive. Carefully, he approached the waterfall, intending to recall his own Magikarp. To his surprise, he noticed that his Magikarp seemed entirely unaffected by the surrounding chaos. It floated quietly on the water's surface, its eyes fixed on the waterfall ahead, as if it were in some sort of extraordinary state of focus. You've got to be kidding me. You're still thinking about jumping at a time like this. Lin Sure muttered to himself. At that moment, one of the relentless Sea King leapt out of the water and charged directly toward Lin Sure's Magikarp. Teddiursa swift, Lin Sure commanded immediately. The crescent-shaped mark on the forehead of the Teddiursa standing beside him glowed briefly, and countless star-shaped energy bursts shot rapidly toward the airborne Sea King. Bang! The Sea King couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the energy stars, falling heavily back into the water. Suddenly, an ear-piercing supersonic attack emerged from the water. Lin Sure clutched his head in pain. Ugh! It was the Sea King's supersonic move, a skill that could confuse Pokemon. Amid the chaos, a deafening roar erupted from the top of the waterfall. Lin Sure looked up and saw a massive blue dragon-like Pokemon leaping from the waterfall's summit, sending water splashing everywhere. This Pokemon had 3 upward-pointing azure horns on its head, a sturdy plate-like ridge on its back, and a wide-open mouth revealing rows of sharp fangs. Lin Sure immediately recognized the Pokemon. It was the evolved form of Magikarp that he had been waiting for, Gyarados. Pokemon Gyarados. Level, LV32. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Height, 6.5 meters. Weight, 230.0 kilograms. Held item, Oranberry. Moves, bounce, tackle, whirlpool, crunch, ice fong, waterfall, scary face, body slam, flamethrower. The analysis revealed, Gyarados, the atrocious Pokemon, is the evolved form of Magikarp. It is aggressive and destructive by nature. In ancient times, this fearsome Pokemon was said to have burned entire cities to the ground. Has there always been a Gyarados here? Lin Sure murmured in astonishment as he gazed at the waterfall. On the other side of the water, the male Sea King's horns suddenly gleamed brightly. Its entire body shot forward like a torpedo, heading straight for the newly appeared Gyarados. Gyarados didn't flinch in the face of the attack. Instead, it opened its massive jaws, dark energy gathering rapidly to form a sinister crunch attack aimed directly at the charging Sea King. Boom! Water sprayed everywhere as the 2 Pokemon collided head-on, both unleashing their full power. In the clash between Horn Attack and Crunch, Gyarados had the upper hand. Despite Sea King's level advantage, Gyarados' higher base stats gave it the edge. Seizing the momentum, Gyarados summoned swirling water around its body. Harnessing its immense power, it surged forward with an overwhelming presence. This was its waterfall move. The King Goldine's form flickered as it used its shadow clone technique. Instantly, multiple King Goldines appeared on the water's surface, encircling the Gyarados and making it nearly impossible to distinguish the original. The Gyarados, undeterred, unleashed a powerful burst of flames, aiming directly at the King Goldine. Each illusion vanished in the fire's wake, but just as the flames were about to hit the real King Goldine, it radiated a surge of water energy. A glowing blue energy orb materialized in front of it, soaring into the sky with tremendous force. A loud boom followed, and the skies abruptly opened up, releasing a torrential downpour. Raindrops hammered the once calm water, creating ripples that spread outward. The rain brought joy to the Goldines and Magikarps nearby, who swam about gleefully. King Goldine had activated its rain dance ability, triggering localized rainfall that significantly weakened Gyarados' fire-based attacks. Coupled with King Goldine's natural resistance to fire, the flames had little effect. King Goldine's speed surged dramatically as it darted through the water with incredible agility, closing in on Gyarados in an instant to unleash its horn attack. The rainy weather activated King Goldine's swift swim ability, further amplifying its speed. A mere flash of movement later, its sharp horn gleamed and struck Gyarados with tremendous force. Gyarados grimaced in pain, clearly affected by the blow. Meanwhile, Lin Sure's Magikarp was still focused on its grueling challenge of ascending the waterfall. However, the surrounding Goldines kept launching relentless attacks, making the climb extraordinarily difficult. Suddenly, a group of Magikarps leapt from the water one after another. Though most of them lacked powerful abilities, their basic jumping moves were enough to shield Lin Sure's Magikarp from a significant number of attacks. Together, the Magikarps formed a protective barrier, determined to help the Golden Magikarp overcome the waterfall and explore the world beyond. Machamp, Bullet Punch. Lin Sure commanded swiftly. Machamp gathered all its strength, its fists shimmering with a metallic silver glow. With a powerful leap, it launched its fists like bullets at its target, a female King Goldine that had just leapt out of the water alongside the male King Goldine. Enhanced by the rain, her speed had also noticeably increased. As soon as she emerged from the water, she prepared to attack, but Lin Sure immediately directed Machamp to intercept. On this battlefield, only Machamp could match the strength of this King Goldine. Despite the blinding speed of Machamp's Bullet Punch, the Steel-type attack had limited effectiveness against the Water-type King Goldine. The punch struck, causing a brief pause, but the King Goldine quickly dove back into the water. Harnessing its water energy, it created a massive wave, surging toward Macamp. Macamp responded calmly, spreading its arms wide to form a protective barrier that completely withstood the oncoming wave. But King Goldeen wasn't done yet. Using the momentum of the wave, it leapt from the crest, executing another horn attack. Macamp stood its ground, crossing its arms in front of its chest to absorb the impact. Its powerful muscles absorbed the blow, and it seized King Goldeen's horn without hesitation, countering with a devastating brick break aimed at the King Goldeen's head. The King Goldeen struggled in pain, twisting its body in an attempt to escape Machamp's grip. Its tail slammed against the water with immense force, propelling it back into the depths. By now, the rain had intensified, with heavy droplets striking the ground and causing ripples across the surface of the water. Despite the chaos, Lin Shi remained fully focused on the battlefield, his heart heavy with worry. While his Magikarp was holding its own, his Teddy Ursa was struggling under the relentless attacks of the Goldeens. Deep gashes from their horns marred Teddy Ursa's body, leaving trails of blood. Witnessing this, Lin Shi felt a deep sense of unease but refused to give up. After all, the citrus berries consumed by both Teddy Ursa and Magikarp were rapidly converting into strength, fueling their attacks. Boom! Another brick break from Macamp landed squarely on the King Goldeen's head, forcing it to writhe in agony. It spun its body desperately, trying to free itself from Machamp's grasp. With a powerful slap of its tail against the water, it created enough force to break free and retreat into the depths. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, showing no signs of letting up. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the city streets were adorned with colorful lanterns, creating a dreamlike and enchanting atmosphere. Su Qiming, dressed in a beige knitted sweater paired with high-waisted jeans and gray knee-high boots, lightly tapped the ground as she walked, holding an EV in her arms. She arrived at Lin Shi's home, where Lin's mother greeted her warmly. With a beaming smile, she stroked Evie's head and guided Su Qiming to a seat. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Ming Ming," Lin's mother said kindly. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Uncle and Auntie," Su Qiming replied politely. "Are your parents not back yet?" Lin's mother asked with concern. "Not yet," Su Qiming answered softly. "I heard there's a new Pokemon secret realm discovered in Qinhuang City, and it seems there are some new ruins inside. Even during the holidays, they're so busy. Your parents really work hard," Lin's father remarked with a sigh, setting down his newspaper. A nimble Ambipom used its tail to balance a tray as it placed 3 steaming cups of tea on the table. Su Qiming's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Lin Shi's room. "Auntie, where's Lin Shi?" she asked. Learning that Lin Shi was still in Baishui Forest, Su Qiming frowned deeply. "Didn't he say he would return before the Mid-Autumn Festival? Could something have happened? Has he contacted you?" "Don't worry, Ming Ming," Lin's mother reassured her, pulling out her phone to show a message Lin Shi had sent at noon. In the message, he explained that he had been delayed and might not make it back in time for the festival, but he promised to bring back a surprise. Relieved by the message, Su Qiming finally relaxed a little. Lin's mother took the opportunity to offer her a piece of homemade mooncake, gently feeding it to her. "So sweet," Su Qiming exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight. Meanwhile, in Baishui Forest, Lin Shi spat out a mouthful of rainwater amidst a torrential downpour. "This tastes awful," he muttered. An intense battle was unfolding in the forest. A male Seeking darted swiftly through the water, launching relentless attacks on a Gyarados, which skillfully used whirlpools to slow its opponent's movements. Near the waterfall, a female Seeking was locked in a ranged duel with a Macamp, as water pulse clashed with bullet punch, creating bursts of mist in the air. Nearby, a weakened Teddy Ursa, its level significantly lower, lay injured near a group of Magikarp. At that moment, the moon above grew brighter, its silvery light cascading down like threads onto the Teddy Ursa. The crescent mark on its forehead began to glow, the radiance intensifying with each passing second. To Lin Shi's astonishment, the wounds on the Teddy Ursa's body started healing at a visibly rapid pace. This was clearly not just due to its physical resiliency, it seemed as though some kind of healing ability was taking effect. At first, Lin Shi thought the little Teddy Ursa had somehow discovered the ability to use rest on its own. Rest was originally the only recovery skill Teddy Ursa could learn, which would put it into a sleep state to restore its health and cure status ailments. However, the current situation was clearly unusual. Teddy Ursa was still wide awake, yet the skill's effects felt oddly familiar. "Moonlight," Lin Shi murmured with a frown. The Moonlight skill restores varying amounts of health depending on the weather. Lin Shi's previous Arcanine had a similar skill. Morning Sun. The state during its use was exactly the same as Teddy Ursa's now. By all logic, Teddy Ursa shouldn't be able to learn Moonlight, not even its evolved forms. Ursaring or Ursuluna. Lin Shi paused and quickly corrected himself. Well, Ursuluna could, but still. Though the reason remained unclear, the fact that Teddy Ursa had somehow gained the recovery ability of Moonlight undoubtedly improved the battle situation. Lin Shi felt a bit more at ease and turned his gaze toward the waterfall ahead. There, a golden Magikarp stood motionless, with an unprecedentedly massive whirlpool churning beneath it. At this moment, the Magikarp seemed to be in some peculiar state. It stared intently at the waterfall, as cyan dragon-type energy rippled outward from its body, merging with the whirlpool below. Linsher's sharp eyes caught on. Is it using Twister to enhance the speed of the whirlpool? The Magikarp began spinning along with the water current, its speed increasing rapidly as a white glow gradually emanated from its body, its energy steadily accumulating. Finally, at a critical moment, it leaped upward with astonishing momentum. Just then, the rain ceased. Midair, the Magikarp bathed in the bright moonlight, its golden scales gleaming brilliantly. As its upward momentum began to slow, a cyan storm burst forth from below, propelling it further upward. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. At the final half meter, the Magikarp tried to push through with all its might, only to find its strength nearly depleted. That last half meter now felt like an insurmountable gap. Still not enough. The battle behind continued fiercely. Machamp and Gyarados were locked in combat with 2 Goldines. Teddiursa was covered in wounds from Seeking's horn attacks, while other Magikarps kept using their bodies to shield it from further harm. As for that human, the Magikarp muttered to itself, he's staying awfully far away. Linsher was equally helpless. What could he possibly do in a Pokemon battle? Staying in the rear to give commands was his job. It's not as if he could jump into the fray himself. The Magikarp opened its eyes, refusing to give up here. It summoned the last ounce of its strength, determined to succeed this time. I said it before, nothing can stop me, not even fate. Normal, water, and dragon-type energies erupted from the Magikarp's body, and its gaze grew resolute. Fly, damn it. In an instant, a torrent of blue and white light surged from its body like a flood breaking through a dam. The glow of its evolution outshone even the brilliance of the moonlight. Below the waterfall, both sides of the battle instinctively ceased fighting, turning their eyes upward in unison. Within the light, the Magikarp's body expanded and elongated rapidly. 3 sharp horns emerged from its head, its dorsal fins unfurled one after another, and dense water vapor enveloped it entirely. When the glow finally faded, a massive red dragon appeared atop the waterfall, roaring thunderously toward the forest below. It finally evolved, Linsher murmured, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. After investing so much time and effort, even going so far as to stage a performance, it had all paid off. Now, there was no need to keep pretending. Linsher turned with a smile. Machamp, use Ice Punch to immobilize the Goldeen. Machamp instantly appeared on the water's surface, its right fist glowing with icy energy as it struck the water hard. The turbulent current froze rapidly, and the female Goldeen instinctively tried to escape the encroaching ice. Bullet Punch, don't let it get away. Machamp flashed in front of the Goldeen, delivering a series of swift punches. The Goldeen retaliated by splitting into several glowing afterimages to confuse its opponent, but this had no effect on Machamp. Its sharp gaze locked onto the real target, and without hesitation, it delivered a powerful punch that slammed the Goldeen onto the icy surface. This was Machamp's unique ability, No Guard. In close combat, both sides' attacks are guaranteed to hit. On the other side, Gyarados unleashed Ice Fang, its chilling breath freezing the water and slowing the Goldeen's movements. It quickly closed in on its opponent, its ferocious visage causing the Goldeen to instinctively shrink back. This was the effect of the move's scary face, significantly reducing the Goldeen's speed. Rare, Gyarados surrounded itself with rushing water and used Waterfall to strike the Goldeen with immense force, sending it flying. In an instant, the battle was over. The newly evolved Gyarados seemed a bit bewildered. It hovered above the water's surface, its massive blue body swaying slightly, with confusion evident in its eyes. The battlefield before it was nothing like what it had anticipated. To Seeking were clearly at a disadvantage. Their fin-like tails slapped the water with diminishing strength, their breathing grew labored, and it seemed only a matter of time before they were defeated. The once evenly matched battle had completely shifted. Meanwhile, Teddiursa was munching on an orange berry in one hand and a citrus berry in the other, replenishing its energy with a relaxed smile on its face. Its fur was a little damp, but its spirits were high, and it looked ready to keep fighting for hours. It was a stark contrast to its earlier, disheveled state. Gyarados shook its massive head, a sense of being toyed with welling up inside. It had thought that after finally achieving evolution, it could step in as the savior and turn the tide of battle. But to its surprise, the fight was already over before it even had the chance to shine. Linsher paid no attention to Gyarados' confusion and instead began examining its stats. Pokemon Gyarados. Level, LV24. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, Moxie. Height, 9 meters. Weight, 300 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, bounce, tackle, thrash, whirlpool, twister, scary face, crunch, waterfall, ice fang, flamethrower, dragon pulse. Pokédex entry, Gyarados, the atrocious Pokemon. The evolved form of Magikarp. It appears during human conflicts, incinerating everything with its fiery breath. Known for its violent nature. Awesome. Lin Shu's eyes lit up as he scanned the moveset. This moveset is incredible. Too bad it hasn't learned Dragon Dance yet, it still needs a bit more refinement. Lin Shu was very satisfied with Gerudo's stats. Its newly learned moves were both practical and powerful, significantly expanding its offensive capabilities. Roar! Gerudo's leapt from the waterfall, its enormous body shimmering blue under the sunlight as it soared toward Lin Shu, letting out a deep growl. Meanwhile, the two Sea King, having lost the fight, lay weakly floating on the water surface. Gerudos, leading a group of Magikarp, surrounded them in layers. It opened its massive jaws, sparks flickering inside, as if ready to unleash a deadly attack at any moment. Hold it! Seeing this, Lin Shu ran over quickly, his shoes splashing against the slippery shore. Gerudos, Sea King, can I have a word with you? Neither Sea King nor Gerudos responded immediately, but Lin Shu noticed the fire in Gerudos' mouth had extinguished. That was a good sign. Encouraged by this silent gesture, Lin Shu spoke quickly. Sea King, you led the Goldeen to attack the Magikarp because they were disrupting you, right? If I'm not mistaken, every autumn is the breeding season for Goldeen and Sea King. Lin Shu's voice echoed across the water. As migratory Pokemon, Goldeen born here returned from all over to spawn. But the Magikarp, in their constant pursuit of evolution by leaping up the waterfall, have greatly disturbed you, not only interrupting your courtship, but also threatening the eggs you've just laid. Lin Shu spoke slowly, having already speculated about the Sea King's motives during the earlier battle. Hearing his words, the two Sea King nodded weakly, confirming his guess. If not for the sake of their families and offspring, they would never have attacked the Magikarp without reason. Lin Shu took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and continued. Conflict isn't the solution, mutual understanding is. Magikarp want to evolve, and Goldeen want to reproduce. It's an unavoidable cycle of life. Instead of causing greater harm, why not work together to find a way to coexist and benefit both sides? As dawn broke, the fresh vitality of the mountain forest filled the air. After a night of negotiations, with Lin Shu acting as mediator, Gerudos and the Sea King had an open discussion. They exchanged their thoughts and eventually reached a basic agreement. The plan was simple. The river was divided into two sections. The Magikarp would stay on the left side, while the Goldeen occupied the right. Both sides agreed to keep their distance and not disturb each other. With this arrangement, the matter was concluded rather hastily. After all, this was not a territorial dispute, and both parties would soon leave the area. The simpler, the better. Lin Shu stood by the riverbank, stretched lazily, and glanced at his packed belongings, ready to head back. The purpose of this trip had been straightforward: to bid farewell to Gerudos and the Goldeen. This journey had been quite fruitful. His Cubchoo had leveled up, learned several new skills, and significantly enhanced its strength. Notably, Lin Shu later examined Cubchoo and discovered that the Moonlight skill did not appear in its skill list. He speculated that Cubchoo might not have fully mastered it yet, or perhaps certain special conditions were required to activate it. In addition, he successfully harvested some Mago berries and pinpointed the location of the berry tree, ensuring he could return to gather more in the future. The most gratifying achievement, however, was Magikarp's evolution. No longer an insignificant fish, it had transformed into his first formidable ally. Eager to head home, Lin Shu was excited to surprise his parents with the news. Just as he was about to leave, the water rippled, and Gerudos and the male Goldeen emerged, gliding across the waves toward him. Their demeanor seemed unusual, making Lin Shu feel a sense of unease. Without saying a word, the two Pokemon each produced an item and handed them to Lin Shu. From Goldeen, he received a blue, droplet-shaped crystal radiating a strong water energy. Lin Shu paused, his eyes flashing with surprise. It was a precious water stone, capable of enhancing the power of water-type moves, exactly what Gerudos needed. Lin Shu smiled and gave Goldeen a grateful look. Then, he turned his attention to the gift from Gerudos. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened in astonishment and delight. It was a transparent, spherical stone, with swirling hues of blue and red inside. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Shu used his appraisal skill to examine it, and the information on the screen left him nearly breathless. It was a Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone. With it, Gerudos could achieve a temporary transformation during battle, gaining immensely enhanced power. However, this Mega Evolution was not permanent. After the battle, Gerudos would revert to its original form. Lin Shu's emotions were a mix of surprise and joy. He had thought Goldeen was already his strongest ally, but now Gerudos revealed an even greater potential. Overcome with excitement, he impulsively said to Gerudos, "Quick, bow to your big brother." However, the moment he spoke, he realized he was getting carried away and quickly stopped himself. Mega Evolution was an extraordinary phenomenon, allowing certain Pokemon to transcend their usual limits and gain temporary, immense strength. From the moment Lin Shu arrived in this world, he had been seeking information about Mega Evolution, but he soon discovered that this process was entirely unknown here. Even other unique techniques, such as Z-moves, Dynamaxing, and terrestrialization, were absent from the knowledge of the general populace. At that moment, Lin Sure was overjoyed, believing he could leverage the information gap to achieve great success. He immediately went online to post content about acquiring rare and unusual stones and began browsing and following major related trading platforms. He eagerly awaited responses to his posts, but all he received was silence. Day after day, the number of successful transactions remained at zero, yielding no results. As time went on, Lin Sure gradually abandoned the idea and even began to doubt his own judgment. Until today, the megastone handed to him by the Garridos completely changed his perspective. Clutching the megastone tightly, Lin Sure felt the subtle energy waves emanating from it, reigniting his passion. Now that I have a megastone, I must find a keystone next, he resolved, determination gleaming in his eyes. Roar! After delivering the megastone, the Garridos let out a deep growl before flipping its massive body and diving into the water, creating a splash. Lin Sure's sharp eyes caught sight of the jagged scar on its tail, and he couldn't help but feel a silent respect. Even this dragon has its own story, he thought. Wild Pokemon were like this only through countless battles could they survive and thrive in the harshness of nature. After bidding farewell to the Garridos and the group of Kingdra, Lin Sure climbed onto his own red Garridos and soared out of the forest. They sped through the air, the scenery of the forest rapidly retreating beneath them, the canopy forming a vast green ocean. Lin Sure couldn't help but marvel at how convenient it was to have a flying Pokemon. He had always worried that Garridos wouldn't be able to learn flying techniques, but now he realized those concerns were entirely unnecessary. While Garridos couldn't fly in the traditional sense, it could perform low-altitude flight by propelling itself with pressurized water vapor. Though this method of flying wasn't as agile as that of other flying-type Pokemon, it was fast enough to meet his daily needs. After flying for some time, Lin Sure finally emerged from the dense forest, and the outline of Baishui, the town, became clearer in the distance. As this was his first time riding a flying Pokemon, Lin Sure was extra cautious, maintaining a slow speed and prioritizing safety above all. Upon reaching the outskirts of Baishui town, Lin Sure had to bring his Garridos down to the ground. Without a flying license, regulations prohibited the use of Pokemon for flight within city limits. Gazing at the familiar sights of the small town, Lin Sure stretched his slightly stiff body after the long flight and smiled with the joy of returning home. Finally, I'm home, he murmured to himself, stepping forward into the town. After days of traveling and living in the wilderness, Lin Sure found himself yearning for the comforts of city life. Right now, all he wanted was to hurry home, grab a few steamed buns from the breakfast shop next door, take a long, hot shower, and then enjoy a restful sleep. I'm home, Mom, Dad, Lin Sure called out as he stepped into the house, his voice a mix of exhaustion and anticipation. Lin Sure, you're back. Su Qiming emerged from one of the rooms, surprise and delight lighting up her face. She quickly walked to the entrance. What are you doing here? Where are my parents? Lin Sure asked as he set down his backpack and skillfully started unpacking his belongings. His fingers still bore the faint scars of his outdoor adventures. Su Qiming raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. Why can't I be here? This is my room too. Uncle went to the office, and Auntie went grocery shopping with Longwei. I figured you'd be back today, she said as she casually sat beside Lin Sure. Her curiosity piqued as she watched him unpack. Since she often stayed at Lin Sure's house when she was younger, Lin Sure's parents had prepared a room specifically for Su Qiming. Although she didn't stay there frequently anymore, the room remained untouched, and she would occasionally return for a few days, claiming it was to maintain their bond. This is what you brought back after a few days? Not bad at all. Su Qiming opened Lin Sure's backpack, revealing the neatly packed items he had collected during his trip. Alongside a few berries and some soft sand, most of the contents were valuable items that could be sold: pearls, mushrooms, and the like. Her eyes lit up as she mentally calculated their worth, estimating the haul to be worth at least 30,000. To gather all this in just 4 or 5 days was impressive. This is nothing, really, Lin Sure said with a dismissive wave of his hand, a sly glint in his eyes. Lowering his voice, he added, come here. I've got something amazing to show you. Curious, Su Qiming followed Lin Sure outside. When the massive red Garridos appeared in the yard, her eyes widened in shock, and she let out an involuntary gasp. The Magikarp evolved? Already? How on earth did that happen? Lin Sure then recounted his adventures over the past few days, skillfully omitting any mention of the interface or the Garridos evolution stone. Su Qiming listened, shaking her head in disbelief, her expression a mix of amazement and incredulity. Wow, your luck is something else. To stumble upon something like this, she tapped her chin thoughtfully. So what's your plan now? Are you staying home for a while? Lin Sure paused to consider before shaking his head. No, there's no need. I don't plan to go back into the wilderness anytime soon. Both Teddiursa and Garridos need rest, and I need time to process everything I've gained from the trip. So, you're saying? Su Qiming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Sure. Just wake me up for school tomorrow. I'm afraid I might oversleep. Lin Shi chuckled helplessly. By city number 3 high school, in class 24 of the senior year, Lin Shi found himself back in familiar surroundings after several days away. The lively chatter in the classroom filled him with a strange sense of nostalgia, as though he had been gone for ages. Whoa! Just as he reached the doorway, Lin Shi bumped into a chubby boy coming from the opposite direction. The boy rubbed his head and looked up, freezing in place the moment he recognized Lin Shi. His eyes widened in shock. Lin Shi, you're back? I heard you were attacked by a Pokemon in the secret realm and were left paralyzed. He eyed Lin Shi up and down, swallowing nervously before asking cautiously, did you recover? Lin Shi's mouth twitched. What kind of nonsense is that? Where did you even hear such a thing? He was speechless. He had only taken a few days off, and yet wild rumors like this had spread. Where are you going? Isn't class about to start? Lin Shi asked, noticing the boy heading out. Oh, right. I need to run an errand real quick, the boy said, slapping his forehead before hurrying off. The chubby boy suddenly realized what was happening, looking anxious as he prepared to leave. Ting Ting is threatening to break up, he muttered under his breath. Lin Shi thought for a moment, frowning slightly. Ting Ting? Never heard of her. Is she your girlfriend? He couldn't help but look at the chubby boy with a hint of surprise. It had only been a few days since the start of senior year, and this guy already had a girlfriend? No. The boy quickly waved his hand. She's breaking up with her boyfriend. And what does that have to do with you? Lin Shi asked, clearly puzzled. The chubby boy patted his round shoulder with pride and explained smugly. I'm going to be her source of comfort, of course. When Ting Ting feels heartbroken from the breakup, she'll need a strong shoulder to lean on. And here I am, ready and available. He leaned closer to Lin Shi, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you think I have a chance? Lin Shi glanced at him, thought for a moment, and confidently replied. Sure, you do. Really? The boy's eyes lit up. Yeah, in a circus, you definitely have a role. The chubby boy's face instantly fell. Seeing his dejected expression, Lin Shi suddenly felt a bit guilty and patted his shoulder in consolation. Actually, these days, girls don't care that much about looks. They're more interested in whether you have a unique talent. But I'm not really good at anything, the boy mumbled, his already small facial features scrunching up in frustration, making him look even more defeated. Don't be so hard on yourself. Trust me, Lin Shi said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nowadays, girls admire strength. Next time you see her, carry your errand on your shoulder to show off your capabilities. She'll definitely see you in a new light. Will that really work? The boy looked doubtful. Lin Shi's suggestion sounded too far-fetched. Of course. You should give it a try, Lin Shi said confidently. All right, the boy nodded, a newfound determination sparking in his small eyes. If it works, I'll make sure to repay you handsomely. Don't mention it, Lin Shi replied with a smile and a casual wave. The chubby boy, Zhou Wanjin, was one of Lin Shi's high school classmates. Although they had been in the same class during their first 2 years, it wasn't until senior year that the two started to grow closer. This was mainly because, after Lin Shi acquired his mysterious system interface, he often ventured into the mountains to search for treasures. Sometimes, he would find rare stones or minerals, and Zhou Wanjin, being knowledgeable about such things due to his family's business, became someone Lin Shi frequently consulted. They had even traded a few items. Over time, their interactions turned into a genuine friendship. Lin Shi's advice to Zhou Wanjin wasn't entirely random. Aaron, a unique Pokemon, sustains itself by eating iron or to build its extremely sturdy body, and it has an enormous appetite. Raising such a Pokemon requires a well-off family, as providing for Aaron's diet isn't cheap. Taking an Aaron out in public is akin to flaunting a luxury car like a Ferrari in Lin Shi's past life. And carrying one on your shoulder? That's like driving the Ferrari with one hand, a clear display of skill and affluence. Of course, if even this couldn't impress the girl, Lin Shi would have to advise Zhou Wanjin to give up. After all, if she wasn't interested in wealth, there wasn't much else Zhou Wanjin could offer. What did you say to Zhou Wanjin? I saw him leave looking all excited, Su Qiming asked, turning around in her seat to look at Lin Shi. The two had arrived together earlier, but Su Qiming had gone to the office to help the teacher retrieve some supplies and missed Lin Shi's conversation with Zhou Wanjin. Just gave him some dating tips, Lin Shi replied casually. Strange as always, Su Qiming gave Lin Shi a skeptical glance, raised an eyebrow, and muttered something under her breath before turning back around. The vibrant energy of youth filled the campus. Outside the classroom, old trees swayed gently in the breeze, and students frolicked on the sports field. Everywhere Lin Shi looked, he was surrounded by memories. Returning to school stirred a sense of nostalgia in him. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The homeroom teacher of class 24 strode into the room with a commanding presence. Lin Shi's homeroom teacher, Zhang Jianjun, was a slightly balding middle-aged man. As one of the school's top educators, he had years of experience teaching senior classes and had guided many students into prestigious universities. His subject? Pokemon battles. In the Shenzhou region, the annual college entrance exam was divided into 2 tracks, the standard academic track and the Pokemon track. The academic track included subjects like Chinese, mathematics, and English, though the difficulty was slightly lower compared to Lin Shu's previous life. On the other hand, the Pokemon track consisted of a single component, a 1v1 Pokemon battle. This test evaluated both the trainer's ability to raise their Pokemon and their skills in battle strategy. The final score was determined by combining these two aspects. Lin Shu is back in class. Zhang Jianjun immediately noticed Lin Shu sitting in the back row. His eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically slapped the lectern, his voice booming as he announced to the class. All right, Lin Shu, who suffered serious injuries in the secret realm and even lost his Pokemon, has still returned to school to study with everyone. This kind of resilience and determination is something we should all learn from. Come on, let's give him a round of applause. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, waves of clapping filling the room. Sitting in his seat, Lin Shu's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, now I know who's been spreading those rumors about me. All right, enough chit-chat, Zhang Jianjun said, his smile fading as he adopted a more serious tone. We'll be having 1v1 Pokemon battles shortly, with opponents drawn randomly. Teacher, is there a reward for winning? A mischievous boy in the back raised his hand and teased. Zhang Jianjun ran his hand over his thinning hair, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. There's no reward for regular practice, but if you manage to win first place in the school-wide battles the week after next, I promise that in addition to the school's reward, I'll personally chip in and add a special prize for the champion. What kind of prize, teacher? The students immediately perked up with curiosity. That's a secret for now, Zhang Jianjun replied with a mysterious smile. Just remember, take every battle seriously. All right, let's start the draw. Zhang Jianjun pulled out a box for drawing lots and began announcing the matchups. Su Qiming versus Han Xiaoqing. Lin Shu versus Zhou Wanjin. At the training field, Zhou Wanjin threw an arm around Lin Shu's shoulder with a cheeky grin. Haha, Lin Shu, looks like it's you and me facing off. Standing at Zhou Wanjin's feet was his starter Pokemon Aaron. This Pokemon had a round body, for short, sturdy legs, and a large, rounded head. Its head, legs, and back were partially covered in steel armor, with a sharp spike protruding from its back, giving it an appearance of incredible toughness. Pokemon Aaron. Level LV18. Status healthy. Gender male. Type steel rock. Ability sturdy. Height 0.5 m. Weight 65.0 kilograms. Held item hard stone. Moves tackle, harden, metal claw, rock tomb, headbutt, stomp. Pokédex entry Aaron, the iron armor Pokemon. It eats iron to build its steel body. Sometimes it ventures out of the mountains to gnaw on bridges or rails, creating trouble for people. Lin Shu had a vivid impression of Aaron. In the games, it was nicknamed the Level 1 God by players. In the game, the combination of its sturdy ability, endeavor move, and sandstorm weather could achieve the remarkable feat of taking down legendary Pokemon despite being at level 1. The core of this strategy lay in Aaron's almost guaranteed second move due to its low level. When attacked, its sturdy ability would trigger, leaving it with 1 HP. Then, using Endeavor, it would reduce the opponent's HP to match its own just 1. With Sandstorm Weather active, unless the opposing Pokemon was immune to Sandstorm, they would faint from the residual damage, while the Steel-type Aaron remained unaffected. The brilliance of this strategy was that it ignored level differences, with Aaron's low level actually being the key to victory. If equipped with a Shell Bell, Aaron could heal back to full HP, reactivating its sturdy ability and creating a loop. This was why Aaron was hailed as the Level 1 God. Of course, the game was one thing, and reality was another. In the real world, the sturdy ability wasn't nearly as overpowered. When there was a significant gap in level or strength, sturdy wasn't always enough to turn the tide. Lin Shu, even though you've taught me so much, I won't hold back. Be careful. Zhou Wanjin's expression was resolute, though there was a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. It was only natural after all. Lin Shu had lost his Arcanine, and the Pokemon he was using now was clearly a newly trained one. Zhou Wanjin, however, was confident that he wouldn't lose. Ah, I understand. Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, letting out a yawn. He hadn't had a proper night's sleep at home for days, and being back in his own bed last night hadn't helped. He didn't sleep well at all. Teddiursa, it's up to you. Pokemon, Teddiursa. Level, 14. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0.7 meters. Weight, 9.0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, low kick, swift, slash, brick break, bulk up. Pokemon analysis, omitted. Teddiursa? Lin Shu, is this the new Pokemon you've captured? It's pretty cute. As Teddiursa appeared, all eyes immediately turned to it. Everyone was curious to see what kind of Pokemon Lin Shu would train after losing his Arcanine. Could something this adorable actually fight? Yeah, it looks like it's about to cry at any moment, whispered some of the classmates. Teddiursa, hearing these comments, immediately bared its teeth and widened its eyes, flexing its arms in a bodybuilding pose to show off its strength. Unfortunately, the display only made it look even more endearing. Wow, it's so cute. I just want to hug it. It must feel so warm. The girls nearby exclaimed, their voices filled with adoration. Many of them were itching to scoop up Teddy Ursa for a cuddle. Why aren't they scared of me? Humans are so strange, Teddy Ursa muttered silently to itself. All right, let's get started. You can make the first move, Lin Sure said calmly to Zhou Wanjin. All right, then I won't hold back. Seeing that Lin Sure's Pokemon was Teddy Ursa, Zhou Wanjin's confidence soared. After all, the rock and steel type combination of his Pokemon could resist normal type moves fourfold. Aaron, use Rock Tomb. Aaron stomped its foot forcefully, and chunks of rock imbued with rock-type energy materialized in the air, hurling toward Teddy Ursa. If hit, not only would Teddy Ursa take damage, but its speed might also be significantly reduced. Teddy Ursa, break through all the rocks. Lin Sure commanded without hesitation. Erg! Teddy Ursa showed no fear. Its right claw gleamed with a sharp, white light as it slashed through the air, shattering each incoming rock with precision. Teddy Ursa, now use Swift. Lin Sure quickly followed up. Aaron, undeterred by Teddy Ursa's attack, charged forward, preparing to meet it heat-in with a headbutt. A flurry of glowing stars shot out, striking Aaron one after another and creating a cloud of smoke upon impact. As the smoke cleared, Aaron emerged, seemingly not too badly hurt. A fourfold resistance is no joke, Zhou Wanjin thought smugly to himself. However, the situation shifted in an instant. Aaron had closed the distance to Teddy Ursa, its body glowing white as it prepared to land its headbutt. Teddy Ursa, use Brick Break. Lin Sure ordered firmly. Teddy Ursa's paws suddenly radiated a dark red fighting-type energy. With a powerful downward strike, it slammed into Aaron's head, sending it flying backward. Aaron crashed to the ground, motionless and unable to continue battling. A fighting-type movie of fourfold weakness for Aaron's steel and rock typing. Battle over. I lost. Zhou Wanjin stood frozen, staring at his defeated Aaron in disbelief. The match had ended far too quickly. That Teddy Ursa knew Brick Break? He muttered to himself, his face pale, struggling to process what had just happened. Clap, clap, clap. As the battle concluded, Zhang Jianjun stepped forward, applauding as he spoke. That was brilliant. Lin Sure, your strategy in this match serves as an excellent example for everyone. First, you used Slash to break the rocks, lulling Zhou Wanjin into a false sense of security, making him think Teddy Ursa only knew normal-type moves. Then, you followed up with Swift to reinforce that impression while chipping away at Aaron's health and breaking its sturdy ability. Finally, when Aaron closed in, you unleashed the hidden fighting-type move for a decisive blow. This is what I've always told you, Pokemon battles aren't about flashy techniques or copying strategies from TV. The key lies in understanding your Pokemon's abilities and seizing the right moment to act. Lin Sure did an excellent job. Even after taking a month off, it seems your training hasn't fallen behind. Everyone should learn from him. Lin Sure chuckled awkwardly, joining in the laughter with Zhang Jianjun and the rest of the class. In truth, he hadn't thought things through that deeply. It's all thanks to your teaching, sir. Over the next few days, Lin Sure diligently attended school. While focusing on studying theoretical knowledge in class, he actively participated in Pokemon battles within his class. He deliberately avoided using his Gyarados, which had already reached level 24, as its overwhelming strength would be an unfair advantage against his classmates' Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, the trainer ranking system is divided into 7 stages: Novice, Professional, Elite, Gym Leader, Elite Four, Champion, and Master. Each stage comes with its unique requirements and privileges. At the Novice level, Pokemon range from level 1 to 19. During this stage, Pokemon grow quickly and can easily grasp basic skills. Anyone who owns at least one Novice-level Pokemon and registers with the League can become a Novice Trainer, gaining access to 3 Pokeballs. The Professional level includes Pokemon between levels 20 and 34. While their growth slows down, their strength increases significantly. To advance to the Professional level, a trainer must raise at least 2 Professional-level Pokemon and pass the League's assessment. Upon success, they are allowed to carry 6 Pokemon. At the Elite level, Pokemon are between levels 35 and 49. By this point, most Pokemon have completed their final evolutions, and their strength improves substantially, though their resource demands also increase. A trainer needs to raise 4 Elite-level Pokemon and pass a test to earn the title of Elite Trainer, which grants them the privilege to capture and own up to 12 Pokemon. Gym Leader-level trainers must have Pokemon between levels 50 and 74. They are considered the backbone of their regions. To qualify, a trainer must own at least 6 Gym Leader-level Pokemon and pass the qualification process. Successful trainers can participate in city ranking matches, and outstanding performers may apply to establish their own gym. Additionally, their capture limit increases to 18 Pokemon. As for Elite 4 level 75, Champion level, and Master level trainers, they are exceedingly rare. These top-tier trainers are highly respected by both the public and the government. They also enjoy special privileges, such as approval for capturing Pokemon upon request to the league. Currently, Linshur is just a novice trainer, but judging by the rapid growth of his Teddiursa, he is likely to advance to the professional level before the college entrance exams. By then, he will be able to capture more Pokemon companions. As he was lost in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps reached him. Linshur, sorry I'm late. Su Qiming ran up to him, slightly out of breath. Today, she looked fresh and stylish, her light makeup accentuating her youthful charm. She wore a plaid jacket paired with a beige scarf, radiating vibrant energy. It's fine, I expected it, Linshur replied softly. Linshur had changed into casual attire, his arms crossed behind his head as he leaned lazily against the wall. They were standing outside the Shenzhou Pokemon Trading Department Store, an enormous Pokemon trading hub officially operated and renowned as the central marketplace for Pokemon resources in the Shenzhou region. Whether it was Pokemon food, training tools, enhancement items, or evolution items, almost anything a Pokemon trainer could need was available here granted they could afford it. Moreover, all products were officially certified, ensuring their quality. It was Sunday, and Linshur had arranged to visit the department store with Su Qiming. He planned to take the opportunity to stock up on resources and items for his Teddiursa and Gyarados training. The two walked into the bustling building side by side, greeted by a scene of vibrancy and activity. The interior was lavishly decorated, with various small Pokemon frolicking happily around their trainers, making the atmosphere lively and dynamic. The department store was packed with an array of shops, including the usual item and food stores, as well as unique establishments like Pokemon-themed restaurants, a clothing boutique catering to Pokemon, an escape room run by ghost-type Pokemon as NPCs, and even a murder mystery experience created with the illusions of psychic-type Pokemon. Linshur couldn't help but reminisce about his early days in this world when he often found himself wandering through this place. Do you have anything specific in mind for today? He asked Su Qiming, glancing around and then turning towards her. Yes, a new Pokemon breeding house just opened here today. Su Qiming replied with a nod. I heard they have some excellent Pokemon available, so I wanted to check it out. Oh, already planning to capture your third Pokemon? Linshur raised an eyebrow in surprise. He knew that Eevee was Su Qiming's second Pokemon, and capturing another would mean she had reached her limit of allowed Pokemon. The sooner I capture one, the sooner I can start training it. It saves a lot of time, Su Qiming said with a hint of determination in her tone. And this time, I want to choose and train the Pokemon myself. Linshur smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. For young people with good family support and ambitious goals, it was indeed wise to start building their Pokemon team early. Although Su Qiming didn't aim to become a top-tier trainer and instead aspired to be a Pokemon archaeologist, having a few strong Pokemon would undoubtedly enhance her safety. Furthermore, selecting a Pokemon she genuinely liked would deepen the bond and understanding between them. Sounds good. Let's hurry then if we're too late. The good ones might be gone, Linshur teased with a chuckle. When they arrived at the entrance of the pet Pokemon breeding house, they could already see a crowd of people outside, eagerly browsing and choosing their desired Pokemon. The shop's Pokemon lived in a large indoor park, where each Pokemon was carefully nurtured from the moment it hatched from its egg. To capture a Pokemon, customers had to pay an entrance fee to enter the park and personally select their target. Once they made their choice, they could pay the required fee to take the Pokemon home. However, even if they didn't find a suitable Pokemon, the entrance fee was non-refundable. After paying the entrance fee, Linshur and Su Qiming entered the Pokemon Park. Although Linshur had no remaining slots to capture another Pokemon, he was still enthusiastic about accompanying Su Qiming. The space inside was far larger than he had anticipated. Pokemon roamed freely within the meticulously designed park, and the vibrant scenery combined with a variety of Pokemon created a dazzling sight. Despite the number of Pokemon, the relatively sparse crowd made the park feel calm and unhurried. Linshur glanced around and commented casually, "There are so many Pokemon here, and they all seem to be well taken care of." His gaze wandered across the park as he added, "It's more than I expected." Yeah, Su Qiming agreed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "But there are fewer people here than I thought. Maybe it's because most people already have their first Pokemon, or perhaps the prices here are pretty high." That could be it, Linshur replied thoughtfully. While the Pokemon here appeared to be of excellent quality, the steep prices likely meant that most visitors were looking for their second or third Pokemon. "Let's take our time looking around and see if we can find the right one," Linshur suggested. Okay, Su Qiming agreed readily. She, too, wanted to explore further before making her final decision. The Shenzhou Elf Trading Department Store, Pet Elf Breeding House. Linshur and Su Qiming strolled through the elf park, their eyes scanning the variety of rare Pokemon around them. A few starter Pokemon were leisurely playing under the care of breeders, attracting a crowd of fascinated onlookers. "See any that catch your eye?" Linshur tilted his head and asked, his peripheral vision already spotting a few Pokemon he thought would suit Su Qiming, though he preferred to let her make the choice. Su Qiming tilted her head thoughtfully, her slender finger tapping her chin as she wrestled with indecision. That Meowstic earlier was pretty cute, and Bulbasaur seems nice too. She turned to Lin Sure, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. What do you think? Lin Sure furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a moment. Well, I think that Nada seems like a good choice. Nadu. Su Chiming raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of doubt about the seemingly unremarkable suggestion. In her mind, the small bird Pokemon didn't seem particularly special. Lin Sure recalled the appraisal data he had seen earlier about the Natu. Pokemon Nadu. Level, LV5. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, psychic, flying. Ability, synchronize. Height, 0.2 meters. Weight, 2.0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, peck, roost, teleport. Pokemon description, Natu, the tiny bird Pokemon. Its underdeveloped wings make it hop instead of fly. It always seems to be staring at something. That Nada seems to have strong psychic powers and might learn teleport in the future, Lin Sure explained, carefully omitting the fact that the Nadu had already mastered teleport. That way, if you ever encounter danger, it can help you escape safely using teleport. Su Chiming blinked in surprise and then nodded thoughtfully, her finger brushing her smooth chin. Sounds good, but you know what? Let's not choose not to. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Sure suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into a quick run. What's going on? Su Chiming stumbled slightly but followed, still bewildered by the sudden urgency. I just spotted a Pokemon that's even better suited for you. Lin Sure's voice was filled with excitement as his eyes darted around the nearby buildings. He finally came to a stop near a Pokemon slide. What kind of Pokemon? Su Chiming stretched her neck curiously, trying to catch a glimpse of what Lin Sure had found. Lowering his voice, Lin Sure pointed toward the slide's opening. Look into the hole. His movements were gentle, as if afraid to startle whatever was inside. Following his instructions, Su Chiming cautiously leaned down to peek into the slide. In the shadowy interior, a Pokemon with a white body was hiding. Most of its face was obscured by green hair, divided by two flat red horns. The small Pokemon peeked out with one eye, but upon noticing the two humans staring directly at it, it quickly shrank back into the shadows, startled. Ralts, Su Chiming whispered in amazement, her voice so soft it was barely audible, as if afraid to scare the timid Pokemon. The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Without needing words, they both understood what the other was thinking. They couldn't pass up this opportunity. It was decided they would capture Ralts. Su Chiming crouched by the slide's opening, her voice as gentle as if she were coaxing a shy child. Come on, little Ralts, don't be afraid. Come out. Her tone was warm and soothing, filled with kindness. At first, Ralts was hesitant and clearly nervous. However, having been raised in captivity, it was highly attuned to human emotions. It could sense the affection and goodwill in Su Chiming's tone. Its tiny antennae trembled slightly, as if trying to read the emotional waves around it. Su Chiming was stunningly beautiful, a fact that made the hesitant Ralts finally muster up the courage to cautiously emerge from its hiding spot and slowly approach her. Lin Sure seized the chance to take a closer look at the Pokemon. The essential stats of the Ralts were clearly displayed on his Pokédex. Level, LV5. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, telepathy. Height, 0.3 meters. Weight, 6.0 kilograms. Moves, growl, disarming voice, confusion. The Pokédex described Ralts as the feeling Pokemon, naturally gifted with the ability to sense human emotions and empathize with its trainer's mood swings. Its final evolution, Gardevoir, was affectionately dubbed Wife by many players, a perfect combination of beauty and strength. Lin Sure had always dreamed of capturing one, especially considering its future ability to learn teleport, a skill useful for both offense and retreat. By now, the Ralts had established a basic level of trust with Su Chiming, obediently allowing her to gently stroke its head. When Lin Sure crouched down to approach, the Ralts instinctively hid in Su Chiming's arms, but quickly sensed Lin Sure's genuine kindness and affection. Cautiously, it peeked out and permitted him to come closer. Lin Sure's handsome appearance seemed to ease its tension further. Let's take it to the staff, Lin Sure suggested, worried that such an adorable creature might get snatched by someone else. Su Chiming nodded in agreement and carefully picked up the Ralts. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden voice interrupted them. Wait a second. A slightly chubby boy appeared before them, wearing an outfit of expensive designer brands. He looked about the same age as them. At his feet was a sleek, black Pokemon with red markings Salandit staring at them with a predatory gaze. It was the only Pokemon Lin Sure had seen allowed inside the breeding center, likely because some aggressive Pokemon required battles to establish a bond with their trainers. Can I help you? Lin Sure asked, visibly puzzled. That Ralts you're holding I saw it first. It should be mine, the boy declared, pointing at the Ralts in Su Chiming's arms with an air of entitlement. Lin Sure couldn't help but chuckle. Buddy, we're literally holding it in our arms, and now you say it's yours? Why don't you wait until we evolve it into a Gardevoir before making your claim? Let's go. But the boy wasn't backing down. He quickly stepped in front of them, his Salandit following suit and adopting a threatening stance. I said stop. Are you deaf? Hand over that Ralts. Lin Sher's expression gradually turned cold. Do you even know who I am? The boy asked arrogantly. I'm not your dad, so I'm not responsible for naming you. Lin Sher replied coolly, eliciting a stifled laugh from Su Qiming. The exchange caused quite a commotion, especially with the boy's sharp tone frightening many nearby Pokemon into hiding. Other customers began to glance over, and a female staff member in uniform hurried over upon hearing the noise. Do you need any assistance? Yihan's gaze fell on the fire lizard man Lin Sher was pointing at. Calmly, Lin Sher spoke up. This man seems to be lost, and is asking around if anyone recognizes him. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. A few minutes later, Yihan managed to piece together the situation. She sighed helplessly, feeling a bit frustrated once again, a dispute caused by competition over a Pokemon. Such incidents were not uncommon in Pokemon breeding houses across the country. After a brief pause, she said, Sir, since this lady has already selected this Ralts, according to our regulations, she has priority. Before she could finish, Liao Hui, the fire lizard man, impatiently interrupted her with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I know what you're going to say. As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet and casually opened it. Isn't it just about money? How much for this Ralts? I'll pay double. His tone was dismissive, as if money could solve anything. Hearing the name, Lin Sher frowned slightly, noticing that Yihan's expression seemed to change momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. She clenched her teeth and insisted, Mr. Liao, this isn't about money. However, Liao Hui didn't seem interested in her explanation. He laughed and spoke more forcefully. This Ralts hasn't been sold yet, right? That means you're waiting for money. Aren't you running this shop to make more profit? Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's bid for it. Highest bidder takes the Pokemon. A flicker of concern crossed Lin Sher's face. Although this fire lizard man seemed a bit dim-witted, judging by his attire, he was likely wealthy. If the shop agreed to his proposal, even if they managed to take Ralts in the end, it would probably come at a hefty price. He glanced around and noticed a growing crowd of customers gathering. To prevent the situation from becoming even more awkward, he suddenly raised his voice. I've always heard that the Pokemon breeding house is known not only for raising excellent Pokemon, but also for its strong principles, earning the trust and love of the community. Even though we're facing this issue today, I believe the shop will give us a satisfactory resolution. Lin Sher's voice was filled with confidence and trust, and the surrounding customers nodded in agreement. It was clear that most ordinary people did not want to see their beloved Pokemon taken away in such a manner. Gradually, murmurs of discussion began to spread through the crowd. Yihan listened silently, sighing again as a sense of helplessness grew within her. She knew that with so many people gathered, the situation couldn't be dragged out any further. Clenching her teeth, she looked steadily at Liao Hui and said, Mr. Liao, I'm sorry, but here at the Pokemon breeding house, we adhere to honest business practices. Since this Ralts has already been chosen by Miss Su, according to our rules, we cannot take it back. She paused, her tone softening but remaining firm. Actually, we have many other excellent Pokemon available for you to choose from. You're welcome to take a look, and if you're interested, we can even offer you some discounts. Hearing this, Liao Hui's expression darkened as if he had swallowed something bitter. He had assumed that flashing enough money would solve everything, but now he was met with outright rejection. He sneered, glanced at the Salandit at his feet, and spoke harshly, Fine, I'll remember this. Consider yourselves lucky today, but we'll see about next time. With that, Liao Hui turned to leave. However, the Salandit suddenly refused to move. It remained sprawled on the ground like a small hill, completely still. Salandit, get up. Liao Hui barked angrily, kicking its back with his foot. But no matter how much he yelled, the Salandit stayed motionless. It seemed utterly indifferent, so quiet that one might wonder if it even heard him. The crowd began whispering among themselves. Liao Hui felt his dignity crumbling in an instant. He could hear the low murmurs from all directions. As he realized he had become the center of ridicule, his face grew darker and darker, as though he had been dealt a harsh slap. Liao Hui overheard someone calling him a useless failure, who couldn't even control his own Pokemon, and rage surged through him. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. His face twisted with anger as he raised his foot and kicked the back of the Nightfire Salamander with all his strength. I am your master. You must obey me. Get up, he roared. Hiss. The Nightfire Salamander was completely provoked by the kick, its eyes instantly turning blood red. With a flick of its tail, it sent Liao Hui flying through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, his head hitting the surface with such force that he immediately lost consciousness. The enraged Nightfire Salamander opened its mouth and unleashed several streams of purple venom in all directions, attacking wildly. Wherever the venom landed, the ground sizzled and corroded, releasing a noxious gas into the air. The onlookers screamed in panic and scattered, fearing the venom might hit them. Even the small Pokemon that had been living peacefully nearby fled in terror, leaving the area in utter chaos. The Nightfire salamander rampaged through the breeding park, leaving other Pokemon trembling in fear wherever it went. Suddenly, it froze, its nostrils flaring as it caught a scent in the air. Without hesitation, it bolted toward a building marked with a large, no entry sign. Stop it quickly! Yihan shouted, his face pale with alarm. What's in there? Su Qiming asked urgently, clutching a frightened Ralts in her arms. Yihan gritted his teeth and replied, Pokemon eggs. By now, the Nightfire salamander had reached the door of the incubation room. It licked its lips, drool dripping to the ground. Just as it prepared to break through the door, a bluish-purple dragon-shaped energy wave struck from behind. The Nightfire salamander turned swiftly, its body igniting in flames as it countered with a burst of fire. The flames collided with the dragon pulse, neutralizing some of the attack's power, but the remaining force still sent it flying backward. Flamethrower. Linsher recognized the move immediately. The injured Nightfire salamander grew even more frenzied, launching a barrage of purple acid bombs in retaliation. Gyarados, finish this quickly with Dragon Surge. Linsher commanded, determined to end the battle before it drew further attention. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados surrounded itself with a swirling vortex of blue-green energy, perfectly shielding itself from the incoming venom. This technique was a combination move it had mastered while leaping waterfalls as a Magikarp. The vortex suddenly shifted direction, surging toward the Nightfire salamander. Despite its desperate attempt to counter with flames, the Dragon Surge's overwhelming power engulfed it. Trapped within the whirlpool, the Nightfire salamander was relentlessly battered by the raging water. Gyarados waterfall climb. Linsher called out. The Crimson Gyarados charged forward, surrounded by a torrent of water, delivering a final, devastating blow that slammed the Nightfire salamander to the ground. It lay there, defeated, unable to rise again. One-hit KO, Linsher exclaimed, clearly impressed, as he swiftly recalled his Gyarados. Only after the battle ended did Yihan arrive at the scene with the security team in tow. Later, in the VIP lounge of the Pokemon breeding house, Yihan warmly hosted Linsher and Su Qiming, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I can't thank the two of you enough for what you've done today. Yihan frowned and said, if it weren't for the two of you stepping in to help, I can't imagine how much damage this incident would have caused. As for Liao Hui, we won't let him off easily. She paused, her brows furrowing even deeper. But why did that Nightfire salamander end up like that? Before Linsher could respond, Su Qiming spoke up first. It's because the trainer's level isn't high enough. Her gaze was focused intently on Yihan. Miss Yi, you may not have noticed, but the size of that Nightfire salamander and the magma-like patterns flowing on its body clearly indicate that it wasn't a newly hatched Pokemon. Conservatively speaking, it's at least a professional-level creature, which means it's above level 20, possibly even reaching level 30. Linsher nodded in agreement. He had already assessed the Nightfire salamander earlier and confirmed it was indeed level 30, a full 6 levels higher than the Gyarados. Considering Liao Hu's age, he was just a high school senior, and school had only been in session for less than 3 months. It was impossible for someone like him to raise such a high-level creature in such a short period of time. So, Su Qiming continued her analysis. It's highly likely that this Nightfire salamander was something he directly captured. He probably took advantage of someone else's Pokemon weakening it in battle and then seized the chance to capture it. Behavior like this naturally wouldn't earn the Pokemon's loyalty. She sighed lightly. In fact, this isn't uncommon. Every year, there are always a few people who think they're invincible and believe that as long as they act tough, the Pokemon will submit and obey. They forcibly capture high-level creatures. Of course, such actions usually end up as cautionary tales or case studies. After hearing the explanation, Yihan nodded with sudden understanding. It seems this incident was caused by Liao Hui forcing a Nightfire salamander that doesn't acknowledge him. I get it now. We're just students, not the police, Linsher quickly reminded. Everything we just said is just speculation. Let's wait for the investigation results before jumping to conclusions. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Yihan smiled and nodded, then changed the subject. Now, let's talk about compensating and rewarding the two of you. Linsher raised an eyebrow, finally intrigued by the topic at hand. Yihan nodded gently and reached out to stroke the soft fur of the Ralts in her arms, a tender smile appearing on her face. This time, it's all thanks to you. You stopped the Salandit in time and saved the breeding house from further losses. As a token of our gratitude, we've decided to give this Ralts to Miss Su for free so she can train it. Free? Linsher and Su Qiming exchanged surprised glances. Ralts, a Pokemon even more valuable than the starter Pokemon, being given away for free was hard to believe. That's right, Yihan confirmed with a nod. I've personally watched this Ralts grow, and I can tell it really likes you. I hope you both take good care of it. There was a faint trace of reluctance in her gaze. Su Qiming's face lit up with joy as she quickly responded, don't worry, we'll take great care of it. Her tone was firm yet warm. Additionally, Mr. Lin, hey race a VIP card. I hope you don't mind accepting it, Yihan said as she handed Linsher a card. With this card, you can enjoy VIP benefits at any pet Pokemon breeding house or store nationwide, including a 20% discount on all items. Linsher accepted the card without much reaction. He didn't mind this kind of reward. As the sun set, its golden rays bathed the city, reflecting off the glass facades of towering buildings and giving the entire skyline a radiant glow. Linsher and Su Qiming stepped out of the department store, joining the bustling crowd on the streets. The warm air carried the remnants of late summer. As soon as they left the breeding house, Su Qiming eagerly took out a pokeball and gently placed Ralts inside. Ralts didn't resist at all. In fact, it seemed to cooperate willingly, as if it was already fond of its new trainer. The two then visited several stores. Linsher sold some resources he had collected in the wild earlier, earning nearly 40,000 yuan. After that, he purchased food and energy cubes for Gyarados and Teddiursa. He even went out of his way to pick a black belt item for Teddiursa. The black belt is a tool that enhances the power of fighting-type moves, which was perfect since Teddiursa could learn several such moves. Linsher felt the black belt would be more suitable for it than a silk scarf. As for Gyarados, the mystic water given to him by Seeking was just the right item for it. All in all, it had been a productive day for both of them, especially for Su Qiming, who successfully acquired the rare Ralts. By evening, in the courtyard of Linsher's home, Teddiursa was undergoing intense training. Its claws gleamed like polished metal, hard as steel, and each slash against the wooden stakes produced a crisp, sharp sound. Metal claw, Linsher murmured, observing the move. This technique, known for its sharp metallic strikes, was a powerful offensive skill. The upcoming high school senior Pokemon battle tournament was just around the corner, and Linsher was preparing diligently for it. He had decided to rely solely on Teddiursa for this competition, making it crucial to diversify Teddiursa's skill set. After all, normal-type Pokemon weren't considered particularly strong or versatile, and many viewed them as lacking competitive potential. Linsher had once shared that sentiment, but he knew that with determination and strategy, even inherent weaknesses could be overcome. Resisted by rock and steel types, immune to ghost types, and lacking a single type advantage, its resistances are average at best. Aside from its immunity to ghost, it takes normal damage from other types and is doubly weak to fighting. To help Cubchoo go further in competitions, expanding its offensive options and improving its coverage is absolutely crucial. Linsher frowned as he contemplated Cubchoo's strategic weaknesses. Glancing at the time on his phone, he decided to wrap up today's training session. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, where Cubchoo stood in the center of the training field, panting heavily. Cubchoo, Gyarados, let's head out. Linsher retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his pocket. With a flash of red light, he recalled his Pokemon into their balls. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he turned and left for home. The city streets were bustling with traffic, car horns sounding incessantly. Linsher weaved through the lively crowds. This time, his day out wasn't for a wilderness adventure, but to visit his aunt, the same aunt who had gifted him his beloved Growlithe. Though his Gyarados possessed extraordinary talent for Dragon-type moves, and even naturally learned Dragon Pulse after evolving, it struggled to master the coveted Dragon Dance. Fortunately, Linsher's aunt owned an Altaria adept at Dragon Dance. This visit, while ostensibly to see family, was actually a quest to find a free skill mentor for his Gyarados. Shurer is here. Before the doorbell's chime had even faded, a cheerful female voice called out from inside. Long time no see. Did you miss your auntie? Linsher's aunt, Rin Yuyao, stood at the doorway with a radiant smile. Her healthy, sun-kissed complexion was a testament to her years of outdoor work. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, with a lively and outgoing personality. Of course I did, Linsher replied with a smile, stepping inside with her. But Auntie is Baishur City's crime-fighting star. You're always so busy it's not that easy to catch you. Such a sweet talker. Rin Yuyao chuckled, clearly pleased. Arf. Arf. As soon as they stepped into the entryway, a large, orange, tiger-striped dog bounded out excitedly, jumping around Linsher. Long time no see, Arcanine. Linsher crouched down to stroke the fluffy Pokemon's aunt's first partner. Watching Arcanine wag its tail enthusiastically, Linsher couldn't help but drift into thought, his mind wandering to his own Growlithe, now deep in a secret realm. Don't worry. Rin Yuyao, ever perceptive, gently reassured him. Your little Growlithe is one of the most outstanding Pokemon I've ever seen. It'll be just fine. Linsher nodded with a smile. Huh? Are we expecting guests? As they moved further into the living room, Linsher noticed a young woman standing in the corner, intently studying the wall adorned with photos of Rin Yuyao's proudest achievements. Oh no, I was so excited to see you that I completely forgot about Ning Ning in the other room. Rin Yuyao clapped her hands together in realization. Come here, sure, let me introduce you. This is Qiu Ning, the daughter of my best friend. She's a top student at Northern University, very impressive. Ning Ning, this is my nephew, Linsher. He's in his final year of high school. Hello, the young woman said, turning to Linsher with a warm smile. Her gentle demeanor and graceful presence gave off the air of someone well-read and refined. Hi, Lin Shi responded, giving a small wave. Northern University was one of the 6 prestigious schools in the Shenzhou region, alongside Kyoto University, Jiangnan University, Modi University, Central University, and the Shenzhou National Defense Technology University. While the 6 were nominally equals, Kyoto University was widely regarded as the top institution, followed closely by Modi University. Northern University, though ranked last among the 6, was still an elite school far beyond the reach of ordinary students. Sure, you're just in time. Ning Ning and I were about to have a battle, Ren Yuyao said. A battle? That's right, Xiao Ning confirmed with a nod. Her previously serene expression suddenly lit up with an intense fighting spirit. It's been ages since I last battled Aunt Yuyao. Now that I have the chance to visit and she's on a break, I can't pass this up. The sudden shift in her demeanor, from composed and ladylike to fiercely competitive, caught Lin Shi by surprise. Don't let her calm appearance fool you, Ren Yuyao said with a wry smile, sipping her tea as she explained to Lin Shi. She's a passionate Pokemon battler. Back before she went to university, she used to pester me for battles all the time. When are you battling? Lin Shi asked eagerly. He was curious to see what Pokemon this Northern University prodigy would use and what strategies she might employ. Can I watch? Of course, the 2 women replied in unison. Their battle was set at the Pokemon training field not far from Ren Yuya's house. The spacious battlefield was impeccably clean, and the spectator seats were neatly arranged around it. It was an unknown duel, and both trainers released their Pokemon simultaneously with perfect coordination. Ren Yuya's choice was an elegant Espurr, exuding the poise of a refined British lady. Its pristine white fur was complemented by a blue scarf and a fluffy collar. Lin Shi was all too familiar with this Pokemona level 33 Espurr, equipped with a bent spoon, capable of using 14 different moves, ranging from Scratch and Confusion to Light Screen. Its competitive nature, combined with the capricious temperament typical of a female, often led to unexpected outcomes in battle. On the other hand, Xiaoning's Pokemon made Lin Shi's eyes light Upit was a sleek leopard. Its purple fur was adorned with unique hollow yellow triangular patterns, and its scythe-like tail exuded both grace and sharpness. This level 31 male leopard wore black glasses and possessed the prankster ability, mastering 12 moves, including Scratch and Fake Out. An Espurr versus a leopard? Lin Shi muttered, sitting in the spectator seats with his Teddy Urso watching beside him. A cat fight, this should be fun. He analyzed the matchup in his mind. From a type perspective, the Dark-type leopard had a significant advantage over the Psychic-type Espurr, not only countering it, but also being completely immune to psychic moves. Coupled with its move set and ability, Lin Shi thought to himself, pretty solid. Good thing it hasn't learned Toxic. The battle commenced in an instant. Both trainers issued the command for Fake Out simultaneously. The 2 Pokemon struck each other almost at the same time, but neither inflicted significant damage. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Ning ordered Leopard to use Taunt. Black waves of dark energy radiated from Leopard and enveloped Espurr in an instant. Under the effect of Taunt, Espurr's eyes turned red with rage, forcing it into a state where it could only use offensive moves. Leopard's ability to execute the move so swiftly was thanks to its prankster ability. The mischievous Heartland sure considered this one of the most threatening characteristics. It allowed abilities to change and activate faster, though not with absolute priority in battles, but it significantly accelerated the speed of skill execution. This was precisely why Lin Shi had earlier shown dissatisfaction with Cool Leopard's skill set. A skill with a priority-changing effect could leave opponents completely helpless. Ning Ning is pretty impressive, Ren Yuyao praised calmly, her expression unshaken as if entirely unaffected. Psycat, use enchanting voice. Ren Yuyao commanded. Psycat suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a crisp melody as pink energy formed into sound waves, rushing toward Cool Leopard. Instinctively, Cool Leopard leapt to dodge, but the song carried a peculiar gravitational pull, curving midair and heading straight for it. Cool Leopard, Dark Pulse. Xiao Ning ordered decisively. Cool Leopard quickly opened its mouth, gathering dark energy into waves of black pulses that collided fiercely with the pink sound. A deafening explosion erupted, and smoke began to spread. Cool Leopard landed gracefully and steadily on the ground. Cool Leopard, follow up with Thunderwave. Determination flashed in Xiao Ning's eyes as she directed the next move. Psycat, protect. Ren Yuyao responded without hesitation. A faint green shield materialized in front of Psycat, silently blocking the Thunder Wave. Seeing her attack easily neutralized, Xiao Ning didn't show frustration, but instead revealed a confident smile. Exactly what I was waiting for. Cool Leopard, do it again. Xiao Ning called out. Do it again. This command made Cool Leopard immediately repeat its last move. Utilizing the mischievous heart effect, the skill would activate instantly after the opponent's move. At that moment, Cool Leopard's Dark Pulse was unleashed once more with a priority advantage. Dark Pulse. Xiao Ning's voice was resolute. However, this time, it didn't go as planned. Magical leaves intercepted the dark pulse with incredible speed, and Psycat's enchanting song followed directly. The pink energy mercilessly struck Cool Leopard, sending it flying. The fairy-type enchanting voice proved overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Cool Leopard severely injured. Cool Leopard. Xiao Ning's eyes widened as she saw Cool Leopard thrown back. Despite its battered state, Cool Leopard stubbornly remained standing. A glimmer of hope appeared in Xiao Ning's eyes as she commanded, "Good, use Thunder Wave again." Once more, Cool Leopard's body sparked, and Thunder Waves surged toward Psycat. Psycat, enchanting voice. Rin Yuyo's commanding voice rang out with unwavering authority. Meow Psycat opened its mouth, releasing a sound wave that shook the surroundings. The powerful fairy-type energy burst forth from within, forcibly neutralizing the thunder wave. The pink energy, shimmering brilliantly, then struck Cool Leopard directly. In that instant, an explosion sent shockwaves and dust spiraling outward. The outcome was clear. Lin Shi shook his head and remarked, "That wasn't just any enchanting voice, it was the immensely powerful, alluring voice." Against a fairy-type move, Cool Leopard stood no chance of continuing the fight. As the dust gradually settled, Cool Leopard lay on the ground, unable to battle any longer, not even managing to use Protect in time. Xiao Ning silently retrieved Cool Leopard's pokeball, watching as Lin Shi and Rin Yuyao approached. Letting out a bitter laugh, she admitted, "I lost Aunt Yao is as merciless as ever." After the battle ended, the three of them returned to Rin Yuyao's home together. Lin Shi glanced curiously at Xiao Ning, his brows slightly furrowed. "Why is Ningjia back now?" Xiao Ning's lips curved into a slight smile, and she chuckled softly. "It's because of some matters, but the details are inconvenient to share." Her vague response didn't prompt further questions from Lin Shi, who simply nodded. The three chatted idly for a while longer before Lin Shi finally brought up the main reason for his visit, turning his gaze to Rin Yuyao. "Auntie, can you lend me the Qishi Bluebird? I want to check if its development is normal." Today, Baishan City's number 3 senior high school was particularly lively. The campus buzzed with excitement as the first 1v1 Pokemon battle for the senior students officially commenced. The school had prepared generous rewards for top performers' basic boost feathers. These rare items came in 6 types: Health Feather, Muscle Feather, Defense Feather, Mind Feather, Spirit Feather, and Swift Feather, corresponding to increases in Pokemon's HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed-based stats, respectively. Although a single feather's effect was weaker than a citrus berry, these base stat-enhancing items were quite valuable and hard to come by. For these rewards, Lin Shi was determined to give it his all with his Teddy Ursa. "Teddy Ursa, do you have the confidence to?" Lin Shi began, but before he could finish, he noticed the lack of a familiar Ursa in response. He turned to see the little Pokemon sitting on the chair, staring intently at his phone screen. On the screen was information about Ursaringa Pokemon Lin Shi had researched for Teddy Ursa's future training. "What's up?" Lin Shi asked. Teddy Ursa looked up, its big, watery eyes shifting between the phone and Lin Shi, revealing a mix of emotions. Lin Shi smiled knowingly and gently patted the soft fur on Teddy Ursa's head. "You think it looks cool, huh? Don't worry, you'll evolve one day and be just as cool." "Ursa," Teddy Ursa murmured softly, its voice so faint that Lin Shi couldn't quite catch it. Soon, the battle roster was announced. The rules were straightforward, a knockout tournament format, with the ultimate winner crowned champion. After the school leader's long-winded opening speech finally concluded, the battles officially began. Lin Shi's first opponent was using a Meowth that seemed young and inexperienced. As expected, the opponent couldn't break through Teddy Ursa's defenses and was quickly defeated by a clean brick break. Lin Shi advanced to the second round with ease. The competition progressed smoothly, and before long, it was the second day. Lin Shi had fought his way into the top 16. From this point onward, the difficulty of the battles noticeably increased. In the match to determine the top 8, Lin Shi faced a boy from Class 23, who used a Mankey. It's worth noting that Class 23 and Lin Shi's Class 24 were recognized as the top classes in the school. Together, they accounted for 70 of the school's students admitted to prestigious universities each year. The remaining 30 came from regular classes and 6 liberal arts classes that didn't participate in Pokemon battles. The boy from Class 23 stood confidently on the opposite side of the battlefield. His self-assured expression well-founded fighting-type Mankey had a natural advantage over Lin Shi's normal-type Teddy Ursa. Mankey, use Focus Energy. Teddy Ursa, use Bulk Up. Both trainers started with stat-boosting moves. Focus Energy increased Mankey's critical hit rate, effectively raising its chances of landing a powerful blow. Mankey, use Low Kick. The boy quickly issued an attack command. The agile and nimble Mankey moved with incredible speed. After a quick sprint, it leapt high into the air, its feet glowing with the distinctive energy of a fighting-type move, launching a fierce attack toward Teddy Ursa. Under Lin Shi's command, Teddy Ursa stood its ground and countered with a well-executed brick break. The moment the two forces collided, Mankey was immediately sent flying. flipping several times midair before barely landing on its feet. This was no surprise thanks to the boost from its black belt and the effects of bulk up. Teddy Ursa's attack power had reached a whole new level. Realizing it couldn't win in a direct confrontation, Mankey quickly burrowed underground, attempting to confuse its opponent with the dig move. Ignore it, Teddy Ursa. Use bulk up again. Ursa. Teddy Ursa struck a bodybuilding pose, with dark red energy swirling around its body, further enhancing its attack and defense. Seeing this, the opponent's expression changed drastically, realizing the battle was slipping out of their control. Mankey suddenly emerged from the ground in a surprise attack, landing a punch on Teddy Ursa. However, the strengthened Teddy Ursa didn't budge an inch. It simply patted the spot where it was hit, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Teddy Ursa, in this battle with Brick Break. Teddy Ursa launched itself forward with explosive power, instantly closing the distance to the unsteady Mankey. With a swift and decisive motion, it struck down. A dull thud echoed, and Mankey collapsed to the ground, signaling the end of the match. "Well done. I'll add extra honey for you later," Lin Sure said gently as he crouched down to check on Teddy Ursa. Teddy Ursa, delighted, licked its paw, its eyes forming crescent moons in joy. The subsequent matches went smoothly. Teddy Ursa secured another victory, advancing to the semifinals. Class 24 had two students in the top four, Lin Sure and Su Qiming, who relied on the strength of her syndicate. The semifinal matchups were set. Lin Sure from Class 24 would face Jiang Yu from Class 19, while Gao Xingyang from Class 23 would go up against Su Qiming from Class 24. Lin Shure's opponent, a lean and composed boy, sent out a blue clauncher with a massive claw. Lin Sure scanned it with the Pokédex. Clauncher, level 18, healthy male. Its ability was Mega Launcher, and it knew 6 moves, including Water Gun and Vice Grip. Clauncher's most notable trait was its ability to ignite gases within its right claw, firing powerful water streams like bullets. As the battle began, Teddy Ursa prepared to use bulk up, but Clauncher immediately interrupted with a water gun, dousing its efforts. Teddy Ursa, however, had anticipated this move and swiftly used fury swipes to create a protective barrier in front of itself, easily deflecting the attack. Though its bulk up was interrupted, Lin Sure wasn't surprised. Had been training Teddy Ursa to use bulk up mid-battle, but it was still a work in progress. Seizing the opportunity, Clauncher gathered water in its massive claw, amplifying it with the Mega Launcher ability to unleash a powerful water pulse. The attack struck Teddy Ursa directly, sending dust and debris flying into the air. "Got it. Well done." Jiang Yu excitedly pumped his fist in the air, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. However, as the smoke gradually cleared, his expression darkened, and his gaze instinctively locked onto the ground where the baby bear had vanished. He had thought that his strike had effortlessly taken down the opponent, but the reality was far from it. The baby bear's figure had disappeared, leaving behind only a massive hole in the ground, as if a part of the world had suddenly been swallowed up. Digging? Could that be its skill? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows tightly. As expected, this baby bear is no ordinary opponent, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Lin Sure, one of the top 4 contenders, was silently drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Yu knew a bit about him, recognizing him as a calm and tactically sharp adversary. "Claw Shrimp, watch your footing," Jiang Yu shouted in warning. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the baby bear had already surged out of the ground, using the Earth's power to launch itself upward and strike at Claw Shrimp with a powerful punch. In that instant, Claw Shrimp reacted swiftly, its water jet propulsion system blasting out a strong stream of water that propelled it off the ground and into the air like a rocket. As expected, a classic airborne strategy, Lin Sure murmured with a faint smirk. Suddenly, Lin Sure's gaze sharpened. He commanded the baby bear, "Use Yawn." This skill had long been forgotten in the pool of abilities, but now was the perfect moment to deploy it. Yawn required precise timing, and the present opportunity was simply too ideal to pass up. Just as Claw Shrimp ascended into the air, struggling to stabilize its landing posture, it was hit by the baby bear's yawn. Instantly, its eyelids grew heavy, and it let out a drowsy yawn. The entire shrimp seemed fatigued, barely managing to descend back to the ground while wobbling unsteadily. Jiang Yu's heart sank. If Claw Shrimp succumbed to the yawn's effect, it would soon fall asleep, leaving Lin Sure with an easy victory. He grew increasingly anxious. "Claw Shrimp, use cold shower immediately." Upon hearing the command, Claw Shrimp promptly sprayed a burst of cold water onto its face, shaking itself off. It regained some clarity, its movements becoming steadier. "Still, we need to finish this quickly," Jiang Yu muttered through gritted teeth. Lin Sure was slightly surprised. He had expected his opponent to fall into a dire situation, but Claw Shrimp's quick recovery left him impressed with Jiang Yu's commanding skills. No wonder he's one of the top 4. "Claw Shrimp, use Water Pulse. Attack continuously," Jiang Yu ordered. Claw Shrimp gathered its water energy, its large pincers sweeping forward as multiple water bullets shot out like projectiles, filling the air. The baby bear remained composed. It faced the barrage of water pulse attacks with agility, evading swiftly and occasionally using its slash skill to deflect the streams. Its movements were lightning fast, showing no fear of the incoming water bullets. Jiang Yu's face was tense with worry. He gritted his teeth and urged, Claw Shrimp, faster. Let's see how long it can keep dodging. At Jiang Yu's command, Claw Shrimp's water energy surged explosively, increasing the frequency and power of its water pulse attacks. Each water bullet now struck with incredible speed, raining down like a relentless storm of cannon fire. Yet the baby bear remained unfazed. It spun and twisted gracefully, resembling a nimble dancer as it effortlessly avoided every water bullet. Baby bear, use dig. Lin Shi calmly instructed. He knew that a direct confrontation with Claw Shrimp was futile. The only viable strategy was to wait for the lingering effects of yawn to take hold. Once Claw Shrimp succumbed to drowsiness, victory would be within reach. So, you're going for that move after all. Jiang Yu allowed himself a faint smile, as though he had anticipated Lin Shi's decision. Claw Shrimp, use water jet. Take to the skies again. Jiang Yu commanded without hesitation. Claw Shrimp once again propelled itself into the air using its water jets, landing precisely above the hole that the baby bear had just dug. Without a moment's delay, it extended its pincer and unleashed a powerful stream of water straight into the hole. Lin Shi's brow furrowed slightly. It was clear to him that Jiang Yu's move was a calculated attempt to force a heat-in battle between Claw Shrimp and the baby bear. All right then, a head-to-head battle it is. My cub will never back down. With a sudden leap from the dirt, the cub charged toward its opponent. Swinging its right paw with immense energy, it lunged at the clawitzer. Water pulse now. Jiang Yu commanded urgently as waves of water surged forward, spreading rapidly and nearly covering the entire battlefield. However, the cub showed no fear. Its eyes were filled with determination as it struck down with brick break, instantly splitting the water in two. The waves shattered like fragile paper, dissipating into the air. In the blink of an eye, the cub was already in front of Clawitzer, its momentum carrying it forward as it swung brick break again. Clawitzer reacted swiftly, extending its massive claw to catch the cub's attack. The two entered a fierce struggle, their raw strength clashing. But it quickly became clear that Clawitzer was outmatched. The cub's strength far exceeded its own. This is exactly what I was waiting for, Jiang Yu said with a confident smirk, his eyes gleaming with assurance. Clawitzer, hold it there and use water pulse. At his command, water energy began swirling within Clawitzer's claw, the blue glow of the water-type attack intensifying. The tension in the air grew palpable. Too bad for you, this match is mine, Jiang Yu declared, his grin widening. With the cub trapped at such close range, a direct hit from water pulse would surely inflict massive damage. He was brimming with confidence, fully convinced of his victory. Is that so? Lin Shi responded with a calm smile, his voice steady. Have you been raising shrimp for too long? Then, his tone shifted, becoming resolute. My cub isn't just a Clawitzer, it still has another paw. Now cub, use slash. Lin Shi commanded sharply. The cub responded instantly, summoning a massive white claw with its left paw. The claw tore through the air with incredible force, while its right paw, caught in Clawitzer's grip, paused momentarily. Without hesitation, the sharp claw struck Clawitzer squarely on the head. Boom! The impact was deafening. Clawitzer collapsed instantly, rendered unable to continue the fight. The water pulse it had been charging dissipated into nothingness. Jiang Yu stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene for what felt like an eternity before snapping out of it. I lost, he murmured with a bitter smile, recalling Clawitzer and turning to Lin Shi. You're really strong. I admit defeat. You should know that you're my toughest opponent, Lin Shi replied, nodding slightly. His gaze remained composed, though deep down he understood that defeating Jiang Yu had given him a significant chance at claiming first place. Both Su Qiming and Gao Xingyan's Pokemon were fire types, which were at a disadvantage against Clawitzer's water type. Their chances of overturning the battle were slim. You're too kind. You're strong as well, Lin Shi said with a faint smile, acknowledging Jiang Yu's excellent strategy and his exceptional training of Clawitzer. Thanks. Best of luck in tomorrow's finals, Jiang Yu said sincerely, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. As the sun set, the campus exuded a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Students walked home in small groups, their cheerful laughter echoing in the twilight, savoring the fleeting moments of their youth. In the classroom of Class 24, Lin Shi placed a cup of milk tea on Su Qiming's desk. What's this? The great Miss Su lost and is feeling down, he teased gently. Su Qiming snapped out of her thoughts, rolling her eyes at him before picking up the milk tea. I don't care about winning or losing, she said with a light laugh, her relaxed demeanor showing she wasn't bothered by her earlier defeat. Lin Shi chuckled softly. Still, tomorrow's battle won't be easy. That guy from Class 23 is pretty strong, and his Pokemon's type counters my cub's normal type. His tone shifted, becoming more casual. But, before he could finish, Su Qiming interrupted, her eyes glinting with a sharp wit. You better win tomorrow. I want to see that arrogant guy eat his words. Her voice carried a hint of frustration, clearly recalling how Gao Xingyang had taunted her after his victory. She was still visibly annoyed. Lin Shi smiled knowingly. All right, I'll do my best, he promised firmly. Beside him, the cub raised its tiny fists, striking a pose like a confident little boxer. Roar! The cub's small eyes sparkled with determination, as if it was already prepared to take on the next challenge. A gentle breeze brushed through the air as the morning melody played softly. The first rays of the rising sun cast a warm glow over the dappled shadows of the trees on the school's sports field. The final showdown was set to take place indoors at the gymnasium, where a professional Pokemon battle stage had been meticulously prepared. The bleachers on both sides were packed with excited students, eagerly awaiting the impending clash of champions. On the observation platform, the dean sat upright, engaged in conversation with an elderly yet spirited man. Principal, I didn't expect you to attend, the dean remarked, slightly surprised. The elder Zhang Jingyin, the principal of Third High School, had his eyes fixed on the two competitors on the stage. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Haha, how could I miss such an important match? So, how are this year's students shaping up? The dean stroked his beard confidently. Quite impressive. Compared to previous years, this batch of students is outstanding, especially the top two elite classes. Many of them started with one of the three starter Pokemon. For example, there's Gao Xingyang from class 23 and Su Qiming from class 24. What about that boy named Lin Shi? Zhang Jingyin interrupted, gesturing towards the focused young man on the stage. Lin Shi? I've seen him battle. His command skills are commendable, and he's trained his Teddiursa very well. However, I heard it's not his original starter Pokemon. Zhang Jingyin simply nodded without elaborating further, but his gaze remained fixed on the boy. On the battlefield, Lin Shi and his opponent, Gao Xingyang, had completed their preparations and taken their positions on the battle stage. Gao Xingyang toyed with the pokeball in his hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Lin Shi, do you realize I have you to thank for my victory today? Gao Xingyang taunted, his tone dripping with provocation. Thanks to you for taking care of the troublesome Jiangyu, and then bringing a Teddiursa that's at a disadvantage. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. After a brief pause, he sighed and replied, Dude, are we battling or not? If not, I might as well head home and take in the laundry. Take in the laundry? Gao Xingyang blinked, momentarily confused. Oh, never mind. You've already made me lose interest, Lin Shi quipped, spreading his hands in mock resignation as he casually toyed with his own pokeball. You fine. You'll regret this, Gao Xingyang retorted with a sharp laugh, hurling his pokeball into the air. Go, Monferno. A flash of bright red light revealed an orange-yellow, monkey-like Pokemon standing at the center of the battlefield. Its long tail flickered with a vibrant flame, and its eyes gleamed with the thrill of battle. Pokemon, Monferno. Level, 19. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, fire, fighting. Ability, blaze. Height, 0.9 meters. Weight, 22.0 kilograms. Held item, charcoal. Moves, scratch, ember, taunt, focus energy, flame wheel, double kick, mock punch, dig, fire punch. Lin Shi's Pokemon analysis system quickly displayed Monferno's details, a playful Pokemon and the evolved form of Chimchar. It's adept at controlling the intensity of its tail flame and fights skillfully within its preferred range. Monferno was one of the starter Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. In Lin Shi's mind, he recalled the iconic Monferno owned by Ash in the anime, a Pokemon renowned for its powerful blaze ability. It was one of his personal favorites. A fire and fighting type Monferno does have an advantage over a normal type Teddiursa. No wonder he's so confident, Lin Shi thought. But if I were to bring out a Gyarados with its water and flying type combination, how would he handle that? The mischievous idea flitted through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Lin Shi knew well that, considering the time and effort he had invested in training Teddiursa, and from a strategic standpoint, his confidence in his partner was unwavering. Teddiursa, it's all up to you, Lin Shi declared as he threw his Pokeball, releasing his trusted partner onto the battlefield. The battle begins now, the referee announced loudly. Teddiursa, use bulk up, Lin Shi commanded, taking the initiative. Don't give it a chance. Monferno, use mock punch. Gao Xingyang countered immediately, aiming to press the attack without giving his opponent any breathing room. The moment the little bear Pokemon struck a pose, the blazing Infernape's mock punch came down like lightning, its flurry of blows landing squarely on the little bear. Yet with a calm, ugh, the little bear didn't budge, holding its pose firmly. The strength of the fighting type surged within it, instantly boosting its offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering even Infernape's heavy punches almost ineffective. Little bear, use slash to counter. Lin Shi commanded decisively. Fists and claws collided, and the arena echoed with the rapid sound of impacts. Despite the type disadvantage, the little bear, now empowered by its bodybuilding move, began to dominate the close-quarters combat. Gao Xingyang sensed trouble and thought to himself, this won't do. That little bear is too strong in close combat. Seeing Infernape beginning to show signs of fatigue, he quickly ordered a retreat to widen the distance. After one final exchange of blows, both Pokemon leapt back, maintaining a wary distance. By now, Infernape was battered and bruised, baring its teeth in pain, while the little bear remained energetic and unshaken, as if untouched. This was the result of Lin Shu's rigorous nighttime training. Though the little bear hadn't mastered the moonlight skill, its self-healing and resilience had been significantly enhanced. Infernape, use Ember, Gao Xingyang commanded. Infernape took a deep breath and unleashed a series of fireballs in rapid succession. Little bear, dig to dodge, Lin Shu called out. The little bear swiftly burrowed underground, evading the attack. Digging, huh? Infernape, follow it underground, Gao Xingyang ordered. The two Pokemon clashed fiercely beneath the surface, causing the ground to tremble. When they burst out above ground simultaneously, their fists and claws met once more. Infernape, flame wheel, Gao Xingyang shouted. Infernape turned into a blazing wheel of fire, charging toward its opponent. The little bear spread its arms wide, managing to halt the fiery assault with sheer force. Use Fire Punch directly, Gao Xingyang yelled. Infernape's fist ignited with flames, aimed straight at the little bear's face. Protect, Lin Shu countered just in time. A green barrier appeared, perfectly blocking the fiery punch. This unexpected defensive move left Gao Xingyang stunned, and even Zhang Jingyin on the podium couldn't help but praise the skill. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu gave the next order, Little Bear, slash. With a powerful strike, the little bear sent Infernape flying. In a critical moment, Infernape's blaze ability activated, causing the flames on its tail to surge dramatically. Infernape, Fire Punch. Gao Xingyang made one last desperate attempt. Lin Shu smirked slightly. Little Bear, Aerial Ace. The little bear displayed incredible agility, dodging the fire punch with ease, and using the flying type move to deliver a devastating blow from behind. As the dust settled, Infernape lay motionless on the ground, defeated. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers. This hard-earned victory was the culmination of countless hours of effort from Lin Shu and the little bear. The decisive aerial ace, in particular, was thanks to the guidance of his aunt's Altaria. You're amazing, little bear, Lin Shu said affectionately, scooping up his beloved Pokemon and gently ruffling its head. Teacher, is there something you forgot to mention? After the match, Lin Shu stood before the head teacher, listening intently to his passionate and stirring speech. When the speech concluded, Lin Shu held the prize in both hands, a total of 12 basic enhancement feathers, 2 of each type, his joy evident on his face. This wasn't just his personal honor. Every student who made it to the top 16 received similar rewards, differentiated only by the number of feathers. Other students with lower rankings were given different items or cash prizes distributed as scholarships, but these were limited to the top-ranking students. Back in the classroom, Lin Shu immediately noticed his homeroom teacher, Zhang Jianjun, sitting leisurely at the teacher's desk, completely engrossed in his phone. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Shu cautiously approached, his eyes unconsciously drifting toward the screen of Zhang Jianjun's phone. Zhang Jianjun was enthusiastically chatting in the homeroom teachers group. Old Xiao, I watched the match. That student Gao Xingyang from your class is really impressive, and that Monferno is superbly trained. He quickly followed up with another message. Not sure if everyone caught the match. I have the video here, feel free to check it out. He then uploaded a snapshot of Lin Shu receiving an award from the principal, with Zhang Jianjun standing proudly beside him, beaming with a radiant smile. Oops, sent the wrong thing, my bad. Zhang Jianjun added in the group chat. Seeing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but mumble under his breath. Teacher, are you sure it's a good idea to attract so much attention? Huh? Lin Shu, when did you get here? What did you just say? Zhang Jianjun finally noticed Lin Shu standing beside him, quickly putting away his smile and slipping his phone into his pocket. I was just saying. Teacher, do you have something to discuss with me? Lin Shu replied, subtly rubbing his index and middle fingers together as if signaling something. Zhang Jianjun caught the hint and smirked slightly. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person to go back on my word. Here you go. With that, Zhang Jianjun pulled out an item resembling a disc from his bag. Lin Shu instantly recognized it, not an ordinary disc, but a skill learning machine. A skill learning machine? I can't possibly accept this. Lin Shu feigned hesitation. If you don't want it, I'll just keep it, Zhang Jianjun said, pretending to take it back. Ahem. Thank you, teacher, for your generosity. Lin Shu quickly reached out and grabbed the ochre-colored skill machine, afraid that his teacher might change his mind. Teacher, what skill is in it? He asked eagerly. Hearing this, Zhang Jianjun grinned smugly and slowly uttered 2 words, earthquake. Earthquake. Lin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected a more common skill like strength or rock smash, but it turned out to be the powerful ground-type move earthquake. Even though it was a single-use skill machine, Lin Shu estimated its value to be at least 100,000 yuan, and it wasn't something easily found on the market. Use it wisely. I went through a lot of trouble to get this, Zhang Jianjun said, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. Don't worry, teacher, I understand. This time, The top scorer in the college entrance exams will definitely come from our class, Lin Shi promised earnestly. Good. Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, this kid's got potential and knows how to show appreciation. Lin Shi was already strategizing in his mind. Teddy Ursa's level is still too low to learn Earthquake effectively. It would make more sense for Gyarados to learn it first. Later, Gyarados can teach Teddy Ursa. With Teddy Ursa's innate talent, it should be able to master it quickly. As for the enhancement feathers I won, I'll use all of them on Teddy Ursa. Concentrating resources is the best way to see results, and after all, it's the reward it worked so hard to earn. After a few days of rest, Sunday arrived once again. Lin Shi had taken a leave of absence during this time, and as the temporary top student in the school, no one raised any objections. After all, even if his position at the top was only temporary, it was still worth granting him special treatment. Over the past few days, Lin Shi has focused his energy primarily on Gyarados. He allowed Cubchoo to take a break to recover from the fatigue of consecutive battles, even though the energetic little fellow didn't seem tired at all. Due to Gyarados' massive size, Lin Shi had to spend a significant amount of money frequently traveling to professional Pokemon training facilities. The intense training sessions during this period have paid off, as Gyarados has successfully mastered the Earthquake move, significantly enhancing its overall strength. Gyarados data, level 26, male, water-flying dual-type, Moxie ability. Size, height 9 m, weight 300 kilograms. Held item, Mystic Water. Moves, Thrash, Whirlpool, Twister, Crunch, Waterfall, Ice Foam, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Brine, Dragon Dance, Protect, Earthquake. Although Cubchoo hasn't undergone additional training recently, its frequent battles have rapidly increased its level to 17. Just 3 more levels, and it will break through the beginner stage and advance to a professional level. Cubchoo data, level 17, male, normal type, pickup ability. Size, height 0.8 m, weight 12.0 kilograms. Held item, Black Belt. Moves, Scratch, Lick, Yawn, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Swift, Slash, Brick Break, Bulk Up, Metal Claw, Dig, Protect, Aerial Ace. It's worth mentioning that Gyarados' leveling speed is even faster than Cubchoo's, mainly because it's in the energy digestion phase following its evolution. This abnormal growth rate will soon stabilize. Today, Lin Shi decided to forego rest. He remembered that the berries on the lychee tree should be ripe by now, and if he didn't hurry to harvest them, they'd likely end up benefiting that Onix again. Thinking of the culprit responsible for separating him from his Arcanine, Lin Shi glanced at the imposing Gyarados beside him, flexed his wrists, and resolved to teach that Onix a proper lesson. As he stepped into Baishui Forest, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tree canopy, casting a bright and vibrant glow on the lush greenery. Wildflowers bloomed across the grass, and dense bushes surrounded towering trees, forming natural barriers. To save time, Lin Shi decided to ride Gyarados, flying low above the ground. I really need to set aside time to get certified, Lin Shi muttered to himself, realizing how inconvenient it was to operate without a license. Thanks to his familiarity with the terrain, Lin Shi quickly guided Gyarados to the vicinity of the lychee tree. From a distance, he spotted the Onix lying motionless on the ground. Could it be dead? A mischievous thought crossed Lin Shi's mind. Hey, Onix, what's with the sorry state? It's only been a few days, Lin Shi called out boldly this time, following behind Gyarados without any tricks. Roar. Upon seeing Lin Shi, the Onix immediately straightened up and roared in an attempt to intimidate. However, its feeble demeanor made it clear that it was bluffing. When Lin Shi showed no signs of retreating, the Onix began channeling rock-type energy, summoning boulders to hurl at them. Boom. Before Lin Shi could give a command, Gyarados shattered the rocks with a Dragon Pulse. Come on, Onix, don't you remember me? Lin Shi tried to communicate, but the Onix had already entered a frenzied state, its eyes glowing red as it launched continuous attacks. Seriously, why won't you listen? Lin Shi sighed and shook his head. Gyarados, use Waterfall to cool it down. Ruhar. Gyarados let out a deafening roar, summoning a surge of water around its body before crashing into the Onix with immense force. The quadruple damage from the Water-type move, combined with the Onix's already weakened state, rendered it unable to battle in a single blow. The Onix recoiled in fear, finally calming down. See, if you just cooperated earlier, things would have been so much easier, Lin Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Don't move. I said, don't move. In the depths of the Whitewater Forest, beside a Zaliguo tree, Lin Shi was carefully examining the body of an Onix. His gaze lingered on the stone-like section near the tail, a glimmer of certainty flashing in his eyes. I'm going to dig a hole here in a moment, okay? Lin Shi said, gesturing to indicate the spot. The Onix opened its mouth as if to roar, but after catching sight of the intimidating Gyarados nearby, it begrudgingly shut its mouth. Never mind, I wasn't really asking for your opinion. Gyarados, calm it down completely, Lin Shi commanded with a wave. With a loud thud and a cloud of dust, the Onix collapsed onto the ground. Lin Sure picked up a stick and marked an X on the onyx's body. Turning to the Teddy Ursa at his side, he said, "Teddy Ursa, dig here." Gently. Ursa. Teddy Ursa nodded in response, carefully extending its sharp claws to begin digging into the onyx's body. As fragments of stone flew, an unexpected discovery made Lin Sure's eyes widen in surprise. Inside the hollow, curled up, was a greenish creature. It resembled both a snake and an insect, with dragon-like horns protruding from its head. What shocked Lin Sure even more was that, as a transmigrator, he couldn't recognize this Pokemon. A hidden variant? Lin Sure quickly activated his identification ability. Pokemon, Sareworm, part of Appledrake. Level. Status, abnormal. Gender, male. Type, grass, dragon. Ability, height, 1.8 meters. Weight, 10.0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves. The identification revealed it to be part of an Appledrake Pokemon, specifically a segment called Sareworm. Typically, 7 Sareworms would live inside an apple made of honey, led by the central Sareworm. Lin Sure suddenly understood. So this is the worm from an Appledrake apple. He frowned in thought. Appledrakes were incredibly rare in this region, and finding a wild one was virtually impossible. Yet here was a lone Sareworm, an occurrence even stranger than seeing a single Diglett wandering without its trio. As he observed the weakened Sareworm, Lin Sure decided to help. This Sareworm had survived inside the onyx for over a month, a remarkable feat given the harsh conditions. Lin Sure muttered as he rummaged through his backpack. Ordinary energy cubes and food were clearly unsuitable for this unique patient. Wait a second. His hands froze mid-search. Lin Sure held a bottle of liquid in her hand. It was the sweet honey that the little bear loved the most. She shook the bottle to catch the bear's attention. Little bear, as the old saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Would you be willing to share a bit of this with that poor little snake? Before she could finish her sentence, the bear waved its paw, signaling her to stop talking. Lin Sure chuckled, gave it a thumbs up, and twisted the cap open. She scooped out a spoonful, and the sweet aroma of honey filled the air. Carefully, she brought the spoon close to the little snake's mouth and slowly tilted it. The honey dripped down in a smooth, steady stream, as if performed by a master oil pourer. The snake began to respond, its tongue flicking out to lick the honey at the edge of its mouth. Seeing this, Lin Sure smiled with relief and tilted the spoon further, letting more honey flow down. The snake's movements grew stronger until it finally opened its eyes and began devouring the honey with gusto. Without realizing it, Lin Sure had poured out nearly half the bottle. The snake eventually stopped, lying motionless on the ground, its belly visibly swollen as it digested the feast. Lin Sure also made sure to feed the little bear a few spoonfuls of honey before sealing the bottle and putting it away. Just then, a low groan came from the giant onyx as it slowly regained consciousness. It felt a newfound lightness in its body, as though its strength had returned. Confused, it glanced around, wondering what the human who saved it had done. "Hey, you're awake?" Lin Sure said with a smile, looking at the onyx. "Look, it's a boy," she remarked casually. The onyx flinched at her words, instantly recalling the mysterious realm it had been chased through long ago. A wave of unease washed over it, but the human in front of it seemed to harbor no hostility. "Now that you're awake, let's have a little chat," Lin Sure said, waving her hand. A red Gyarados appeared beside her. The onyx shuddered at the sight of the Gyarados, knowing all too well how vulnerable it was to its 4 times weakness. Lin Sure chuckled softly and continued. "First, remember how you chased me into that mysterious realm back then? My poor Arcanine almost got stranded because of you. As the one at fault, you owe me some compensation. Second," she pointed to the little snake resting nearby. "This came from inside your body. You can probably sense the changes in yourself now. Not only did I heal you, but I also saved your life. So," she paused for a moment. "Those berries are mine." The onyx let out a low growl, clearly not entirely agreeing with her demands. But when it caught sight of the sharp gaze of the Gyarados, it fell silent. It understood that, with its current condition, it had no choice but to hand over the berries to Lin Sure. Lin Sure smiled lightly. "Fine, you're better now. The world is vast, and you can go anywhere you want. If the berries mean that much to you, you can have them. But," she drew out the word, "I'm a kind person. I wouldn't mind sharing a few berries with you." Hearing this, the onyx's eyes lit up, and it quickly lifted its head, a glimmer of hope shining in its gaze. "There's still a chance." It was almost desperate to know. Lin Sure smiled faintly and added, "But you must guard these berries well. Don't let other Pokemon eat them." "How about that?" The onyx nodded furiously, tears welling up in its eyes. Its voice trembled with emotion as it replied, "Yes. I'll protect these berries with all my might." "Deal," Lin Sure said with satisfaction, taking out 3 ripe citrus berries. She tossed one to the onyx and fed the other 2 to the Gyarados and the little bear. These berries had to be consumed quickly after being picked. As they quickly ate the berries, Lin Sure turned her attention back to the little snake. By now, its condition had improved significantly. Its breathing was steady, and it seemed to have regained some strength. Slowly, It opened its eyes, looking around in confusion before its gaze landed on Lin Shi. Hey, you're awake, Lin Shi greeted softly. The little snake stared at her for a moment before slowly crawling toward her. It still seemed to be adjusting after its long slumber and appeared a bit shy without the cover of its apple-like shell. Finally, it reached Lin Shi, stood upright, and let out a low hissing sound, as if trying to communicate something to her. Lin Shi, however, looked completely puzzled, unable to understand what it was saying. Helplessly, she nudged the onyx beside her. You're both snakes. Translate for me, will you? After some effort, and with the patient translation help from the little bear and the onyx, Lin Shi roughly understood what the snake-like creature meant. It was mainly asking Lin Shi to help it find its true form, the honey serpent. Lin Shi glanced at the sky and noticed it wasn't too late. He wasn't in a hurry to return and was quite curious about why the honey serpent had appeared here. After some thought, he decided to agree. After all, with the search panel at hand, he wouldn't be wandering aimlessly in the forest like a headless fly. Bidding farewell to the onyx, Lin Shi entered the deeper parts of the dense forest with the snake-like creature. He turned to it and asked, "Can you sense the general direction of the honey serpent? Having a direction would save us a lot of trouble." The snake-like creature moved slowly, straightened its body, and lightly swayed as it searched the air around it. After a moment, it shook its head helplessly, seemingly unable to sense the honey serpent, likely because it was too far away. Lin Shi rested his chin on his hand, frowning slightly. He pulled out a map, circled an area on it, and then opened the panel to input the name honey serpent for a search. Detection failed. This result didn't surprise Lin Shi, as he had anticipated it. However, a failed detection didn't mean giving up. Lin Shi wasn't in a rush. With a plan forming in his mind, he began considering how to divide the search area. While the method was somewhat clumsy, the flying speed of his Gyarados could compensate for the distance, making it feasible. The search range is still too small, Lin Shi sighed. If it were larger, the efficiency would be much better. He patted Gyarados on the dorsal fin and placed the snake-like creature into his backpack. Let's go. Gyarados let out a low growl, leaped into the air, and shot high-pressure water vapor from its back, propelling itself like a jet into the sky, swiftly carrying Lin Shi over the forest canopy. As the sun set and the sky darkened, the shadows of the trees stretched long. Lin Shi had spent the entire afternoon conducting a thorough search of the central to southern areas of the Whitewater Forest. However, apart from a few ordinary apples, there was no sign of the honey serpent. With the sun nearing the horizon, Lin Shi decided to call it a day and head back. After all, he hadn't planned to stay overnight in the forest. Snake-like creature, it's getting dark. In planning to head back, Lin Shi said softly. The snake-like creature didn't respond, but instead coiled tightly around Lin Shi's arm. After spending the afternoon together, it seemed to sense that this person might truly help it find its other kind. Besides, being alone in this forest full of creatures, it likely wouldn't survive the night. Seeing the creature's reaction, Lin Shi smiled warmly, feeling a touch of affection. The little one had clearly placed its trust in him. Gyarados, let's head back. Roar. Gyarados let out another long cry, flapping its wings as it dived downward, swiftly carrying Lin Shi home. By the time they returned home, night had fully fallen. After a day of searching, everyone seemed a bit exhausted. Lin Shi prepared food for Gyarados, the little bear, and the snake-like creature, while his mother had thoughtfully saved dinner for him. Lin Shi's parents, who had just returned from an evening walk, caught a sweet apple-like scent in the air. Did the boy buy apples? They exchanged a glance, and Lin Shi's father chuckled. Bought apples? It's been ages since we've had any. Mom, Dad, you're back? Lin Shi emerged from the kitchen after washing his hands, carrying some food. You bought apples? His father asked, puzzled. Apples? Lin Shi paused, then smiled. He picked up the curled-up snake-like creature nearby and laughed. You must be talking about the scent it's giving off. In the afternoon, Lin Shi noticed that Shechongchong emitted a fragrant apple-like scent that was surprisingly persistent. What kind of spirit is this? I've never seen one like it before, Lin's father asked curiously, tapping his finger lightly on the table as he observed the well-behaved Shechongchong coiled in Lin Shi's hand. Is this a new spirit you've captured? Not yet, Lin Shi replied, shaking his head. He then briefly explained to his parents about Shechongchong's search for the honey-gathering serpent. Lin's parents supported his decision, though his mother held his hand and reminded him, stay safe. The next day, Lin Shi didn't return to Baishui Forest to continue helping Shechongchong search for the honey-gathering serpent. Instead, he received a message from Zhou Wanjin, the chubby boy, saying he needed to talk and wanted to treat him to a meal. Lin Shi didn't decline. After all, given Zhou Wanjin's family's business, maintaining a good relationship with him could only be beneficial. By late afternoon, Lin Shi arrived at a private room in a luxurious restaurant. The crystal chandelier overhead glimmered softly, and the plush carpet was so thick it felt like his feet could sink into it. As expected of the young master of one of Baishui City's top companies, having a family fortune really does make life extravagant, he thought to himself. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Shi saw Zhou Wanjin sitting up straight next to a middle-aged man. The man bore some resemblance to Zhou Wanjin but was slimmer, with a sharper, more businesslike demeanor and a shrewd look in his eyes. Doesn't seem like this is just an ordinary meal, Lin Shi murmured to himself. Initially, he thought Zhou Wanjin might be expressing gratitude for some successful romantic advice he'd given. But since he was already here, it wouldn't be polite to turn around and leave. Hey Wanjin, who's this? Lin Shi asked with a smile. Lin Shi, this is my second uncle. Zhou Wanjin quickly stood up to greet him upon his arrival. After some hesitation, he added, actually, my second uncle is the one who wanted to meet you. Me? Lin Shi studied the middle-aged man carefully, confirming he had never met him before. There's no need to feel uneasy, Lin Shi. I apologize for the sudden intrusion today and ask for your understanding. Zhou Wanjin's second uncle said with a warm smile, standing up and extending his hand for a handshake. You're too kind, uncle, Lin Shi replied, smiling as he shook the man's hand. The three of them then took their seats, and the waitstaff began serving dishes. One by one, the exquisitely plated courses were placed on the table. I've heard Wanjin mention your name many times, Lin Shi. Top student at number 3 high school, a rising young talent. Zhou Wanjin's second uncle avoided revealing the reason for their meeting, instead engaging in casual conversation while discreetly observing Lin Shi's reactions. Business people are always so calculating, Lin Shi thought to himself. However, he didn't press the issue. Instead, he chatted while eating, maintaining such an easy rapport that one might have thought he was Zhou Wanjin's nephew instead. After several courses of food and a few rounds of drinks, although Lin Shi refrained from drinking, the other two had consumed quite a bit. Zhou Wanjin's second uncle's face had already turned slightly red. Lin Shi, to be honest, we have a favor to ask of you, Zhou Qizhe said directly, dropping the pretense when he saw how composed Lin Shi remained. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of issue could a major company like theirs be unable to resolve, requiring the help of a mere high school student? You're overestimating me, Uncle Zhou, Lin Shi replied modestly, waving his hand as if flattered. Without a word, Zhou Qizhe reached under the table and brought out a briefcase. Lin Shi had noticed this case as soon as he entered the room, and it seemed the matter at hand was related to it. When the briefcase was opened, it revealed a reddish-brown stone about the size of a palm, faintly glimmering under the light. You recognize this, don't you, Lin Shi? Zhou Qizhe asked. Looking at the stone, Lin Shi immediately recognized it. This was a mineral he had sold to Zhou Qizhe previously. What does this mean? A return, he wondered silently. Of course I recognize it. I sold it to Wanjin. He said he wanted to keep it as a collectible. Zhou Qizhe nodded. That's correct. But in fact, this stone is a newly discovered type of mineral. As you know, the Zhou family built its fortune on developing mineral resources, and this new mineral is of great importance to us. Hearing this, Lin Shi understood why they had sought him out, though it only deepened his confusion. So, you're asking me where I found this stone? I recall mentioning when I sold it to Wanjin that I discovered it in an abandoned mine, Lin Shi said, recounting the origin of the mineral. There wasn't much to it. Back when he had just gained access to a special panel and was testing its search functionality, he avoided the dangerous Baishui forest and instead chose the abandoned mine, where he had heard rumors of valuable minerals being found. However, his haul was meager overall, and he had sold most of it to Zhou Wanjin. This particular stone, he remembered, had been a reward from a battle with a wild sand shrew. We did hear that from Wanjin as well. But despite sending numerous people to investigate, we found nothing, Zhou Qizhe sighed, his expression troubled as he tapped the table lightly with his fingers. This stone of yours is the only one of its kind we've ever seen. The only one, Lin Shi repeated in surprise. Zhou Qizhe nodded solemnly. Yes. Then what exactly does second uncle want from me? Lin Shi asked softly, his fingers gently tracing the rim of his teacup. His brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. Zhou Qizhe seemed to have anticipated Lin Shi's reaction. He smiled faintly and spoke in a calm tone. Here's the thing, Lin. You're the only one who has ever discovered the brownstone mine. Wanjin has mentioned you numerous times, praising your exceptional talent in resource exploration, particularly with minerals. In fact, he has purchased quite a few rare minerals from you before. It's clear he trusts you a lot. That's why I would like to invite you to join our company's exploration team to help us locate more brownstone mines. Me? Lin Shi's face was filled with astonishment as he pointed to himself, clearly finding it hard to believe. Second uncle, you've got too much faith in me. If even professional exploration teams couldn't find it, how could I possibly? He waved his hand slightly, his refusal evident. That's all right. Zhou Qizhe smiled gently, shaking his head before continuing. Regardless of whether you find anything, we'll still offer you a generous reward. Besides, I heard you once asked Wanjin for a favor. I can make the decision if you agree to join our team. Our Jindoduo company will ensure that your request is fulfilled. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. Oh, that's quite an enticing offer. He paused for a moment, lost in thought. But let me think it over first. Standing nearby, Zhou Wanjin broke into a sweat upon hearing Lin Shi's response. He mouthed the word agree repeatedly, but Lin Sure paid him no attention. In fact, Lin Sure knew that agreeing to this wouldn't pose much risk to him. After all, he wasn't obligated to actually discover the mine, just participating in the exploration team would suffice. Moreover, the reward was extraordinarily tempting, nearly impossible to refuse. Yet precisely because of this, a sense of unease stirred within him. Though he often appeared cautious sometimes, even called overly paranoid this time, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In that case, I hope you'll give it some serious thought. You're welcome to join us anytime, Zhou Qizhe said steadily, his tone remaining polite and patient. He showed no sign of displeasure. After all, given his status and position, personally coming to invite Lin Sure was already a significant gesture. To others, Lin Sure's hesitation might even seem ungrateful. Wanjin, let's go. Zhou Qizhe stood up, his tone still composed and unhurried. Zhou Wanjin quickly followed suit, his expression a mix of urgency and helplessness as he cast Lin Sure an anxious glance. This second uncle certainly carried an air of authority. Aside from a few opening remarks to Lin Sure, Zhou Wanjin had remained silent throughout, not daring to utter a single word. Zhou Qizhe donned his coat and prepared to leave. Lin, we'll be waiting for your call. Take care, Lin Sure replied with a slight nod, watching the two men depart. As the restaurant returned to silence, Lin Sure sat for a moment longer before standing up to leave. The dinner meeting hadn't felt rushed, but by the time it ended, night had fully descended. Stepping out of the restaurant, he was greeted by the vibrant glow of streetlights and neon signs, with cars streaming endlessly through the bustling city streets. Despite the lively surroundings, Lin Sure's mood was far from light. The conversation from earlier lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had overlooked some crucial detail. Just then, a faint hissing sound emerged from his backpack. Huh? You've been in there this whole time. Lin Sure suddenly realized that in his rush to leave, he had forgotten to take the snake-like creature out of his bag. Thankfully, after a night of rest, it seemed to have better control over its scent. Otherwise, he would have been stuck dealing with that fruity aroma all day. He let out a helpless chuckle and unzipped the bag slightly. The creature slithered out, emitting soft hisses as if trying to communicate. Someone's been following me. Lin Sure froze momentarily, his eyes narrowing with a hint of wariness. And they've been trailing me for quite some time, haven't they? Lin Sure roughly understood what the snake-like creature was trying to convey. With its keen sense of smell, Lin Sure trusted that it couldn't possibly be mistaken. Am I being watched? The Zhou family? Being followed right after dinner, Lin Sure's first thought was the Zhou family. But he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea there was no reason for them to do so. Having realized he was being tailed, Lin Sure naturally refrained from heading home directly. He wandered aimlessly through the busy streets, deliberately choosing crowded and lively areas, leading his pursuers in circles again and again. Humph, this kid's just wandering around at night instead of going home, sticking to crowded places. Had better hope I don't catch him. Haha, calm down, big bro. I think the kid's getting tired. Didn't you notice he's starting to head toward less crowded areas? Not far away, two young men, a sturdy one and a chubby one, were stealthily watching Lin Sure. From the moment he left the restaurant, they had been following him closely, not letting him out of their sight. It seemed Lin Sure had had enough of his game. He finally began to move away from the crowds, his pace gradually quickening. Let's go, keep up. The two men immediately followed after him. Haha, big bro, the kid just entered an alley. The chubby man's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to the burly man beside him. Humph, finally caught him alone. Let's go. Lin Sure was now walking alone through a dim alleyway between two residential buildings. Just as he was about to reach the exit, he suddenly stopped, as if waiting for someone. Hey kid, stop right there. A rough voice called out from behind. Lin Sure's lips curled into a faint smirk, but he quickly suppressed it and turned around abruptly. The two men froze for a moment, expecting him to bolt and run. Haha, looks like the kid's scared stiff. Humph, at least he knows what's good for him. The burly man strode toward Lin Sure, raising his voice. Listen up, kid. We've got some business with you, so you'd better cooperate. Otherwise, before he could finish, a sudden hiss broke the tense atmosphere. Two figures appeared between Lin Sure and his pursuers. One was a canine-like creature with stark black and white fur and a menacing demeanor. The other was a thick-bodied, purple-scaled cobra-like creature radiating an icy, intimidating aura. TCH, Mythiana, and Arbok? Lin Sure cursed inwardly. Seriously? You villains are really leaning into the role, huh? What is this, a live-action Pokemon episode? Still, he had to admit Mythiana's sharp sense of smell made it perfectly reasonable that they had tracked him down. The two Pokemon bared their teeth, exuding an aggressive presence. The chubby man stepped forward with a grin, his tone surprisingly calm. Don't be scared, kid. My big bro's just got a short temper. We just want to ask you a few questions. Cooperate, and I promise we won't lay a finger on you. Lin Sure didn't respond. He simply scanned the two men and their Pokemon, silently assessing them. Big bro, this kid doesn't seem scared at all, the chubby man muttered under his breath. Humph, don't let him fool you. I've dealt with plenty like him before, the burly man sneered. Hey kid, did you hear me? He barked, raising his voice. Huh. Oh, yeah. I heard you, Lin Sure replied, feigning a clueless expression as he broke into a carefree grin. You've got questions for me? Don't worry, I know everything about this area gossip, casinos, bars, massage parlors, you name it. Ask away, and I'll spill it all. Haha, this kid's got a good attitude, the chubby man chuckled, his face nearly splitting with laughter. Humph, enough with the nonsense, the burly man snapped. He pulled a phone from his pocket and held it up. Look at this, kid. Ever seen this before? On the phone screen was a photon one other than the brownstone Zhou Qijia had shown Lin Sure earlier. Lin Sure's pupils contracted. He muttered under his breath, so it's true. The burly man studied his reaction, as if he had already anticipated it. Oomph, that look says it all. You've seen it before. Now spill it. Where did you get this thing? Answer properly, or else. His expression turned fierce, his threat unmistakable. But Lin Sure raised a hand, his tone serious. Hold on. Before I answer that, can I ask you one question? Oomph, I know what you're going to ask. The burly man scoffed, cutting him off. Forget it. We're professionals. We're not telling you who hired us. No, that's not it. Lin Sure shook his head, his gaze shifting to the two men as he pointed at them. I just want to confirm something. Are you locals? The two men were momentarily stunned, not understanding what he meant. Lin Sure continued. If you are, you should know this alley is a common route for officers from the Baishur City Security Bureau on their way home. He paused, his eyes glinting with meaning. And right now, it's just about time for their shift to end. Lin Sure took 2 steps back, retreating from the dimly lit alley. In an instant, he stepped into a bustling, brightly lit street. The sharp contrast between the light and the darkness behind him was striking. You little punk. The burly man angrily rolled up his sleeves, ready to give chase, clearly realizing he'd been played. Wait, big brother, someone's coming, the chubby man urgently whispered. Spotting pedestrians turning the corner ahead, the two men quickly put away their Pokemon and hurriedly left the scene. Back home, Lin Sure lay on his bed, still carrying the fresh scent of a post-shower cleanup. To avoid being tracked, he deliberately bathed and changed into clean clothes before heading back. Outside the window came a faint hissing sound as a snake-like creature slithered in. It had just completed the task. Lin Sure had a sign spreading scent trails in several other directions to temporarily mislead the Hung Ha brothers and their tracking dog. Good job. Lin Sure poured out some sweet honey for the snake creature as a reward. Picking up his phone, he hesitated briefly before dialing a number. Since someone was deliberately following him, he needed to get to the bottom of it. Hello, Lin Sure. On the other end of the line came the confident voice of Zhou Pongzi. I knew you'd call. My second uncle was right. I was just followed, and it was about that kind of Lin Sure interrupted, cutting through Zhou's chatter. The line fell silent for a moment before Zhou Wanjin mentioned a name, Minghui Mining. Lin Sure was no stranger to that name. The company was a well-known rival to Zhou Wanjin's family's Jinduduo Mining in Baishur City. Both companies had built their fortunes on mineral development and were now grappling with the challenges of resource depletion and the need for transformation. Lin Sure also had a bit of a grudge with Minghui Mining. The last time at the department store, when a fire lizard man named Liao Hui tried to snatch a Ralts, he later learned from the clerk Yihan that Liao Hui was the son of Minghui Mining's chairman. Yihan had even warned him to be cautious of the vengeful Liao Hui. So you're saying Minghui Mining is competing with your family for the mining rights to the brownstone deposits and wants to locate the site first to apply to the alliance? Exactly. The ones following you today were probably from Minghui. They're trying to get information about the brownstone from you. Listening to Zhou Wanjin's explanation, Lin Sure fell into deep thought. If what Zhou said was true, it made sense for them to approach him in such a racy against time situation. Lin Sure? Lin Sure? Are you still there? Yes, I'm here. Brother, don't hesitate. Just help me out this once. Didn't you want to see my stone collection? If you come, not only can you see it, but I'll even give you one. All right, deal. Lin Sure, don't. Zhou Wanjin started to protest, then stopped, startled. What did you say? I said deal. But don't forget the conditions you promised. Zhou Wanjin, were you just waiting for me to agree? Actually, Lin Sure had no other choice. This matter needed to be resolved as soon as possible. He was well aware of how unpleasant it was to be followed day and night. But even if he came clean, the other party might not believe him. In that case, he might as well help Zhou Wanjin out whether they found it or not. Time would eventually pass, and these bothersome trackers would naturally disappear. Don't worry, Lin Sure, not a single thing will be missing, Zhou Wanjin assured excitedly over the phone. The next day, Lin Sure arrived at the location Zhou Wanjin had designated. As he stepped inside, he immediately noticed that Zhou Wanjin was sitting alone. Your second uncle didn't come today? Lin Sure asked as he took a seat across from him. There's a shareholders meeting at the company today. My second uncle went to attend it, Zhou Wanjin replied, looking preoccupied and noticeably out of sorts. While flipping through the contract in his hands, Lin Sure noticed Zhou Wanjin's gloomy expression and casually asked, what is it? Is Tingting threatening to break up again? Zhou Wanjin was silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Lin Sure, I consider you a friend, so I'll be honest with you, he said, his expression turning serious. Recently, Shenzhou's mineral resources have been restricted by the Alliance, making it difficult to mine. Companies like Jin Duoduo Mining and Minghui Mining are facing the challenge of having to transform their businesses. At this point, Zhou Wanjin's face grew even darker. Ever since my grandfather passed away, the company has been in my father's hands. He's been working hard to push for transformation, but it's far from easy experience, talent. Industries there are challenges everywhere. Over the years, our original mining business has shrunk by more than half, and the new ventures we've explored have made no progress, instead losing a lot of money. Now, the shareholders are very dissatisfied with my father. Lin Sure listened, understanding the situation. Every family has its troubles, though others' troubles, no matter how difficult, often come with a level of privilege. He did, however, have some impression of Zhou Qiming, a prominent entrepreneur in Baishu City, known for his integrity and good reputation among the public. Lin Sure, Zhou Wanjin suddenly said with a serious tone, the decision to mine brownstone this time was made by my father. According to the Shenzhou Alliance's regulations, between us and Minghui Mining, whoever first discovers a brownstone deposit in Baishui City will secure the development rights. My father has pinned all his hopes on this. If we can secure the mining rights, we'll be able to quickly accumulate funds and reinvigorate our transformation efforts. Lin Sure, I don't know if you can find the deposit, but if you can, I hope you'll help me. Lin Sure handed the signed contract to Zhou Wanjin. I can't make any promises, but I'll do my best, he said. He thought to himself, since Liao Hui was already an adversary, helping the Zhou family wouldn't hurt. Besides, the terms they offered were indeed appealing. Well then, Boss Zhou, I guess I'm officially one of your employees now. Let's work well together. Meanwhile, outside the conference room of the Jin Duoduo Mining Group headquarters in Baishu City, Zhou Qiming walked out with a dark expression, clearly indicating the meeting hadn't gone well. Following closely behind, Zhou Qizhe spoke up. Big brother, don't take it to heart. The board members are just looking out for the company's interests. If you'd listened to me earlier. Enough. Zhou Qiming cut him off sharply. After taking a deep breath, he turned to Zhou Qizhe. So what did you find out? Anything. Zhou Qizhe shook his head. The other party didn't leave any traces, and it's possible. He gave Zhou Qiming a meaningful look, that their status is quite high. Don't worry. Once things settle down, I'll take you to Baishui Forest right away. You wouldn't want to be targeted the moment we step out, would you? Baishu City, abandoned mining site. It had been 3 days since signing the contract with the Zhou family. During this time, Lin Sure had been working diligently. The day after the contract was signed, he followed his plan and returned to the abandoned mining site, where he had previously discovered brownstone. However, as Zhou Qizhe had warned, 3 days passed, and Lin Sure had combed through nearly the entire mining area without finding a single piece of ore. At this moment, he stood in the desolate mining site covered in yellow and reddish gravel, looking down to soothe the snake-like creature in his backpack. Although he had promised to help it find the giant honey snake, he had only spent one afternoon on the task so far, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Standing up, Lin Sure's gaze traveled across the abandoned mining area, landing on a dune covered in reddish-brown sand. Baishu City was once a resource-rich city that thrived on the development of coal, iron, copper, and some rare metals. Mining enterprises had flourished, but alongside their rise came numerous mining sites throughout the city. Some were still active, while many had long been abandoned. As you leave the urban area and head toward remote villages, you'll see hills that were once lush now barren, their red-brown soil exposed as the only cover a result of the land becoming unsuitable for vegetation after the discovery of mineral deposits. Exploring mineral resources has never been an easy task, especially for new types of deposits like brownstone, whose properties and data remain incomplete. After all, mineral deposits aren't always shallow enough to be uncovered with a pickaxe. Most are buried deep underground, requiring advanced remote sensing, electromagnetic, or gravity magnetic exploration techniques. However, these methods depend on specific terrain conditions and are not particularly effective for brownstone deposits. Brownstone differs from traditional minerals. It's not used for refining fuel or rare metals, but as fertilizer, a specialized fertilizer designed for fruit trees. It accelerates fruit growth and enhances fruit quality, making its market value evident. However, due to its unique characteristics, traditional exploration methods aren't suitable for brownstone deposits. Additionally, with strict environmental regulations in Shenzhou, the Zhou family and Minghui Mining had been searching for a long time without success. Nevertheless, the past few days weren't entirely fruitless. Xiao Xiong's training had shown significant progress. It had begun to master one of the 3 farmer punches, the ice punch. Today, Xiao Xiong had another training session with the sand slash. Xiao Xiong, ice punch. Lin Sure commanded loudly. Xiao Xiong's right fist glimmered with frost, a layer of icy radiance coating its hand. With a swift move, it charged toward the sand slash and delivered a powerful icy punch, knocking the sand slash to the ground. Well done. Lin Sure smiled in satisfaction at Xiao Xiong's victory and added, and thank you, sand slash. for being a sparring partner. He pulled a rice ball from his backpack and handed it to the sandslash as compensation for its help. Then, Lin Shi led Xiao Xiong out of the area. The key takeaway from these days was that Xiao Xiong's training was gradually paying off. Not only had it learned a new skill, but its level had also risen by 1, reaching level 18. This wasn't just because Lin Shi had started using various feathers for Cupchu, but also because this work contract allowed Lin Shi to take advantage of the Zhou family's resources. Throughout the process of exploring the brownstone mine, the Zhou family generously provided all the resources needed by Lin Shi and his Pokemon. Lin Shi didn't hold back either, selecting top-quality energy cubes of various attributes to help Cupchu level up rapidly. Watching Cupchu's growth curve, Lin Shi estimated it wouldn't be long before it reached level 20 and officially became a professional-grade Pokemon. Detection failed. Lin Shi marked another circle on the map, his brows slightly furrowed. If one looked closely at the map, it was already covered with dense circular markings. As Lin Shi's trainer level increased, the range of his detection system had expanded significantly from an initial 200 meters to nearly 230 meters now, which was quite an improvement. Lin Shi tried to figure out the pattern behind this expansion, but couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. He could only speculate that it might be related to the increasing strength of his Pokemon. This meant his detection depth for brownstone was limited to about 230 meters underground. If the deposits were deeper, they would be beyond his service range. Alright, that should cover most of the abandoned mine. That's it for today. Time to clock out. Lin Shi stretched and loosened his slightly stiff shoulders. Due to special circumstances and to avoid being tracked while ensuring his family's safety, Lin Shi hadn't returned home during this time and instead stayed at the Zhou family's residence. This arrangement was specially invited by Zhou Wanjin partly to ensure Lin Shi's safety and partly because the Zhou residence felt empty. Currently, only Zhou Wanjin, his caretaker aunt, and a few bodyguards were present, as his parents rarely stayed at home. Hello, Lin Shi. While sitting in the car on his way back, Lin Shi's phone rang. It was Su Qiming calling. Uncle and Annie wanted me to ask if you're not coming home again today. I told you, I'm working for Boss Zhou. I can't just leave my post, Lin Shi replied in a light-hearted tone. You still haven't told me what he hired you for, Su Qiming asked curiously. Obviously, he values my skills anyway, don't ask. I'll tell you when I get back. Lin Shi chuckled, brushing off the question. Su Qiming didn't press further, seemingly understanding that Lin Shi had his reasons for not wanting to explain. Oh, and don't forget about the field training next month, no matter how much you're making right now. You borrowed something from old Zhang. If you don't show up, he's going to make your life miserable. Don't worry, he'll definitely be there, Lin Shi assured her. After hanging up, Lin Shi gazed out of the car window at the rapidly passing scenery, murmuring to himself, by then, everything should be settled. Lin Shi, you're back? How did it go? Any findings? Zhou Wanjin enthusiastically greeted Lin Shi the moment he stepped through the door, his face full of anticipation. Due to Lin Shi's unique way of locating ores, the contract specifically stated that he would work alone, separate from the Zhou family's exploration team. Although Wanjin was eager to tag along, he held back his curiosity. Lin Shi shook his head. No discoveries. Zhou Wanjin's expression instantly fell, like a deflated balloon. But he quickly perked up again, as if trying to console both Lin Shi and himself. Well, even my second uncle's professional exploration team couldn't find anything after so long. It was never going to be easy. Bang, bang, the sound of something hitting the walls echoed through the house. Lin Shi had heard this noise countless times over the past few days. It was Zhou Wanjin's errand. Currently in its molting phase, the little Pokemon was crashing around the house daily, causing more chaos than a husky. However, many collectors apparently valued the armor piece's errand shed, which was an unexpected bonus. Ding dong, just as Lin Shi was about to release his own Pokemon, the doorbell suddenly rang. Young master, Secretary Wang is here, the butler announced respectfully from the doorway. Let him in immediately. As Zhou Wanjin finished speaking, the bodyguard promptly opened the door. A young man, dressed in a black suit with slicked back hair and a polished appearance, strode in confidently. His attire was somewhat ostentatious, and his every gesture carried a deliberate air of sophistication. Apologies for the interruption, young Master Zhou. The man entered and first scrutinized Lin Shi from head to toe with a critical gaze. Then, he put on a professional smile and gave a slight bow to Zhou Wanjin. Secretary Wang, any updates from the exploration team? Zhou Wanjin asked directly. Secretary Wang sighed, shaking his head. Still no progress. He quickly adjusted his posture and turned his attention to Lin Shi. I heard, young master, that you've hired an expert at a high salary. I assume this must be the person? Quite impressive for someone so young. Sensing the subtle hostility in his tone, Lin Shi shrugged helplessly and leaned closer to Zhou Wanjin, whispering, Fatty, who is this guy? Zhou Wanjin lowered his voice and explained, Wang Shujun, my father's assistant secretary. He's managed to secure his position at a young age, so he's not without talent. However, the previous exploration team made no progress for a long time, which greatly displeased my father. He sent Wang to lead a new team, but after weeks, they're still empty-handed. Lin Shi immediately understood the situation. Wang Shujun, as the newly appointed leader of the exploration team, must have been displeased to see the Zhou family bringing in a high schooler with no professional background to assist. Anyone in his position would feel undermined. So, you're Secretary Wang. Lin Shi stepped forward and firmly shook his hand, wearing a warm smile. I wouldn't call myself an expert, just someone with a casual interest. Secretary Wang frowned slightly as he struggled to free his hand from Lin Shi's overly strong grip. Forcing a smile, he said, "You're too modest, Lin. Actually, I'm here today not only to learn from your expertise, but also to make a humble request." Oh, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Secretary Wang continued, "I've always aspired to be a trainer, but due to family circumstances, I had to study liberal arts instead. It wasn't until a few years ago that I started exploring Pokemon, but I lack practical experience. I heard that not only are you skilled in exploration, but you're also the battle champion of 3rd High School. Would you honor me with a friendly match?" The provocative undertone in his words was clear to everyone present. Zhou Wanjin's face darkened. "Secretary Wang, Lin Shi is a friend I invited here. What exactly are you trying to do?" After listening to Zhou Wanjin, Secretary Wang initially bowed repeatedly, but soon straightened his back with an air of arrogance. Ever since Lin joined, there's been a lot of dissatisfaction among the team. As the captain, if I don't step up now, it'll be hard to manage the team in the future. He looked at Zhou Wanjin. "I hope you understand, young master. Besides, I also want to test, on behalf of Mr. Zhou, whether this Lin is truly qualified to be here." These words were a clear declaration of intent, as Secretary Wang finally dropped his pretense. Just as Zhou Wanjin was about to respond, Lin Shi raised his hand to stop him. "Secretary Wang, what level is your Pokemon?" Lin Shi asked swiftly. Zhou Wanjin froze, clearly not expecting such a question. "I'm not sure of the exact level, but it's definitely below elite." Lin Shi, "Listen to me. There's no need for us to." "Below elite, so under level 35. Lin Shi murmured thoughtfully to himself. Seeing Lin Shi ignore him, Secretary Wang smirked mockingly. "What's the matter? Could it be that the great number 1 is too afraid to face a liberal arts guy like me in battle?" Lin Shi disregarded the clumsy provocation and asked directly, "Let's not waste time. Tell me, if I battle you, what do I get out of it?" The question caught Secretary Wang off guard for a moment before he revealed a calculating smile. He pulled a card from his pocket. "Fine, I'll be straightforward. This card has 200,000 yuan on it, exactly your salary. Win or lose, the money is yours. If you win, take the money and leave. If you lose, consider it an early paycheck, and you leave this place immediately and stop involving yourself in this matter." "Deal." Lin Shi agreed decisively, cutting off Zhou Wanjin's attempt to dissuade him. "Easy money. Why not?" Zhou Wanjin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Shi. Soon, both sides arrived at the Zhou family training grounds. Secretary Wang was the first to act, retrieving a Pokeball and releasing a Conkeldurr Pokemon resembling an old craftsman. Its body was grayish-brown, streaked with red muscle-like patterns, and it wielded 2 massive concrete pillars with an imposing presence. Lin Shi quickly glanced at Conkeldurr's stats. Level 31, Fighting type, with the Guts ability. It had moves like Focus Energy, Endure, and Rock Throw, among other powerful skills. This Pokemon was well regarded in competitive battles, known for its high attack power and diverse move pool, making it a consistent contender. "My turn." Lin Shi tossed his Pokeball, and amidst a dazzling burst of light, a massive Gyarados appeared, hovering in the air above the battlefield. It let out a thunderous roar, its fierce gaze locked onto the Conkeldurr below. "Hey, a Gyarados?" The sudden appearance of Lin Shi's second Pokemon left Zhou Wanjin wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the massive crimson creature hovering in the air. This wasn't just any Gyarados, it was a rare, shiny Gyarados. Although Zhou Wanjin was aware of the significant resources Lin Shi's family had invested in raising a second Pokemon, he never expected such a powerful partner. Secretary Wang, however, was even more shocked than Zhou Wanjin. As an intelligence expert, none of the information he had gathered ever mentioned Lin Shi possessing a Gyarados. Such a formidable Pokemon had it never appeared in previous school battles? Even more puzzling was how someone of Lin Shi's age and trainer experience managed to obtain and raise such a Gyarados. Loosening his taut tie, Secretary Wang took a deep breath. It was clear that this battle was going to be far more challenging than anticipated. Just as the battle was about to begin, Lin Shi pulled out another Pokeball and released a Teddiursa. Gently stroking the fluffy fur on its head, he spoke softly. "See that muscle-bound guy over there? Watch his battle closely, it'll be a good learning experience for you." "Teddy." The Teddiursa nodded solemnly, its gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. After settling the Teddiursa, Lin Shi returned to his position and signaled that he was ready to start. "Stop wasting time. Conkeldurr, use Mach Punch." Secretary Wang launched the first attack. Conkeldurr gripped its concrete pillars tightly, leaping forward with force. The pillars glowed white as it charged at Gyarados with incredible speed. "Gyarados, dodge it with Dragon Dance." Lin Shi commanded. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados moved gracefully through the air, its body radiating a greenish-blue dragon energy. Just as Conkeldur's Mach Punch was about to land, Gyarados deftly evaded the strike. Damn it! Secretary Wong's face darkened. Not only did Gyarados demonstrate exceptional Dragon-type potential, but it had also mastered Dragon Dance, a high-level move. Seeing the gap in speed widening, he had no choice but to order, Conkeldurr, use Bulk Up. But before Conkeldurr could complete its power-up, Lin Shi seized the opportunity. Gyarados Dragon Pulse. A surge of blue dragon-shaped energy engulfed the strengthening Conkeldurr. Without letting up, Lin Shi directed Gyarados to unleash a continuous barrage of Dragon Pulse attacks, keeping Conkeldurr completely suppressed. Although Conkeldurr managed to use Protect to shield itself, the relentless onslaught caused the green protective barrier to falter, trembling under the pressure and on the verge of breaking. Watching the one-sided battle unfold, Secretary Wong gritted his teeth and made a decisive call. As the Protect barrier shattered and Conkeldurr was overwhelmed by Dragon Pulse, he shouted, "Conkeldurr, hold your ground and charge forward." Hiya! The aura around the seasoned builder was overwhelming, flames suddenly erupting from his body, radiating intense heat. Clutching a cement pillar in both hands, he braced against the oncoming assault, advancing step by step like a raging steel war machine, unstoppable amidst the fiery brilliance. It was clear had activated the flame orb. The effects of the flame orb manifested immediately, putting the builder into a burn condition. Yet for someone with the perseverance trait, this was no hindrance, it was a catalyst. The burn didn't weaken him. Instead, it amplified his strength. His already fearsome physical power now reached a terrifying new peak. Iku. The little bear stood at a distance, its small face glowing with admiration, stars twinkling in its eyes. At that moment, the builder, engulfed in flames, resembled a fiery demon god, prompting the little bear to exclaim in awe, "So cool." Whoosh. After rapidly closing the distance, the builder didn't launch a direct attack. Instead, he hurled the flaming cement pillar into the air with a mighty swing. The blazing column streaked toward the Gyarados, creating a fiery arc across the sky, its momentum awe-inspiring. Gyarados Waterfall. Lin Shi didn't choose to evade their style, had never been about dodging. In an instant, a layer of water enveloped Gyarados, its sleek body coiled tightly, ready to strike. With a thunderous roar, it transformed into a silver-blue torpedo, surging upward with a torrent of water to meet the fiery pillar. Boom! Blazing flames and surging water clashed violently in midair, generating a dense mist. As the fog dispersed, the flaming cement pillar had been shattered in two, its remnants lying still on the ground. Too inexperienced. Secretary Wong observed the scene without alarm, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. To him, Lin Shi had made a childish and laughable decision. Builder, Thunder Punch. His command rang out like a resounding gong. This time, however, the builder didn't rush into a frontal assault. Before the mist had fully cleared, he had already hurled another cement pillar into the air. But this pillar wasn't meant to attack, it was a stepping stone to get closer to Gyarados. In the next moment, the builder leaped into the air, landing on the airborne pillar and propelling himself toward his target with incredible speed. His right fist crackled with electricity and flames as he roared, unleashing a thunder punch that combined the power of thunder and fire, aimed fiercely at Gyarados. Boom! The impact of the thunder and fire exploded against Gyarados, sparks flying and electricity surging. Secretary Wong smiled triumphantly as he witnessed the scene. 4 times the damage. Kid, you've lost. Before he could finish, his smile froze. Impossible. His pupils contracted, and his expression darkened. In front of Gyarados, a glowing green shield had appeared. It was Protect. The defensive move absorbed the full force of the thunder punch, leaving Gyarados completely unscathed. That reaction speed, Secretary Wong muttered in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Shi smirked and calmly said, "Now it's my turn. Gyarados, Dragon Vortex." Ruhar. Gyarados roared in response, turquoise waters swirling rapidly around its body. The vortex-like currents enveloped it entirely, forming a massive, spiraling water shield. From afar, Gyarados resembled an inverted whirlpool suspended midair, exuding a ferocious presence. Waterfall. With another roar, the vortex spun faster, its speed surging as Gyarados charged forward, transforming into a spiraling dragon-like projectile. In that instant, it seemed to relive the memory of that mid-autumn night, leaping over the waterfall, soaring into the clouds, some moment etched into its soul. Now jump. In a flash, the tides of battle shifted. Still airborne, the builder looked up to see a colossal, azure dragon-shaped drill descending from above, its unstoppable momentum aimed straight at him. Thunder Punch to counter. The builder twisted his body with all his might, launching his electrified fist in a desperate strike, lightning bursting forth. Buzz. The two forces collided in midair. The Thunder Punch barely had time to fully manifest before the water dragon drill crushed it with overwhelming force, slamming into the training ground, and leaving a massive crater in its wake. In the pit, the builder lay defeated, completely incapacitated. The outcome decided. Ruhar. Gyarados roared triumphantly, circling through the air like a dragon commanding the storm. It raised its body skyward, rejoicing in its hard-earned victory. Linshur looked up at his partner in the sky, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Well done. We finally mastered it. Let's call it Water Dragon Drill. This wasn't a Spuro-Themin improvisation, but a combination move Gyarados had developed on its own. The inspiration came from that night when it leaped over the waterfall, breaking its limits. From then on, they had trained tirelessly to merge Dragon Twister and Aqua Vortex into a single powerful attack. After countless hours of practice, they had finally perfected the technique. Meanwhile, Secretary Wong stood frozen, his mind buzzing, unable to process what had just happened. What was that? That water dragon drill from the sky, what on earth was that? He stared at Linshur in disbelief, a mere boy who had only had Pokemon for a few months. Could he really achieve something like this? At this moment, Secretary Wong didn't feel alone. In fact, it could be said that Zhou Wanjin was even more shocked than he was. He won. Linshur actually won. Zhou simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Were we really attending the same school? If Linshur could perform like this in the college entrance exams, then maybe I should consider applying to the local marketplace instead. Secretary Wong silently admitted to himself that he had miscalculated. Linshur gave him a gentle smile and extended his hand. Secretary Wong's expression darkened slightly, but he still handed the bank card to Linshur. Linshur took it without hesitation and slid it directly into his pocket. After handing over the card, Secretary Wong hesitated for a moment, casting Linshur a complicated glance. He seemed to want to say something, but held back. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. However, I still advise you to leave here as soon as possible. It's for your own good, he said with a hint of heaviness in his voice, as though there was some hidden reason behind his words. With that, Secretary Wong didn't linger any longer. He nodded slightly at Zhou Wanjin, offered a small bow, and turned to leave. Zhou Wanjin stared at Linshur, his eyes filled with envy and amazement. Linshur, you're really something else, like a hidden dragon. You're absolutely incredible. Hearing Zhou Wanjin's playful remark, Linshur's lips curved into a faint smile. He then looked toward the sky, where a red Gyarados was soaring into the distance, his heart swelling with pride. Hey, Linshur, Zhou Wanjin called out, noticing Linshur deep in thought. He lightly tapped his shoulder. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Oh, it's nothing. Just a small matter. I'm usually low-key, so don't exaggerate, Linshur replied with a smile. Zhou Wanjin patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I get it. I get it. The next day, Linshur resumed his journey as a prospector. This time, he brought ample supplies, preparing to spend several days in the wilderness. Starting today, he would leave the abandoned mine and venture into the nearby mountainous wilderness. The area was characterized by its complex terrain, with rolling hills that obstructed transportation. The region was underdeveloped, with progress in exploration and use remaining slow. Linshur chose to venture here because he theorized that if the sandslash carrying the brown stone he encountered before didn't reside in the abandoned mine, then the mountainous wilderness was the most likely habitat. Accompanied by his Teddiursa, Linshur trekked through the pebbly riverbeds carved by flowing water. Surrounding them were low yet continuous hills. Some hilltops had been cultivated into farmland, but much of the area consisted of steep, rugged cliffs. Although the detector remained unresponsive, Linshur wasn't anxious. Beyond searching for mineral deposits, his more pressing goal was helping Teddiursa grow stronger and reach professional-level capabilities as soon as possible. At that moment, Teddiursa stood face-to-face with a grayish-brown, bald-nosed Diglett with a bright red nose. As soon as the Diglett appeared, it created a quicksand pit beneath Teddiursa's feet, attempting to drag it down with relentless force. Linshur's eyes flashed with seriousness as he immediately issued a command. Teddiursa, use Brick Break to shatter the sand trap. Following the command, Teddiursa swiftly responded. Its practiced Brick Break skill activated instantly, tearing through the sand pit and disrupting the forming quicksand vortex. Ice Punch. Linshur followed up. Teddiursa charged forward, its right paw glowing with icy energy, and struck the Diglett with precision. Being a ground-type Pokemon, the Diglett was no match for the Ice-type attack. It was sent flying in an instant, utterly defeated. As the battle concluded and the Diglett scurried away, Linshur exhaled in satisfaction. He and Teddiursa found a flat stone to sit on and began preparing some food. Meanwhile, Teddiursa, ever thoughtful, walked behind Linshur and gently massaged his shoulders. The little creature's actions brought a warm smile to Linshur's face. What a considerate little bear, he chuckled softly. He reached out and touched the crescent moon marking on Teddiursa's forehead. The pristine white crescent shimmered faintly under the sunlight. Teddiursa clearly enjoyed the affectionate gesture, closing its eyes and trembling slightly, as if savoring the moment of warmth. Looking at the bear cub in front of him, Linshur couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Its round body and innocent gaze were utterly endearing. He knew this adorable little creature would eventually evolve into Ursaring or Pangoro, losing its current cuteness but gaining immense strength. This transformation stirred a mix of emotions within him, and he kept reassuring himself. That too is a kind of beauty, the beauty of power. After a brief rest, Linsher set off on the journey again with the bear cub. About an hour later, they arrived at a new river valley. As usual, Linsher numbly opened his scanning system for the routine check. Just when he was about to give up, his attention was caught by a peculiar red dot at the edge of the radar. He rubbed his eyes and double-checked it was indeed a unique signal this time. Fortune favors the persistent. Come on, little bear, let's go. Linsher quickened his pace, navigating through the valley with the bear cub in tow. Rocks, dirt walls, and thorny bushes couldn't deter his determination. However, as they were nearing the target, the red dot suddenly started moving rapidly. It was clearly being carried away by something. Reacting swiftly, Linsher summoned his Gyarados, scooped up the bear cub, and leapt onto its back to give chase. The target darted into the woods, with Gyarados following closely behind. Linsher's eyes stayed glued to the radar screen as the red dot kept changing direction, seemingly aware it was being tracked. Judging by its movement patterns, Linsher guessed it might be a small Pokemon like a Diglett or Sandshrew, although the dense shrubbery made it hard to identify from above. Suddenly, a sharp caw shattered the rhythm of their pursuit. An aggressive Fiero, angered by the intrusion into its territory, launched an attack. Its beak glowed white as it folded its wings and dove like a bullet. Gyarados, Ice Fang. Linsher commanded decisively. Gyarados' jaws instantly glimmered with icy energy, releasing a chilling aura. With ice being doubly effective, the Fiero shrieked in pain and retreated in defeat. Though occasionally other Pokemon tried to obstruct their path, the Pokemon in this area were relatively weak. Gyarados easily broke through. Linsher could have caught up to the target swiftly, but to avoid alarming it, he opted for a cautious and steady tracking strategy. After passing through a dense forest, the terrain began to grow barren. In the distance, a hill resembling a crouching tiger emerged, its surface of white and gray stones sparsely dotted with pine trees. At that moment, the red that they had been pursuing vanished. But what exhilarated Linsher even more was the radar, now displaying a vast cluster of densely packed red signals, stretching endlessly. A mineral deposit. Linsher's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Gyarados carried Linsher as it slowly descended onto the peak of tiger-shaped mountain. Calling it a mountain was a bit of a stretch. It was more like a hill barely over 100 meters tall. Linsher scanned his surroundings, a smile creeping across his face. According to the exploration radar, this unassuming hill concealed rich deposits of brownstone within its core and base. At current market prices, it was nothing short of a literal gold mine. Ah, I bet the Zhou family is lucky to have an employee like me, Linsher said smugly, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. He patted the Gyarados' scales and added, "Come on, Gyarados, let's head down the mountain." Mounting the Gyarados, Linsher soared down to the base of the hill, landing at the tiger-shaped formation at its foot. The ground was scattered with traces left by Pokemon fresh footprints, burrows created by digging, all clearly visible. It was evident that many Pokemon inhabited the area. Any mining operation here would undoubtedly disrupt their lives. However, conservation measures would be mandated directly by the Shinjo Alliance, requiring developers to minimize ecological damage during extraction. As for the increased costs, reduced output, and potential financial losses, those weren't Shinjo's concerns. If one company refused the terms, there were plenty of others waiting in line. As the sky began to darken, Linsher glanced up at the dimming horizon. Though he had located the mineral deposits, he had no intention of risking a nighttime journey back to the Zhou family. Traversing the wilderness at night was far too dangerous, and Linsher wasn't about to gamble his life for the Zhou family. "Let's set up camp and get some rest," Linsher said, clapping his hands with a broad grin. "I'm in a good mood today, so Gyarados, Teddy Ursa, and Ekans, let's have a feast." "Roar, Ursa, SSSS." The Pokemon responded joyfully, gathering around Linsher, their spirits lifted by his cheerful demeanor. Night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze, and the occasional leaf drifted silently to the ground. The crisp, cool air carried the unmistakable essence of late autumn. Linsher crawled into his tent, pulling Teddy Ursa close like a living hot water bottle as he prepared for sleep. He thought to himself, tomorrow, they'll report back to the Zhou family and be done with this. Thunk, thunk, thunk. A sudden noise shattered the tranquility of the night, echoing loudly through the desolate mountain forest like someone chiseling stone. Seriously? Is this place cursed or something? Linsher groaned, running a hand through his disheveled hair in frustration. Why is it that every time I sleep outdoors, I hear these weird noises? Exhausted after a long day, all Linsher wanted was a good night's rest, but the mysterious sound kept him tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. What now? Geodudes leaping off cliffs? He muttered irritably. Whatever it was, Linsher had no intention of investigating. He tried to block out the noise as best as he could, eventually managing to drift off in the midst of the persistent clanging. As the night gave way to dawn, the sky began to pale. Early rising Pidgey were already circling overhead, hunting for Caterpie just waking up. Thunk, thunk, thunk. All right, you win. I give up, Lin sure grumbled, feeling even more drained than the night before. The infuriating noise was still going. Fine, he'll go see what's making that sound. Quickly packing up his gear and breaking camp, Lin sure set off with his Pokemon to track down the source of the noise. It wasn't just curiosity or morning irritation driving him after the incident with the Magikarp. Lin sure had a gut feeling this might be another opportunity calling out to him. As he walked, the sound grew louder and more distinct. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze eventually settled on a small rocky cave nestled in a nearby cliffside. To avoid alarming whatever might be inside, Lin sure decided against flying up on Gyarados. Instead, he carefully approached the cave on foot. Thud, 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 thud. The sound grew closer and closer. Lin sure pressed himself against the rocky wall at the entrance of the cave, carefully tilting his head to peek inside. His eyes scanned the dimly lit interior for a while before finally locating the source of the knocking. It was a small, pink Pokemon, resembling a little girl, with a diamond-shaped crystal embedded in its chest. It was intently polishing a small hammer, with metal fragments flying in all directions as it struck rhythmically. Lin sure squinted, quickly identifying the Pokemon. System data immediately surfaced in his mind. Pokemon, Tinkatink. Level, LV18. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, fairy steel. Height, 0.38 meters. Weight, 8.6 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, Fairy Wind, Metal Claw, Rock Smash, Draining Kiss, Fake Out, Ice Hammer, Encore. Pokédex entry, Tinkatink, the Metalsmith Pokemon. It hammers iron scraps and metal to create its hammer. It will tirelessly remake the tool until it is satisfied with the result. A Tinkatink. Lin sure's face was filled with surprise. While Baishur City was known for hosting numerous rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon due to its unique geography, he had never heard of anyone spotting a Tinkatink in the area. How lucky, Lin sure muttered, licking his lips in excitement. From the moment he saw the Pokemon, he was determined to capture it. Not only was Tinkatink rare, but it was also highly powerful in battles. Its unique fairy and steel typing granted it 9 resistances and 2 immunities, with only ground and fire types being doubly effective against it, an exceptional combination. Not to mention, when it evolved into Tinkaton, it could learn its signature move, Gigaton Hammer, one of the strongest steel-type moves, second only to Solgalio's exclusive Z-move, Sunsteel Strike. Such a move could obliterate any formidable opponent with ease. Instinctively, Lin sure reached into his backpack, but his excitement quickly turned into frustration. Damn it, I got too excited and forgot I'm not a licensed trainer yet. I don't even have permission to capture Pokemon. What kind of joke is this? I'm all set, and this is what I get. Clink. At that moment, a loose stone beneath Lin sure's foot suddenly shifted, causing him to stumble. He caught himself against the wall just in time, but any relief he felt with short-lived rhythmic knocking inside the cave had stopped abruptly. Cold sweat broke out on Lin sure's forehead as he cautiously peered back into the cave. His gaze met a pair of wide, white eyes. In the next instant, tears welled up in those eyes. The Tinkatink was crying. Am I that scary? Lin sure muttered in disbelief. The frightened Tinkatink whimpered, grabbed its unfinished hammer, and bolted deeper into the cave. Hey wait, don't go little one. Lin sure called out, quickly chasing after it. Even without Pokeballs, he could still try to win it over through bonding. Maybe I can charm it with my personality. I'm not a bad guy, after all. The Tinkatink was quick, and Lin sure could only catch glimpses of its pink figure darting ahead. The cave's narrow confines made it impossible for him to release his Gyarados, so he had no choice but to rely on his own legs to keep up. Luckily, the cave interior was more spacious than its entrance, and aside from the dim lighting, Lin sure had no trouble moving. And so, the chase began. They weaved through twists and turns, running for what felt like an eternity. Before Lin sure realized it, they had exited the cave. The terrain opened up, and the Tinkatink's figure disappeared from his view. Panting heavily, Lin sure came to a stop and activated his search system. You think I can't find you? He muttered, tapping the search button. But just as he did, he realized something wasn't right. He tried to retract his hand, but it was too late. Damn it, the search target is set to brownstone. Lin sure's words trailed off as his eyes fell on the radar. His entire body stiffened, and he quickly looked around, his face filled with disbelief. This place is Baishan City, Zhou family residence. Lin sure, you're back? Zhou Wanjin was standing at the doorway and immediately approached when he saw Lin sure dragging his tired body into the house. Lin sure kept his head down as he walked inside, looking visibly exhausted. That little blacksmith ran away again, he sighed. The vast sea of trees makes it impossible to figure out where it went. I guess we'll have to wait a few days and see if it comes back. Lin sure was carrying a box in his hand, which quickly caught Zhou Wanjin's attention as he entered. Lin Shi, is that? Zhou Wanjin's eyes lit up with a mix of disbelief and excitement as he spoke. I didn't let you down. Lin Shi casually tossed the box to Zhou Wanjin before heading off to wash up and change out of his clothes. Zhou Wanjin eagerly opened the box, revealing several pieces of brown ore, still carrying traces of dirt, as though they'd just been extracted from the mining site. Whoa, Lin Shi, you're incredible! Zhou Wanjin exclaimed, shouting excitedly toward the bathroom where Lin Shi was. From now on, you're officially my best brother. Hearing this, Lin Shi quickly shut the bathroom door and locked it, feeling a bit uneasy. Fatty, you better not actually barge in, he muttered, cringing at the thought of Zhou Wanjin suddenly storming in. Oh, by the way, Fatty, don't tell anyone else about the ore for now. Just let your dad know, Lin Shi called out from the bathroom. Zhou Wanjin frowned. Huh? What? You remember how Minghui Mining has been targeting me, right? Lin Shi replied as he stepped out of the bathroom, freshly dressed. Sitting at the table, he paused in thought before continuing. Why do you think their people always tail me as soon as I leave the house? Are you saying? Zhou Wanjin suddenly realized something. We have a mole in our own family. Lin Shi nodded, his expression calm, yet serious. Those Hanga brothers seem to know every move I make, even down to me having lunch with you. Clearly, someone in the Zhou family is leaking information. That's unacceptable. I need to call my dad and have him investigate. Zhou Wanjin pulled out his phone, ready to dial Zhou Qiming. Relax. Save your energy. Lin Shi waved his hand, taking a slow sip of tea before shaking his head. Your dad and your second uncle probably already know. Businessmen are much more calculating than you think. They haven't told you because they're worried you'd act impulsively and alert the mole. My guess is they've already started investigating potential suspects. Hearing this, Zhou Wanjin nodded in agreement. It made sense his second uncle and the others wouldn't overlook something like this. Do you think my dad has caught the mole yet? Zhou Wanjin asked, fiddling with his phone, his curiosity piqued. Probably not, or we'd have heard something by now, Lin Shi replied, pausing briefly as if deliberating. Usually, it's either someone who's exceptionally good at hiding or someone in a high-ranking position. So what should I do now? Zhou Wanjin asked, still holding his phone, looking unsure. I already told you, Lin Shi said with a smile, looking at Zhou Wanjin. Call your dad and have him send trusted people to meet here tomorrow. Then you can all head up the mountain to explore the mine together. Regardless of who the mole is, Zhou Qiming definitely isn't, so it's safe to tell him. As for the rest, I have no interest in getting involved. All right, got it. Zhou Wanjin nodded, finally making up his mind. Oh, by the way, Lin Shi added with a chuckle once the conversation seemed to wind down. Remember what you promised me. Lin Shi, go ahead and pick. Even if you want them all, I, Zhou Wanjin, swear that if I so much as frown, I'll never win Tingting's heart in this lifetime. Zhou Wanjin declared with unwavering determination, his eyes gleaming. Lin Shi stood in the gemstone collection room, surrounded by an array of dazzling minerals and gemstones. Even ordinary stones with unique shapes were meticulously displayed in glass cabinets, shimmering enticingly under the lights. He examined each stone carefully, his gaze focused, occasionally brushing his fingers lightly against the glass. Keystone, keystone, he muttered to himself, hoping to find the mysterious stone that could dramatically enhance his abilities. However, as he scrutinized more and more stones, his hope gradually faded. By the time he reached the last display cabinet, there was no keystone, no mega evolution stone, no Z crystal, hadn't even come across a single Terra shard. What's the matter, Lin Shi? Didn't find anything you like? Zhou Wanjin asked in disbelief. Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, a glass jar filled with black crystals in the corner caught his attention. Zhou Wanjin casually explained. Those are just some ordinary black-themed collectibles, probably nothing special. But Lin Shi's expression changed, as though he had discovered a hidden treasure. He carefully sifted through the black crystals. Suddenly, his hand froze, his fingertips trembling slightly. Amid the pile of ordinary black crystals, he found a genuine dark Z crystalla, remarkable artifact capable of upgrading dark type moves into Z moves. After ensuring there were no other significant items he might have missed, Lin Shi reluctantly left the collection room. Although he didn't yet possess a Xiaoring to utilize the Z crystal, his mind was already envisioning a future where he would encounter the 4 island guardians and earn the Xiaoring. As the two prepared to head downstairs, the voice of the housekeeper echoed. Boss, you're back. Zhou Qiming, accompanied by Zhou Ershu and Secretary Wang, entered briskly. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Zhou Qiming greeted him warmly. You must be Lin Shi. As expected, you're quite impressive. I owe you an apology. Shaolin, I've been so busy with work that I should have met you sooner. That's my fault. Please forgive me. Lin Shi responded with a polite smile, fully aware that if not for discovering the brownstone mine, Zhou Qiming likely wouldn't have even remembered his name. When Zhou Wanjin brought out the box containing the brownstone, the 3 elders immediately gathered around it. It really is brownstone, Zhou Qiming marveled. To think it could actually be found, Zhou Ershu said in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Lin Shi. Secretary Wang, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable. As the night deepened, in the Zhou family residence of Baishan City, the house was brightly lit tonight, and Zhou Kaiming's hearty laughter echoed through every corner. Ha ha, wonderful, just wonderful. Zhou Kaiming's voice resonated in the spacious living room as he slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with delight. Lin, you've truly put those of us who've been working in mining for years to shame. Zhou Kaiming's gaze was fixed on Lin Shi, growing more satisfied the longer he looked. This young man had not only saved his life, but also saved the entire Zhou family. More importantly, his unique ability to locate mineral deposits made it clear that the Zhou family had to establish a good relationship with him. You flatter me, Uncle Zhou. It's just luck, really, nothing that can be replicated, Lin Shi quickly responded, waving his hand modestly. He could hear the probing intent in Zhou Kaiming's words, but he had already made up his mind. After this, he would no longer assist others in locating mineral deposits. He understood the risks of drawing too much attention and didn't want to invite trouble, even from a powerful family like the Zhous. Zhou Kaiming's smile didn't falter despite Lin Shi's modest refusal. It was Lin Shi's right to decline, but whether Zhou Qiming could offer something tempting enough to change his mind was another matter. Lin, would you mind having a private chat upstairs? Zhou Qiming gestured invitingly, his tone polite but firm. As someone hired for the job, Lin Shi had no reason to refuse, especially since he had already been paid. Sure, he replied succinctly. Zhou Qiming nodded in satisfaction and turned to the housekeeper standing nearby. Prepare the meal. We'll come down to eat shortly. The conversation upstairs didn't last long. In less than half an hour, the two men emerged from the second-floor meeting room. The details of their discussion remained unknown, but the expression on Zhou Kaiming's face seemed notably more relaxed. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. The night deepened, and clouds obscured the stars. Exhausted from the day's events, Lin Shi fell into an unusually deep sleep. In the middle of the night, the door to his room was silently pushed open a crack. A cool breeze slipped inside, causing Lin Shi to furrow his brows in his sleep, though he didn't wake. A shadowy figure slipped into the room with quiet precision. Dressed entirely in black, with a hat and mask concealing their face, the intruder held a gleaming dagger that caught the faint moonlight. Step by step, the figure approached the bed, raising the dagger high. A sudden sharp hiss pierced the silence. From Lin Shi's backpack, a small creature snake bug leaped out with an angry screech, coiling itself tightly around the assailant's arm. Startled by the unexpected attack, the intruder jerked their arm in an attempt to shake the creature off. With swift reflexes, they transferred the dagger to their left hand and continued their assault, aiming directly at Lin Shi. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Snakebug lunged forward, ramming into the intruder's chest with such force that they staggered backward, slamming into the wall. Snakebug then turned toward Lin Shi and exhaled a fragrant mist into the air, filling the room with a refreshing fruity scent. Lin Shi's face contorted in pain as though battling an invisible force. Finally, he jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. What's going on? Lin Shi groaned, clutching his pounding head. The fruity mist quickly cleared his mind, and through his blurred vision, he spotted the intruder in the room. Who are you? He demanded. Realizing the situation had turned against them, the intruder swiftly turned and, with a loud crash, broke through the window and leapt out into the night. Lin Shi jumped out of bed and rushed to the window, scanning the darkness outside. The night was quiet, and the figure had already vanished without a trace. He turned back to the room, spotting Snakebug lying on the floor where it had fallen during the struggle. He quickly picked it up, inspecting it carefully. Only after confirming it was unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. It was only then that Lin Shi's chaotic thoughts began to settle. His expression darkened. Had been attacked in the Zhou family residence. This night would not end peacefully. Though it was already past midnight, the Zhou family mansion was once again ablaze with light. Lin Shi sat on the living room sofa with a grim expression, silent, his eyes filled with vigilance and contemplation. Lin Shi, are you okay? Zhou Pengzi, wearing wrinkled pajamas with disheveled hair, was the first to hurry downstairs. After hearing about Lin Shi's assassination attempt, he had practically stumbled down the stairs in a rush. I'm fine. Lin Shi shook his head briefly, his voice unusually calm. Not long after, Zhou Qiming and Zhou Qizhe, the two brothers, came downstairs almost simultaneously, one following the other, their steps hurried and heavy. Unlike the disheveled Zhou Pengzi, the brothers were neatly dressed, showing no signs of having been disturbed from sleep. Lin, are you alright? Zhou Qiming asked with concern. Lin Shi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to meet Zhou Qiming's gaze and slowly said, Uncle Zhou, you must sense that something's off about this incident, right? Zhou Qiming held Lin Shi's gaze for a moment, his expression complicated. After a brief silence, he nodded, his brows furrowed deeply. What do you mean, Lin Shi? Zhou Wanjin, clearly confused, looked between the others, trying to grasp the underlying meaning in Lin Shi's words. Instead of answering directly, Lin Shi posed a question of his own. Wanjin, who do you think tried to assassinate me? Who? Minghui Mining, obviously. Zhou Wanjin replied without hesitation. Maybe they found out you've already located the mineral deposit. To prevent our family from securing it, they wanted to kill you to silence you. His voice trailed off suddenly, and his face turned pale as if he had just realized something horrifying. If Minghui Mining knew Lin Shi had discovered the brownstone deposit, it could only mean that someone had leaked this confidential information. Could it be a mole? Zhou Wanjin's voice trembled as he cautiously looked at Lin Shi. Uncle Zhou, who else knows about my discovery of the deposit? Lin Shi's gaze shifted to Zhou Qiming. Zhou Qiming thought for a moment, lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. Other than those staying here tonight, the only ones who know are the exploration team heading into the mountains tomorrow. So, the mole is someone from the exploration team? Zhou Wanjin asked again, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lin Shi looked at Zhou Wanjin and sighed inwardly. Sometimes, he wondered if Zhou Wanjin was truly slow-witted or just unwilling to face the truth. Pongzi, you know me, Lin Shi said, locking eyes with Zhou Wanjin. I consider myself fairly cautious. I always lock my door before sleeping. His voice was calm but firm. And my sleep isn't so deep that I wouldn't wake up if someone sneaked in, let alone fought with my Pokemon. He paused before continuing. Even if I were exhausted enough to sleep through it, the Teddy Ursa sleeping beside me wouldn't have such poor instincts. It was me who had to wake it up. It's a Teddy Ursa, not a Snorlax. Ursa. The Teddy Ursa raised its little paw as if to back up Lin Shi's words. Its eyes were filled with guilt, clearly blaming itself for failing to protect its trainer. It's okay. It's not your fault. Lin Shi gently patted Teddy Ursa's head, his tone softening. But seeing the Pokemon's remorseful expression, he knew it had likely suffered some emotional trauma. Lin Shi, what are you saying? Zhou Wanjin's face had turned ashen, and his voice was taut with tension. Don't you get it yet? Lin Shi's tone grew colder. The reason my scatterbug is fine is that it only eats the sweet scent I personally prepare. As for the rest of us, both me and my Pokemon were completely incapacitated, unable to wake or resist, because we were drugged. His sharp gaze swept across the room. The only ones who could have drugged me, who knew which room I was staying in, and who had access to unlock the door, are the people staying here tonight. As Lin Shi's words echoed in the room, an eerie silence fell. Everyone's expressions froze, but none looked as troubled as Zhou Qiming, the head of the Zhou family. After all, apart from Lin Shi and the housekeeper, everyone else in the house was either his relative or a trusted confidant. Ahem, has anyone noticed? Secretary Wang hasn't come downstairs. Zhou Qizha, the second uncle, suddenly broke the silence, glancing around the room with a deliberate tone. The others exchanged glances, and the tension in the air became almost suffocating. What's going on? Where is he? Zhou Qiming abruptly stood up, his anger boiling over. A bodyguard stepped forward immediately. Sir, Secretary Wang doesn't seem to be in his room, and we've searched the entire house. There's no sign of him anywhere. What? Zhou Qiming exclaimed in shock, the glass in his hand slipping to the floor and shattering into pieces. Uncle Zhou, he probably hasn't gone far yet. If you act now, you might still catch him, Lin Shi advised, his voice steady but urgent. All right. Zhou Qiming nodded, quickly signaling the bodyguards, who sprang into action. I'll go too. We have to bring him back, Zhou Qizha declared, his face full of fury as he followed the group out, their hurried footsteps echoing through the hallway. Secretary Wang. He was the mole from Minghui Mining. Zhou Wanjin stood frozen, murmuring to himself, his face a mixture of disbelief and shock. Lin Shi looked at him and let out a deep sigh. After everyone had left, only Lin Shi and Zhou Qiming remained in the conference room. Zhou Qiming's expression was slightly grim as he looked directly into Lin Shi's eyes. Lin, I sincerely apologize for what happened today. This incident is entirely the Zhou family's responsibility, and it put your life in danger, Zhou Qiming said seriously. Rest assured, we will provide you with satisfactory compensation. Additionally, he paused briefly. I hope we can proceed with the original plan, with you leading our exploration team for the field investigation. As you know, our competition with Minghui Mining is extremely intense right now. Lin Shi listened and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After nearly losing his life last night, with the perpetrator still at large, Zhou Qiming was still fixated on having him work for their benefit. I understand your concerns, Lin Shi replied calmly. However, given that the leader of the exploration team has encountered issues, shouldn't you consider appointing someone else? Moreover, the contract explicitly states that the Zhou family must ensure my personal safety. With the real culprit still at large, I don't think it's appropriate to proceed with the mission just yet. He paused for a moment. Actually, finding the person responsible for last night's attack wouldn't be too difficult. That's enough, Lin Shi. Zhou Qiming interrupted, pulling a new contract from his briefcase and leaning forward to hand it to Lin Shi. This is the compensation I mentioned. If you're satisfied with it, I hope you can fulfill the contract today and lead the team for the field investigation. Help me locate that mine. I'm counting on you. Lin Shi took the contract and silently flipped through it. The document wasn't thick, but when his eyes landed on a particular clause, his pupils suddenly contracted. He looked up at Zhou Qiming. That condition was indeed tempting enough to make him take the risk. Rest assured about the exploration team, Zhou Qiming continued. There will be no issues with them. Regarding your safety, although I can't be there in person, I will assign a team of elite bodyguards to accompany you. Additionally, he paused briefly. Wang Jin will also join you. At this, Lin Shi seemed to have an epiphany and half-jokingly asked, is Zhou Wanjin really part of your family? After all, in his opinion, Zhou Wanjin had always seemed a bit, not too bright. Zhou Qiming smiled faintly. He's just been overly protected. After careful consideration, Lin Shi finally signed a contract, one that was nearly impossible to refuse. My dad actually agreed to let me go too. Zhou Wanjin exclaimed excitedly, slinging a backpack over his shoulder as he approached Lin Shi. This is awesome. Congrats, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, his attention focused on the documents on his phone. Lin Shi, Zhou Wanjin suddenly said. You know, sometimes you remind me of my dad and my second uncle. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Calling me one of your elders first thing in the morning though, you need a favor? No, Zhou Wanjin explained quickly. I just mean you all have this way of keeping your thoughts hidden, like you're impossible to figure out. Hearing Zhou Wanjin's words, Lin Shi suddenly chuckled. He had never felt this way before, but he still replied. What's so great about that? If you don't have to worry about anything, who would bother thinking about so much? Being an ordinary trainer suits me just fine. The hum of engines sounded in the distance, and Zhou Wanjin raised his hand, pointing to an approaching convoy. The vehicles are here. Several off-road vehicles approached slowly, carrying members of the exploration and security teams. A middle-aged man with tan skin jumped out of the leading vehicle. The weathered lines on his face revealed years of outdoor work. He walked briskly towards the two men and gave a slight bow. Young Master Zhou, Expert Lin, hello? I'm the deputy leader of the exploration team. My surname is Shi, and I'm here specifically to escort you. Thank you, Captain Shi. Let's head out, Lin Shi said, putting away his phone and efficiently slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Understood. As Lin Shi walked to the vehicle, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He pointed to a raised emblem on the front of the car. What's this? Zhou Wanjin stepped closer, following Lin Shi's gesture, and scratched his head in confusion. Isn't it just a logo? Why make a fuss over it? A logo? Isn't your Jindoduo Mining's symbol a big letter Z? Lin Shi asked, frowning at the three-dimensional design made of three stacked rectangular blocks. That's normal. Many companies have smaller teams under them with their own logos. This one represents our Zhou family's specialized exploration team, Zhou Wanjin explained. Anyway, you've only joined the exploration team in name and have never been here before, so it's normal you don't recognize it. Lin Shi wasn't listening to Zhou Wanjin anymore. He stared at the emblem, lost in thought. His gaze turning sharp had seen this symbol before. His mind raced, replaying recent events over and over. Lin Shi, are you okay? Zhou Wanjin's voice brought him back to the present. Oh, I'm fine. Lin Shi blinked and said, let's go. The specialized exploration vehicles indeed performed impressively, navigating the rugged terrain of the abandoned mining site with ease and speed. Before long, the group entered the mountainous region. Due to the challenging terrain, they had to significantly reduce their speed. To make resource transportation easier in the future, this area will definitely need a road, Captain Shi explained, pointing ahead. After hours of bumpy travel, Lin Shi and the exploration team finally reached the edge of the forest. In the distance, the tiger-shaped mountain, rich with brownstone deposits, came into clear view. We're finally here. Lin Shi stretched, taking a deep breath of the forest's natural fragrance, feeling refreshed. From his backpack, his snake-like Pokemon curiously poked its head out, observing the surroundings. At last, they arrived at the mountain's base. Time to get to work, Captain Shi commanded, and the exploration team immediately sprang into action. They skillfully set up various detection instruments and donned professional gear to survey the tiger-shaped mountain. The entire process was orderly and efficient. Hey, who are you? Suddenly, one of the team members noticed another group on the far side of the mountain, also preparing to conduct exploration. What's going on? Zhou Wanjin asked, watching the gathering crowd with confusion. Standing atop a large rock, Lin Shi gazed sharply at the increasingly noisy group in the distance. What else? Your competitors have shown up. We are from Jindoduo Mining, authorized by the Alliance to explore here. You'd better leave, Captain Shi shouted through a megaphone. However, the other group wasn't fazed. Soon, a leader from their side stepped forward with a megaphone of his own and replied, we are the exploration team from Minghui Mining, also authorized by the Alliance. It's you who should leave. The exchange grew more heated, and some individuals had already pulled out pokeballs. Lin Shi noticed Pokemon like Tyranitar, Nidoking, Breloom, and Unpheasant. The aura emanating from them suggested they were close to, if not already at, elite-level strength. What started as a scientific exploration was now veering toward a violent confrontation. Lin Shi, what do we do now? Zhou Wanjin asked, panic evident in his voice. He glanced at Lin Shi for guidance, noting how uncharacteristically calm he seemed, as if he had anticipated this all along. But how could that be? The exact location of the mine wasn't even known to Secretary Wang. So how could Minghui Mining have been informed? Were they being followed? That didn't make sense. Either Minghui Mining's team hadn't come from the same direction and didn't appear to have arrived any later than they had. Zhou Wanjin felt his head spinning, unable to make sense of it all. What do you mean? What do we do? Lin Shi replied calmly. Relax. They want fight. But what about the mine? Zhou Wanjin pressed anxiously. After a brief pause, Lin Shi responded. Judging from the current situation, this tiger-shaped mountain will most likely be developed jointly by Jindiduo Mining and Minghui Mining. Zhou Wanjin's face fell, clearly unhappy with this outcome. By the way, there's one more thing. Lin Shi suddenly said. A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhou Wanjin's eyes. You've thought of a solution? No. Lin Shi shook his head. I just need to use the restroom. They'll be back in a bit. Zhou Wanjin. In a remote valley far from the tiger-shaped mine, a figure silently appeared. Agile and nimble, he climbed a steep rock face with the ease of a wild animal and slipped into a concealed cave. Moments later, he poked his head out of the cave, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. After confirming that no one had followed him, he continued on his way. Pushing through a dense thicket, he finally arrived at his destination, a rugged, uneven expanse of rocky hills. Even here, he frequently glanced over his shoulder, his expression tense and uneasy. Aren't you supposed to be chasing Secretary Wang, Uncle Zhou? The sudden voice made him flinch. Instinctively, he looked up to see a young man casually seated on a protruding rock on the cliffside, waving at him. It was none other than Lin Shi, and the sneaky figure was Zhou Qizhe, who was supposed to be tracking down the mole. Lin Shi, what are you doing here? Zhou Qizhe's face was etched with shock as he stared at the young man above, clearly unprepared for his movements to be discovered. Shouldn't I be asking you that, Uncle Zhou? Lin Shi rubbed his chin, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazed down at Zhou Qizhe. What do you mean? Zhou Qizhe's expression remained calm, his voice steady and unaffected. TSK. Lin Shi shook his head, clicking his tongue. Still pretending? Aren't you the biggest mole in Jinduo Mining Group? Hearing such a blunt accusation, Zhou Qizhe's expression shifted subtly, his eyes flickering. Yet, he didn't deny Ith's presence in this location spoke volumes. How did you figure it out? Zhou Qizhe finally asked, a note of resignation in his tone. Lin Shi didn't seem surprised by the straightforward admission. Too many clues. You left too many loose ends. Oh, is that so? Zhou Qizhe crossed his arms, his demeanor indifferent. I'd love to hear it. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Shi paused briefly before beginning his explanation. Ever heard of this story? In a city where a major crime occurred, the police chief assigned the worst detective in town to assist in solving the case. Now, why do you think he'd do that? Zhou Qizhe remained silent, his gaze cold and unwavering. You don't have to answer, I'll tell you, Lin Shi continued. It's because the real culprit was the police chief himself. He believed the worst detective wouldn't uncover the truth, so he thought he was completely safe. But what he didn't realize was that his very actions had already cast suspicion on him. Lin Shi's smile widened, a hint of satisfaction in his tone as he exposed the truth. Sound familiar? You're the police chief, and in the so-called foolish detective. From the moment you and Zhou Wanjin approached me, I sensed something was off. No matter how desperate the situation, there's no way you'd let a high school student casually join the exploration team. Zhou Wanjin's antics could be dismissed, but you, as the deputy general manager of the group, following along and personally inviting me? That's suspicious. Lin Shi's voice suddenly grew louder. Unless you didn't want anyone to find the brownstone mine. So, you chose someone who seemed utterly incapable of discovering it me. You even went out of your way to send 2 unreliable people to ask me about the brownstone. Strange, isn't it? How could they know where I eat and that I was the one who discovered the brownstone, yet not know that I found it in an abandoned mine? A detail anyone remotely qualified for the exploration team would easily figure out. And another thing, I stayed at the abandoned mine for several days, but during that time, I never once saw a single exploration team from Minghui Mining. This can only mean one thing: that we have no idea that brownstone is there. Lin Shi's voice was clear and resolute as he locked eyes with Zhou Qizhe. If there really was a mole, isn't that strange? His words came out rapid fire, each one hitting Zhou Qizhe's defenses with pinpoint accuracy. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhou Qizhe's forehead, slowly trickling down his face. Moreover, even if Minghui Mining did send people, they wouldn't have chosen 2 individuals with such low intelligence and weak combat skills. Lin Shi continued his analysis, gesturing with his fingers in the air. Their spirit levels are far too low. These 2 are more like bumbling detectives, too incompetent to catch me, which is why someone felt safe using them. Their only purpose was to deliver a message that I was being watched, forcing me to seek protection from the Zhou family. Lin Shi paused, narrowing his eyes slightly. After all, you must have investigated and found out that I've had conflicts with Liao Hui from Minghui Mining. ID never backed down to him. Zhou Qizhe took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. While Lin Shi's analysis was difficult to refute, Zhou wasn't ready to concede so easily. You've said so much. What makes you think you're so special that I'd go to such lengths to get you to join the exploration team? Zhou Qi's voice steadied, his gaze probing. Lin Shi's lips curled into a confident smile. Oh, I am special. First, I'm the one who discovered the brownstone mine, so you'd have a plausible excuse to invite me. Second, as a high schooler, I obviously wouldn't have the capability to locate such a resource on my own. He raised a third finger. And third, I'm a friend of Zhou Wanjin. At the mention of the last point, Zhou Qi's expression visibly shifted, a twitch betraying his unease. Catching this subtle reaction, Lin Shi pressed further. As Zhou Wanjin's friend, if my involvement delayed the discovery of the mine, it would undoubtedly implicate Zhou Wanjin's father, Mr. Zhou. And if things got worse, say, if Zhou Wanjin's friend turned out to be a mole sent by Minghui Mining, leaking the mine's location, then it wouldn't just be a matter of casual blame. Lin Shi's tone deepened, his voice heavy with implication. I heard from Zhou Wanjin that the development of the brownstone mine is a project Mr. Zhou took on single-handedly. Whether the mine isn't found or gets seized by competitors, Mr. Zhou would face immense pressure from all sides, perhaps even losing his position altogether. He stared directly into Zhou Qi's eyes. And when that happens, who do you think stands the best chance of taking his place? Before Zhou Qizhe could respond, Lin Shi answered his own question. Second Uncle Zhou. Straightening his posture, Lin Shi clasped his hands behind his back, his presence suddenly commanding. In fact, second uncle, you've already found the mine, haven't you? That mountain may be far off, but the deposits aren't buried deep. There's no way it could have gone undiscovered for so long. His gaze bore into Zhou Qizhe like a spotlight. I'm guessing that when you heard from Zhou Wanjin that I found brownstone at the abandoned mine, you immediately sent a team to investigate. Once you successfully located it, you didn't inform Mr. Zhou. Instead, you hid it and erased all traces. That's why there's not a single piece of brownstone left at the abandoned site. It's already been extracted and concealed by you and your team. Lin Shi's voice grew more forceful. And Wang, the secretary, she's one of your people, isn't she? Otherwise, how do you explain why the newly formed exploration team has found nothing? Unless the team leader is compromised as well. Zhou Qi's lips curved into a faint smile as he started clapping slowly, the crisp sound echoing in the still air. Impressive. Truly impressive, he admitted, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. But do you know why someone tried to kill you last night? Lin Shi's face remained emotionless as he stomped his foot twice on the ground, the sound reverberating in the otherwise quiet space. He spoke slowly, each word striking Zhou Qizhe like a hammer. Because of the land beneath our feet, a deposit of brownstone that's several times, maybe even dozens of times larger than the one at Tiger Mountain. He elaborated further. At first, I couldn't understand what happened last night. After all, I'd already shared the location of the mine I discovered with Mr. Zhou. Killing me wouldn't serve any purpose. He could still send people there even if I were dead. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. That is, until I noticed the markings on your exploration team's equipment today. Markings? Zhou Qizhe frowned, confusion flickering across his face. The first time I came here, I was awestruck by the massive brownstone deposits. But something else caught my attention: signs of artificial excavation. Lin Shi pointed to a spot not far away. At first, I thought it might have been left over from past mining efforts. But then I saw that the markings on your team's equipment matched the ones on the soil wall over there exactly. Following Lin Shi's gesture, Zhou Qi's eyes landed on the wall, where the soil indeed bore rectangular impressions, as if left by heavy machinery. Lin Shi's voice grew firmer. So I dared to speculate the mine beneath our feet is already being excavated, and it's being done illegally, without the Alliance's approval. Enough! Zhou Qizhe snapped, his voice sharp and his expression dark. But Lin Shi didn't stop. Instead, his words came faster, more relentless. So when you heard Mr. Zhou's words to me last night hinting at recruiting me to continue helping him, you panicked. You were terrified I'd discover this site, so close to Tiger Mountain, and the massive brownstone reserves hidden here. If I found out, you wouldn't just lose this gold mine or the chance to become the family head, you'd also be exposed for illegal mining and utterly ruined. Lin Shi's final words thundered through the valley like a storm. And so, in your eyes, I had to die. You ha ha. Zhou Qizhe suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the silent valley, sharp and jarring. You're absolutely right. Not only that, Minghui Mining found that mountain today because I told them about it. A fanatical gleam flashed in his eyes. I discovered the brownstone mine long ago, not just the deposits in Tiger Hill, but also this place. Zhou Qizhe spread his arms wide, looking around with excitement. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This is a gold mine. With this, there's an endless stream of wealth. But that money? Zhou Qiming doesn't deserve it." His expression twisted, his voice rising several notches. He's been the head of the family for so many years, but what has he done for Jin Duo or the Zhou family? I've told him again and again, stop following those ridiculous alliance regulations about limited mineral development. As long as we're careful, no one will find out. Zhou Qizhe clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. And what did he do? Cowardly. Indecisive, so many gold mines right in front of him, yet he acts like a eunuch, too afraid to touch them. At this rate, the Zhou family will be ruined in his hands. That's why only I can lead the Zhou family back to its peak. His final words were almost a roar, echoing through the valley. Lin Shi listened to his tirade, the corners of his lips curling into a faintly mocking smile. To him, this self-proclaimed savior was the one who would truly drag the family into ruin. Zhou Qiming might lack business acumen, but he was undoubtedly far better than Zhou Qizhe in dealing with people and situations. You don't understand. Zhou Qizhe noticed Lin Shi's expression and shook his head, pointing at him in agitation. You don't understand what it's like to watch your once powerful family decline. His voice carried a note of hysteria. Zhou Qiming, that useless fool, will destroy everything. It has to be me. This mine is mine, and no one can take it from me. As his voice fell, the valley was briefly engulfed in silence. Perched above, Lin Shi looked down at the agitated Zhou Qizhe, a slow smirk forming on his face as he spread his hands. Sorry, I'm not interested in your family drama. Zhou Qizhe narrowed his eyes, watching Lin Shi warily. Then why are you here? To play your silly detective game. As he spoke, his right hand subtly slipped into his pocket, the movement quick and stealthy. Lin Shi didn't react to the gesture, answering calmly. I'm here for revenge, of course. What? Zhou Qizhe looked puzzled, clearly unable to understand what grudge he might have with Lin Shi. Come on, Uncle Zhou, have you forgotten so quickly? Lin Shi's tone remained calm, but his gaze turned sharp. I almost died by your hand. If it weren't for sheer luck, by the time the Zhou family found me, my body would have been cold. So, tell me, do you think I should seek revenge? Lin Shi had long seen through the real culprit was never Secretary Wang. From their first meeting, had noticed that the frail Secretary Wang, who struggled even to climb stairs, couldn't possibly have jumped from a building to escape. Wang was just a decoy, thrown out to divert attention. Is that so? Zhou Qizhe nodded with a smile, not denying it. Then, suddenly, his head shot up, his expression contorting into something feral. Last night's failure? Then he'll kill you again. Weevil, use Night Slash. At some point, a weevil had appeared silently behind Lin Shi, its claws glowing with dark energy as it struck at Lin Shi's vitals with lightning speed. Boom! A sturdy protect barrier suddenly formed around Lin Shi, firmly blocking Weevil's attack. Big brother, after hiding for so long, you finally decided to show yourself? Zhou Qizhe didn't seem surprised by the turn of events, a cold smile on his lips. Knowing Lin Shi's personality, there's no way he'd come here to provoke me unless someone had his back. Qizhe, I can't believe you've fallen so far. A steady male voice rang out beside Lin Shi. Zhou Qiming appeared, his expression grim as he addressed Zhou Qizhe below. Illegal mining is strictly prohibited by the Alliance. If you're caught, not only will you go to prison, but the entire Jindaduo mining company will be finished. Are you really willing to destroy the Zhou family's century-old foundation? Zhou Qiming's voice echoed through the valley, carrying both a warning and a trace of helplessness. Enough. I don't need your lectures. Zhou Qizhe snapped, his eyes burning with a crazed light as his voice rose. If you want hand over the position of family head, then I'll take it myself. The moment he finished speaking, he barked a command. Weevil, Night Slash. The assassin-like Weevil sprang into action, blending into the shadows like a fleeting phantom, darting straight toward Zhou Qiming. Zhou Qizhe knew full well that at this point, even if Zhou Qiming spared him for the sake of the company, he would never let him rise to power again. His wealth, his status, all his efforts over the years, everything would be reduced to nothing. That was an outcome he could never accept. All or nothing. Zhou Qizhe roared internally, then released 2 more Pokemon. Rhyperior, use Earthquake. Corviknight, Brave Bird. The light of 2 Pokeballs flashed, revealing a massive beast covered in red and gray rocky armor that landed with a thunderous crash, and a black-feathered, armor-plated steel bird that soared into the sky. The moment the 2 Pokemon appeared, their overwhelming presence filled the air, and powerful energy rippled around them. Lin Shi, hiding behind Zhou Qiming, quietly used an appraisal skill and discovered that these 2 Pokemon, like the Weevil, were at the gym leader level, with levels over 50. Rhyperior let out a deafening roar as energy erupted from its body. A seismic wave spread out from its feet toward Zhou Qiming, causing the valley walls to tremble and loose rocks to tumble down. At the same time, Corviknight ascended high into the air, its body surrounded by a blinding white light. An enormous spectral image of a white bird formed around it, shooting downward like a sharp arrow aimed directly at Zhou Qiming. Damn, blood is thicker than water, huh? He's not holding back at all, Lin Shi muttered nervously, shrinking closer to Zhou Qiming as the 3-pronged attack closed in. A deafening roar erupted as the 3 attacks collided with a protective barrier in front of Zhou Qiming and Lin Shi. The impact generated a shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust and debris. Zhou Qiming watched the relentless assault from his brother, his eyes closing momentarily as a flicker of pain crossed his face. But soon, his eyes snapped open, filled with resolve. Metagross, block the attack. As soon as Zhou Qiming spoke, Lin Shi saw the protective shield in front of them suddenly expand, deflecting all three Pokemon's attacks. Then, a massive, steel-blue creature appeared before Thema, towering Pokemon with four sturdy arms, its metallic surface gleaming coldly as it stared ahead with an unyielding expression. A pseudo-legendary. Metagross. Lin Shi exclaimed. Of course. Zhou Qizha let out a defeated laugh, his face twisted with frustration. You brought it out after all. Curious, Lin Shi examined the Metagross details. Pokemon, Metagross. Level, LV75. Status, healthy. Gender, none. Type, steel psychic. Ability, clear body. Height, 2.0 meters. Weight, 600 kilograms. Held item, metal coat. Moves, metal claw, bullet punch, zen headbutt, magnet rise, flash cannon. Takedown, psychic, iron defense, meteor mash, hammer arm, earthquake, protect, wide guard, gravity, explosion. Pokemon analysis. Metagross, the iron leg Pokemon, in the evolved form of Meton. With 4 brains, its intelligence rivals that of a supercomputer. Holy crap, level 75. This Metagross is an elite 4-level Pokemon. Lin Shi thought, stunned. He vaguely recalled hearing rumors about a powerful Pokemon that served as the Zhou family's guardian, obeying only the family's head. This must be the legendary Metagross. Looking at Zhou Qizha below, whose face was contorted in despair, Lin Shi knew the farce was nearing its end. Zhou Qiming's expression tightened slightly as he raised his hand and closed his eyes. Metagross, meteor mash. The floating Metagross immediately began to glow with an intense white light, its metallic body reflecting a blinding brilliance. Tremendous energy gathered within it as it folded its 4 arms, transforming into a blazing meteor. With a radiant streak, it descended from the sky, crashing into the valley below. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the resulting shockwave caused the valley walls to collapse, sending rocks and debris raining down. When the light finally faded, the valley below was unrecognizable, scarred and shattered, as though freshly plowed. The reddish soil unearthed from below resembled a winding crimson river, burying Pokemon and people alike in its wake. Baishan City, in a remote mountainous area, an unnamed valley. The smoke of battle had just dispersed. Zhou Qiming stood solemnly, gazing at the gaping crater before him, his expression heavy. Lin Shi stood silently by his side, knowing that any words at this moment would be superfluous. Lin, thank you this time. After a long pause, Zhou Qiming broke the silence. If it weren't for you, the truth might have never come to light. His voice carried a trace of exhaustion. This tragic conflict between brothers stemmed from the conversation Lin Shi had deliberately arranged along the way. As for the contract, rest assured, our Zhou family always keeps its word. You will always be our friend. With that, Zhou Qiming, his face shadowed with melancholy, mounted his Metagross and disappeared into the depths of the valley. Lin Shi lingered on the mountain for a while longer. Taking a moment, he summoned his Seviper from his backpack, and the 2 master and Pokeman began their slow descent. Not far away, in a dense thicket riddled with jagged rocks, the sound of faint coughing emerged. Zhou Qizha was struggling to crawl out from a patch of soft sand. His clothes were in tatters, and beside him lay a severely injured, unconscious Alakazam. It was thanks to Alakazam's last-minute teleport that he had narrowly escaped the devastating impact of Metagross's meteor mash. Uncle Zhou napping here? A familiar and infuriating voice sounded from above. Zhou Qizha could barely muster the strength to open his eyes. You, how did you find me here? Lin Shi sat down on a nearby rock. Seviper has an exceptional sense of smell. When you tried to assassinate me yesterday, you got its scent on you. Even though you carefully tried to mask it, its nose doesn't lie. I see. Zhou Qizha lay on the ground, gasping for air. You're here to take your revenge, aren't you? How ironic, to die at your hands. Lin Shi coldly regarded this ruthless, fratricidal man, his tone indifferent. That was the plan. But now, there's no need. Zhou Qizha barely managed to open his eyes, only to first notice the pitiful state of his own body. Alakazam's desperate teleport had been incomplete. His internal organs were displaced, blood was gushing out uncontrollably, his body was losing warmth, and his breathing was growing weaker by the second. Zhou Qiming really didn't hold back. He stared blankly at the sky. He actually gave you a chance, Lin Shi said. If you hadn't come here today, if you had given up on that mine, none of this would have happened. In the end, it was your greed and arrogance that doomed you. And even just now, he still hesitated. If he hadn't, you wouldn't have even had the chance to escape to this spot. Lin Shi, just like Zhou Qizha, raised his head to gaze at the blindingly white sky. The sunlight in the wilderness was harsh, glaring down on the 2 of them, one standing, the other lying on the ground. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. That hasty teleportation went wrong. Lin Shi's voice rang out clearly in the desolate wilderness. Zhou Qizha didn't respond. He simply lay there, his chest rising and falling faintly. He could feel his life slipping away, like grains of sand in an hourglass. The shadow of death loomed over him, and breathing became increasingly difficult. Am I really about to die? The thought flashed through his mind. Hey, Uncle Zhou, Lin Shi crouched down, his voice once again reaching Zhou Qi's ears. I've called you uncle so many times. Do you have any inheritance or something that needs someone to take care of? I could do you that favor. Zhou Qizha struggled to open his eyes, his gaze locking onto Lin Shi. Bloodshot veins spread across the whites of his eyes, but the fury in his expression was unmistakable. You've done this to me, and now you're thinking about taking my inheritance? That's outrageous. His voice was weak, but filled with defiance. Faced with Zhou Qi's angry glare, Lin Shi showed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, he leaned in closer. Uncle Zhou, money is just a worldly possession. You can't take it with you. Wouldn't it be a shame to waste it? He shrugged. Or maybe you have some last wishes, like needing someone to bury you or something. As long as it's not illegal, I can help you fulfill them. Your inheritance can just be the payment. How about that? Lin Shi kept talking, but Zhou Qi'Zhe shut his eyes again, as if he couldn't bear to look at Lin Shi's face any longer. Seeing Zhou Qi's condition, Lin Shi figured there wasn't much hope left. He stopped talking. The wilderness fell silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Ugh, Zhou Qi'Zhe suddenly coughed. Why did you stop talking? Waiting for you to die, Lin Shi replied bluntly. Lin Shi waiting for me to die, huh? Ignoring Lin Shi's cold response, Zhou Qi'Zhe shakily removed a key from around his neck and mustered the last of his strength to toss it to Lin Shi. The key glinted faintly in the sunlight as it landed in Lin Shi's hand. Help me bury my ashes. Zhou Qi's breathing grew more labored, blood beginning to trickle from his nose, staining his lips and chin. Bury them in Serenity Cemetery Row 3, number 11. His voice faded further. The contents of that key are your payment. With those final words, Zhou Qi'Zhe seemed to lose all strength. His chest no longer rose and fell, but the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Finally I can rest. Though his eyes were closed, it was as if he saw the sky growing brighter and a girl in white smiling at him, reaching out her hand. You came to take me away, didn't you? Zhou Qi'Zhe was dead. He died in that desolate wilderness, battered and broken, with only Lin Shi as a witness. Staring at Zhou Qi's lifeless body, his face still holding a faint smile, Lin Shi lowered his eyes to the key in his hand. The metal surface reflected the sunlight. You didn't even ask if I agreed, Lin Shi muttered, clenching the key in his palm. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The drama surrounding the Zhou family began to settle. The tiger-shaped mountain's brownstone mine was eventually jointly developed by Jinduduo Mining and Minghui Mining, with both companies' seals stamped on the contract. However, not long after, the Zhou family discovered an even larger brownstone deposit nearby. Acting swiftly and decisively, the Zhou family secured exclusive development rights for the new mine and established a subsidiary specializing in brownstone extraction, emerging as the ultimate victors in the competition. As for Zhou Qi'Zhe, the Zhou family deliberately kept his death under wraps. His disappearance was officially declared an accident, causing a stir in the business world and sparking endless speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Shi not only received the 2 million yuan cash reward for locating the mine, but also became a minor shareholder in Jinduduo Mining's brownstone development subsidiary thanks to the new contract. This entitled him to one of the total net profit from the brownstone mine's development every year. While one might seem small, it meant Lin Shi didn't have to invest a dime or handle any management. He could simply sit back and collect dividends annually. Based on projections, he stood to earn at least tens of millions each year. This is why I took the risk to sign the contract. It's not about lacking principles, it's just that treasure is hard to resist, Lin Shi thought, feeling no regret over his choice. On another note, Secretary Wang turned out to be surprisingly lucky survived. It turned out that Zhou Qiming hadn't initially joined Lin Shi's group because he was searching for Secretary Wang. As it turned out, Wang was a double agent sent by Zhou Wanming to monitor Zhou Qi'Zhe, whom he suspected of wrongdoing. However, aside from discovering that Zhou Qi'Zhe might have located the mine, Wang hadn't uncovered anything else. Had also been forced to follow Zhou Qi's orders, leading the survey team aimlessly through the mountains. This explained why he had tried to provoke Lin Shi and drive him away. He had realized Zhou Qi'Zhe planned to use Lin Shi, but lacked the strength to change the outcome. In any case, all these messy affairs had finally come to an end. Sitting on the balcony of his new apartment, Lin Shi gazed at the cityscape in the distance, feeling thoroughly fed up with the Zhou family's drama. He decided to take a short break before setting his sights on his next goal, pursuing a professional career. In the courtyard of Lin Shi's home, he was busy preparing food. Holding a jar of fresh, sweet milk in his hand, he carefully poured it into the bowl for Bear Cub. Nearby, he skillfully sliced apples and turned them into a honey-glazed fruit salad, which he handed to Serpent Bug. Lastly, Lin Shi took out some energy cubes from a bag and gently tossed them into Gyarados' bowl. The cubes shimmered with a water and dragon-type glow. The 3 Pokemon in the courtyard eagerly watched him, like hungry little sparrows, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Lin Shi chuckled and distributed the food to them one by one. The funds from the Zhou family for the mining project have arrived. Let's treat you all to something nice today, he thought to himself. Lin Shu's care for these Pokemon was nearly meticulous. He spared no expense, purchasing top-tier ingredients and training tools available on the market. The costs were significant. Just the food and training equipment alone had already set him back nearly $1 million. And that was only part of it. He planned to allocate more funds during the winter holidays to buy TMs, special berries, and other items and food that could enhance the Pokemon's abilities. For now, Gyarados and Bear Cub had a decent repertoire of moves, and their energy levels were sufficient to last for a while, so there was no immediate rush to make additional purchases. As Lin Shu handed out the food, he glanced at Serpent Bug, who was devouring its meal with gusto. Ever since it came under his care, it had grown noticeably stronger and rounder. It had visibly gained quite a bit of weight. Lin Shu smiled slightly, thinking to himself that it was about time to fulfill a promise. Eat up, everyone. There's still a lot to do today, Lin Shu said, picking up a steamed bun and starting to eat. The courtyard was filled with the quiet sounds of chewing and the contented hums of the Pokemon. A few hours later, Lin Shu walked alone into the Pokemon League Center in Baishan City, Shenzhou. Today was a special day. He was here to advance his trainer rank. After days of effort, Bear Cub had finally reached level 20, becoming a professional-level Pokemon. Lin Shu couldn't wait to complete the certification, eager to avoid the regret of missing out on capturing a rare Pokemon. Due to insufficient rank like that little Smith Pokemon, he still felt a pang of heartache over. He glanced at Bear Cub's Pokédex entry and nodded in satisfaction. Bear Cub, level 20, male, healthy, with the pickup ability, standing 0.85 meters tall and weighing 15 kilograms. Equipped with a black belt, it had mastered several moves, including Lick, Yawn, Fury Swipes, and Low Kick. Its overall condition was excellent, fully meeting the criteria for rank advancement. Not bad, Lin Shu murmured to himself. Approaching the counter, he was greeted by a friendly young woman. Hello, I'd like to apply for a professional trainer rank advancement, Lin Shu said politely. The young woman smiled warmly. Of course. Please place 2 Pokemon that are level 20 or above on the tray for verification. Lin Shu carefully took out the Pokeballs for Bear Cub and Gyarados from his backpack and placed them on the tray. The staff member placed them into a scanning device, which emitted a crisp ding after a few seconds, signaling the completion of the check. Verification complete, the young woman said with a smile, handing the Pokeballs back to Lin Shu. Next, you'll need to undergo a compatibility test with your Pokemon. Please proceed to the room on the left for the assessment. Becoming a professional trainer required more than just high-level Pokemon. Trainers also needed to pass a compatibility test, which evaluated the obedience of their Pokemon. Both criteria had to be met to officially advance in rank. Lin Shu nodded and headed toward the room on the left, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. He knew that today was a significant milestone in his journey. For Lin Shu, Gyarados, and Teddy Ursa, who had been working seamlessly as a team for quite some time, this stage was naturally a piece of cake. They handled it effortlessly. After completing the task, the system notified him. Congratulations on becoming a professional trainer. Your capture limit has been extended to 6 Pokemon. Here are the regulations for professional trainers. Please make sure to abide by them. With a smile on his face, Lin Shu walked out of the central building, officially becoming a professional trainer. He then immediately hailed a taxi and headed to the Zhou family residence. Upon arrival, he discovered that Zhou Wanjin and his father were not at home. However, Lin Shu had already informed them in advance, saying he had left something behind and was coming to retrieve it. In reality, his true purpose was to uncover the inheritance left by Zhou Qizhe. Zhou Qize's sudden passing left behind a mysterious key, and Lin Shu couldn't figure out what it was. For what lock could it possibly open? His best guess was that the answer could be found in Zhou Qize's room. With no other leads, he decided to try his luck. Carefully avoiding the housekeeper, Lin Shu managed to quietly acquire the key to Zhou Qize's room. He gently pushed open the door on the upper floor and slipped inside without a sound. Zhou Qize's room was as clean and tidy as ever, thanks to daily cleaning despite him not living there often. The room was sparsely furnished, with almost no unnecessary items. It didn't take long for Lin Shu to find a safe in the wardrobe. He tested the key and confirmed it could open the safe. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Whatever was inside must be valuable. With a soft click, the safe finally opened. Inside, there were several boxes, one particularly large and ornate, along with some document folders containing papers and a letter. Lin Shu picked up the letter first and began to read it carefully. The content was straightforward. If you're reading this letter, it means I must already be dead. But since you've made it here and managed to open the safe, it also means you're someone I trust. Lin Shu, well, perhaps. The letter went on to explain that the safe contained documentation for a burial plot Zhou Qize had purchased at Taoran Cemetery. He wished for these documents, along with the items in the largest box, to be buried with him, as they were his most treasured possessions. As for the other boxes, they contained mementos from his youth, and if Lin Shu could fulfill his final wish, he was welcome to keep them as a token of gratitude. Thank you for your help. I can finally rest and finally come to find you. The last sentence of the letter was particularly moving. leaving Lin Shi momentarily stunned as a complex mix of emotions welled up in his heart. He closed the letter and set it aside before turning his attention to the largest box. Inside, he found a collection of love letters exchanged between Zhou Qizhe and a girl named by Mingyun. Judging by the paper and handwriting, these letters dated back over 20 years and had been meticulously preserved, indicating how much Zhou Qizhe cherished them. Lin Shi skimmed a few of the letters but felt somewhat uncomfortable and decided not to read further. He carefully returned the letters to their original place. So all I get out of this are a few stones. Lin Shi frowned. Still, considering these were Zhou Qizhe's prized possessions, perhaps they were worth a look. He proceeded to open the other boxes. The first box contained a crystal-like mineral. Although it was visually striking, it was ultimately just an ordinary stone. While disappointed, Lin Shi understood that even decorative items like this could fetch a decent price if sold. The second box, however, caught his attention immediately. Inside was a jade green, circular stone with a white, multipoint star pattern embedded within it. Lin Shi could almost feel the powerful energy radiating from it. This was a top-tier awakening stone, extremely rare and valuable. His mood instantly lifted. This single item alone could bring him a substantial fortune. As he continued opening the remaining boxes, Lin Shi found that most contained similarly beautiful but relatively ordinary minerals or gemstones. While they had some collectible value, they were nowhere near as extraordinary as the awakening stone. Finally, only one box remained. With a sliver of hope, Lin Shi carefully opened it. Unlike the others, this box did not contain a stone. The moment it was opened, a golden yellow light flashed briefly before vanishing. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. This was clearly not an ordinary object. Inside the box lay a magatama, its red streaks curling like flames over the pristine white jade. It was exquisitely crafted, so captivating that it was hard to look away. Lin Shi stared at the intricate artifact, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, though he couldn't recall where he might have seen something similar before. System identify, he silently commanded. This time, the identification process felt different. There was an unusual delay. The edges of the identification screen shimmered faintly with a golden hue, exuding an inexplicable sense of peculiarity. Lin Shi couldn't help but liken the feeling to someone used to plain meals suddenly faced with a grand feast, utterly overwhelmed. The identification panel began to tremble violently, the blurry image gradually sharpening into clarity. Calamity Jade, the legendary Pokemon embodiment of the ancient jade fish. Drained of its energy, it has fallen into an endless slumber. Wear it well, for one day, it may awaken again. Lin Shi blinked in disbelief at the words before him. What? His mind went blank. Rubbing his eyes, he checked the results again. Then, closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Still not right. Something was seriously off. Slowly, Lin Shi raised his right hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The sharp smack resounded, and the stinging pain grounded him back to reality. This is real. Too real. Zhou Qizhe, you've done me a great favor in death. Overwhelmed, the words burst out before he could stop himself. He quickly covered his mouth, trying to suppress the surge of excitement. This seemingly ordinary magatama turned out to be a legendary creature, one of the four calamities, the ancient jade fish. Though it was currently dormant and devoid of energy, and Lin Shi had no idea how to awaken it, none of that changed the fact was holding a genuine legendary Pokemon in his hands. Thank you, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, great sage equal to heaven, Earth God, and the Gourd brothers, Lin Shi muttered incoherently, his elation spilling over. Carefully, he placed everything into his backpack, locked the safe, and stepped out of the room. Andy Wu, I found what I was looking for. They'll be leaving now. Thank you for your time, he said, bidding the housekeeper a quick farewell before hurrying out of the Zhou family home. Once outside, he headed straight to a nearby boutique to pick out a premium necklace cord for the Calamity Jade. Threading the cord through the hole in the magatama, he carefully placed it around his neck. Since the identification results mentioned wearing it, Lin Shi speculated that this might be a key step in restoring the jade fish's power. Satisfied with the pendant hanging from his neck, Lin Shi nodded to himself. But then, a thought struck him. The magatama was too striking, its beauty likely to attract unwanted attention. With this in mind, he returned to the store and purchased a high-quality charm pouch. He carefully placed the magatama inside the pouch and hung it securely around his neck. All right, this feels much better, he murmured. Though the pouch concealed the jade's brilliance, it brought him a sense of relief. With everything sorted, Lin Shi glanced at the burial certificate and love letter in his backpack and spoke softly. Don't worry. Since I've accepted these items, I'll make sure everything is taken care of properly. What followed was a series of errands. First, Lin Shi returned home to retrieve Zhou Qizhe's ashes. Then, after much traveling, he made his way to Taoran Cemetery to handle the necessary paperwork with the staff. The entire process went surprisingly smoothly. Once the cemetery staff confirmed that all the documents Lin Shi provided were in order, they promptly arranged for someone to escort him to the burial site. This must be your first time here, Mr. Lin, the staff member remarked as they led the way. Feel free to take a look around. Our plots offer excellent layouts, plenty of sunlight, warm in the winter, cool in the summer. Satisfied with the arrangements, Lin Sure stepped on the staff member's foot before he could finish his sentence. It was a light punishment compared to earlier when Lin Sure nearly hurled Zhou Qi's urn at the man's head. Apologies, Mr. Lin, apologies. I used to work as a real estate agent. Old habits. You know, the staff member stammered nervously, bowing his head repeatedly. Lin Sure didn't press the matter further, but couldn't help thinking that this staff member might face plenty of trouble in the future. Shortly after, Lin Sure and the staff arrived at the reserved grave site, row 3, number 11. Nearby, an elderly man was tidying up a grave, a few offerings placed beside him, indicating he had just finished paying respects. The old man glanced at Lin Sure, nodded faintly, and remarked, "You're quite fortunate." Startled, Lin Sure asked, "Do all your staff talk like this?" The old man gave him a measured look, his eyes tinged with emotion. Slowly, he said, "Your grave is right next to my daughter's. Isn't that lucky?" Lin Sure turned his gaze to the headstone before the old man. The name inscribed on it was by Meng Yun, and a wave of shock swept over him. "Your daughter?" "Yes," the old man choked out, his voice quivering. He seemed lost in memory for a moment before continuing with a trace of pride. Lin Sure didn't say anything further. Quietly, he buried Zhou Qi's urn along with his final love letter into the earth. Once a man worth billions, Zhou Qizhe now rested peacefully in silence. The cemetery remained still, no tears, no mourning. Standing there, Lin Sure somehow felt that Zhou Qizhe would have been content. A complex, yet devoted businessman, this could very well be his epitaph. That night, Lin Sure slept soundly in his room. On a smaller bed nearby, Xiong Baobao slumbered peacefully, a faint trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Snakebug remained curled up in Lin Sure's backpack. Despite Lin Sure's repeated suggestions to buy a separate bed for it, every night it would inevitably return to the small, familiar space of the bag. Lin Sure suspected it always felt a lack of security. At that moment, Snakebug was coiled tightly, deep in sleep. Yet its expression betrayed a trace of anguish, as if it were trapped in a restless dream. In the darkness, Snakebug relived the nightmare. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and it had long lost count of how many times it had fled, battered, and wounded. Each escape grew more grueling, more despairing. Over time, the surrounding spirits had gradually vanished. Many familiar companions had failed to endure White Mouse's family, the 3 bald mole brothers. Even the 3-headed bird doll had fallen. This can't go on. It hissed softly, glancing back at the few companions huddled together. As their leader, Snakebug knew it had to take action. Bang! Bang! Heavy pounding echoed from beyond the door. Were the experimenters coming again? Each experiment had grown increasingly brutal. This time, rumors suggested that Lord D9 was particularly pleased and intended to advance to the next phase of testing. Snakebug stared tensely at the crack beneath the door, knowing this was its only chance. Clenching its teeth, it leapt forward, darting like lightning out of the room. Yet even then, it couldn't escape the towering, impenetrable walls. The surroundings offered no gaps, no escape routes. "It's running." Voices erupted behind it, followed by the chaotic sound of footsteps and blaring alarms. Snakebug realized it had been spotted. The scent in the air grew stronger, and the approaching footsteps quickened. "There's no way out," it murmured softly, despair lacing its voice. "Hey, Snakebug, what's going on? Are you having a nightmare?" Lin Sure's voice broke through its thoughts, and the next moment, Snakebug was being gently shaken awake. As its vision cleared, Snakebug saw Lin Sure's concerned face hovering above it. "Oh, that's right. I wasn't caught. I escaped," Snakebug muttered, slowly grounding itself in reality, the terror of the dream fading. "Still half asleep?" Lin Sure smiled at it, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Get up. Time to eat. Today, we're heading to Baishui Forest to find your companions." Snakebug's eyes lit up as it instantly perked up. "Yes, I'm going back to save them." The Whitewater Forest, Western Region. Lin Sure once again soared above the forest on the back of his ferocious Gyarados, using his search panel to narrow down the area in an attempt to locate the elusive honeycomb serpent. Yet, every time he got closer, the result was the same: nothing. Frustrated, he asked the small snake bug in his backpack once more, "Snake bug, how exactly did you manage to break away from the honeycomb serpent?" It wasn't the first time he had asked this question, but the answers he received always left him puzzled. Snake bug's demeanor remained pained, as if it had endured some great trauma. Despite its efforts to communicate, its messages were always vague and unclear. Lin Sure could only stay alert, his mind brimming with questions. It felt as though there was something far beyond his current understanding. The Whitewater Forest in the Western region wasn't large, but the Pokémon there were generally high-level, making it far more dangerous than the southern and eastern areas. The southern and eastern regions were closer to human settlements, while the western border stretched into the desolate expanse of a desert. Even so, the presence of Gyarados deterred most Pokémon, forcing them to avoid Lin Sure's path rather than challenge him. The golden light of the setting sun bathed the forest, illuminating every leaf with a warm glow. Lin Shi had just completed his search of the western region, but still found no trace of the honeycomb serpent. Snake bug remained silent, and the system's search results showed no change. By now, Lin Shi had investigated the southern, eastern, western, and most of the central areas, leaving only the north-central region unexplored. That area was not only home to the highest-level Pokemon in Whitewater Forest, but also the most intricate terrain in the entire forest. To the north of Whitewater Forest lay the Beijianjuan Nature Reserve in the northeastern Region, Pokemon Sanctuary strictly off-limits to the public. This reserve covered nearly half of Baishui City's territory and was home to countless wild Pokemon. Only authorized personnel were allowed entry, and poachers who trespassed faced severe legal consequences. Because of this, the Pokemon in the northern region were often much stronger than those elsewhere. Lin Shi had deliberately saved this area for last, knowing that if the honeycomb serpent wasn't found here, it might have already entered the protected reservoir, a place he couldn't approach without authorization. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, bringing warmth and tranquility to the forest. Dewdrops sparkled on the tips of leaves, birds chirped melodiously, and the air was filled with a fresh, invigorating scent. Lin Shi stepped out of his tent, stretching with a contented sigh. Last night, apart from the occasional sound of the wind, had been the most peaceful night he'd spent in the wild. Onyx, thank you, Lin Shi said, patting the massive onyx on the head with gratitude. It remained coiled beside the tent, a silent and steadfast guardian. After sharing a simple meal with his Pokemon, Lin Shi began packing up his gear, ready to head north and begin the day's search. As autumn deepened, the air grew colder. Winters in the north arrived swiftly and fiercely, and Lin Shi knew that the biting cold and relentless snow would leave no room for error. He tread carefully along a path blanketed with fallen leaves, his steps light and vigilant. Most Pokemon gave him a wide berth, and the smaller ones he occasionally encountered kept a safe distance, showing no signs of aggression. Emerging from the dense forest, Lin Shi spotted a wider dirt road with distinct tire tracks. It appeared to be a route used by forest rangers' patrol vehicles. A ranger's car? He murmured, speculating as he examined the tracks. Suddenly, Snake Bug poked its head out of the backpack, stretching its neck and sniffing the air intently. Lin Shi immediately noticed its unusual behavior. Snake Bug, did you find something? He asked, quickly removing his backpack to observe Snake Bug's actions closely. At this moment, the serpent bug seemed to have determined a direction, persistently flicking its tongue as it moved forward in a fixed path. Lin Shi observed this behavior and softly said, "Let's go and take a look." Following the direction indicated by the serpent bug, he stepped forward, occasionally glancing at the search panel still showing no results. He speculated that the target might be too far away. As they ventured deeper, Lin Shi noticed a significant decrease in the number of Pokemon in the area, while the tire tracks on the ground became more distinct and concentrated. He pulled out a map to confirm his location, estimating that he had traveled about 3 to 4 kilometers. Just then, the search panel finally reacted, and at the same time, the serpent bug in his backpack began to writhe and squirm uneasily. At first, Lin Shi thought the serpent bug was excited about nearing its target, but he quickly sensed something was off. Its eyes turned red, and its expression twisted into one of dread, as though haunted by some terrifying memory. What's wrong? Lin Shi gently held the serpent bug's head in his hands, lightly shaking it as he asked. Frowning, he heightened his vigilance and slowed his pace as he continued forward. The remaining 200 meters were covered quickly. Lin Shi hid behind a large tree, carefully comparing the scene ahead with the location marked on the search panel. Strange, I should be able to see it by now, he murmured to himself. The area before him was an open field, barren except for dirt, weeds, and a few massive rocks. There seemed to be nothing particularly unusual or any obvious obstructions. He examined the panel again and was shocked to discover that the location of the giant hive snake was underground. How did it get down there? Is there a hidden passage? He scanned his surroundings but found no anomalies, deciding to move closer for a better look. Just as Lin Shi was about to act, his arm was suddenly gripped tightly. The serpent bug coiled around him forcefully. What's wrong? Are you stopping me? Is it dangerous? Lin Shi focused on the serpent bug's tense expression, which clearly nodded in confirmation. Iku. At that moment, the Cubchoo pressed its ear to the ground and pointed in another direction, sounding a warning. Lin Shi immediately grew alert, holding the Cubchoo as he crouched low to the ground, using a nearby bush as cover. His gaze locked onto the direction the Cubchoo indicated. Before long, several ordinary trucks approached, carrying large crates covered in plastic, their contents unknown. What are they doing in this desolate place? Lin Shi muttered in confusion. But what happened next made his eyes widen in disbelief. A door suddenly materialized on one of the massive rocks in the wasteland. Several individuals in specialized uniforms emerged from it. Their clothing bore a peculiar symbol resembling a star-shaped eye. That symbol looks so familiar. Lin Shi racked his brain, trying to recall where he had seen it before. Before he could piece it together, The individuals had already exchanged words with the truck drivers and began working together to move the crates underground. Mimicking Cubchoo, Linsher pressed his ear to the ground and closed his eyes to listen. It sounds like the cries of Pokemon. Are those crates filled with them? Are they engaging in illegal poaching? Suddenly, Linsher stared at the star-shaped symbol, and a realization struck him. No way. He finally remembered it was the emblem of the international criminal organization known as Polaris, a group infamous for its cold-blooded and terrifying activities. Because of his aunt, Linsher had come across information about this organization before. He had always assumed he would never encounter them in his lifetime. But now, to his shock, he had stumbled upon one of their secret outposts. According to what he knew, Polaris claimed to be messengers guiding humanity toward the future, like the North Star illuminating the path forward. However, this was merely a facade for their propaganda. In reality, they were a group of deranged individuals whose heinous crimes across various regions were too numerous to count. Linsher's heart raced as he realized he had uncovered one of Polaris' hidden bases. As he suspected, the giant hive snake was likely imprisoned underground along with the other Pokemon. Encountering Polaris, an internationally notorious criminal organization, was something Linsher had not anticipated. Now he began to understand why Snakeworm became increasingly uneasy and agitated the closer they got. The methods of Polaris were ruthless and inhumane, and Snakeworm's experiences there must have been filled with pain and suffering. Meanwhile, several uniformed individuals swiftly loaded all the Pokemon into the underground facility and then drove away in trucks, leaving the scene. Others reopened the gate and returned to the underground base. The forest gradually returned to its serene state, as if nothing had happened, with the desolate land remaining barren and lifeless. Hiss hiss. Once everyone had left, Snakeworm suddenly leapt out of Linsher's backpack on its own and began crawling slowly toward the underground entrance from earlier. Hey, what are you doing? Linsher quickly grabbed Snakeworm's body, stopping it in its tracks. Just crawling over there like that? That's like turning on the light in a restroom asking for trouble. Hiss hiss. Snakeworm's eyes turned blood red, and it struggled furiously in Linsher's hands, clearly agitated. Linsher understood it wasn't its fault. As a multi-bodied Pokemon, the instinct to reunite with its collective was deeply ingrained. The fact that it had restrained itself until now was already commendable. Agoo. Cubchoo stepped in front of Snakeworm, spreading its arms to block its way. With a serious expression, it pointed back toward Linsher. Hearing Cubchoo's voice, Snakeworm gradually calmed down. It looked at the distant barren land and then back at Linsher, eventually falling silent. It understood that Cubchoo was right. Acting recklessly now would not only endanger itself, but also put Linsher in jeopardy. Linsher gently stroked Snakeworm's head, placing it back into the backpack. He solemnly promised, "Don't worry, we'll help you rescue your companions." Since Snakeworm had managed to suppress its instincts for his sake, Linsher felt obligated to do everything in his power to save the hive serpent. With this resolve, he carefully memorized the location of the barren land and cautiously retreated. From a young age, Linsher had been taught never to act impulsively when faced with bad people. Polaris was certainly not an adversary he could take on alone, but the Alliance could. Thus, he decided to call the authorities. At the Bai City Public Security Bureau, Rin Yuyao was listening to a report from her subordinate, her expression grim. Once the report concluded, she raised her slender fingers to gently massage her temples, the fatigue evident on her face. Knock, knock. A knocking sound broke the silence. "Come in," Rin Yuyao said, her voice calm yet firm. As soon as she finished speaking, a short-haired young woman stepped through the door. "Aunt Yao, judging by your expression, I guess you haven't found any leads yet," said the newcomer, Xiao Ning, a student from Northern University. She immediately discerned that the investigation had hit a dead end. Walking behind Rin Yuyao, Xiao Ning began to gently massage her temples. "Aunt Yao, you need to take care of yourself. Don't overwork and exhaust yourself. Knowing there might be a Polaris stronghold in Bai City, how could I possibly rest?" Rin Yuyao sighed, her tone resolute. "We must uproot this stronghold as soon as possible. I won't let the tragedies that occurred elsewhere happen here in Bai City." Seeing Rin Yuyao's unwavering determination, Xiao Ning couldn't help but admire her as a competent leader, though a faint sense of frustration stirred within her heart. It had been several weeks since Xiao Ning had taken on the school's mission and arrived here. She sat in the office, her brows furrowed in frustration. There was still no trace of Polaris. If this continued, she would be deemed to have failed her mission and forced to return to school. The thought of her hometown potentially suffering from Polaris's destruction was the reason she had taken on this task despite the pressure, returning to Baishan City. Silently, she prayed for a breakthrough. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," Ren Yuyao's crisp voice rang out. The door opened, revealing the disheveled figure of Lin Shi. His clothes were smeared with dirt and dew from the forest, and a withered yellow leaf was stuck in his hair. "Sure? What happened to you?" Ren Yuyao asked in surprise. "Aunt, I have something important to report," Lin Shi said as he quickly stepped inside. His eyes swept the room and noticed Xiao Ning was also present. Without greeting her, he leaned close to Ren Yuyao and whispered something urgently. What? You found a possible hideout for Polaris? Ren Yuyao exclaimed in shock. Lin Shi sighed and shook his head. And, with a reaction like that, how did you even get this position? Lin Shi, is it true? You've really found Polaris's hideout? Xiaoning's surprise mirrored Ren Yuyao's. Could her earlier prayers have actually come true? Lin Shi nodded and provided a concise explanation, carefully withholding unnecessary details. After hearing him out, Ren Yuyao immediately stood up, her face lighting up with excitement. She knew Lin Shi was methodical and wouldn't joke about something this serious. Searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. Ren Yuyao declared, wasting no time in ordering the assembly of an elite team to launch a nighttime raid. Soon, a strike team composed of the Security Bureau's top agents was ready to move out. Every member had been rigorously vetted, their loyalty beyond question. However, when Ren Yuyao noticed Lin Shi standing among the team, she frowned and asked, Lin Shi, what are you doing here? I'm coming with you, Lin Shi replied matter-of-factly. The terrain in Baishui Forest is complicated, and the only one who knows the exact location of the hideout. Shouldn't I be the one to lead the way? Ren Yuyao handed him an electronic map and asked him to mark the location, but Lin Shi insisted on guiding them personally. His reasoning was sound. Marking it on the map could lead to errors. Even a slight mistake might alert them. I know the area like the back of my hand and can guide the team directly. If it's an issue, I won't go in ill, just wait outside. While Ren Yuyao hesitated, Xiaoning suddenly spoke up in support. Aunt Yao, let Lin Shi go. I believe he has great potential, and Northern University might even take an interest in him. With both of them persuading her, Ren Yuyao finally relented. All right, just this once. But you must follow orders. Yes, ma'am, Lin Shi replied, standing at attention. It was already past noon when the group made their way through the forest. Their clothes brushed against the leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. And, do we have enough people with us? Lin Shi, leading the way at the front, glanced back at the group. The team of over 20 people moved cautiously through the woods, their expressions tense and alert. The small number nodded as confidence. After all, they were about to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, and the opposition was unlikely to be few. Don't worry, Lin Shi. Surprisingly, the response didn't come from Ren Yuyao, but from Xiaoning. Her voice carried a hint of confidence. Lin Shi frowned, his gaze falling on Xiaoning. She was dressed in lightweight tactical gear, with several small equipment pouches strapped to her waist, not at all the attire of an ordinary student. By the way, why is Sister Xiaoning part of the group? Aren't you a student? Knowing my aunt's personality, I can't imagine she'd let you come along. Xiaoning's lips curved into a bright smile. Because I took on a mission from the school. Clearly, the chance to locate the Polaris stronghold had lifted her spirits. A mission from the school? Lin Shi was hearing this for the first time and immediately pressed for details. You'll understand when you get to college, Xiaoning replied, sidestepping the question and changing the subject. Do you know about the ranking system of the Polaris organization's internal strongholds? Ranking system for strongholds? Lin Shi furrowed his brows in confusion. What does the ranking signify? Xiaoning slowed her pace, lowering her voice slightly. The Polaris organization is no ordinary group. They see themselves as the messengers guiding humanity's future. Her expression turned serious. In their pursuit of new directions, they've undertaken countless cruel and inhumane research projects. Lin Shi noticed a flicker of disgust in Xiaoning's eyes as she spoke. To ensure that each project proceeds smoothly without interference, the Polaris organization has established numerous strongholds of varying sizes across the globe, assigning them different ranks to indicate the importance of the experiments conducted there. Xiaoning explained further. This way, even if one project's stronghold is discovered and destroyed by the Alliance, it won't impact their other experiments. Carefully stepping over a fallen tree trunk, she continued, the ranking of these strongholds is based on how critical the organization deems the experiment. They are categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. The higher the rank, the more personnel and security resources are allocated to it. Xiaoning paused, glancing ahead to check their route before adding. In a way, the rank of a project also reflects the potential severity of its impact. Impact? Lin Shi murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as his mind began piecing together possibilities. Exactly, Xiaoning nodded, shadows of leaves dancing across her face. Most of these experiments are both insane and dangerous. The Polaris organization conducts their research with reckless abandon, unable to control the results they produce. She turned her head slightly, locking eyes with Lin Shi. Have you heard about the incident in the Misty City region, where an entire city fell into a dreamlike state? Lin Shi nodded, recalling the widely discussed event. Of course, but wasn't it caused by the legendary Pokemon Darkrai? Hearing this, Xiaoning shook her head, a somber look crossing her face. In truth, the culprit behind that incident was the Polaris organization. At the time, the stronghold in that city was ranked B3, and their research focused on the dream power of Pokemon. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, as though revealing a forbidden secret. They aim to harness dreams as an energy source, even using it as a stepping stone to invade the fabled dream world. Linsher unconsciously slowed his steps, fully engrossed in her words. But something went wrong with their research. A surge of immense dream energy spiraled out of control, plunging countless humans and Pokemon into an endless slumber from which they could not awaken, eventually leading to their deaths. Xiaoning's gaze grew distant. This unleashed energy also caught the attention of Darkrai. Emerging from the void in a fury, it used its immense power to destroy the Polaris stronghold. The residual effects of the energy, however, extended to the entire city, putting all humans and Pokemon into a deep sleep. Fortunately, after destroying the group that sought to manipulate the power of dreams, Darkrai calmed its fury and departed, allowing the townsfolk to awaken from their nightmares. Linsher took a deep breath after listening to Xiaoning's account. These words gave him a new perspective on the Polaris organization. This mysterious and dangerous group was far more terrifying than he had imagined. According to our investigation, this base in Baishan City is only classified as D-level, ranked somewhere between D7 and D9. Xiaoning said with a confident smile. With our current team strength, we can handle it. Besides, we have reinforcements. Linsher suddenly understood why Xiaoning seemed so self-assured. The forest path was covered with fallen leaves that swirled in the wind. The group advanced cautiously and soon found a dirt road winding through the woods. The clear tire tracks on the ground indicated they were close to their destination. Everyone, stay alert. Rin Yuyao ordered in a low voice, leading the group as they moved stealthily toward the desolate area. There it is, Linsher whispered, crouching behind a large tree and pointing toward a distant boulder. That rock is actually a hidden entrance. Rin Yuyao nodded in confirmation. Classic Polaris tactics, she remarked before signaling decisively. Begin the operation. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of the Polaris organization's D9 base, an elderly man with a white, bushy beard was intently jotting down notes on a piece of paper. On the lab table before him was a Pokemon resembling an egg and execute, or more precisely, 1/6 of an execute. With a soft plop, the execute spat out a small green seed. The seed, brimming with grass-type energy, sprouted instantly upon hitting the ground. Observing the relatively weak leech seed move, the old man broke into an ecstatic grin. This discovery thrilled him. Normally, a Pokemon like Execute, which functions as a collective entity, would need all its components together to perform skills. A single component would struggle to maintain balance, let alone execute a move. Yet this fragment of an Execute had managed to act independently, signaling a monumental breakthrough. The old man's thoughts drifted to other multi-part Pokemon, Dugtrio, Magneton, Clink, Binacle, Tandemaus, and even pseudo-legendaries like Metagross and Dragapult. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he recalled his most promising experimental subject escaping at a critical moment. He blamed the incompetent guards and the higher-ups who had diverted manpower to some secret realm exploration. But his frustration was short-lived. He turned his gaze back to the execute on the lab table and broke into a manic smile. A new perfect test subject was about to be born, bringing him closer to his goal of creating artificial multi-part Pokemon. He would make those who had belittled his research regret underestimating him. Classifying his project as D9 was a grave mistake. Just as he was reveling in his grand vision, the entire underground base suddenly shook violently. A piercing alarm blared through the facility. The old man's pupils contracted as he muttered in shock. What's happening? The piercing sound of an alarm echoed throughout the stronghold, sending waves of panic through the room. The elderly man and his assistants froze, their faces pale with fear. Suddenly, the metallic doors of the laboratory slid open with a hiss of pressurized air, and a man wearing a silver mask engraved with the Big Dipper emblem strode in briskly. He was dressed in a standard uniform, but unlike the usual attire, his bore the Polaris insignia and a striking pattern of the Big Dipper encircling his entire body, marking him as someone of special rank. What's going on? The elderly man Dr. D9 immediately stepped forward to question the newcomer, his voice trembling with tension. Dr. D9, I regret to inform you that our stronghold has been discovered by the Alliance, the masked man stated quickly, but with remarkable composure. They're currently breaching the outer defenses. You need to leave immediately. What? Dr. D9 staggered back as if all the strength had drained from his body. He caught himself against the edge of a lab table, barely managing to stay upright. Why now of all times? My experiment was so close to success. His face was ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief, and his lips trembled as he muttered to himself. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted outside, shaking the laboratory and causing the glass equipment to rattle violently. The battle was clearly drawing closer. The loud blast jolted Dr. D9 from his daze. He rushed to the main control computer, hastily inserting a flash drive and beginning to download data. The device's indicator light flickered rapidly, storing the bulk of his research. Hold them off for me. Dr. D9 barked at the masked man, his face livid. Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and headed swiftly toward a concealed passageway in the corner of the lab. Bang! Before the doctor could take more than a few steps, a thunderous impact struck the lab's metal doors. The frame buckled under the force, and the heavy doors warped inward. "You're not going anywhere." A deep, commanding voice bellowed as the head of a massive metallic serpent forced its way through the twisted doorway. Standing firmly atop the serpent's head was a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man. His sharp, piercing gaze swept over the lab. When his eyes landed on Dr. D9, who had yet to make his escape, a triumphant grin spread across his face. "Looks like I got here just in time." He flexed his fingers slightly before turning his attention to the masked man. Pointing directly at him, he said, "You must be the Beidou Tianqiu of this stronghold, right? It's my first time facing one of Polaris Beidou warriors. This is going to be interesting." Ignoring the frightened expressions of the others in the lab, the man continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jin Shikai, the master of the Baishan Dojo in Baishan City." The man who had so suddenly appeared was indeed Jin Shikai, the dojo master from Baishan City and the external reinforcement mentioned by Qiuning. Once the two sides had joined forces, the operation had officially commenced. With his formidable strength and the support of Ren Yuyao and the others, Jin Shikai launched a direct and aggressive assault, cutting straight to the heart of the stronghold. "Let's see what your drank Tianqiu strength is made of." Jin Shikai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Steelix, use Stone Edge." Roar. The Steelix let out a thunderous growl as its rock-type powers surged through the ground. Sharp, massive stone spikes erupted from the floor, forming a jagged path of destruction that hurtled toward Tianqiu with incredible force. "Hitmonchan, Mach Punch," Tianqiu ordered calmly. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid Pokemon appeared in front of Tianqiu. Its fists, clad in boxing gloves, blurred into a flurry of motion as it struck with lightning speed. Each punch shattered the incoming stone spikes into fragments, sending debris flying in all directions. "Not bad," Jin Shikai remarked, clearly impressed. Instead of disappointment, his grin widened with even greater excitement. Now this is getting interesting. The Beidou Division was Polaris' elite combat unit, tasked not only with engaging in battles, but also with securing the safety of all their strongholds. The 7 strongest trainers in each Beidou base are granted the titles of the Big Dipper Stars, ranked by their strength from strongest to weakest. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Tianshu is the strongest, while Yaoguang is the weakest. Jin Shikai was undoubtedly facing the Tianshu of the D9 base. In stark contrast to the excitement and confidence radiating from Jin Shikai's face, Tianshu's forehead was already covered in a sheen of cold sweat, which trickled slowly down his cheek. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the gym leader standing before him. Iron Palm's warrior, use Forceful Strike. Electrifying Beast, use Brick Break. Without hesitation, Tianshu immediately summoned 2 Pokemon, which launched fierce attacks as soon as they appeared. Steelix, use Rock Slide. Copperja, use Heavy Slam. Jin Shikai also acted swiftly, summoning a Pokemon of his own, a massive elephant Pokemon with an orange and green body that gleamed with a bronze-like luster. As soon as it appeared, its heavy body caused the ground to tremble violently, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle erupted in an instant. Meanwhile, in a spacious hall outside the laboratory, another intense fight was taking place. Ren Yuyao and Xiao Ning stood side by side, their expressions vigilant as they faced 2 masked members of Beidou. Judging by their masks, these 2 were likely Tian Xian and Tian Ji, ranked 2nd and 3rd in the hierarchy. Xiao Ning leaned close to Ren Yuyao and whispered, "Stay on guard." Ren Yuyao nodded slightly and replied, "Got it." Houndoom, use Howl. Rhyperior, use Rock Wrecker. The Beidou members couldn't hold back any longer and launched their attack first. A deafening roar was followed by a barrage of flying rocks hurtling toward the 2 trainers. Altaria, use Dragon Pulse. Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Ren Yuyao and Xiao Ning reacted quickly, commanding their Pokemon to counterattack. The moves collided violently in midair, resulting in an ear-splitting explosion. Dust filled the air, and water droplets scattered everywhere. All around the base, battles of varying scales broke out simultaneously. Members of the security team and the White Mountain Gym joined forces to fight the Beidou operatives, and the conflict grew more intense by the minute. "This place sounds like firecrackers going off. I wonder how things are going in there." Elsewhere, Lin Shi was hiding under a large tree not far from the base, listening to the crackling sounds of explosions coming from within. Though he was anxious, all he could do was wait. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from the base, and Lin Shi could even feel the ground beneath him tremble slightly. "Looks like the battle's heating up." Hiss! Lin Shi wasn't the only one feeling uneasy as Bug Pokemon inside his backpack was also restless. It had been in a state of agitation for some time, and if Lin Shi and his Teddiursa weren't holding it back, it might have already bolted into the base. "Calm down." Lin Shi said softly, gently stroking the bug Pokemon's body. Don't worry. With the police and the gym trainers here, if the base's strength is really as Qiao Ning described, victory is only a matter of time. Once that happens, it'll take you to find the Great Serpent immediately. Hiss. But this time, the bug Pokemon wasn't calmed. It seemed unusually distressed and agitated, quickly breaking free from Lin Shi's arms and darting toward the area where the Pokemon were being held captive. Hey! The bug Pokemon's sudden and erratic behavior caught Lin Shi off guard, and by the time he reacted, it had already crawled a considerable distance and was heading straight for the underground section of the base. Lin Shi hesitated, weighing his own strength against that of the beta members. Watching the bug Pokemon disappear into the distance, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It's worth a try? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I want to capture the Great Serpent, this risk is worth taking, he muttered to himself. Besides, I'm not heading to the main battlefield, so the danger should be manageable. Teddy Ursa, Gyarados, let's go. That bug Pokemon once saved my life, so this time, I have to return the favor. So this is the beta base? Descending into the underground area, Lin Shi frowned deeply. The surroundings were dim, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Along the long corridor, he could see numerous Pokemon confined in cages, each one looking listless and defeated. Upon noticing Lin Shi and the bug Pokemon, they began making desperate cries for help. Hiss! The bug Pokemon ignored the imprisoned Pokemon around it and continued crawling toward the deepest part of the corridor. At the very end was a special holding room, noticeably different from the others, with a more secure and advanced door. Through the gap in the door, Lin Shi caught a glimpse of a giant apple inside a massive fruit submerged in an unknown liquid within a glass chamber. Hiss! The bug Pokemon let out an enraged screech, but the apple remained motionless, standing quietly in the chamber. Bug Pokemon, don't rush. Teddy Ursa, use slash to open this iron door. Whoosh! Teddy Ursa swung its massive white claws, furiously slashing at the iron door. Before long, the door split open under the relentless assault. The bug Pokemon darted inside immediately. Entering the room, or rather, the cage, Lin Shi's gaze immediately locked onto a massive cultivation tank in the center. Inside the transparent liquid was the true form of Shekongchong's majestic serpent immersed and surrounded by several tubes pumping some kind of energy substance into its body. Lin Shi recalled observing other Pokemon along the way. None had received such peculiar treatment. What made this majestic serpent so different? He frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, Lin Shi noticed something unusual. The machinery was clearly malfunctioning. Normally, a nutrient delivery system would operate gradually and steadily, like in 4-drip. However, the device before him was forcefully injecting an overwhelming amount of nutrients into the majestic serpent. Immobilized within the tank, the serpent could only passively endure the excessive influx. Lin Shi could see its body swelling dangerously from the energy overload. If this continued, it might burst apart. Hiss hiss. Shechongchong let out anxious sounds, clearly aware of its companion's peril. Lin Shi rushed forward, attempting to open the device, only to find it sealed tightly. It was impossible to pry open with sheer strength. He quickly pressed every visible button, but the machinery remained unresponsive. It was evident that the recent battle had damaged not only the nutrient delivery system, but also the electrical controls. Teddy Ursa, use slash. Break this tank open. With no other options, a more forceful approach was necessary. Ursa. Teddy Ursa nodded resolutely, understanding the urgency of the situation. It immediately swung its sharp claws, slashing fiercely at the tank's exterior. However, the casing proved far more durable than expected. Even under Teddy Ursa's relentless assault, it only bore shallow scratches. Lin Shi estimated that with more time, they could break it open. At that moment, Lin Shi finally understood Shechongchong's earlier frantic behavior. It must have sensed the majestic serpent's life hanging by a thread and had rushed back to rescue it at all costs. Bang! Just as Lin Shi and Teddy Ursa were fully focused on attacking the tank, a sudden noise came from the entrance. The basement door swung open, and a shadowed figure stumbled in, looking panicked, as if fleeing from something. Who are you? Lin Shi and the figure froze simultaneously, both voicing their questions while warily observing each other. As they scrutinized one another's features, the tension in their expressions grew, and the atmosphere thickened with unease. Someone I don't know? Their eyes sharpened instantly. In a situation like this, encountering a stranger could only mean one thing: gone enemy. Gyarados, Dragon Pulse. Infernape, Flamethrower. Both gave their commands simultaneously. A wave of dragon-shaped energy clashed violently with a surge of fiery flames in midair, triggering a powerful explosion. The deafening blast echoed throughout the basement, startling the imprisoned Pokemon on either side. Some cried out in panic, while others roared in anger. Lin Shi's expression darkened as he stared at the figure on the opposite side, who wore a silver mask engraved with the pattern of the Big Dipper. Based on recent intelligence from his aunt, this person was likely one of the 7 strongest trainers in the hideout. Judging from the specific pattern of the Big Dipper, the seventh star on the mask shone the brightest. Lin Shi immediately realized that the strongest might actually be the seemingly weakest Yao Guang. This discovery allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yao Guang, however, didn't let up and launched another attack. The blazing orangutan in front of him ignited in roaring flames, charging rapidly toward Lin Shi and the Garridos. Blazing orangutan, power up, flame charge. Garridos, aqua drill. In this life-or-death battle, Lin Shi didn't dare to hold back. Right from the start, he commanded Garridos to unleash its most powerful skill combination. Garridos leaped high into the air, its crimson body surrounded by a spiraling vortex of water that spun faster and faster. The condensed water vapor transformed into what appeared to be an enormous drill. In an instant, Gyarados' aqua drill grew unimaginably massive. Accompanied by a piercing sound, it charged toward the flame-clad, blazing orangutan with devastating momentum. Screech. The blazing orangutan was struck by the force, its hands trembling with pain. Yet it did not retreat. Its entire body erupted in even fiercer flames, trying to block Gyarados' attack. However, the fire was utterly insignificant against the colossal aqua drill, incapable of offering any resistance. Yao Guang, watching the scene unfold, was momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure and pulled out another Pokeball. Marowak, Bone Rush. A Pokemon wearing a tough bone mask and wielding a bone club appeared before Yao Guang. Without hesitation, Marowak swung its bone club, which gleamed with white light. It leapt into the air, striking down toward Garridos with a powerful blow. Facing two formidable opponents, Gyarados' fighting spirit only soared higher. The aqua drill beside it spun even faster, becoming an almost solid, hovering drill. Its eyes gleamed with golden light as its inner strength surged. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Gyarados' aqua drill accelerated sharply, charging with terrifying force toward the blazing orangutan and Marowak. Both Pokemon were struck with immense power, sent flying into the air in agony, clearly suffering significant damage. Well done, Garridos. That energy wasn't wasted. Lin Shi felt a surge of joy but quickly calmed himself, issuing the next command. Garridos, use Aqua Tail. The swirling vortex of water instantly dissipated, condensing into a stream that wrapped around Gyarados' tail. With a swift motion, Garridos swung its tail, unleashing a powerful water tail that extended rapidly toward the airborne blazing orangutan and Marowak. Boom! The aqua tail struck both Pokemon, sending them hurtling like stones flung from a slingshot. They crashed into the far end of the corridor, slamming into the wall before falling to the ground in pain, unable to continue fighting. Yao Guang stood frozen in place, his face pale with disbelief. He hadn't anticipated losing so quickly. The sheer strength of Garridos left him utterly shaken. Garridos, full of momentum, soared through the air, flames spewing from its mouth. Its body glowed with golden brilliance, its aura growing even more overwhelming. Its ability, Moxie, activated. With each defeated opponent, Gyarados' attack power increased even further. Garridos, use Earthquake. Without hesitation, Lin Shi decided to strike preemptively. Who knew if the opponent had even stronger Pokemon to summon? Garridos swung its tail forcefully, unleashing the power of an earthquake. The ground shook violently, the tremors rippling through the entire corridor. Walls began to tremble, and cracks spread across the floor. Under Gyarados' control, the seismic waves converged into a powerful earthquake, surging rapidly in Yaogang's direction. Yao Guang felt the approaching force of the earthquake, and his face turned pale instantly. With trembling hands, he took out his last Hopia Nidorino and a Dugtrio. As soon as the two Pokemon appeared, they instinctively worked together to use the Protect move. A faint green shield rose into the air, barely holding off the impact of the earthquake. Lin Shi quickly assessed his opponent's new Pokemon and realized that their levels and skills were far inferior to the Primeape and Marowak he had faced earlier. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. It was thanks to Gyarados' perfect counter to Yaogang's main Pokemon, combined with Yaogang's overly cautious strategy to test the waters, that allowed Garridos to seize the opportunity and take down the opponent in one decisive combo. Garridos, seeing its attack blocked, let out a thunderous roar as ground-type energy surged through its body. Waves of more powerful seismic energy crashed against the opponent's shield, causing it to tremble and nearly collapse under the strain. With Garridos firmly controlling the battlefield, Lin Shi shifted his attention to Teddiursa and Seviper. The frantic Seviper hissed repeatedly, trying to wake its slumbering companions inside the cultivation pods. However, whether due to the soundproofing of the equipment or some unique effect suppressing Seviper, its calls were futile. Teddiursa's attacks grew more relentless. It had long regarded Seviper and Garridos as family. Fueled by rage, sparks began to ignite from its fists, with each punch carrying increasingly intense flames. Finally, with a powerful fire punch, the outer shell of the equipment shattered, and green nutrient fluid spilled everywhere. Lin Shi watched with satisfaction. Crisis truly was the best teacher. Teddiursa had finally mastered Fire Punch. Sevaper immediately slithered into the opening, returning to its command position through the hollow atop the giant apple. It let out a sharp hiss, awakening its 6 slumbering companions. But this was no time for reunions. The energy surging wildly within the colossal Sevaper was on the verge of bursting, like an overfilled balloon ready to explode. It raised its head and looked at Lin Shi, its gaze filled with urgency. Gyarados, return for now, Lin Shi commanded without hesitation. Hearing Lin Shi's call, the Gyarados swiftly circled back, but froze midair upon lowering its Hiata massive apple had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Lin Shi didn't offer any explanation and instead pointed decisively at Yaoguang and his 2 battered Pokemon, issuing a firm command. Honeycomb Serpent, use random beam. The honeycomb serpent opened its massive jaws, and the dragon horns on its head began to glow and elongate. Dragon energy rapidly gathered in its mouth. A pale green energy beam surged forth, illuminating the dim basement as if it were daylight. The hastily erected protective shields of Yaoguang's 2 Pokemon shattered instantly, sending both the Pokemon and their trainer hurtling against the wall. The battle wasn't over yet. The honeycomb serpent raised its head and directed its energy upwards, continuing to unleash its stored power. To everyone's astonishment, the giant apple suddenly sprouted 4 snake-like heads, which also opened their mouths to emit beams of energy. The power of the random beam multiplied several times over, effortlessly piercing through the basement ceiling and shooting upward with unstoppable momentum, eventually breaking through to the surface and soaring into the sky. At that moment, Ren Yuyao, Xiaoning, and everyone else at the base, who had already subdued Tianxian and Tianji, all witnessed the towering green pillar of light. It looks like some kind of skill. The dragon-type energy fluctuations are extraordinarily intense, Ren Yuyao analyzed with a frown. If this is the work of a Pokemon, the one who used it must be incredibly powerful. She immediately gestured to a squad of elite operatives. Follow me, and stay alert. The well-trained team quickly arrived at the basement where the Pokemon were held. Just as Ren Yuyao was about to open the metal door, it was suddenly kicked open from the inside. A disheveled figure crawled out. It was Lin Shi. Lin Shi? What are you doing in there? Ren Yuyao asked in surprise. Faced with dozens of sharp gazes, Lin Shi nearly retreated back into the basement. Stammering, he replied, just taking a walk? Ren Yuyao's expression grew colder, clearly unconvinced by the excuse. Getting bold now, are we? Daring to act against orders. She grabbed Lin Shi by the ear and dragged him out. Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? If someone was inside, do you think you'd still be alive? As she reprimanded him, a sound came from behind Lin Shi. Igu. A teddy ursa poked its head out curiously and then dragged out an unconscious figure. Is that Beta Yaoguang? Xiaoning immediately recognized the person who had been missing since the battle began. You did this? Ren Yuyao asked, pointing at Yaoguang. Just a minor thing, Lin Shi said, brushing off his sleeves and trying to appear nonchalant. The guy was too weak. Went down after just a few hits, Annie. You know? I'm just doing my part for the greater good, here collaborating with law enforcement and all. Shouldn't I get a reward for taking down Beta Yaoguang? Ren Yuyao ignored his attempt to brag and ordered her subordinates to check Yaogang's condition before having him restrained. With that, the entire Beidou 7 stars at the D9 base had been defeated. By the way, she suddenly remembered the purpose of their mission and turned to Lin Shi, who was now playing with the teddy ursa. Did you see that green pillar of light earlier? Green pillar? Lin Shi feigned confusion. Nope, didn't see a thing. Ren Yuyao nodded slightly, her eyes narrowing. Results of handling the Polaris Organization base in Baishan City. Base level, D9. Base leader, Dr. D9, formerly known as Lu Wangkai. Research project, integrated multi-entity sprite study. Outcome, through the joint efforts of the Baishan City Public Security Bureau and the Baishan Gym, 51 members of the Polaris Organization, including the 7 strongest individuals from the base known as Beidou, were successfully apprehended, with Lu Wangkai as their leader. One day after the destruction of the Polaris D9 base, Ren Yuyao walked out of the post-battle summary meeting, her face showing both exhaustion and satisfaction. As the chief commander of this operation, she had just received unanimous praise from her superiors, and the heavy burden on her shoulders was finally lifted. Pushing open the door to her office, she saw a short-haired girl sitting leisurely, sipping tea. Xiaoning, you're here, Ren Yuyao said softly. The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling with youthful energy, her lips curling into a warm smile. Aunt Yao, I'm here to say goodbye, Xiaoning said, setting down her teacup, her voice clear and crisp. Now that the mission is over, I need to hurry back to school. There's a ton of stuff waiting for me there. Ren Yuyao nodded, understanding the young girl's responsibilities. After all, Xiaoning was still a student, with her own duties and missions to fulfill. Also, Xiaoning's eyes gleamed mischievously as she playfully elongated her words. I need to go see Lin Shi. At that moment, Lin Shi was standing in the middle of a courtyard, his gaze focused as he inspected his Pokemon. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on him. Pokemon, Teddy Ursa. Level, 22. Condition, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0.9 meters. Weight, 18.0 kilograms. Held item, black belt. Moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, takedown, swift, slash, brick break, bulk up, metal claw, dig, protect, aerial ace, ice punch, fire punch. Lin Sure nodded in satisfaction. Teddy Ursa's stats hadn't changed much, but its recent rigorous training had enabled it to master ice punch and fire punch, two key components of the farmer's triple punch. This was a significant improvement. His attention then shifted to the large Gyarados resting by a small pond. The powerful water-type Pokemon exuded an imposing aura. Pokemon Gyarados. Level, 30. Condition, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, Moxie. Height, 10 meters. Weight, 330 kilograms. Held item, Mystic Water. Moves, Thrash, Whirlpool, Twister, Crunch, Waterfall, Ice Fong, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Brine, Dragon Dance, Protect, Earthquake, Aqua Tail, Rain Dance. Gyarados' stats were impressive. Not only had it reached level 30, but it had also learned the practical moves Rain Dance and Aqua Tail. Lin Sure gently stroked its smooth scales, sensing its immense vitality. Finally, his gaze fell on an exceptionally eye-catching, fiery red apple nearby. Now, he finally had time to properly observe this unique entity. It was a vibrant apple that seemed to be oozing syrup, its surface smooth and alluring. From within the apple emerged an old acquaintance of Lin Sure, more accurately, an old familiar serpent taking a commanding position. Lin Sure noticed that its dragon-like horns had grown longer and more pronounced, giving it an air of majesty compared to its previous simple worm-like form. Pokemon, Apple Titan. Level, 28. Condition, healthy. Gender, male. Type, grass, dragon. Ability, honeyed aura. Height, 2.0 meters. Weight, 96.0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, withdraw, sweet scent, dragon tail, growth, dragon breath, protect, seed bomb, syrup bomb, dragon pulse, hex, magical leaf, dragon roar, random glow. Pokédex entry, Apple Titan, the apple serpent Pokemon. 7 worm-like entities live within an apple made of honey, with the central one acting as the leader. Due to unknown factors, this Apleton's multi-entity state has undergone significant changes. Lin Sure was carefully studying the information on the Vegeta snake, feeling quite satisfied with this grass and dragon-type spirit. Not only could it make up for the team's offensive shortcomings, but its excellent special attack capabilities and diverse skill set perfectly filled the team's need for a damage-dealing powerhouse. Its signature move, Random Light, was a powerful dragon-type skill with the potential to deal double damage, which immediately caught Lin Sure's attention. However, a note in the documentation made him pause. He understood the issue of energy overflow, having witnessed firsthand how the Vegeta snake still retained a massive amount of energy even after using Random Light. But the remark about integration being affected made him think of the Polaris organization's experiments. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? As he was lost in thought, a crisp knock came at the door. Looking up, he saw Qiao Ning standing at the doorway, smiling and waving at him. Qiao Ningjia, what brings you here? Is it good news? After their battle with Polaris, the two had grown much closer. Do I need good news to come find you? Qiao Ning crossed her arms, deliberately puffing out her chest as she looked at him with a playful smirk. If it's not good news, Lin Sure said seriously, I feel like I might be coming down with something and won't be of much help. All right. Qiao Ning sighed, rubbing her forehead. Of course, it's good news. With that, she pulled out a banner that read Bravery and Justice in bold characters. Here, Aunt Yao asked me to bring this to you. As for the prize money, you'll have to ask her yourself. Qiao Ning tossed the banner to Lin Sure. Lin Sure caught the banner and examined it closely, muttering, just a banner? And why does it say Bravery and Justice? I thought I might at least get a Nemesis of Evil title or something. He handed the banner to the curious spirits gathering around him, then turned to Qiao Ning. You didn't come all the way here just to deliver a banner, did you? Of course not. Qiao Ning leaned in closer to Lin Sure. I have even better news. Want to hear it? That expression of yours. Lin Sure teased but still responded eagerly. I do, I really do. If I had to put it into words, it's like a starving man seeing a feast. I'm dying to know. What kind of weird analogy is that? Qiao Ning said with disdain. Never mind, I'll keep it brief. You performed exceptionally well during the operation to take down the Polaris base. Not only did you locate the base on your own, but you also captured Yaoguang of the D9 base alive. On top of that, your outstanding performance at school, from regular academics to recently winning first place in the school-wide Pokemon Battle Tournament. You've been investigating me? Lin Sure interrupted suddenly. Don't flatter yourself. These are all well-known facts. Why would I need to investigate? Qiao Ning rolled her eyes. Just kidding, Lin Sure said with an awkward chuckle. Don't interrupt. Qiao Ning continued. I've reported all of this to your school. She winked. It seems they're quite interested in you. Oh, Linsher perked up. What do you mean? Is Northern University offering me early admission? Not early admission, it's a guaranteed spot. Same difference, same difference. Linsher said with a grin. And then? And then what? Xiaoning looked at him, puzzled. What's in it for me if I enroll? You're not planning to recruit me for free, are you? Linsher asked, suddenly on high alert. Linsher held a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Xiaoning. At the moment, the two peculiar Pokemon, Guili and Qingwei Guaishou, had gone out with his parents. This cup of tea was brewed by Linsher himself. Xiaoning nodded slightly and reached out to take the cup. Linsher looked at her intently. Xiaoningjia, is what you said earlier true? Can Northern University really let me choose a Pokemon in advance? The offer was undeniably tempting. After all, the number of high-quality Pokemon available each year was limited, and with so many students, what one could get upon enrollment was often left to luck. Of course, Xiaoning said, taking a small sip of tea. It's a privilege reserved for students who are directly admitted to Northern University. She set down the teacup and said thoughtfully, by the way, I heard from Aunt Yao that you have a Pokemon trapped in the By Mountain secret realm? Linsher nodded in acknowledgement, not surprised that his aunt had shared the issue of his Arcanine with Xiaoning. Xiaoning continued, if that's the case, the university could include an opening slot for that secret realm as part of the admission terms. An opening slot? Linsher frowned slightly. That volcanic secret realm still has at least 2 years before its hidden phase ends. Are they already assigning slots? That's right. Xiaoning's expression was confident. Due to its geographical advantage, Northern University has secured some of these slots for the initial exploration. It's a resource no other prestigious school can offer. You should know how valuable those first exploration slots are for uncharted secret realms theory, something money can't buy. But they're also the most dangerous, aren't they? Linsher replied with a faint smile. Xiaoning snorted softly. If you're afraid of danger, then stay in the safe zone. Live off what you already have, and stop dreaming about windfalls. Linsher shrugged in agreement, but didn't respond immediately. Instead, he carefully weighed the conditions Xiaoning had laid out. First, there was the 100,000 yuan admission bonus, along with coverage for Pokemon food and training supplies during his time at the school. Second, there was the privilege of selecting a Pokemon in advance. Lastly, there was the exploration slot for the By Mountain secret realm 2 years later. On the surface, these offers seemed generous, but to Linsher, they weren't particularly compelling. The first condition was almost irrelevant to him as shares in Jindido mining, and his current finances were already more than sufficient. As for the food provided by the school, he even worried it might not meet the standards of his Pokemon, like his Teddiursa. The other two conditions were better, but the privilege of choosing a Pokemon was something typically granted upon enrollment anyway, and the value of the exploration slot depended on personal skill and luck. Seeing Linsher remain silent, Xiaoning's initial confidence began to waver. Linsher? Is there something wrong with these conditions? She asked, puzzled as she looked at his thoughtful expression. Linsher took a deep breath, furrowing his brows as he contemplated carefully. Among the 3 conditions, the first 2 were negotiable, but the third one was far too important to him. His Arcanine, in order to save him, had forced itself to evolve using a fire stone and had thrown him out of the secret realm at a critical moment. Its current fate remained unknown. As a trainer, Linsher firmly believed it was still alive, and after leaving it in the secret realm for over 2 years, he could not bear to make it wait any longer. Moreover, there was another Pokemon in that secret realm, one that seemed to be a Kubfu. If someone else got there first due to lack of slots, Linsher felt he would be so furious he could come back to life from sheer anger. I can agree, but the conditions are still up for discussion. Linsher calculated in his mind before looking up at Xiaoning, his expression suddenly becoming unusually serious. Sorry, Xiaoningjia, I'm done pretending. I'm laying it all out. With that, he dramatically leaned back. Actually, I'm a millionaire. Xiaoning's eye twitched, a flash of irritation crossing her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Can you be serious for once? What are you even talking about? Clearing his throat, Linsher straightened his posture, trying his best to appear solemn. What I mean is, I don't really need the money or Pokemon food provided by the school, but I'm willing to give your school an opportunity. An opportunity? For us? Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, clearly not following his train of thought. Linsher didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Xiaoningjia, can you first tell me what kinds of Pokemon your school can provide? Oh, that's what you mean. Xiaoning took a sip of water, confident in this area. After all, Northern University, as one of the top 6 universities in Shenzhou, was unmatched in Pokemon breeding. What kind of Pokemon are you looking for? Linsher got straight to the point. Do you have pseudo-legendaries? Xiaoning spat out the water she had just sipped, hastily wiping her mouth. She stared at him wide-eyed. I asked you to talk, not make wishes. Do you even know how rare pseudo-legendary Pokemon are? Northern University can only breed one every few years. So there are some, right? Linsher's eyes lit up as he pressed further. Xiaoning hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. There are indeed a few, but forget about it. Those will never be part of the admission offer. Just give up on that idea. She paused, then spoke earnestly. Besides, are you really planning to train a pseudo-legendary? While they're incredibly powerful, that's only if they manage to reach their full potential. Everyone knows raising a pseudo-legendary takes an insane amount of time and resources. Do you think you can handle it? Xiaoning's words made sense. Most pseudo-legendary Pokemon reach their final evolution at around level 50 or higher, meaning that even at their weakest, their final forms would be on par with gym leaders. However, before they evolved, their strength was often underwhelming, to say the least. Alright, stop thinking about pseudo-legendaries. Seeing Lin Shi deep in thought, Xiaoning assumed he was reconsidering and quickly sweetened the deal. I can promise you this if you agree now. We can guarantee you'll get a starter Pokemon. No need to rush, Xiaoningjia. Lin Shi raised his hand to signal her to wait. Let's first discuss the pseudo-legendary issue. Can you tell me what it would take to qualify for one? Xiaoning was stunned by his persistence, but still tried to reason with him. It's impossible. Stop dreaming and focus on something realistic. Lin Shi locked eyes with her, his tone steady and deliberate. What if I become the top scorer? What? Xiaoning was momentarily caught off guard. I said. Lin Shi's voice was clear and resolute. Would being the top scorer be enough to qualify? What did you just say? Xiaoning's eyes widened in surprise. She realized she might have underestimated Lin Shi. Initially, she thought his ideas were far-fetched, but now it seemed like he was downright dreaming in broad daylight. Do you think you can become the top scorer in the Imperial exam? No, I can't, Lin Shi replied matter-of-factly. Then why are you? Xiaoning's tone carried a hint of exasperation. I just want to test the limits of your school, Lin Shi shrugged. I want to figure out what kind of achievement it would take for Northern University to feel that entrusting me with the training of a quasi-divine beast is worth it. Xiaoning frowned and scrutinized Lin Shi's expression carefully. His eyes were resolute, and it was clear he wasn't joking. Taking a deep breath, she said, I don't have the authority to make this decision, but I will report everything to the school truthfully. However, I can't guarantee the outcome. Naturally. Thank you, Sister Xiaoning, Lin Shi nodded sincerely. But you need to think this through, Xiaoning said seriously. Even if the school agrees to your request, you'll have to meet exceptionally high standards. And if you fail to meet them in the end, I understand, Lin Shi interjected. Not only will I lose the quasi-divine beast, but I might also lose the original conditions, right? Xiaoning nodded silently. That's why I want to understand the school's specific requirements first. I'll leave it to you, Sister Xiaoning, Lin Shi said with a smile, winking playfully. Seeing Lin Shi's determination, Xiaoning decided not to push further. She was well aware of Lin Shi's abilities, someone capable of taking down the D9 stronghold alone with Yao Guang. His strength was indeed far beyond his peers. Perhaps he really could meet the school's demands. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared on Xiaoning's face. After seeing Xiaoning off, Lin Shi returned to the courtyard to resume training his Pokemon. He knew that no matter what demands Northern University might make, only solid strength could help him achieve his goal. Carefully reviewing the assessment data of his 3 Pokemon, he began planning their training regimens. Gyarados showed exceptional talent in combination moves and skill chaining. Its ability to quickly master a move like Aqua Drill was proof of that. Lin Shi decided to focus on cultivating this strength, planning for it to learn moves like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Dark Pulse, Scale Shot, and Hurricane as soon as possible. Although Gyarados' special attack wasn't particularly remarkable, mastering these moves would make its combat style more versatile and dynamic. It might even lead to the creation of new combination moves similar to Aqua Drill. Additionally, Lin Shi recalled Gyarados' astonishing performance when its Moxie ability was activated, a promising avenue worth exploring further. As for Teddiursa, its training was no less challenging than Gyarados. This Pokemon not only excelled at learning new moves, but also possessed an impressive self-healing ability. Through Lin Shi's dedicated training sessions during every full moon, its self-recovery capabilities in battle had already shown significant improvement. Lin Shi estimated that unless the bear cub sustained severe injuries in a short period, it should gradually recover during battles. Therefore, when training the bear cub, in addition to teaching it skills, it was crucial to enhance its self-healing and resilience. At the same time, preparations had to be made for its future evolution into Ursaring and Ursaluna. Needless to say, this task was far from easy. Finally, Lin Shi's gaze fell on the newly captured apple tree snake. He had designated it as a special attack powerhouse, focusing on training it in special attack and buffing skills. However, the 2 abnormal statuses currently affecting the snake made Lin Shi concerned. Resolving these issues was the top priority. As for other aspects, since it had just been captured, Lin Shi hadn't had the chance to understand it in depth yet. He could only explore its potential through future battles. He touched the Calamity Jade amulet hanging around his neck and murmured to himself, I need to figure this out too. Suddenly, light footsteps came from behind. Lin Shi didn't turn around. He was already too familiar with this sound. Could it be that the wind had blown Miss Su over again? Sure enough, it was Su Qiming. She walked straight up to him, holding Ralts and EV in her arms, and sat down in front of him. Lin Shi glanced at her and noticed that her arms were completely filled with the two Pokemon. Unable to hold back, he smiled and said, "Ralts, Evie, hello there." Evie cheerfully interacted with Lin Shi, while Ralts, like a little lady, let out a soft cry. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "Wow, your arms are so full that there's no room for another one. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to?" Su Qiming asked curiously as soon as she sat down, pointing at the apple tree snake. "Is this big apple your new Pokemon? I remember apple tree snakes are a foreign species, pretty rare here." Lin Shi shrugged. "Oh, nothing much. Just invested in a company with an annual revenue of over 10 million, captured a legendary Pokemon, helped the country take down an international crime syndicate's base, picked up a banner of honor, and got an offer from a top university, but I turned it down." All right. Su Qiming waved her hand, cutting him off. "If you don't want to say, just don't. But seriously, do you even listen to the nonsense you're spouting?" Lin Shi smiled helplessly. "What happened to trust between people? Enough with your nonsense. I'm here to tell you about the school's Pokemon field training next Monday," Su Qiming continued. "Do you remember it? Tell me what you know." While playing with the shy Ralts, Lin Shi responded, "This field training is jointly organized by our school, 4th High and 5th High. The location is the Beijianjuan Wild Pokemon Nature Reserve. The exact assessment format will be revealed later, but it's confirmed that this time the training will require team participation. Everyone can choose their own teammates." Team participation? Lin Shi rubbed his chin, finding it interesting. Looks like the school administration isn't entirely useless. They've come up with something new for once. Exactly. Su Qiming tucked her hair behind her ear and nodded. "But don't worry, I've already signed you up. You're on my team." Feeling honored? Lin Shi picked up Evie and cradled it in his arms. Looking up, he squinted at her and asked, "What? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Su Qiming laughed, a smug smile spreading across her face. "The team list has already been submitted. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have a spot right now." Lin Shi, my dear classmate, this is your fault. We're all here to bring glory to the school. Why split hairs over who's taking advantage of whom? Lin Shi looked at her and couldn't help but say, "Did you accidentally grab Mr. Zhang's script? Are those even your lines?" Baishan City, Beijiang Source Pokemon Wildlife Reserve. Several buses were neatly parked in the spacious parking lot of the reserve, carrying high school seniors who had come to participate in a wilderness field training assessment. Lin Shi stood among the group, his backpack packed with all the gear needed for 2 days of survival in the wild. "Shige, are you sure you don't want to team up with me?" Zhou Wanjin hurried to catch up with Lin Shi, walking alongside him on the gravel-paved path in the reserve. His tone carried a hint of last-minute hope. "I just caught a pretty strong sandile. It could definitely be a great help to you." Ever since resolving his father's unemployment crisis, Zhou Wanjin had fully devoted himself to training Pokemon and had quickly made progress. "No need," Lin Shi replied without even turning his head. "Besides, it's not allowed to change teams now." He thought to himself that while he wasn't particularly superficial, if he had to choose between Zhou Wanjin and Su Qiming, it was a no-brainer. Was Zhou Wanjin a little too confident? "All right then," Zhou Wanjin said, a trace of disappointment flashing across his face before he quickly regained his self-assurance. "Shige, just so you know, we'll be opponents soon, and I won't be going easy on you." Lin Shi shook his head silently. "Good morning, everyone." A bespectacled teacher stood on a makeshift platform, his voice amplified to spread across the entire assembly area. "I will now announce the rules for this wilderness field training assessment." The students immediately quieted down, focusing intently. "This assessment will be conducted in teams of 2, with scores accumulated to determine your results," the teacher explained, clearing his throat. "Students will explore the designated area within the reserve in pairs, aiming to gather as many points as possible." Lin Shi stood among the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly as he carefully listened to each rule. Points can be earned in the following ways. First, by defeating wild Pokemon in battles and collecting the point tokens they carry. Each team member can only earn points from a specific Pokemon once. Second, by exploring the wilderness, where some point tokens are hidden in special locations. Finding these tokens will directly add to your score. Third, trainers can compete for points against each other in 2v2 Pokemon battles. The winning team will claim half of the losing team's points. The teacher paused, scanning the crowd to ensure everyone understood. The assessment will last for 2 days. During this time, students must handle their own food and shelter. If necessary, you can apply to withdraw, but doing so will void your results. During the assessment, it is strictly prohibited to leave the designated area of the reserve, capture wild Pokemon without permission, or command Pokemon to attack trainers. Teachers and staff will patrol continuously throughout the assessment. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification and disciplinary action in accordance with the rules. Lin Shi rubbed his chin thoughtfully and murmured to himself, "No wonder they told us to bring enough food, water, and tents. This field assessment sounds like it'll be pretty interesting." "All right. I believe everyone has understood the plan." The teacher's voice rose again. "Now I officially declare the 2-day wilderness field training assessment begins." With those words, the students sprang into action, quickly heading into the dense forest from various directions. The assessment had officially started. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge of 3rd High School, Class 23's homeroom teacher, Xia Qianfan, was leisurely sipping coffee, teasing Lin Shi's homeroom teacher, Zhang Jianjun. Old Zhang, has your student Lin Shi shown up yet? I heard he doesn't attend class much. Zhang Jianjun didn't even glance back, his eyes fixed on the real-time leaderboard displayed on the lounge wall, which updated student scores constantly, but only showed the top 100. Geniuses are entitled to a few privileges, he retorted dismissively. In our class, Lin Shi values practical training over theoretical knowledge. Although Zhang Jianjun wasn't sure about Lin Shi's exact capabilities, his years of disagreements with Xia Qianfan made him instinctively oppose the latter's opinion. Instead of focusing on Lin Shi, the promising talents at the 4th and 5th high schools, some already at a professional level, might deserve more attention. Lin Shi, how should we proceed? Su Qiming asked while carrying her backpack and observing the forest around them. Unlike Lin Shi, who frequently engaged in outdoor training, she had little experience in such environments. Lin Shi paused briefly before turning to Su Qiming. To put it simply, have you ever seen a swarm of locusts passing through? A few hours later, Su Qiming finally understood the meaning of Lin Shi's metaphor. He was like a swarm of locusts, scouring every corner of the forest. It was as if he had an innate sense for where the score tokens were hidden. Climbing trees, crossing rivers, darting east and west, under his lead, their score soared rapidly. Lin Shi, Su Qiming couldn't help but call out. What's up? Lin Shi replied while rummaging through the mouth of a defeated oddish with gloved hands. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I knew it. The school is really sneaky. You're not much better, Su Qiming said with a sigh. Lin Shi quickly swiped the score token on his wristband. Another 20 points. Got it. He then casually tossed the token back into the oddish's mouth. What did you want to say? Never mind, Su Qiming replied, suddenly losing the urge to speak. Which way next? Pretending to think, Lin Shi discreetly checked the system and soon pointed in a direction. This way. In just a few hours, the two had amassed nearly 150 points, far ahead of any other team. This development caused a stir in the lounge. Zhang Jianjun proudly boasted to Xia Qianfan about the importance of practical training, while Xia Qianfan stared incredulously at the leaderboard, suspecting Lin Shi of using some kind of special trick. Teachers from the other 2 high schools were equally shocked by the unprecedented scoring pace. One teacher reminded everyone that, according to the rules, the locations of the top 10 teams would be displayed on everyone's wristbands tomorrow, allowing others to challenge them and compete for points. This reminder reignited hope in the lounge. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the commotion, Lin Shi was intently following the system radar in search of their next target. This one's definitely a big one, and we're really close, he said confidently. Absolutely, Su Qiming replied in an odd tone. Oh, why are you so sure? Lin Shi asked. Su Qiming sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Just look up. If you take a few more steps, you're going to step right on them. In front of them lay a massive Snorlax. Having just eaten its fill, it was peacefully sprawled under a lush, leafy tree, breathing steadily as it drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Shi softly reminded. Teddy Ursa, Eevee, stay away from it. Don't let it roll over and crush you. He noticed the 2 Pokemon sneakily approaching Snorlax's belly, seemingly intending to use it as a trampoline. Observing this, Su Qiming whispered, looks like we won't be able to get this card. Lin Shi nodded in agreement without arguing. The Snorlax was of a high level, nearing elite status. Even for him, disturbing such a powerful Pokemon's nap was not worth the risk. Turning away, he said, let's move on to the next spot. Without any hesitation, Lin Shi led the way, confident with the system in hand and points within reach. They hadn't walked far when 2 boys appeared in their path. Upon seeing Lin Shi and Su Qiming, the boys exchanged a glance, a glimmer of intent flashing in their eyes. Without hesitation, they challenged Lin Shi and Su Qiming to a battle. Lin Shi and Su Qiming, of course, did not refuse. How could they pass up free points? Lin Shi chose Teddy Ursa and Eevee. The boys on the other side quickly released their own Pokemon. With a flash of red light, 2 Pokemon appeared before them. Lin Shi's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized them: Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. Both had just surpassed level 20, placing them in the professional tier. Faced with these high-level Pokemon and their type advantage, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. No wonder the opponents were so confident. Hitmonchan, Mach Punch, one of the boys commanded. Hitmonchan surged forward with its fists, charging at Teddy Ursa with ferocious momentum. Hitmonlee, Double Kick, came the other command. Hitmonlee raised its leg high and sped towards Eevee, aiming for a swift victory. Lin Shi remained calm as he directed. Eevee, use Sand Attack to block their vision. Eevee reacted instantly, flicking its tail to kick up a cloud of sand that enveloped both Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. The fierce sandstorm stung their eyes, making it impossible to see clearly. Teddy Ursa, attack Hitmonchan with Aerial Ace. Lin Shi ordered next. Teddy Ursa leapt into action, its body glowing faintly with white energy. Like a bird taking flight, it slammed into Hitmonchan with precision. Boom! Hitmonchan, caught off guard, was sent flying and crashed to the ground. It struggled to its feet, clearly heavily injured. Teddy Ursa, use slash. Linsher commanded again. Teddy Ursa's claws gleamed with a sharp white light as it lunged at Hitmonchan. Its razor-like claws slashed fiercely, forcing Hitmonchan to retreat under the relentless assault. Teddy Ursa showed no mercy. It leapt into the air, crossing its claws before slashing down fiercely on Hitmonchan. Despite its desperate struggle, Hitmonchan seemed utterly unable to withstand the power of Teddy Ursa's attacks. Meanwhile, Eevee was locked in an intense battle with Hitmonlee. Realizing that Hitmonchan was in trouble, Hitmonlee tried to finish off Eevee quickly so it could assist its partner. However, it clearly overestimated its abilities. Eevee double team. Suchiming commanded. In an instant, Eevee created multiple illusory copies of itself, darting around Hitmonlee and taunting it. Already blinded by the sandstorm, Hitmonlee now found itself unable to distinguish the real Eevee, wildly kicking in all directions without aim. Amidst the chaos, Hitmonlee suddenly switched tactics. Hitmonlee, use Blaze Kick with a wide range, its trainer called out. Hitmonlee leapt into the air, its legs engulfed in searing flames as it unleashed a fiery attack, attempting to engulf Eevee in the blaze. The battle grew increasingly intense, with the air thick with swirling sand and the scorching heat of flames. The opposing trainer quickly realized that Hitmonlee was in trouble and promptly issued a command. Upon hearing the order, Hitmonlee steadied its left foot, slightly bent its body, and suddenly flames erupted from its right leg. It began spinning rapidly like a whirlwind, extending its fiery leg in a sweeping arc, resembling a fire-covered low kick. The blazing attack tore through each Eevee illusion, shattering them one by one until the final illusion disintegrated. Eevee leapt gracefully into the air, skillfully evading the fiery assault. At that moment, Suchiming's face remained calm and composed. She swiftly issued a new command. Eevee, use attract. While flipping midair, Eevee closed its left eye gently, its tiny face displaying an innocent and adorable expression. Then, a glowing pink heart-shaped energy shot directly toward Hitmonlee, striking it with perfect accuracy. Hitmonlee was visibly affected by the captivating aura. The inherent weakness of male Pokemon caused its aggressive drive to plummet, leaving it in a dazed state, unable to launch any further attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Suchiming quickly ordered, Eevee, use Calm Mind. She aimed to turn the tide of the battle as quickly as possible. Eevee let out a soft cry as a wave of purple energy began to surround its body. Gradually, its special attack and special defense increased significantly, preparing to end the fight decisively. Eevee, use Stored Power. Following Suchiming's command, Eevee focused all its energy, its eyes fixed ahead as it gently unleashed a glowing, gradient purple psychic energy sphere. The energy intensified as it roared toward the mesmerized Hitmonlee. Boom! A massive explosion echoed as Hitmonlee was struck. The powerful psychic-type attack pierced through its fighting-type defenses effortlessly. Already bewildered and unable to resist, Hitmonlee collapsed, losing its ability to battle. Clap, clap. Linsher applauded from the sidelines. Impressive as always, Miss Sue. Truly remarkable. His battle had long concluded. Hitmonchan had been taken down by Teddy Ursa's aerial ace. Despite its efforts to fight back, it clearly lacked the strength and was quickly defeated. Now, Linsher watched Suchiming's match with Teddy Ursa by his side. He nodded to himself in admiration. Suchiming's commands were precise, her decisions highly effective, and Eevee's skill execution was flawless, a testament to her diligent training. On the other side, the fighting brothers exchanged glances. It wasn't until Hitmonlee fell that they realized their defeat was complete. Resigned, they exchanged bitter smiles and handed over half their points to Linsher and Suchiming, a quick gain of 15 points. Afterward, Linsher and Suchiming continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered several other teams, but these were all students from their own school, the third high school. Familiar with Linsher and Suchiming's reputation, these teams wisely refrained from provoking them. After all, no one wanted unnecessary trouble, and a few points weren't worth the risk. Time flew by, and evening quietly arrived. As the sky darkened, Linsher slowed his search pace. Most of the points had already been collected by other teams, and the remaining Pokemon holding point cards were nearly defeated. The remaining teams weren't a priority for them. Linsher found a spacious area with some natural cover and began setting up tents. With practiced efficiency, he quickly finished assembling 2 tents. Dinner's ready, he announced. Suchiming had already prepared a simple meal, merely heating some instant food, but it was more than sufficient in the wilderness. The two released their Pokemon one by one. Having had no chance to come out during the day, the Pokemon now eagerly enjoyed the fresh evening air. Linsher's Teddy Ursa, Gyarados, and Seviper, along with Suchiming's Cyndaquil, Eevee, and Ralts, happily frolicked around the campsite. The once quiet area was now filled with lively energy. It is said that the pink horn on Ralt's head can sense the emotions of people and Pokemon around it, and it warms up when it feels kindness. Linsher couldn't help but want to touch it, but every time he made the slightest move, the Ralts, who was eating, would cautiously peek through its hair and fix its eyes on his every action. Not far away, the Seviper cluster was enjoying its meal. Linsher noticed an interesting phenomenon. Though this Pokemon was composed of 7 individual snake-like creatures, it seemed that as long as one of them ate, it could provide enough energy for the whole entity. When is your EV planning to evolve? Have you decided on its evolution path yet? Linsher turned to Su Qiming, who was feeding her Pokemon, and asked curiously. Su Qiming gently stroked Eevee's fluffy tail and shook her head. This question had been on her mind lately. Eevee had already reached a professional level standard, with well-developed skills and ample energy reserves, so it was indeed time to consider evolution. I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? After a moment of thought, Linsher replied. I suggest either Umbreon or Sylveon. Considering the ghost, psychic, and dark-type Pokemon you might encounter during Wild Ruin explorations, Umbreon has excellent defensive capabilities and can counter the first 2 types. Sylveon, on the other hand, has strong offensive power, and its fairy type is very effective against dark types. Su Qiming nodded thoughtfully before lifting Eevee up to her eye level. Eevee, what do you want to evolve into? Eevee. Eevee let out a puzzled cry and shook its head, clearly undecided as well. What about you? Su Qiming put Eevee down and asked in return. What's your plan for your next Pokemon capture? She knew very well that Linsher would be among the first to enter the White Mountain Secret Realm. As an elite-level secret realm, trainers participating in the first exploration were required to meet the elite standard, meaning they needed at least 4 elite-level Pokemon. Currently, because Linsher's Arcanine was trapped, he only had 3 usable Pokemon, so he had to capture and train another one to elite level before the secret realm opened. Linsher gazed at the bright moon in the night sky, lost in thought. Although there were many Pokemon suitable for him at this stage, he had only 2 capture slots left for the professional level, and one of those needed to be reserved for the Pokemon selection when university started. This made his current choice particularly crucial. Fairy, Steel, Ice, Electric, and other types were all ideal, and flying types were also important after all. Even though Gyarados had a flying type, it could hardly learn any flying type moves. What truly fascinated Linsher, however, were ghost-type Pokemon. Beyond their advantages in battles, their innate hidden abilities were even more significant. After the battle at the Polaris base, Linsher's concern for his own safety had reached an unprecedented level. As the saying goes, shoot the horse first to catch the rider, and capture the leader to defeat the bandits. In a real life-and-death battle, no one would adhere to the Alliance's rules. If there's an opportunity, the trainer would undoubtedly be targeted first. In such situations, a ghost-type Pokemon that can hide in the trainer's shadow becomes the perfect bodyguard, not only providing protection, but also serving as a trump card for sneak attacks at critical moments. Linsher rubbed his chin, his brows furrowed slightly. He had been observing for a long time, but apart from some urban legends, there were no reliable reports of ghost-type Pokemon sightings in Baishur City. If he couldn't find a suitable Pokemon soon, he planned to take his chances in other cities when the opportunity arose. The forest was shrouded in darkness as night fell. The wind rustled through the branches, creating a soft whisper, while the elongated shadows on the ground twisted and stretched like clawing monsters. After chatting for a while, the 2 of them decided to head back to their tents to rest. Miss Sue, if you're feeling scared, you're welcome to join me here. My tent's pretty spacious. Linsher teased with a smirk. Watch it. Su Qiming playfully waved her small fist, a hint of warning flashing in her eyes. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the entire forest. In the early morning, Linsher crouched by a small stream, taking a mouthful of water to rinse his mouth as a makeshift way to brush his teeth. Gurgle, gurgle. Linsher. Su Qiming hurried over, her footsteps quick. PFTH. Linsher immediately spat the water onto the ground and looked up at her. Su Qiming, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to ask about our plan for today. Are we doing the same as yesterday? She asked. Linsher shook his head and wiped the corner of his mouth. Yesterday was the point-gathering stage for all the teams, so there weren't many battles since no one had accumulated many points yet. But today, more people will aim to earn points through battles. And don't forget, the locations of the top 10 ranked teams will be sent to others. Teams that didn't gain much yesterday will definitely seize this opportunity. With our points, I bet quite a few teams will come to challenge us. So all we need to do is find a good spot and wait for the points to come to us. Su Qiming nodded in agreement after hearing Linsher's explanation. Well, running into a team so early in the morning, what luck. Looks like we've got 2 fat sheep here. Talk about a great start to the day, huh? Linsher narrowed his eyes and looked toward the trees. 2 young men, one tall and one chubby, emerged from the dense bushes, their faces brimming with confidence. Hey, this kid looks kind of familiar, the bigger guy said, squinting at Linsher. He nudged the chubby guy next to him for confirmation. What do you think, fatty? Do you recognize him? Haha. Big bro, you must be mistaken. We don't know any students from 3rd high school. The chubby guy replied, their coordination seamless as they spoke. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he licked his lips, thinking to himself, aren't these the infamous laughing and growling duo? What a small world. Wait, are they really high school students? They look way too grown up for that. Haha. There's even a beauty here, the chubby guy said, his eyes lighting up as he noticed Su Chiming. His grin widened, and he tried his best to put on a friendly expression. Don't worry, beautiful classmate. We brothers are known for being gentle with girls. We'll go easy on you, and your Pokemon won't get hurt, huh? Could you be any more pathetic? The bigger guy kicked the chubby one, making him stumble. Then he turned his attention to Lin Shu, puffing out his chest. Kid, remember this were Wang Heng and Zhang Ha from 4th high school. Losing to us today is nothing to be ashamed of. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking, well, they really do live up to their names. He couldn't be bothered to retort. Instead, he simply gestured, and his Teddy Ursa immediately perked up and walked to his side, swinging its arms with battle-ready enthusiasm in its eyes. Gentlemen, if you want a battle, make it quick. My breakfast's getting cold, Lin Shu said with a wave and a smirk. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chiming also pulled out a pokeball, her sharp gaze fixed on the laughing and growling duo. With a flash of light, her Cyndaquil appeared on the ground. It slowly stood up, and flames ignited on its head and tail. The intense heat distorted the air around it, radiating waves of scorching energy. It seemed Su Chiming and Lin Shu were on the same page. Let's make this quick. Brother, I think we might have underestimated them. These guys are tougher than they look. The chubby man swallowed nervously, edging closer to the burly man and whispering anxiously as they faced the imposing Cubchoo and Cyndaquil. Oof, useless trash. The burly man snorted coldly, his voice low and threatening. Stop whining. Send out your Pokemon. Without another word, the chubby man silently reached for the Pokeballs on his belt. With a light toss, a flash of red light revealed an Arbok and a Mytina standing firmly on the battlefield. The battle was officially underway. Arbok, Mytina, combine. The two men shouted in unison as the battle began. What the? Lin Shu and Su Chiming froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Are you two in the wrong universe? This is Pokemon. Before they could fully process what was happening, Arbok leaped onto Mytina's back with startling speed. Its long, serpentine body wrapped tightly around Mytina, securing itself firmly in place. Arbok then raised its upper body, flicking its wet, forked tongue and glaring menacingly at the two opposing Pokemon, letting out a threatening hiss. This was their combination. The sight was so bizarre and intense that Lin Shu and Su Chiming found it hard to watch. Cyndaquil, use Crunch. Su Chiming clenched her fist and quickly issued a command. Without hesitation, Cyndaquil charged forward, its jaws glowing with fiery energy, and lunged at Mytina. Cubchoo dig. Lin Shu immediately followed up with his own command. At his order, Cubchoo sprang into action. The ground trembled as it burrowed swiftly, and moments later, it burst out from beneath the earth, its body radiating the power of a ground-type move. With a fierce punch, it aimed directly at Mytina's abdomen. Mytina, protect! The chubby man shouted in panic. Chabba! Arbok let out an enraged roar, and a green, shimmering barrier of energy enveloped both itself and Mytina, creating a sturdy shield. Cyndaquil's fiery attack collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion, but Mytina remained unscathed and continued its charge. Meanwhile, Cubchoo's powerful strike sent shockwaves through the ground, like an unstoppable tank aiming for Mytina's stomach. Mytina reacted quickly, snapping its jaws toward Cubchoo with sharp fangs. The clash of their power was thunderous. Cubchoo's overwhelming strength forced Mytina to retreat step by step, clearly struggling to hold its ground. The chubby man, seeing the situation turn against them, broke into a cold sweat. Where does this little bear get such strength? The burly man's face darkened, his expression grim as he realized how quickly the tide of battle was shifting. Don't worry, I'll back you up, the chubby man shouted urgently, then turned his attention to Arbok. Arbok, use acid spray. Arbok immediately opened its mouth, releasing a stream of purple, toxic liquid aimed directly at Cubchoo. Cyndaquil, flame wheel. Su Chiming commanded without hesitation. Cyndaquil's body ignited in flames as it curled up, transforming into a blazing wheel that sped toward both Arbok and Mytina. Faced with the incoming flame wheel, Arbok had no choice but to redirect its attack toward Cyndaquil. Meanwhile, Lin Shu seized the opportunity. Cubchoo, brick break. Lin Shu called out. With a sudden burst of strength, Cubchoo pushed Mytina back. Its left paw glowed with a dark red energy as it delivered a devastating punch directly to Mytina's head. Bam! The impact was massive, and Mytina howled in pain as it spun uncontrollably, disoriented from the force of the blow. Arbok, thrown off balance, struggled to maintain its grip on Mytina and lost its focus on Cyndaquil. The flame wheel arrived at the perfect moment, slamming into both Arbok and Mytina and sending them flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Syndicate, flamethrower. Su Qiming pressed the attack, her voice sharp and determined. Syndicate gathered its fiery energy once more, releasing a powerful stream of flames. Cubchu swift, Lin Shi shouted, refusing to be outdone. The battle raged on as both trainers pushed their Pokemon to their limits. Lin Shi and Su Qiming's attacks were like a graceful duet, their moves laced with sparks of fire landing precisely on target. As the dust settled, the Mytiana and Arbok collapsed to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. Lin Shi nodded subtly to himself. This so-called combo technique had some merit, but against a trainer whose strength far surpassed theirs, it was nothing more than a double gift of spoils. Big bro, we lost, the chubby man stammered, his voice trembling as he stared in disbelief at the fallen Pokemon. I'm not blind, damn it, the burly man retorted, trying to sound composed, though his voice betrayed his faltering confidence. They had considered the possibility of losing, but they never expected to lose so decisively. Kid, you got lucky today. Just wait and see. The burly man blustered, clearly flustered. After hastily transferring half of the points to Lin Shi, he and his partner fled the scene in embarrassment. Lin Shi glanced at his account, where the points had jumped to 240. He nodded in satisfaction. With this score, securing first place was practically a done deal. Meanwhile, Su Qiming checked on Teddy Ursa and Syndicate. For them, the recent battle was merely a warm-up. Not even a scratch marred their fur. The duo's strengths were evident at this moment. Aside from the young Ralts, the Pokemon they wielded were all exceptionally powerful. If Lin Shi were to bring out his other two main Pokemon, he could likely sweep the entire forest area on his own. Time slipped by quietly, and the autumn wind danced gently with the falling leaves. With half an hour left until the assessment results were announced, the two decided to rest where they were. Meanwhile, the rest area at 3rd High School was abuzz with excitement. Principal Zhang Jingyin had personally arrived to check the scores. On the leaderboard, Lin Shi and Su Qiming were dominating with an impressive 240 points, leading the second-place team by over 100 points. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the 5th High School rest area was tense. Director Jiang kept glancing at her watch, her anxiety evident. Despite reassurances from other teachers that they believed Meng Gu and Meng Wan could reclaim first place, she found it hard to calm her nerves. One more minute, Lin Shi muttered, staring at the instant noodles in his hands, carefully timing the wait. Time's up, he exclaimed excitedly, lifting the lid of the cup noodles as an enticing aroma wafted out. To him, this perfectly prepared bowl of instant noodles was far more thrilling than the upcoming battles. Su Qiming looked at her partner with exasperation as he devoured the noodles ravenously. We just had a meal. Are you a pig? It was nearing noon. Two boys were making their way through the dense forest, their footsteps crunching on the thick layer of fallen leaves. As the light ahead grew brighter, they knew their destination was close, and a surge of excitement welled up in their hearts. Bro, we're almost there, the younger boy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he quickened his pace. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling the thrill of nearing their goal, defeating the top rank, earning points, receiving recognition, and embracing the pinnacle moment of their lives. Emerging from the gloom of the forest, the sudden sunlight stung their eyes, forcing them to shield their faces with their hands. They took a moment to survey the scene before Thema clearing where a long line of people had formed, all waiting for their turn to challenge the first-ranked competitor. Nearby, a wide-open space buzzed with the energy of intense Pokemon battles. Bro, did we come to the wrong place? The younger boy asked, confused by the bustling scene in front of him. He turned to the older boy for confirmation. Are you guys here to challenge the top spot on the leaderboard too? A chubby man approached them with a friendly grin, striking up a conversation. Of course. But what's with this line? The older boy asked, gesturing toward the crowd. Oh, that. There are so many people wanting to challenge the top rank that you need to pay to queue up and get a number. Once it's your turn, you can battle, the man explained, pointing ahead. Pay? What do you mean by pay? The younger boy's eyes widened, clearly taken aback. Obviously, you can't just challenge for free. The top player has nearly 300 points. Why would they let you take that for nothing? You just need to pay $500 to secure a battle slot. If you win, you'll earn 150 points right away, shooting you into the top 10. It's a great deal, the man said matter-of-factly. But what if someone ahead of us beats the top player? Wouldn't we have paid for nothing? The younger boy asked anxiously, worried about wasting time and money. The man gave them a sly smile. Don't worry. If the top player loses before your turn, we'll refund your money. Plus, you'll be allowed to challenge the new leader immediately. The players are all Harino ones running off after a match. The two boys exchanged a glance, their doubts slightly eased. It seemed reasonable enough. Also, the earlier you pay, the earlier you can get in line. Slots are limited, and once time's up, that's it, the man added, his tone still warm and inviting. Ugh. The man sighed dramatically when he saw their hesitation. You two seem like you've got some skill, but I can't believe you're this hesitant. If you're not going to challenge, make way for the others. Wait. No. Bro, let's think about this, the younger boy said urgently, pulling his brother aside. He's got a point. We've come all this way, can't just leave empty-handed. It's not that expensive. Let's do it. The older boy clenched his jaw, making up his mind. All right, where do we pay? The man broke into a professional smile. Just ahead, take a left. Following his directions, the two boys soon arrived at a makeshift payment station simple table with a sign that read, Payment Desk. Behind the table sat a man who eyed them as they approached. You're here to pay, right? 500 each, no credit. The man said bluntly, extending a hand. Here you go, the older boy said without hesitation, tossing the money onto the table. What's our number? The attendant did not immediately issue the number card. Instead, he glanced at the points bracelets on the two men's wrists, sighed, and shook his head slowly with a regretful expression. I'm sorry, but with your points, you're only eligible to be low-level members. It might take a long time before you get your chance to challenge. Wow, what? The two couldn't help but widen their eyes. Didn't that chubby guy just say it's first come, first served? And what does low-level member even mean? The older brother's face darkened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. He slammed the table, his voice angry and booming. What do you mean by that? Please, calm down. The attendant's tone remained calm, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Your points are only 35, which is really too low. He shook his head again. Do you think it's fair or reasonable to challenge people with hundreds of points when you only have 35? If you were in their shoes, would you accept that? The bespectacled man's string of rhetorical questions left the two momentarily speechless. Big brother, I. The younger man stuttered, too angry to form coherent words. His face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, clearly at a loss. They had been unlucky. Yesterday, they barely encountered any monsters, and scavenging for items definitely wasn't their strong suit. So what exactly are you trying to say? The older brother's aggression began to wane, but the frustration in his eyes remained. He wasn't ready to give up just yet and pressed on. What is this low-level membership nonsense? Since challengers have varying points, we've divided them into different membership levels. The higher your points, the shorter your waiting time, and the sooner you can compete for the top spot, the attendant explained softly. Then how long will we have to wait? The two quickly asked, their expressions growing heavier. The attendant flipped through the registration book in his hands, furrowing his brows as he skimmed through the pages. He turned one page, then another, and another. With each page turned, the two men's anxiety deepened. Oh, there are more than 50 teams ahead of you. It'll probably be the day after tomorrow before it's your turn. What? The day after tomorrow? The exam ends tomorrow, don't you know that? The older brother's voice rose in disbelief, drawing the attention of nearby students. No way, we can't wait that long. Ignoring the curious stares of others, the two slammed the table and shouted angrily. Lin sure, right? Stop with this nonsense. Come out if you dare, I want to challenge you. Before the older brother could finish his outburst, his younger companion quickly covered his mouth, speaking in a rushed and panicked tone. Hey, who are you guys? What kind of strength do you have? I've been waiting in line forever, and now you want to cut in? A student nearby complained in frustration. Yeah, cutting in line is the worst, another chimed in. I hate people who cut in line, someone else in the crowd added angrily. Sorry, we were just joking. The younger brother quickly bowed his head in apology. The older brother, though his face remained stern with anger, reluctantly followed suit. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the two had no choice but to turn around and prepare to leave, looking dejected and defeated. Wait, don't go just yet. The attendant called out to them as they started to walk away. They turned back, frowning at the attendant with impatience. Can you just spit it out in one go? The attendant smiled faintly and gestured toward them. I know your points are low, but the current top challenger, Lin Sure, is very generous. He doesn't want low-point students to come all this way for nothing. So, you can head over to the battle zone nearby to earn more points. Battle zone. The two suddenly recalled seeing an area where people were fiercely fighting when they first entered. That's right. Your points may not be enough now, but I believe in your potential. Just head to the battle zone, and you'll naturally earn more points. Once you accumulate 150 points, you'll immediately upgrade to VVVP status and get the fastest challenge opportunity. Big brother, he has a point. We can't just leave empty-handed. Going over there to earn some points is better than nothing. The younger brother quickly urged, his eyes filled with urgency. The older brother furrowed his brows and glanced at his companion, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Something about this suggestion felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't think of a better option. Finally, he nodded. Fine. Onyx, use rock throw. In the battle arena, a massive onyx was relentlessly hurling rocks at a Teddy Ursa darting around the field. Despite being covered in wounds, Teddy Ursa remained agile, skillfully dodging the falling stones. Teddy Ursa, step on the rocks and jump for brick break. Following Lin Shure's command, Teddy Ursa showcased incredible dexterity, turning the airborne rocks into stepping stones. It leaped high into the air, its right paw enveloped in a black and red glow, and delivered a powerful strike aimed straight at Onyx's head. Boom! A resounding impact echoed through the arena as the attack landed precisely. The enormous onyx collapsed with a thunderous crash, unable to continue the fight. Thank you for the match, Lin Shi said politely, clasping his hands together before stepping off the battle platform. See? I told you that onyx didn't need your help. Teddy Ursa handled it just fine, Lin Shi said smugly, circling around Su Qiming with a triumphant grin. Impressive, impressive. Su Qiming replied with a deadpan expression, clapping lightly in mock enthusiasm. Finally, it's our turn. Lin Shi, get up here and battle me. A crisp voice called out. A short-haired girl in sporty casual wear was waving energetically in their direction. Please wait a moment. My Pokemon and I need to rest. We'll start in half an hour, Lin Shi responded with a professional smile. After all, the challenger was a paying customer. What? Half an hour? Can't you hurry up? The short-haired girl, clearly impatient, frowned in frustration. Come on, Xiaowan. If that's what they said, we'll just wait a bit longer, said a calm, long-haired girl standing next to her. She bore a striking resemblance to the short-haired girl, but carried herself with a more graceful demeanor. Fine, sis. Mengwan pouted but gave in. Still, she turned to Lin Shi and stuck her tongue out playfully. Half an hour. Then he'll make sure you're begging for mercy. Lin Shi chuckled lightly and returned to the resting area with Su Qiming. Glancing at the wristband displaying his score, which had reached 380 points, he licked his lips in satisfaction. This really is a quick way to make money. Just then, Zhou Wanjin approached them with an eager expression. Sure bro, we made a pretty decent haul today. As one of the team's fee collectors, Zhou Wanjin didn't particularly need the money, but always claimed he enjoyed the thrill of earning it. Sure bro, class rep, do you know who you're up against next? Zhou Wanjin asked mysteriously. Spit it out, Lin Shi said, raising an eyebrow. Those two sisters are kind of a big deal at 5th High, Zhou Wanjin said, his tone suddenly serious. The older sister, Menggu, has a rare ghost-type Pokemon, Ghastly. She's incredibly strong and was ranked first in their school's recent assessment just like you. Sure bro plus, the two sisters have great synergy and are ranked second on the leaderboard. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully and exchanged a glance with Su Qiming. Finally, a real challenge. This could be interesting. The gentle midday sun filtered through the autumn forest as Lin Shi sized up the two sisters standing across from him. Though they looked almost identical, their personalities were worlds apart, evident in their every movement and gesture. Are you finally done resting? Let's get started already. The short-haired girl skipped onto the battlefield, waving her fists as she spoke to Lin Shi. Lin Shi gave a slight nod, signaling his acceptance of the challenge. Haha, this is great. Meng Wan beamed with excitement as the pokeball in her hand glimmered. Come out, Glamo. A flash of white light burst forth, and a gracefully poised cat-like Pokemon landed elegantly on the ground. Its sleek body and silky fur immediately captured everyone's attention. Glamo, known for its noble demeanor and adorable appearance, is a popular choice among female trainers and a common pet Pokemon in urban areas. Allow me. Menggu, the elder sister, stepped forward with a polite bow to Lin Shi and Su Qiming before tossing her own Pokeball. As the ball opened, a mass of black-purple gaseous matter coalesced into form, with a pitch-black sphere at its core. This floating entity bared its sharp fangs in a wide grin, darting up and down while making silly faces at the crowd. Pokemon, Ghastly. Level, LV24. Status, Healthy. Gender, Male. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Levitate. Height, 1.3 meters. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Held item, Oranberry. Moves, Lick, Astonish, Confuse Ray, Curse, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Icy Wind, Acid Spray, Shadow Ball. Protect, Skill Swap. Pokédex entry, Ghastly, the gas Pokemon. It is said to appear in abandoned houses. Its body is made of gas, and it has no definite shape. Ghastly. This Ghastly is quite intriguing, Lin Shi murmured, a glint of thought flashing in his eyes as he analyzed the information on Ghastly and Glamo. Let's send out our Pokemon too, Lin Shi suggested to Su Qiming, turning to her. The two trainers released their Pokemon in sync. Lin Shi called upon his EV, who had been well-rested and in peak condition, while Su Qiming chose her Teddy Ursa, known for its impressive stamina that could last through 300 rounds of battle. Judging by their types, normal and ghost Pokemon wouldn't be able to directly attack each other, making this an evenly matched duel. Let's team up and focus on Ghastly first, Lin Shi proposed in a low voice, his eyes reflecting a cautious determination toward the floating specter. Got it. Teddy Ursa, use Fire Punch. Su Qiming commanded. EV, start running and use Double Team. Lin Shi followed. The battle began with Lin Shi and Su Qiming taking the initiative. Teddy Ursa's fist ignited with roaring flames as it charged toward the hovering Ghastly, while EV sprinted swiftly, creating multiple identical clones in a blur, surrounding the battlefield in a tactical formation. Xiaowan, cover me. Menggu instructed her younger sister calmly. On it. Mengwan responded confidently. Glamo, use Flash. Meow, Glamo obeyed, its body radiating an intense burst of white light. The brightness intensified rapidly, akin to a flashbang detonating over the battlefield. The blinding light engulfed the entire area, forcing Lin Shi to shield his eyes from the searing pain. Seriously? Attacking the trainers too? Teddy Ursa, close your eyes. Lin Shi cursed under his breath, quickly adjusting his strategy. Ursa. Teddy Ursa let out a low growl and instantly shut its eyes. Its keen hearing, honed through extensive nighttime training, allowed it to detect the slightest movements around it. Its ears twitched as it pinpointed its target, the flames on its fist roaring even brighter as it swung with precision. Meow, a sharp cry echoed as the glaring light began to fade. Teddy Ursa's attack had landed not on Ghastly, but on the glowing Glaymo, interrupting its flash move entirely. EV, use Shadow Ball on Ghastly, Lin Shi commanded. Momentarily disoriented by the blinding light, Eevee had been hesitant to act, worried about hitting its allies by mistake. Now that the light had dissipated, it seized the opportunity. Ghostly energy gathered rapidly before it, forming a shadow ball about the size of a fist. Still in its double-team state, all of Eevee's clones mirrored the action, creating a barrage of identical shadow balls. Dozens of black and purple energy spheres streaked through the air, hurtling toward Ghastly from every direction, leaving it no room to escape. The mastery of that shadow ball is incredible. The spectators on the sidelines exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the battlefield where the Eevee executed the skill flawlessly. That Eevee's talent is extraordinary. This match had captured the attention of many, not just because it was a head-to-head battle between the first and second on the leaderboard, but also because it was the ultimate showdown between the strongest students from 3rd high school and 5th high school. The buzz around the match had far exceeded that of an ordinary points competition. It had become a direct reflection of the teaching standards of the two schools. Students from both sides quietly cheered for their representatives, hoping to see their team claim victory. Meanwhile, in the 5th high school's lounge, word of the battle had already spread. The information is confirmed. Meng Gu and Meng Wan are up against Lin Shi and Su Qiming, the top players on the leaderboard. A teacher said while quickly adjusting the screen. Let me connect the footage. Soon, the screen displayed scenes from the battle. The footage was shaky and low resolution, clearly taken in secret. In fact, it had been covertly recorded from a distance by one of the proctoring teachers earlier that day. Their Pokemon are well-trained, remarked a chubby male teacher as he scrutinized the footage. In terms of individual Pokemon strength, Meng Gu and Meng Wan don't seem to have the upper hand, agreed Director Jiang, nodding as he adjusted his glasses. His tone carried a sense of confidence. But this is a doubles match, isn't it? The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement, their confidence in the Meng sisters' abilities in doubles battles unwavering. Back on the battlefield, Ghastly winced in pain after taking a hit from Eevee's Shadow Ball. Grimacing dramatically, it stuck out its tongue at Eevee in a playful, exaggerated manner. Ghastly, use skill swap on Eevee, Mengwan commanded calmly. Ghastly immediately acted, darting behind Eevee with remarkable speed. A dark shadow emerged from its body and surged toward Eevee. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly as he quickly recognized the opponent's tactical intent. Eevee, dodge it, he shouted urgently. But it was too late. Ghastly had deliberately endured the earlier Shadow Ball to close the distance, and with Meng Guest's meticulous training, the move had been honed to perfection. Eevee had no way to evade. The shadow latched onto Eevee, while a white aura emerged from Eevee and transferred into Ghastly. The skill swap was successful. Ghastly now possessed the adaptability ability, increasing the power of moves that matched its type. What? Su Qiming frowned, puzzled by Meng Guest's strategy. However, she knew one thing for certain: if Ghastly took another Shadow Ball, it would be out of the fight. Attack is the key. Eevee, use Shadow Ball, she commanded decisively. Eevee! Eevee cried out, gathering ghost-type energy into another orb and launching it at the airborne Ghastly. Whoosh! The Shadow Ball passed straight through Ghastly's body, dealing no damage. Ghastly grinned mischievously at Eevee, as if mocking its futile effort. How is this possible? Su Qiming was stunned. Even with the swapped ability, Eevee should only have gained the levitate ability. This shouldn't have happened. It's from the Purigly's ability, Lin Shi explained. During the earlier flash move, Ghastly secretly used skill swap with Purigly's ability when we weren't paying attention. It changed into the normal skin ability, which converts all non-normal type moves into normal type moves and slightly boosts their power. Then, she had Ghastly use a skill to replace Eevee's ability with normal skin. Lin Shi quickly analyzed this critical tactic. Now all of Eevee's moves had turned into normal type, making it completely ineffective against the ghost-type Ghastly. Holy crap, this is insane. First place really deserves to be first place. How did they even come up with this? The audience erupted in excitement. Gidge, I love you. This refreshing and innovative strategy left the students, who were used to straightforward battles, utterly amazed. In the lounge room of 5th high school, the teachers wore relaxed smiles, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. On the other hand, the 3rd high school's lounge was plunged into silence. Everyone stared intently at the 1080p high-definition live broadcast screen, no one uttering a word. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about the current situation? Zhang Jingyin asked calmly. After a brief moment of thought, Zhang Jianjun replied, I have faith in that kid, Lin Shi. As his words fell, the room returned to silence. On the battlefield, Su Qiming suddenly understood after hearing Lin Shi's analysis. As a trainer, mastering abilities was indeed a fundamental skill. Watching Meng Ji's confident demeanor, she couldn't help but silently admire her. As expected of the first, place truly formidable. Ghastly, use acid spray on Teddy Ursa. Glamo, use disarming voice on Teddy Ursa. The Meng sisters gave their commands simultaneously. Clearly, they had decided to target Teddy Ursa first once it was down. Only EV, incapable of attacking Ghastly, would remain, sealing their victory. Cover me, Lin Shi whispered to Su Qiming, his eyes locked on the battlefield. The battle erupted in an instant. Teddy Ursa's claws gleamed with a metallic sheen as it swung them like Wolverine, blocking Ghastly's acid spray. EV seized the moment to launch a shadow ball, intercepting Glamo's attack on Teddy Ursa, and immediately followed up with another shadow ball that struck Glamo directly. Thanks to the altered ability, the ghost-type move, which was previously ineffective against Glamo, now dealt damage. Meow, Glamo cried out in pain. Ghastly, use Icy Wind. Mengu quickly commanded Ghastly to provide cover. A chilling wind howled, frost forming on the ground, as the two Pokemon's movements visibly slowed. At the critical moment, Teddy Ursa's body began to glow with ground-type energy, and it swiftly dug into the ground, skillfully evading the icy wind's effects. Ghastly, watch out. Mengu warned with heightened vigilance. Without its levitate ability, Ghastly was now highly vulnerable to devastating ground-type moves. The battle became even more intense. Eevee seized an opportunity to use Charm on Ghastly, but Glamo leapt in to intercept it just in time. With its newly acquired levitate ability, Glamo floated into the air, its tail glowing with a metallic luster as it struck Eevee. Eevee was sent flying but managed to land on its feet, its cute face now showing an expression of anger. In a flash, Teddy Ursa suddenly burst out from underground, carrying a surge of powerful ground-type energy aimed directly at Ghastly. Although Ghastly reacted quickly, its limited mobility without levitate caused it to be grazed by the attack. Thankfully, its held citrus berry activated just in time, restoring some of its health. The relentless exchange of attacks between Lin Shi and Su Qiming left the audience dazzled. Their performance was nothing short of extraordinary, and in such an intense duel, the fact that they were evenly matched was remarkable. Wait, were they even starting to gain the upper hand? Or was I just too self-conscious? Compared to them, why did I feel such a huge gap between us? It made me feel utterly useless. The surrounding students continued to chatter, their voices rising and falling with excitement. Some debated the course of the battle, while others cheered for their favorites. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged a glance, as if to say the real fight was just beginning. The battle was heating up, and the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. Teddy Ursa, dig, Lin Shi commanded. Iguio, came the response as both Pokemon disappeared underground almost simultaneously, vanishing from sight. The battlefield fell silent in an instant, as if no one could predict when or where they would reappear. Meng Guess eyes narrowed, and she reacted immediately. Stay alert. They can't hit you, cover me, she ordered, her voice sharp and precise. Got it, Mengwan replied confidently. She swiftly directed her Glamo into action. Glamo, Iron Tail. Meow. Glamo let out a low cry as its tail hardened into steel and slammed against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, and a brownish figure burst out of the soil, speeding toward the airborne Ghastly. Meng Guess eyes flashed with a cold glint as she quickly assessed the situation. This is it. Without hesitation, she issued her command. Ghastly, Acid Bomb. Ghastly unleashed a wave of acid accompanied by thick smoke, surging toward the figure in the dirt. As the smoke cleared, Meng Guess pupils contracted sharply. This wasn't Teddy Ursa. She realized with a jolt that the threat before her wasn't what she had anticipated. Not good. Meng Guess' heart tightened as she adjusted her strategy. Ghastly, protect. Just as Teddy Ursa lunged from the ground, a glowing barrier surged up in front of Ghastly. The protect move activated in time, blocking the incoming attack and shielding Ghastly from harm. Both Meng Gu and Meng Wan let out a sigh of relief, and even the teachers watching from the lounge couldn't help but feel a wave of tension lift. That was close, Meng Wan muttered with a trace of lingering fear. Thank goodness Meng Gu reacted so quickly. Lin Shi, on the other hand, showed no sign of disappointment as his attack was thwarted. Instead, he smiled faintly. Once isn't enough? Then we'll try again. He gave his next order. Teddy Ursa, dig again. Once more, Lin Shi and Su Qiming employed their tried-and-true tactic. The two Pokemon burrowed underground, creating a network of tunnels that left Ghastly and Glamo trapped. The tension in the battlefield escalated further. Thud, thud, thud. Glamo swung its tail repeatedly, slamming the ground as if playing a game of whack-a-mole. But each strike narrowly missed, failing to hit any target. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Meng Wan groaned. ruffling her hair in irritation. Her eyes stayed locked on the ground, ever vigilant for Teddy Ursa's next emergence. Now, attack! Lin Shi and Su Qiming shouted in unison. Their Pokemon erupted from the ground at breakneck speed, coated in dust, and closed in on Ghastly from both sides. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ghastly wavered, unable to evade effectively. Seeing the dire situation, Menggu remained calm and issued a firm command. The same trick won't fool us twice. She acted decisively. Ghastly skill swap. Dark energy rippled through Ghastly's body, and the shadowy force shifted its target, transferring Eevee's adaptability ability to Glamour. At the same time, Ghastly reclaimed its levitate ability. Yay! Ghastly let out a resonant cry as its form subtly changed. With the swap of abilities, the dynamics of the battle shifted in an instant. At that moment, the attacks from Cubchoo and Eevee came rushing like a fierce wind. However, Ghastly leaped suddenly, skillfully dodging both attacks, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. Menggu, the goddess, truly lived up to her name. Her supporters erupted into thunderous cheers, and the atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement. Big sister is so amazing, Mingwan praised with a smile. Then, her gaze shifted to Lin Shi, her eyes brimming with anticipation, as if waiting for him to show a look of admiration. However, she froze in surprise. Lin Shi's face didn't hold the awe she had expected. Instead, there was a trace of a sly satisfaction. Confusion filled Mengwan's mind, but before she could process it, Su Qiming spoke up. Eevee, use Mimic. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from Eevee, identical to when Ghastly had used Trait Swap. Moments later, a dark shadow emerged from Eevee and seamlessly entered Ghastly's body, completing the trade exchange. What? Meng Ge's eyes widened, her shocked expression betraying her composure. For the first time in a battle against Lin Shi, she showed such a clear sign of astonishment. At that moment, Lin Shi gave a low command. Cubchoo, use Earthquake. Though his voice was soft, it was as if it exploded in Meng Ji's ears. Cubo, Cubchoo roared, slamming its fists into the ground. The earth trembled violently, cracks rapidly spreading outward. Even the spectators struggled to keep their footing amidst the quake. Meanwhile, Eevee, with its newly acquired levitate ability, floated gracefully in the air, effortlessly avoiding the earthquake's impact. The rippling waves of the tremor spread out like water ripples, surging toward Ghastly and Glamour. In mere moments, the two Pokemon were thrown into the air and slammed hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. They had clearly lost the ability to continue battling. As the two Pokemon lay defeated, the outcome of the battle was decided in a flash. Before the audience could even process what had happened, the match was over. A heavy silence fell over the crowd, as if the very air had frozen. Whoa, Shige, you're incredible. Qiming, you're amazing. A shout broke the silence, and immediately, the crowd erupted into wild cheers. Lin Shi, you're so cool. I love you. Su Qiming, from now on, you're my goddess. Wow, that was quick changing loyalties already. Lin Shi, you're my hero. Looking at the defeated Pokemon, Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged a smile and let out a sigh of relief. Though the battle had been far from easy, they had ultimately emerged victorious. Meanwhile, in the lounge area. Wow, that was incredible. Teacher Zhang exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. As a teacher, can you try to keep it together? Another teacher chided. Ah, sorry, Zhang Jianjun said, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized his outburst. He quickly apologized. But Lin Shi, that kid, really made me proud. That earthquake move was worth teaching him. Feeling secretly pleased, he was thoroughly impressed with Lin Shi's performance. The frustration he'd harbored over Lin Shi's frequent absences from class seemed to dissipate. Honestly, if every student was like him and Su Qiming, skipping classes wouldn't even bother me. Huh. Impressive. The younger generation truly surpasses the old, Zhang Jingyin said with a laugh, standing up to offer his unreserved praise. The other teachers nodded in agreement, their faces beaming with pride, as though they shared in Lin Shi's triumph. On the other side, in 5th High School's corner, Director Zhang's face was pale, her eyes betraying a trace of disbelief. That Menggu and Mengwan had lost this match was something she found difficult to accept. Taking a deep breath, she finally exhaled and spoke calmly. Victory and defeat are part of any competition. Though we lost, our students demonstrated their strength and capability. Menggu and Mengwan didn't let me down. The two students from 3rd High School were simply stronger. We shouldn't pressure them. The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement, and the mood gradually lightened. Even though we lost, it was a spectacular match. At least we're better than 4th High School. Now TV been utterly silent lately. The group felt somewhat reassured, and the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. Well done, Teddy Ursa and Eevee. After the battle ended, Lin Shi and Su Qiming immediately checked on their Pokemon. Teddy Ursa was in relatively good shape, with only minor injuries that would heal quickly. However, Eevee was in much worse condition, its little face etched with pain. Seeing its pitiful state, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. We lost. You two are really strong. The Meng sisters approached them, with Meng Wan pouting in apparent frustration. Didn't you say you were going to beat me to a pulp? Lin Shi chuckled lightly, a playful glint in his eyes. I. Meng Wan's face flushed red as she remembered her bold pre-battle declaration. She lowered her head and muttered under her breath. Such a petty guy? Today's battle was truly impressive. We admit defeat wholeheartedly. Meng Ji's voice was calm and steady, like a mountain stream. I'm looking forward to our next match, she said, extending her hand, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Lin Shi smiled faintly and shook her hand, finding it cool and soft to the touch. So am I. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the land in a warm glow. After a long day of battles, Lin Shi and Su Qimeng were both exhausted. Even Teddy Ursa's impressive recovery ability seemed to be waning, let alone the condition of Cyndaquil and Eevee. Watching their Pokemon resting nearby, Su Qimeng appeared equally drained. A thought crossed Lin Shi's mind, and he decided it was time to put an end to this farce. Everyone, that's it for today, he said, turning to the remaining students still waiting in line. His voice carried a hint of resignation. In truth, after Lin Shi and Su Qimeng's victory over the Meng sisters, many students had quietly left, feeling they had no chance of winning. Their subsequent string of victories only caused more students to leave. Now, most of those who remained were simply hoping to pick up the scraps, waiting for Lin Shi and Su Qimeng to run out of energy. What? No way. Suddenly, a boy shouted, his face flushed with anger and his eyes blazing with fury. We've been waiting in line for so long, and I just earned some points. How can you end it like this? He stood firm, his tone leaving no room for argument. Now's the perfect time to take you down. Greedy ambition gleamed in his eyes as he imagined the glory of defeating Lin Shi, claiming first place and becoming famous throughout the school. I won't let it end like this. One of his lackeys cautiously leaned in and whispered, Boss, I think Lin Shi has a point. Shut up, the boy roared, turning to glare at him before refocusing his gaze on Lin Shi. His tone grew even more aggressive. Lin Shi, we've been waiting so long, spent so much money, and waited all this time, and now you want to just quit? Dream on. Today, I'm going to make you admit defeat and hand over your points. Otherwise, face us in battle. The boy's emotions were spiraling out of control, and the students behind him echoed his indignation, voices rising in agreement. Their eyes brimmed with malice, as if they could already see Lin Shi's downfall and their own triumph. Let's see how you lose now, came the mocking jeers from the crowd. Each face bore a predatory look, eagerly anticipating Lin Shi's supposed humiliation in his weakened state. Lin Shi let out a deep sigh, showing no rush to respond. He glanced down at the agitated students, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I was just trying to save you all some time, points, and energy. Why is it that no one seems to appreciate that? Looking at the group of students before him, their faces full of excitement and greed, Lin Shi gave a helpless smile. He spread his hands to indicate his agreement with their statement. All right, you have a point. But my partner and the little bear are tired, so let's give them a break this time. Lin Shi. Su Qimeng turned to him in surprise. Lin Shi winked at her and said no more. She knew Lin Shi's true strength and naturally wasn't worried about him. What do you mean? Are you giving up? The boy's eyes lit up immediately, as if he could already see the points and glory waving at him. A commotion erupted from the crowd outside. No way, Lin Shi. Are you even a man? Beat him up. A real man doesn't back down. If you give up, he'll never respect you again. The line of challengers waiting their turn grew restless, fearing they'd waited for nothing. This explained why Lin Shi's requests for breaks after battles were always granted. They all hoped to face him when he was at his weakest. As for the others, they preferred to see Lin Shi win decisively, watching his points soar. Lin Shi raised a hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone calm down. I didn't say I was giving up. I only said my partner and the little bear won't be fighting anymore, because I'm planning to switch Pokemon. As he spoke, he pulled a Pokeball from his pocket and waved it toward the audience. What the heck? He has another Pokemon. How come we've never heard about it? Yeah, I've never seen him use one before. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhou Wanjin, however, smirked disdainfully. Humph, these fools think they're getting an easy win. Just wait till Lin Shi's Gyarados comes out. They'll be scared out of their minds. Zhou was still stuck in his outdated understanding, unaware that Lin Shi had already captured a new Pokemon. Boss, he's got a new Pokemon. Should we still go through with the challenge? These points weren't easy to earn. One of the lackeys asked nervously, swallowing hard. The boss deliberated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Of course we're going through with it. If that Pokemon were really so strong, he would have used it already instead of relying on that bear. Don't let him intimidate you. This is definitely a bluff. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. There's no way anyone could train two powerful Pokemon in such a short time. He's not some kind of cheater. The lackey could only nod, though uneasiness lingered as he looked at Lin Shi. Enough talk. Today, we're challenging you. All right, as you wish. Lin Shi bent down and gently placed the little bear into Su Kaiming's arms before stepping onto the battle-scarred field. After a full day of intense battles, the ground was in terrible shape. Come out, Sandshrew. Drillbur. The two trainers released their Pokemon simultaneously, and two rodent-like creatures appeared on the battlefield. Ah, the Mole Brothers, Lin Shi remarked, glancing at the two Pokemon. He couldn't help but silently sympathize with them. There was no escaping their type disadvantage. Without hesitation, he pulled out his Pokeball and tossed it lightly. A new Pokemon emerged from within. Do you smell that? It seems like that scent is coming from the Pokemon Lin Shi just released. This Pokemon looks so strange. I've never seen it before. As the honey serpent appeared, the air was instantly filled with a rich, sweet fragrance, making the atmosphere of the battlefield almost thick and sticky. The two exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by this Pokemon they had never encountered before. What kind of Pokemon is this? The older brother frowned deeply, his expression tense. This was unlike any Pokemon he had ever seen. I've got it, big bro. The younger brother quickly pulled out his phone and began swiftly searching on the screen. It's called the honey serpent. Looks like it's a foreign Pokemon, and not many people train it here in Shenzhou. Really? It doesn't look easy to deal with, the older brother said in a low voice. The older brother shot a sharp glare at his sibling and retorted fiercely. It's 2 against 1. What are you afraid of? Cover me, and let's go. He turned to the battlefield and commanded, Drillbur, use Sandstorm. Drillbur's body began to radiate ground-type energy as it spun rapidly. At the same time, a fierce sandstorm erupted, spreading outward from its center. The flying sand and grit stung anyone it touched. Lin Shi remained calm as he observed the scene, his gaze steady. Starting with weather control? I've seen that move before, he thought with a faint smile. In a sandstorm, Drillbur's ability, Sand Rush, doubled its speed, while Sandslash's Sand Veil ability increased its evasion in the storm. He's not attacking us. The two opponents seemed puzzled as the sandstorm began to engulf the honey serpent. Normally, as soon as they triggered a sandstorm, their opponents would scramble to counterattack and disrupt their setup. But today, things were unfolding quite differently, leaving them uneasy. Doesn't matter, the younger brother said, nodding firmly to the older one. The weather's in our favor now. We've got the advantage. Drillbur, use Slash. Sandslash, Rapid Spin. The two shouted their commands nearly in unison, and their Pokemon sprang into action. Amid the sandstorm, Drillbur moved at incredible speed, its claws gleaming with a sharp, white glow. Meanwhile, Sandslash curled into a tight ball and began spinning rapidly along the ground, its movements nearly imperceptible. Despite the aggressive onslaught, Lin Shi remained composed. He spoke slowly and calmly. Honey Serpent, use Sweet Aroma. The honey serpent let out a low growl, releasing an even more intense fragrance. The scent spread instantly, combining with its ability, honeyed nectar, to create a thick, sweet fog. The honeyed nectar ability made its sweet aroma not only intoxicating, but also reduced the evasion of opposing Pokemon. The air on the battlefield turned a faint shade of pink, and the sugary mist enveloped the honey serpent. As the two opposing Pokemon approached, they were immediately ensnared in the sticky currents. Their movements slowed, and the alluring scent seemed to cloud their focus. Seeing this, Lin Shi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He nodded slightly. He had poured a tremendous amount of effort into devising the perfect training plan for the honey serpent. And now, it was clear that all his hard work had paid off. The fragrant honeydew field before them was one of their remarkable achievements. Lin Shi still vividly remembered when honeydew serpent was just a small snake-like creature. Even then, its intense fragrance had astonished him. Recognizing the untapped potential of this unique ability, he collaborated with Honeydew Serpent to develop a battle strategy centered around its scent. At this moment, Honeydew Serpent was skillfully utilizing its sweet nectar trait combined with its alluring aroma, swiftly creating a special field. Within this domain, the opponent's movements were noticeably hindered, providing an excellent opportunity for ranged attacks. Not far away, two Pokemon appeared entranced, their movements becoming unusually sluggish far beyond what Lin Shi had anticipated. What are you two doing? The two trainers exclaimed simultaneously, alarmed by their Pokemon's odd behavior. We've already set up a sandstorm. Why are they still so slow? Honeydew Serpent, Syrup Bomb. With the strategy test a success, Lin Shi decided to finish the battle quickly. Hiss! Honeydew Serpent let out a low growl, gathering grass-type energy in its mouth, forming several red, translucent syrup bombs. It unleashed them in rapid succession towards Sandslash and Excadrill. Under the influence of the honeydew field, the two Pokemon were unable to evade and were struck repeatedly by the syrup bombs. The powerful grass-type attack inflicted massive damage, while the sticky red syrup firmly immobilized them on the ground. Hey, are you guys giving up or not? Lin Shi waved at the two challengers, motioning to the incapacitated Pokemon. The two trainers stood frozen, struggling to accept the outcome. The gap is too big. Way too big. This honeydew serpent is even more monstrous than Lin Shi's bewildering cub. It's over. One of the trainers finally swallowed hard, raised his hand, and closed his eyes. We surrender. A wise choice, Lin Sure said with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned to the stunned spectators on the sidelines. Anyone else? The crowd exchanged nervous glances, but no one dared to step forward. They knew their own abilities were likely inferior to the Sandstorm duo, and since even they were utterly defeated, there was no hope for anyone else. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. The audience was in awe. Such a formidable honeydew serpent seemed far beyond what someone Lin Sure's age could possibly train. Returning honeydew serpent to its pokeball, Lin Sure declared, "If no one else is up for a challenge, then today's battles are over. He'll be here until the end of the assessments tomorrow, so feel free to come back and challenge me." Though he suspected no one would. Just as he stepped off the battlefield, Zhou Pengzi came rushing over. "Damn, Shige, when did you catch a new Pokemon?" He stared at Lin Sure as if looking at a rare treasure. As someone in the know, he was well aware that Lin Sure also had a powerful Gyarados. The memory of that water dragon spiral attack still sent shivers down his spine. Lin Sure casually mentioned it was a recent acquisition but refrained from elaborating, as it involved Polaris. Zhou Wanjin wisely stopped probing further, though he couldn't resist pestering Lin Sure to show him this rare Pokemon again. "That honeydew serpent of yours is extraordinary," Su Qiming commented, holding her bewildering cub. It was her first time witnessing honeydew serpent in battle, and she had to admit any Pokemon in Lin Sure's hands could be molded into a unique fighting force. "Yeah, well, you should know who its trainer is," Lin Sure replied with a confident grin. The night was tranquil, the autumn sky as clear as glass. Gazing upward, the starry expanse shimmered with countless brilliant stars, each like a sparkling gem radiating a mesmerizing and gentle glow. Lin Sure lowered his head, checking the day's points tally. After a full day of intense battles, his opponents had scored well, but each victory had brought him significant rewards. Now, his points had surpassed 780, a record-breaking achievement, though he had no idea how many others might catch up. For Lin Sure, striving for first place wasn't about fame or glory. He understood that this points competition concealed a deeper purpose. He needed Northern University to recognize his potential, to secure a chance at becoming a quasi-deity, and to strengthen his bargaining position for the future. Have Zhou Wanjin and the others left? Su Qiming looked up and glanced around, realizing the camp was now empty except for Lin Sure. The once lively celebration had long since dissipated. She recalled the plump classmate's remark that a celebration without alcohol was meaningless, and how he planned to throw a proper party afterward. Lin Sure smiled faintly. He had already settled the wages for Zhou Wanjin, Li Xiaoqing, and the other classmates. Looking at Su Qiming, an idea seemed to cross his mind, and a subtle smile tugged at his lips. "By the way, I don't think I've given you your wages yet." "Me?" Su Qiming blinked in surprise. "Isn't my pay already on my wristband?" Lin Sure shook his head with a grin. "That's only part of it. There's also this." As he spoke, he pulled a small, intricately crafted box out of his backpack and placed it gently in front of her. Su Qiming froze for a moment, her gaze fixed on the box. With a hint of surprise in her voice, she asked, "Is this for me?" "Of course," Lin Sure replied earnestly. He opened the box to reveal a finely crafted jade pendant, its shape delicate and elegant. Lin Sure had discovered this top-quality jade among Zhou Qi's belongings and, thinking it would be a waste to sell, had it carved into a few pieces of jewelry. This pendant was one of them. A proper gift, really? Su Qiming stared at the pendant in astonishment, her mind swirling with questions. "Lin Sure, what kind of image do you think I have of you?" Lin Sure raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. "You didn't think I'd play a prank, did you?" "I honestly never expected you to give me a gift," Su Qiming said softly, a faint smile emerging on her lips. "Here, take it. It's a token of my appreciation for all your hard work," Lin Sure said seriously, handing the pendant to her. Under the moonlight, the jade pendant gleamed with a captivating luster. Su Qiming coughed lightly, seemingly a bit embarrassed. She lowered her gaze, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with a gentle warmth. "Since it's such a heartfelt gesture, I won't refuse. Let me help you put it on," Lin Sure offered. "How thoughtful," Su Qiming teased with a playful smile, pointing gracefully at her neck like a noblewoman in a palace, her tone both gentle and mischievous. Lin Sure moved behind her and gently fastened the pendant around her neck. Due to their height difference, he instinctively leaned down, his warm breath brushing against the nape of her neck, sending a tingling sensation through her. Her face flushed slightly red as she became aware of the subtle, almost electric atmosphere. Her body stiffened slightly in response. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The moonlight and starlight intertwined, casting a serene glow. At that moment, the two of them appeared to forget everything else around them. Lin Sure gently lifted Su Qi's long, silky black hair, his fingertips brushing against its smooth texture like fine silk. A faint, elegant fragrance lingered in the air, prompting him to exclaim, "Wow, bro, you smell amazing." Carefully, he slid the pendant beneath her hair, preparing to clasp it. Unconsciously, the distance between them grew smaller, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The only sound was the soft rhythm of their breathing. Just as the atmosphere grew charged with subtle tension, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the ground. Boom! The violent tremor caused Lin Shi to lose his footing, and he stumbled backward uncontrollably. The pendant's chain tightened around Su Qimeng's neck, eliciting a choked ugh from her. Lin Shi immediately let go, but a faint red mark had already appeared on her fair neck. Their eyes met, and the air grew heavy with awkwardness. It was an accident, purely an accident, Lin Shi stammered, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. What had started as a romantic moment had nearly turned into a crime scene, leaving him shaken. Seriously, I need to find out who had the nerve to disrupt our Su family's young lady's mood, he muttered, turning toward the direction of the noise. Su Qimeng watched him retreat in disarray, shaking her head slightly. She reached up and fastened the pendant's clasp herself. Meanwhile, on a narrow forest path, a burly man was sprinting frantically, glancing back over his shoulder with sheer terror etched on his face. Behind him, a massive Snorlax was in hot pursuit, displaying surprising speed and agility. Damn it, this never ends. Wang Heng cursed under his breath, finally understanding why the textbooks warned against waking a sleeping Snorlax. Lin Shi stood by the roadside, observing the chaotic chase with some amusement. He could sympathize with this desperate gamble after all. The assessment was ending tomorrow, and the Snorlax carried the highest value score tag. Spotting Lin Shi, Wang Heng's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he bolted toward him. Just as he was about to collide with Lin Shi, Wang Heng abruptly veered off into a side path, laughing smugly. Huh, Lin Shi, I don't care how strong you are. Out here, brains matter more than brawn. Before he could finish, the Snorlax also turned sharply, continuing the chase. Wang Heng's face turned pale as a sheet. The Snorlax leaped into the air, radiating a dazzling white light, and came crashing down like a meteor. With a deafening boom, it left a massive crater in the ground. Wang Heng, still shaken, looked on as the Snorlax began to gather energy, waves of terrifying power rippling outward. Oh no, it's Hyper Beam! Wang Heng froze in place, paralyzed by fear. His legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to respond. A blinding white beam shot from the Snorlax's mouth, detonating right in front of him. The explosion engulfed him in searing brilliance, swallowing him whole. A deafening explosion sent leaves cascading to the ground. Lin Shi watched the scene unfold and shook his head slightly. What a pity, missed the target. The Snorlax's hyper beam hadn't struck Wang Heng directly, but instead hit the ground just in front of him. Even so, the force of the explosion sent Wang Heng flying, coincidentally crashing into Zhang Ha, who had appeared out of nowhere. The two of them slammed heavily against a tree trunk together. Quite loyal, I must say, Lin Shi thought to himself. If Zhang Ha hadn't shown up as a human cushion in time, given Wang Heng's speed upon impact, it would have been more than just a case of unconsciousness. After bringing its target down, the Snorlax seemed to have vented its anger. It ignored the two figures on the ground and began swaying its massive body, its broad nose twitching rapidly in the air as if sniffing for something. Based on his understanding of Snorlaxes, Lin Shi quickly realized it was hungry. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lin Shi's mind. He looked sharply at the Snorlax, and sure enough, the massive Pokemon had already locked onto its target. With a look of delight, it began moving in a particular direction, a direction of the campsite where Lin Shi and Su Qimeng had set up. Clearly, the food they had just prepared had caught its attention. The Snorlax closed its eyes slightly, following its nose with single-minded determination. The aroma of food in the air made it gulp hungrily, its appetite growing stronger by the second. Just as it was about to indulge itself, a stronger, more enticing scent suddenly wafted through the air, familiar and unmistakable, the scent of apples. It opened its eyes, straightened up, and stared ahead in confusion. There, in the middle of the path, sat a massive, worm-eaten apple, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Behind the apple stood a human. The famished Snorlax, now faced with someone blocking its way, grew furious and let out a thunderous roar. Sorry, but this path is closed, Lin Shi said, waving his hand nonchalantly. TCH, this won't be easy, Lin Shi muttered as he glanced at the Snorlax's stats. Clicking his tongue, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But soon, a confident smile spread across his face, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Perfect. Let's find you a worthy opponent. From a battle perspective, the special attack-focused Honeycoil Serpent wasn't the ideal choice to face a Snorlax after all. Snorlax's special defense far surpassed its physical defense, making it much tougher to deal with than, say, a Gyarados with physical attacks. But this was precisely the perfect opportunity to test the Honeycoil Serpent's strength. Honeycoil Serpent, Magical Leaf. Lin Shi commanded without hesitation. Vibrant green energy from the grass type move quickly gathered around the Honeycoil Serpent, forming sharp, blade-like leaves that whistled through the air, hurtling toward the Snorlax. Snorlax faced the oncoming attack head-on, refusing to back down. Clenching its fists, Flames erupted from them as it unleashed a series of fiery punches to counter the relentless barrage of magical leaf blades. After successfully fending off the attacks from the honey serpent, it swiftly curled its body into a ball. Its surface shimmered with a metallic gleam as it transformed into a massive steel tank, rolling directly towards the honey serpent to crush it. Lin Sure marveled silently at the sight. This was a flawless combination of the defense curl and heavy slam moves, clearly showcasing the formidable strength of this Snorlax. Honey Serpent, activate the Honey Mist field. Following Lin Sure's command, a pale red sugary mist spread out from the Honey Serpent, quickly enveloping the rapidly spinning Snorlax. Now use Syrup Bomb. Hiss. The honey serpent opened its mouth, releasing a barrage of apple-scented red syrup bombs. The viscous syrup instantly coated Snorlax's entire body, drastically reducing its speed until it was forced to stop rolling. Snorlax. Snorlax struggled to lift its foot, which was stuck to the ground, pulling up long, sticky syrup strands. Covered entirely in syrup, it was now trapped in a sticky state. As the syrup began to harden, its movements would only become more restricted, potentially immobilizing it completely. Just as Lin Sure nodded in satisfaction at his strategy's success, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Snorlax curiously licked a bit of the red syrup on its body. Its eyes lit up instantly, as if it had discovered a treasure. Without hesitation, it began greedily licking the syrup off itself. Watching Snorlax completely engrossed in eating, Lin Sure was at a loss for words, laughing despite himself. In the spirit of helping others, he continued to command the honey serpent to fire more syrup bombs. A rain of red syrup showered down on Snorlax, whose eyes glistened with tears of joy, as if it had been transported to paradise. As night fell, Lin Sure returned to the camp, his clothes carrying a strong apple scent. Su Qi, noticing him, asked, "What have you been up to? Robbing someone?" "Think of it as my reward for doing a good deed," Lin Sure replied with a grin. Not only had he fed a wild Snorlax to its heart's content, but he had also submitted a withdrawal request for the unconscious Humha brothers, even though it meant their accumulated points would be forfeited. Now, their team had a total of 880 points, a lucky number that just might be their final score. Gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, Lin Sure sighed softly. It's finally coming to an end. Sure enough, the next day passed without anyone challenging them until the assessment concluded. As the sun reached its zenith, all students received a notification simultaneously. The Wilderness Survival Training Assessment had officially ended. In the Baishan City Pokemon Training Grounds, Lin Sure was busy training his 3 Pokemon. It had been nearly a week since the conclusion of the field combat assessment. As the most popular student at number 3 high school, no one questioned Lin Sure's occasional absence from school. The effects of the berries he had used did not disappoint him. Checking on the training status of his 3 Pokemon, Lin Sure nodded in satisfaction. As the top scorer in the assessment, Lin Sure and Su Qiming each received 3 basic enhancement berries. These berries significantly boosted the basic abilities of Pokemon, proving to be far more effective than the basic enhancement feathers Lin Sure had obtained before. He understood that while there were many ways to improve abilities, focusing on one aspect rather than spreading resources thinly would yield more noticeable results. Without hesitation, he selected 2 lychee berries to enhance attack power and 1 Salic berry to boost special attack. These were given to Cubchoo, Gyarados, and Seviper, respectively. Lin Sure firmly believed that improving the core combat abilities of his Pokemon was the most effective strategy. Moreover, the enhancements provided by these berries were far more groundbreaking compared to the feathers he had previously acquired. In addition to the berries, Lin Sure retrieved a dull yellow technical machine TM from his bag. It was a one-time use TM for the move Rock Slide, given to him by Zhang Jianjun, who had been entrusted by Principal Zhang Jingyin to deliver it. Similarly, Su Qiming had received a one-time use TM for the move Heat Wave. Lin Sure didn't have a strong impression of the principal, only recalling him as an energetic old man. However, it was now clear that the principal's energy and wealth were not to be underestimated. These TMs were rare and highly sought-after items on the market, with each carrying a hefty price tag. Yet, the principal had generously gifted 2 of them. The Rock Slide TM aligned perfectly with Cubchoo's training needs. Lin Sure planned to have Cubchoo master Thunder Punch first, then immediately teach it Rock Slide to further enhance its combat capabilities. As the year-end approached, the weather grew increasingly cold. Lin Sure decided to forego outdoor training and instead opted for the indoor Pokemon training grounds. While the costs were high, it was a manageable expense given his current financial situation. At school, Lin Sure only needed to participate in the final exams, which he could prepare for at home without worrying about other obligations. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed, and the winter break finally arrived. Su Qiming left Baishan City as soon as the holidays began, heading to Qinhuang City to reunite with her parents, with plans to return by the Lunar New Year. Lin Sure's life, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. Besides daily Pokemon training and reviewing for general studies, he occasionally researched reliable ghost-type Pokemon or searched online for useful items. As the Lunar New Year approached, the festive atmosphere in the streets grew stronger. Storefronts were adorned with red lanterns and festive decorations, while people bustled about, shopping for New Year goods. Everywhere, families were busy decorating their homes, and the holiday spirit gradually filled the air. Shige, are you here yet? Do you need me to pick you up? Lin Shi, dressed in a black and white down jacket, walked along the street with his phone in hand. Zhou Wanjin's voice came through clearly from the other end of the call. No need, I'm already here. You go ahead and look around first, we'll meet up later. Lin Shi replied to Zhou Wanjin's message as he slowly wandered through the stalls at the annual trainer gathering in Baishan City. This yearly Pokemon resource trade fair attracted numerous vendors and trainers. The roadside stalls were just appetizers. The real treasures were hidden deep inside the massive convention hall nearby. Putting away his phone, Lin Shi patiently crouched down in front of each stall, lightly running his fingers over the items on display, his gaze sharp and focused. The roadside stalls offered a wide array of goods: fresh berries, various Pokemon tools, metallic technical machines shimmering under the light, and even a few oddly shaped Pokemon eggs. However, most of the items were subpar, some even outright counterfeits that only resembled the real thing in appearance. The unspoken rule here was all sales are final, no refunds, no exchanges. Much like the antique markets of the past, if you couldn't spot the fakes, you simply had to accept your loss. Many of the stall owners wore expressions that blatantly screamed, "I'm here to rip you off." "Boss, what era is this vase from?" Lin Shi casually picked up a vase from a stall and asked. "Shang and Zhou dynasties." The vendor replied without hesitation. "But doesn't it say made in the Ming dynasty on the bottom?" Lin Shi pointed out. "Oh, that's a Ming dynasty imitation of Shang and Zhou styles," the vendor explained smoothly. Lin Shi rolled his eyes and put the vase back down without another word, walking away. "You're not fooling anyone," he muttered. One stall after another left Lin Shi shaking his head. Some vendors were blatantly claiming toy-like items were rare treasures, while others tried to pass off broken technical machines as fully functional. TSK, merchants really are unscrupulous, he sighed. Just then, a particular stall caught his attention. It was a stand selling ancient artifacts, filled with old objects exuding an antique aura. The vendor was an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a beard to match, radiating an air of integrity. Unlike the other vendors who called out to passers-by, he sat calmly with his eyes closed, appearing utterly unfazed. Lin Shi crouched down and picked up a few smooth, rounded stones from the corner of the stall, examining them closely. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd made a discovery, but he quickly masked his reaction, pretending to be indifferent as he asked, "Boss, how much for these stones?" Without even opening his eyes, the old man replied in a deep voice, 100,000. "How much?" Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "One stone, 100,000, the old man repeated firmly. Seeing Lin Shi's shocked expression, the old man leaned in slightly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Do you know what these are?" Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. Could the old man possibly know the true value of these stones? Then why were they out here on display? Was this some kind of trap? "What are they?" Lin Shi asked cautiously, tilting his head slightly. "I have no idea," the old man replied matter-of-factly, shaking his head. Lin Shi was momentarily speechless. "Are you messing with me? It's precisely because I don't know what they are or how much they're worth. If I sell them too cheaply and someone snatches up a treasure, I'd be at a huge loss." The old man explained with conviction. "Oh wow, what a convincing argument," Lin Shi said, raising a hand to signal for a pause. "All right, enough. Here's the deal. I'm buying these for a friend who likes collecting stones. Forget your price. I'll make you an offer. Take it or leave it." His eyes flicked between the stones and the old man's face before he slowly extended a single finger. "One stone, 100. Lin Shi declared decisively. The air around them fell silent. "Deal." The old man agreed without hesitation, a grin spreading across his face as he stroked his white beard and looked at Lin Shi. "Damn, I overpaid," Lin Shi muttered under his breath. Then he asked, "Boss, you didn't just pick these up randomly by the river to scam suckers like me, did you?" "Rubbish. I carefully selected each one." The old man trailed off, his face reddening slightly as he fell silent, offering no further explanation. Lin Shi shook his head in exasperation, but still handed over the money without complaint. Carefully, he placed the stones into his backpack. Today, he decided, he would play the fool. After completing the transaction, Lin Shi didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued browsing the other items at the stall. As he examined the wares, his eyes suddenly stopped on something. He stared at it in surprise, his brows furrowing as he muttered to himself, "This looks like..." "Don't worry, everything here is top-notch," the old man said with a satisfied grin, sliding the 500 yuan Lin Shi handed him into his pocket. His eyes gleamed with greed. Money had clearly softened his attitude, and he couldn't help but think to himself, people this naive and generous aren't easy to come by these days. Lin Shi ignored the shopkeeper's sudden enthusiasm and picked up an ancient coin from the box in front of him. He placed it in his palm, examining it carefully. The coin's golden surface shimmered with a rustic luster under the sunlight. This was a legendary gold coin once used by an ancient civilization. He recalled that such coins were typically unearthed in hidden ruins, with no concrete historical records or practical use, serving only as collectibles. His gaze swept over the box containing 6 identical coins, neatly arranged. Interesting. Lin Shu's eyes lit up as he looked up and asked, "Boss, where did you get these?" The shopkeeper glanced at the box in Lin Shu's hand, furrowing his brow in thought. His gaze shifted evasively as he replied, "I can't quite remember. I think I picked them up a few years ago at a market in Mahjong City." Noticing Lin Shu's expression change slightly, he quickly added, "Don't worry, the source is absolutely legitimate." Lin Shu nodded, choosing not to press further, and got straight to the point. "Name your price." "One box, 100,000 yuan, the old man stated bluntly. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, looking at the shopkeeper. These coins were clearly worth more than those random stones he had seen earlier, yet the price was surprisingly reasonable. He had braced himself for an exorbitant quote. The shopkeeper seemed to read Lin Shu's mind and smirked confidently. "That's because I know what these are worth. They're worth exactly this much." "Fair enough," Lin Shu replied without objection. The price was indeed within a reasonable range. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out a black belt. He had originally bought it at a department store for his companion, Xiong Baobao, but as the bear's strength grew, the belt had become less useful. Rather than letting it go to waste, he figured it could be used as part of the trade to save some money. "Boss, didn't you say you accept trades? How about I exchange this for the coins?" "A black belt." The shopkeeper took the item from Lin Shu, squinting as he inspected it closely. He ran his fingers over its material. It's in decent condition." Years of experience had given the old man a sharp eye. After a moment, he looked back at Lin Shu and said, "All right, I can accept it, but at most, I'll value it at half the price. You'll still need to pay me 50,000 yuan." "Seriously, what a ripoff." Lin Shu cursed silently. He had spent over 70,000 yuan on this belt, and it hadn't been used for long before its value was slashed so drastically. "Fine, 50,000 it is," Lin Shu said, not one to haggle. He wasn't short on money and didn't want to waste time. Pulling out his phone, he quickly transferred the remaining amount. "All right then, take your stuff. I'll even throw in the box for free," the old man said with a wide grin, his laughter causing his beard to tremble slightly. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction. A single transaction like this could keep him comfortable for a long time. Lin Shu carefully placed the box, along with the 6 coins, into his backpack. Then he turned to the still chuckling shopkeeper. "Boss, let's add each other as friends." "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" "Let me remind you, once the deal's done, there are no refunds or exchanges," the old man said, his tone wary as he eyed Lin Shu. "Don't misunderstand," Lin Shu said with an easy smile. "I just think you've got plenty of good stuff here. In the future, if something catches my eye, you can set it aside for me. The price is negotiable." "Oh, I see. No problem at all." Realizing Lin Shu was interested in building a long-term business relationship, the shopkeeper's demeanor changed instantly. His face lit up with a broad smile, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out in delight. After adding each other as friends, they exchanged a knowing smile, silently thinking to themselves, "Come back often." For the next while, Lin Shu wandered around the venue a few times, but didn't find anything that satisfied him. Realizing it was about time, he headed toward the central hall. The appetizers were done, and it was time for the main course. Today, his primary goal in coming here was to purchase some rare items to enhance the abilities of his Pokemon. For Gyarados and Goldeen, the mystic water they were using could still be effective, so Lin Shu planned to find some useful TMs to improve their skills. As for Teddiursa and Combi, he intended to pick out battle items suitable for each of them. Thinking about this brightened Lin Shu's mood. He found an empty chair nearby, sat down, and smiled as he felt the weight of his backpack. He first pulled out the stones he had just purchased. Most were simply ordinary stones with unusual colors, but not all of them. He picked up one irregularly shaped, dark purple stone, and his heart stirred as its identification details appeared before him. Evolution Keystone, a mysterious evolutionary stone. When held, it enhances both the defense and special defense of a Pokemon. This item is particularly suitable for Teddiursa, allowing its already formidable defenses to become even stronger. Moreover, even after Teddiursa evolves into Ursaring, this evolution keystone can still be used. Lin Shu couldn't help but smile. Spending 100 on such a high-quality and fitting item naturally put him in a good mood. He even found himself curious about where that old man had come across these treasures. If he had the chance, Lin Shu thought, he might go try his own luck. Since he had already opened his backpack, Lin Shu took out the box he had spent a significant amount of money on and carefully examined its contents. Inside the box were 6 ancient coins, 2 ancient copper coins, 1 ancient silver coin, 1 ancient gold coin, and 2 other coins that were entirely different from the rest. He picked up one of the latter coins and analyzed it closely, with its information quickly appearing. Gimmigal's coin, a collectible item cherished by Gimmigal, who is deeply passionate about gathering them. As expected, these 2 gleaming coins were indeed Gimmigal's coins. Speaking of Gimmigal, one couldn't ignore its evolved form Goldingo. Goldingo evolves when Gimmighoul collects 999 coins. It is an incredibly powerful Pokemon with dual Ghost and Steel typing. Its ability, Good as Gold, makes it immune to status moves, and its signature move, Make It Rain, is one of the few Steel-type high-power special moves that can target multiple opponents. Goldingo, with its radiant golden form, doesn't have a shiny variant, but every Goldingo that successfully evolves shines brilliantly. Linsher recalled that, in this world, Goldingo hadn't yet been officially documented as a recognized Pokemon, and even Gimmighoul itself was extremely rare. He licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Ghost-type Pokemon had always been something he deeply desired. However, this wasn't the biggest gain of the day. Linsher slowly lifted the box containing the ancient coins, tilting his head back as he gazed at the shimmering coins inside. A faint smile played on his lips. Have you ever heard of the story of buying the box and returning the pearl? Meanwhile, outside the venue, the old vendor suddenly sneezed. Pulling his coat tighter, he chuckled and muttered to himself, forget it. I made a fortune off that big spender today. Might as well pack up early and avoid freezing out here. Linsher carefully examined the box in his hands. It was a treasure chest, adorned in shades of red and yellow, resembling the ones often seen in Western movies, exuding an air of ancient mystery. As he gazed at it, an identification message appeared before his eyes. Treasure chest of the wealth spirit. The hiding place of the wealth spirit. The wealth spirit will wander around, seeking to return to its original chest. Linsher took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Owning this chest meant that, even if he did nothing, a wealth spirit would eventually come looking for it. The thought made him excited, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. What if he took this treasure chest and ventured into those mysterious realms? Perhaps he could truly encounter the wealth spirit that was out there searching for its chest. Mahjong City, maybe it was time to pay it a visit. Muttering to himself, Linsher placed the treasure chest into his backpack. After checking his other belongings, he strode toward the inner area. At the entrance to the intersection, a staff member stopped him with a polite smile, requesting to see his invitation. This was the VIP area, where the boundary between the outer and inner sections was clearly defined. The outer section was open to everyone, allowing for free trade of resources, but access to the inner section required an invitation. Such invitations were reserved for the elite of Baishan City, and the resources traded here were often far more precious. Linsher calmly presented his invitation, and the staff member respectfully guided him into the inner area. The interior was noticeably more upscale, with bright lighting, elegantly arranged shops, and neatly organized shelves displaying a variety of rare and valuable items. Linsher wandered between the shops, searching for the resources he needed. He paused in front of a store selling skill machines, his eyebrows raising slightly. Shops in the inner area were rarely ordinary, so the goods here were likely to be exceptional. Welcome, a cheerful female store clerk greeted each customer with a warm smile, her attentive gaze sweeping over everyone in the vicinity. Linsher casually walked past the shelves. Although it was a skill machine shop, the selection of usable skill machines was limited. Most of the items on display moves like low kick, swift, fake tears, and whirlpool seemed unremarkable to him. Finally something worthwhile, he murmured, his eyes lighting up as they landed on a few skill machines displayed on a table. These machines were clearly of a higher caliber, each one offering powerful capabilities: flamethrower, thunderbolt, ice beam, will-o-wisp, rock slide, brick break, air slash, and dark pulse. The value of these skill machines was self-evident. They were rare and highly sought after, boasting significant power. It was clear these weren't ordinary stock, but rather the store's carefully selected premium items. Naturally, their prices were steep. A crowd had already gathered around, and the competition was growing intense. Excuse me, coming through, Linsher carefully squeezed into the crowd, his gaze fixed on the skill machines. He wasn't greedy, just getting his hands on one would suffice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have you here with us, a uniformed female clerk said with a bright smile as she stood behind the table, addressing the gathered customers. I am the manager of this branch of the Pet Spirit Store, and will be overseeing the sale of these skill machines today. Linsher froze for a moment upon hearing this, his gaze instinctively shifting to the clerk. It was Yihan, a familiar face who had once worked at the Pet Spirit Department store in Baishan City. Now she was in charge of this place. It seemed she had been promoted. A thought crossed his mind, so this store was also part of the Pet Spirit store chain? Linsher suddenly realized that he hadn't noticed the shop sign when he entered earlier. Just as he turned his head to look around, Yihan noticed him squeezing to the front. She discreetly winked at him as a greeting signal before resuming her conversation with other customers. TSK, I smell something fishy. A clear, lilting voice suddenly came from beside Linsher. He turned his head and saw a short-haired girl standing gracefully next to him. She was looking at him with a teasing expression, her eyes brimming with amusement. Mengwan, what are you doing here? Linsher asked in surprise. Why can't I be here? Mengwan replied matter-of-factly. I'm from Baisher City too. Don't change the subject. Spill it. What's your relationship with that shop assistant? Meng Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her excitement barely contained. She looked as if the word gossip was written all over her face. Lin Sure hesitated for a moment before replying. I can sum it up in 4 words. Meng Wan's eyes lit up with anticipation. She leaned in slightly and blurted, love at first sight? Lin Sure shook his head, his expression unchanging. None of your business. Fine, don't say it then. Stingy guy. Meng Wan pouted, grumbling under her breath. As the two chatted, more and more people gathered around. Yihan glanced at the crowd and, feeling the timing was right, parted her red lips to announce the rules of the sale. Dear customers, today our pet spirit shop will be auctioning off several one-time use skill machines. Besides currency, we also accept bartering. She paused briefly before continuing. The first item up for bidding is this will-o-wisp skill machine, starting at 50,000. The highest bidder wins. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately shouted 60,000. Another bidder, evidently wealthier, raised the bid by 10,000 in one go. The price quickly climbed 70,000, 80,000, 100,000. Hey, aren't you bidding? Lin Sure nudged Meng Wan's shoulder with his elbow and asked in a low voice. How do you know I want it? Meng Wan seemed a bit surprised and turned to look at him. For your sister, obviously, Lin Sure replied casually, crossing his arms. Will-o-wisp is a perfect fit for her ghastly, isn't it? Meng Wan shrugged, unwilling to respond, and continued to focus on the auction. It's at 140,000. Any higher bids? As the price kept rising, fewer people participated. Finally, the bidding stalled at 140,000. All right, then I declare, before Yihan could finish, Meng Wan abruptly interrupted. 150,000. The man in front of her turned around and glared at her angrily. What are you looking at? Are you raising your bid or not? Meng Wan nonchalantly smirked. Let's see what you'll do. The man stammered a few words, but ultimately gave up reluctantly. Meng Wan, without hesitation, paid for the skill machine and secured the will-o-wisp disc, her face beaming with triumph. Haha. Meng Wan happily shook the skill machine in her hand and squinted at Lin Sure. Congratulations, congratulations. Good luck, Lin Sure replied flatly, giving a half-hearted nod. Once my sister's ghastly learns will-o-wisp, just wait to see how I teach you a lesson. Meng Wan pouted and defiantly waved her small fists. Next time, my sister will teach you a lesson. The auction continued, and the bidding for another skill machine began. However, Lin Sure wasn't interested. He silently wondered, why can't Garridos learn air slash? What's the point of being a flying type? As the auction heated up, Lin Sure didn't hesitate to spend 410,000 in total, successfully winning the Thunderbolt and Ice Beam skill machines. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he sighed. Sometimes I really think my Pokemon are so lucky to have a trainer as generous as me. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this rich, Meng Wan said, giving Lin Sure a surprised look. She knew all the affluent second-generation kids in Baishur City, and Lin Sure clearly wasn't one of them. Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend, Lin Sure joked, smugly waving the skill machine discs in his hand and shooting her a challenging glance. Ugh, Meng Wan scoffed in annoyance. As the final item, a flamethrower skill machine, was unveiled, the auction drew to a close. The last skill disc that unleashes a burst of flames is now up for bidding. Inside the skill machine shop for pet elves, Yihan stood behind the counter, holding the final and most prized skill disc. Her face beamed with delight as the earlier successful bids had visibly lightened her mood and made her voice more cheerful. 100,000. A sharply dressed man in a suit quickly raised his hand, offering the first bid. Lin Sure recognized him as the same person who had previously competed with Meng Wan in bidding. The auction was heating up. Within just a few minutes, the price had climbed to 190,000, and the man in the suit persisted, gritting his teeth and raising his bids, clearly determined to win the skill machine. Any other bids? Yihan scanned the crowd. Seeing no response, she was about to announce the result. 200,000. A clear male voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. A tall and robust young man pushed through the throng and stepped forward. Raising his hand, he said, "Excuse me, they'll bid 200,000. His appearance caused a stir among the onlookers, with many stepping forward to greet him. Lin Sure noticed the commotion and turned to Meng Wan, whispering, "Who is that? Is he famous?" Meng Wan looked at him in disbelief. "Are you serious? You don't even know him? You're the top student at 3rd high school, yet you haven't paid attention to your competitors from other schools." With Meng Wan's explanation, Lin Sure finally understood. The young man before him was Jin Yao from Bai City's 1st high school. Not only was he the top student at his school, but he was also the favorite to become Bai City's champion and top scorer in next year's college entrance exams. More importantly, he was the son of Jin Shirkai, the steel-type expert and master of Bai City's dojo. Recalling Jin Shirkai, whom he had seen during the raid on the Polaris base when Jin Shirkai had captured Dr. D9 with just his Steelix and Copper, Lin Sure couldn't help but take a closer look at Jin Yao. Indeed, he could see traces of his father in him. The bidding continued. Despite Jin Yao's higher offer, the man in the suit, now sweating profusely, was still unwilling to back down. 220,000. Jin Yao's voice remained steady and firm. At last, the man in the suit showed signs of exhaustion. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he raised his hand and said, "Hold on, I need to make a call for approval." After receiving nods of approval from both Jin Yao and Yi Han, he hurriedly made the call. Not long after, a sharp and arrogant voice echoed from the entrance. "Who dares to snatch my stuff today?" The newcomer was a slightly chubby young man, sporting an earring on one ear. Dressed in extravagant clothing, he exuded the air of a spoiled rich kid. Lin Shi frowned as he looked over. The familiar voice instantly reminded him who it was: Liao Hui, the same person who had fought them over a waltz at the department store last time. As the son of the owner of Minghui Mining, Liao Hui's presence here wasn't all that surprising. "Stop dawdling," Liao Hui demanded arrogantly. "Since your people are here, give me a straightforward answer. Are you raising the price or not? If not, hand the item over to me." Jin Yao's face darkened as he stared at Liao Hui. At that moment, Liao Hui also recognized his bidding rival as Jin Yao, and his expression suddenly turned awkward. He shot a glare at the man who had called him over, but quickly composed himself. Liao Hui was someone who valued his pride above all else. Having made such a grand entrance, backing down now was clearly not an option. "Oh, it's young Master Jin. I was wondering who had such deep pockets," Liao Hui said, quickly adjusting his tone. "However, I really need this TM, so I'll have to trouble you to let it go. He'll offer 230,000. This price already exceeded the market value. TMs like Flamethrower or Thunderbolt typically maxed out around 200,000. Jin Yao furrowed his brows tightly, clearly hesitant about the price. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke: 240,000. Hearing this, Yi Han's eyes lit up, and she looked at Liao Hui expectantly, curious to see if he would raise the bid further. Liao Hui bit his lip, hesitating for a moment. His gaze swept over the crowd watching him, and recalling his earlier haughty demeanor, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. 250,000. Jin Yao took a deep breath and shook his head, forfeiting the bid. And so, Liao Hui secured the Flamethrower TM for a staggering 250,000, far above market price. Lin Shi couldn't help but think to himself, customers like this must make shopkeepers laugh all the way to the bank. As more high-quality TMs were sold, the number of customers in the shop gradually dwindled. Meng Wan walked over to Lin Shi. "You're going to the trade fair later, right? Want to go together? I've got something to do." "You go ahead." Lin Shi waved her off politely. Since he had spotted Yi Han, he figured he should take the opportunity to say hello and see if there were any good items he might have overlooked. Meng Wan cast a meaningful glance at Yi Han in the distance. "Men," she muttered with a smirk before briskly leaving the store. Lin Shi was well aware of her insinuation and rolled his eyes. Why are girls so nosy these days? "Hanjia, long time no see," Lin Shi greeted as he approached. Yi Han's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. "Well, if it isn't our VIP, Lin Shi." She had a very favorable impression of him. Not only had he helped the store subdue a Salandit thief last time, reducing their losses, but today he had also purchased 2 TMs in one go. He was undeniably a valued customer. Running into both Lin Shi and Liao Hui at the same time made her marvel at how small the world was. "Oh, by the way," Yi Han suddenly remembered something, her bright eyes turning to Lin Shi. "We just got a few new TMs in stock. Since you're a VIP, you get first pick. Want to take a look?" "That sounds perfect," Lin Shi replied with a smile. Yi Han brought out several TMs in various colors, and Lin Shi examined them closely. Most of them weren't particularly useful or appealing to him, but when he reached the last one, his eyes lit up. "He'll take this one," he said decisively. A few minutes later, Lin Shi walked out of the shop humming a tune, now holding a green technical machine TM labeled Grassy Terrain. This skill could transform the environment into a grassy field, allowing Pokemon on the ground to recover health each turn while boosting the power of grass-type moves. It was just the kind of skill that could be highly beneficial for his honeycomb serpent at the moment. Without lingering any further, Lin Shi headed straight for the final trading event. This trading event was the highlight of the Baishan gathering, attracting many powerful trainers who came to exchange items they didn't need but were reluctant to sell for money or rare resources. The trading was primarily conducted through bartering, and Lin Shi planned to join in the excitement to see if he could find anything useful. So far, he had gained quite a bit, but his only regret was not yet finding a suitable item for his honeycomb serpent to carry. "Hello, sir. Do you have any items you'd like to trade?" "We'll need to register the item details," a staff member politely inquired after verifying Lin Shi's identity. Lin Shi took out a high-quality, standard moonstone. This piece came from a large chunk he had obtained in a secret realm, which was later cut into smaller portions. The staff member accepted the moonstone and quickly contacted an expert for appraisal. A few minutes later, the staff member returned respectfully. "Congratulations, sir. Your moonstone meets the standards for our trading event. You will be assigned a trading booth in the upcoming session. May I ask if you have any specific requirements for the trade?" Lin Shi paused briefly, just about to respond when a clear yet melodious female voice suddenly called out from nearby. "Lin Shi? He turned his head and saw a figure approaching slowly. To his mild surprise, it was a girl he hadn't expected to see Meng Ge. Mengwan. He froze for a moment and blurted out, "What are you doing here? And how did you change clothes so quickly?" He was about to ask more questions when he suddenly noticed her long, silky black hair, and a realization dawned on him. Meng Ge. She nodded gently, exuding a calm and graceful demeanor that contrasted with her lively younger sister, Mengwan. "It seems you've already met Xiaowan." Lin Shi smiled slightly and nodded. He had initially thought had encountered Mengwan first, but now he had also run into Meng Ge by coincidence. The staff member then reminded him softly, "Sir, have you decided on the trading details for your moonstone? The event is about to begin." Lin Shi chuckled slightly and turned to Meng Ge. "Are you interested in this moonstone too?" A glimmer of light flashed in Meng Ge's eyes as she gave a slight nod. "If that's the case, how about we trade directly? What would you like in exchange for the moonstone?" Lin Shi didn't rush to answer. In truth, he wasn't in urgent need of any particular resource, so he decided to leave the choice to Meng Ge. "What does Miss Meng have to offer for trade?" Meng Ge remained composed and took out her phone. After scrolling through a few pages, she handed it to Lin Shi. He accepted it and browsed through the array of items displayed on the screen. His brows raised slightly, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned toward the counter, his tone resolute. "There's been a change of plans. I'm sorry, but I'm withdrawing this moonstone from the trade." With that, Lin Shi reclaimed his moonstone and left the trading booth with Meng Ge, leaving the two busy staff members exchanging puzzled glances. "Miss Meng, it's been a pleasure working with you," Lin Shi said with a smile as he bid Meng Ge farewell. "If you ever need another moonstone in the future, feel free to reach out to me." On their way to the trade fair, Lin Shi and Meng Ge walked side by side. The two had just completed a transaction, and Lin Shi thought to himself that since he had successfully attracted this potential major client, he should work harder to strengthen the connection. After all, he still had plenty of moonstones on hand to trade. Meng Ge smiled faintly, seemingly in no rush to respond to him. "What are you doing here?" she asked with a hint of curiosity in her tone. Before her words had fully landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Lin Shi frowned and looked up to see a familiar, detestable face Liao Hui. His expression was filled with disdain and hostility. Liao Hui immediately recognized Lin Shi, and the memory of his humiliation at the pet spirit breeding house surged in his mind, filling him with uncontrollable anger. That disgraceful moment had been the greatest shame of his life. Not only had he been knocked out by his own spirit, but he was also forced to pay compensation and apologize, becoming the laughingstock of their circle. However, instead of reflecting on himself, Liao Hui blamed Lin Shi and Su Qiming entirely for the incident, especially Lin Shi. Every time he thought of Lin Shi's smug face, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in hatred. Previously, because Minghui Mining was in the middle of developing a brownstone mine, Liao Hui didn't dare to stir up trouble. He planned to wait for a better opportunity to make Lin Shi pay. Little did he know, that opportunity would present itself today. "Why can't I be here?" Lin Shi responded with a light chuckle, his words dripping with sarcasm. "What? Did you mark your territory under the lamppost?" Liao Hui caught the mocking tone in Lin Shi's words, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Shi and Meng Ge. "As far as I know, people who can't get into the inner hall need an invitation. And looking at your outfit, which I bet is worth no more than $300 total, how did someone like you manage to get in here?" As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Meng Ge, an insidious gleam flashing in his eyes. With a malicious smirk, he added, "Oh, I see. Living off the eldest Miss Meng, are you? I have to say Miss Meng's taste is quite poor." Before he could finish, a crisp and angry voice came from behind Meng Ge. "Liao Hui, are you looking for trouble?" Meng Wan walked up to the two of them, her face dark and stormy, clearly having overheard Liao Hui's words. Her teeth clenched in anger, and her sharp stare was like a blade aimed at Liao Hui, as though she might pierce him through. Her voice was firm and unyielding. "My sister is completely innocent. How dare you suggest there's anything improper between her and Lin Shi?" Faced with Meng Wan's fury, Liao Hui couldn't help but flinch internally. In Baishan City, Meng Wan was indeed one of the few people he feared. His eyes flickered uneasily, but he refused to back down. The words had already been said, and he stubbornly pressed on. "Don't get me wrong. I wasn't insulting Miss Meng. I just think someone as poor as him doesn't deserve to stand next to a lady from the Meng family." "Did you eat garbage for breakfast, Liao Hui?" Meng Wan cut him off sharply, her anger bubbling over with no intention of holding back. Before Liao Hui could respond, Zhou Wanjin arrived, immediately spotting Liao Hui mocking Lin Shi. His face turned red with fury. Zhou Wanjin was Lin Shi's close friend, and for Liao Hui to bully Lin Shi was tantamount to provoking him directly. "Zhou Wanjin." Liao Hui glanced at Zhou Wanjin, his expression filled with disdain. To him, Zhou Wanjin was even more infuriating than Meng Ge or Meng Wan. After all, he and Zhou Wanjin had been rivals since childhood. What made it worse was that recently, Jean Duo Mining had discovered a massive brownstone deposit, threatening his family's future interests. This only deepened his loathing for Zhou Wanjin. Zhou Wanjin scoffed. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. If it weren't for your dad, you'd be nothing today less than nothing. And you have the audacity to mock Linsher? Let me remind you, you're the only person pathetic enough to get knocked out by your own spirit. That kind of humiliation? Purely Liao Hui material. Zhou Wanjin's words were unrestrained, firing on all cylinders. Liao Hui's face alternated between shades of purple and green, his eyes burning with rage. Zhou Wanjin's mockery pushed him to the brink of exploding. Birds of a feather, I see. You two are just as foul-mouthed. Liao Hui finally snapped, his anger boiling over. Turning his ire back to Lin Shi, he growled. Listen, I'll let this slide out of respect for the Meng sisters. But if you bow your head and apologize now, we'll call it even. Who let this bullying mud off its leash? Another furious voice interrupted, cutting Liao Hui off once more. This time, he began to fully grasp just how much trouble he had walked into. It's me. How do you want to take my life? The moment Liao Hui finished his sentence, a burly young man slowly stepped forward, towering over him with a piercing gaze. This was Jin Yao, the son of the master of Baishan Dojo. Broad-shouldered and sharp-eyed, he had been holding a grudge against Liao Hui for taking his technical equipment. Hearing Liao Hui's arrogant tone now, Jin Yao, known for his fiery temper, could no longer hold back. Liao Hui stood frozen, utterly bewildered. He had only intended to bully Lin Shi, so why were all these people stepping in to defend him one after another? Can I at least finish a sentence with him? Suddenly, Liao Hui's expression stiffened as a thought flashed through his mind. He scrutinized Lin Shi again, his brows furrowed. Among the second-generation elite circles of Baishan City, he had never seen this person before. Could he be someone important from outside the city? A sinking feeling gripped Liao Hui as his eyes darted across the people standing around Lin Shi. Zhou Wanjin from Jean Duo Mining, the Meng sisters, and now Jin Yao from Baishan Dojo. This lineup was anything but ordinary. You still haven't told me how you plan to take my life. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Jin Yao jabbed a heavy finger into Liao Hui's shoulder, the sheer force sending him stumbling back a few steps. Faced with such blatant provocation, Liao Hui, uncharacteristically, didn't retort in anger. Instead, he stood rooted in place, his face turning pale as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll let you off, this time. Liao Hui stammered, then quickly turned and fled as if his life depended on it. As prideful as he wasn't foolish. This Lin Shi was clearly no ordinary man. The group exchanged puzzled glances, equally surprised by Liao Hui's reaction. They knew his personality well enough to know he wasn't someone who backed down easily. What a pathetic coward, getting scared like that, Jin Yao scoffed, crossing his arms with disdain. Then, turning to Lin Shi, who had been silently observing the scene, he grinned. Hey, I'm Jin Yao. If that guy comes looking for trouble again, just let me know. He'll make sure he regrets it. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. This Jin Yao was certainly an interesting character. He clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks, saying, I appreciate your support, brother. Jin Yao waved it off nonchalantly and strode off toward the trading venue. Big sis, why are you hanging out with him? As the others dispersed, Meng Wan suddenly wedged herself between Lin Shi and Meng Gu, pushing Lin Shi aside. We ran into each other by chance, Meng Gu replied softly. Like Lin Shi, she hadn't had the chance to say much during the earlier commotion. Let me tell you, sis, this Lin Shi is not a good guy. Meng Wan leaned in close to Meng Gu, whispering conspiratorially. Ahem. Lin Shi cleared his throat deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Wan as a subtle warning. Meng Wan paused for a moment, seemingly acknowledging the validity of his point, before retorting, Then why don't you step aside? Lin Shi sighed, deciding it wasn't worth the effort to argue. He turned and walked off with Zhou Wanjin. As they moved further away, Zhou Wanjin gave him a cheeky grin. Brother Shi, the class monitor's only been gone a few days, and here you are charming other girls. Stop stirring up trouble. Haha. Laughing, the two entered the last trading venue place where the most significant deals of the Baishan gathering were finalized. The venue was already bustling with many attendees, all of whom were prominent figures from well-known businesses or families in Baishan City. If it weren't for his connection with the Zhou family, Lin Shi wouldn't have found it so easy to attend such an exclusive trading event. He glanced around the room, found a suitable seat, and sat down quietly, waiting for the event to officially begin. Before long, a graceful lady in a form-fitting qipao walked to the center of the venue with light, elegant steps. With a gentle smile, she addressed the crowd in a clear voice that carried across the hall. Distinguished guests, it's an honor to have been entrusted with hosting this trading event. She proceeded to explain the rules of the event in detail. Most transactions would follow a barter system, though some items could also be purchased with currency. Now, without further ado, let us begin with the first item up for trade. The woman approached the display table with poise, and under the eager gazes of the attendees, she slowly lifted the red cloth covering the first item. Beneath it lay a Pokemon egg, adorned with intricate green patterns, resting securely on a specially crafted base. A Pokemon egg is the first item? Linsher wasn't the only one surprised. The surrounding guests immediately began murmuring among themselves. However, the woman remained composed and professional, unfazed by the chatter, as she began to introduce the origins of the egg. This is the egg of a water-type starter Pokemon, Piplup. I'm sure many of you are familiar with its final evolution, Empoleon, which boasts an exceptional water and steel typing, making it both powerful and full of potential. Beside Linsher, Zhou Pang was so excited that he almost leapt from his seat. With glowing eyes, he jabbed Linsher's arm with his elbow and pointed enthusiastically at the egg on the display table. Shige, this is it. This is the next Pokemon I've been dreaming of. Linsher nodded. Zhou Wanjin had indeed mentioned that this trading event would feature an egg he had been longing for, and this was the ultimate goal of their trip. However, Linsher couldn't help but wonder how Zhou Pang had learned about this in advance. The host continued, the provider of this Pokemon egg is seeking to trade it for a sufficient quantity of high-quality metal coats. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Linsher's eyes. Metal coats were useful items that could enhance the power of steel-type moves in battles. However, for someone to offer such a rare Pokemon egg in exchange, the quality and quantity of the metal coats must be quite demanding. It also occurred to Linsher that the provider was likely aiming to use the metal coats for their alternative purposes, evolutionary items. Onyx and Scyther could evolve into Steelix and Scizor, respectively, both of which were powerful and highly sought-after steel-type Pokemon. While Linsher was lost in thought, Zhou Wanjin had already raised his hand to signal his interest, initiating the trade process. For most people, acquiring a sufficient quantity of high-quality metal coats would be a difficult task, but for Gene Duo Mining, a company specializing in mineral development, it was a trivial matter. Linsher couldn't help but suspect that the provider might have anticipated Zhou Wanjin's participation and leaked the information intentionally. It's done. As expected, Zhou Wanjin easily secured the Piplup egg. The successful trade of the first item enlivened the atmosphere in the venue, and the attendees grew more eager to see the items yet to come. As time went on, one rare and valuable resource after another was brought to the stage: rare berries, TMs, evolution items, held items, and various resources for Pokemon training. Linsher made a move at one point, purchasing a high-quality Dragon Fang for 120,000 currency, which would be perfect for his superior to hold, enhancing its combat abilities. Bang! The crisp sound of a gavel striking the table echoed through the hall. The host smiled and announced, now that both parties have reached an agreement, I hereby declare this trade for the Reaper Cloth a success. Congratulations to both sides. Yet another successful trade. Linsher recognized the individual who had obtained the Reaper Cloth hit was Meng Gu, the same person he had traded with earlier. The Reaper Cloth was a fabric imbued with immense ghostly energy, rumored to originate from the spirit world where Pokemon go after passing away. Linsher speculated that Meng Gu intended to use its powerful ghost-type energy to train his Ghastly. And now, we have reached the final item of today's event. At last, the trading event had arrived at its grand finale. Those who had yet to make any trades were now eager and ready, their eyes fixed on the display table. Even Linsher couldn't suppress his curiosity about the final centerpiece item. With a swift motion, the host lifted the red cloth, revealing the object beneath. The annual by Mountain New Year trade fair was drawing to a close with the unveiling of the final trade item. The red cloth was gently lifted, revealing a square block of white metal resting quietly in the center of the tray. What was this? No one had seen anything like it before, and a wave of hushed murmurs spread through the crowd. Sure, can you tell what this metal block is? Zhou Wanjin asked Linsher, who was standing beside him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Linsher stared intently at the metal block on the table, raising an eyebrow slightly. His expression showed a hint of surprise. So it's this thing. Sure, you really know what it is? Tell me, please. Zhou Wanjin's face lit up with anticipation, his admiration for Linsher's vast knowledge evident in his eyes. He almost believed there was nothing in the world Linsher didn't recognize. It's called composite metal, Linsher said without hesitation. It's similar to the Spirit Realm cloth, traded earlier another type of evolution item. Evolution item? Zhou Wanjin repeated softly, pausing as if he had just remembered something. I think I've heard of it before. Is it the evolution item needed for an Celestial Dragon to evolve into a bridge Celestial Dragon? Linsher nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. That's right, the bridge Celestial Dragon. You've probably heard of it. Zhou Wanjin's eyes widened in shock. He had indeed heard of the Celestial Dragon and its evolved form, the Bridge Celestial Dragon, both incredibly powerful Pokemon. Particularly the Bridge Celestial Dragon, whose strength rivaled that of pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Strictly speaking, it wasn't classified as a pseudo-legendary, but its exceptional base stats and ability to evolve without prolonged training made it far stronger than ordinary Pokemon, surpassing even pseudo-legendaries in certain aspects. Moreover, the Bridge Celestial Dragon's attributes and abilities were outstanding. Lin Shi gazed at the composite metal lying quietly on the tray, his eyes gleaming with desire. Who could resist a Pokemon like the bridge, a Steel Dragon? Zhou Wanjin, on the other hand, stared at the metal block, seemingly lost in thought. The bridge, a Steel Dragon, is even rarer than pseudo-legendaries. Besides its breeding difficulty, the main reason is the scarcity of composite metal. This composite metal may sound like a man-made alloy, but it's actually a natural formation, Lin Shi continued to explain. Its creation requires an incredibly rich deposit of metallic minerals, and such places are almost non-existent in most regions. At this moment, the female host on stage began introducing the uses of composite metal in a soft yet enticing voice, captivating the trainers in the audience. Everyone was well aware of the bridge, a Steel Dragon's immense power, and a deep yearning to obtain it stirred in their hearts. The rarity of composite metal and the strength it promised made every trainer's heart race. As the host's professional and persuasive explanation continued, the crowd grew increasingly eager, as though owning this piece of composite metal would make the bridge, a Steel Dragon, theirs. However, acquiring this composite metal wasn't a simple matter. The trader wasn't merely exchanging goods, but instead invited everyone to place their bids. The provider of the composite metal would then choose the item they needed most for the trade. For Lin Shi, he had no intention of offering any of his precious items in exchange. These items were invaluable to him, and he wasn't willing to trade them for the uncertain prospect of obtaining a bridge, a Steel Dragon. His resolve remained firm, but around him, rare Pokemon items were being brought out one after another, catching his attention. He felt overwhelmed by the dazzling array of offerings and silently marveled at the boldness of these trainers. In the end, the composite metal was successfully traded after a fierce bidding war. The one who obtained it was none other than Jin Yao, who had earlier spoken up to advocate for others. Lin Shi wasn't surprised by this outcome after all. Jin Yao's family gym specialized in Steel-type Pokemon, and acquiring such a valuable item was hardly unexpected. Such a dojo would naturally have a strong interest in the fierce Steel-type Pokemon, Duraludon. Securing this composite metal at a high price was entirely expected. With the successful transaction of the composite metal, the Baishan gathering was drawing to a close. Lin Shi, with little interest in the remaining activities, was eager to head back and process the fruitful gains from this trip. He firmly believed these rewards would significantly boost the strength of his Pokemon team. As the Lunar New Year approached, a chill crept into the air, and delicate snowflakes danced and scattered in the sky. Inside the training room, Lin Shi continued his routine training sessions with his Pokemon. Although renting a private, large-scale training facility was costly, the advanced equipment and superior results made it worthwhile. Finally, Lin Shi said, his face lighting up with joy as he gazed at the berries laid out before him. These berries were acquired through a trade with Meng Gu using a moonstone. Later, he learned that the Meng family was the largest berry distributor in Baishan City, holding considerable influence not only in Baishan but throughout the northern region. This confirmed that Meng Gu and Meng Wan were indeed quite wealthy. With the moonstone, Lin Shi obtained 5 rare berries from Meng Gu, a salic berry to enhance speed, an apricot berry to boost special defense, and 3 berries to increase resistance to electric, ice, and fighting-type moves, namely, a mythical berry, a yak berry, and a chopple berry. Clearly, Lin Shi had carefully selected these berries to suit his Pokemon's needs. These berries were incredibly valuable, especially the latter 3, each priced at around 100,000 yuan per berry. Lin Shi planned to use the salic and mythical berries for Gyarados, the apricot and yak berries for Seviper, and the chopple berry for Teddiursa. Teddy, the small Teddiursa, unable to reach the table, stood on its tiptoes, trying hard to peer at the berries on the tabletop. Lin Shi bent down, picked up the Teddiursa, and playfully ruffled the white crescent mark on its forehead. Then, he held the chopple berry in front of it, teasing, "Want a bite?" Teddy. Teddiursa nodded eagerly, its black, gem-like eyes shimmering as it looked at Lin Shi expectantly. "Sure, but you'll have to put in some effort later," Lin Shi said with a smile. Teddy, absorbing these berries effectively was no easy task. Just like when they first used lychee berries, the process required battling to fully digest their effects. The same principle applied here. Rawr, Gyarados was practicing Thunderbolt. Though it had already used the Thunderbolt TM provided by Lin Shi, it seemed to be struggling to master the move fully. For a water-flying-type Pokemon with a quadruple weakness to electric-type moves, learning an electric move was undoubtedly a challenge. This reminded Gyarados of that deceptively harmless little bear cub, so adorably innocent on the surface, yet always able to pick up new moves with ease. It was truly frustrating to compare itself to such a prodigy. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps caught Gyarados' attention. It turned to see Lin Shi walking towards it with Teddiursa in his arms. For some reason, as they approached, a chill ran down Gyarados' spine. "Hey, old pal, still training?" Lin Shi greeted cheerfully as he approached Gyarados. The wide-mouthed Gyarados looked at Lin Shi in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Wait a minute, those 2 berries in his hand smelled pretty good. Could they be today's treats? Lin Shi patted Gyarados' strong, sleek red body and spoke in a gentle yet serious tone. It seems you're having trouble with this move. I think we should try a different approach. Rawr. Lin Shi gestured behind him, and Teddiursa, now full of energy, ran over, cracking its knuckles. Gyarados immediately felt uneasy at noticed the electric sparks crackling in Teddiursa's tiny paws. Lin Shi smiled warmly at Gyarados. No running away now. Arg. Sparks of electricity danced wildly, scorching Gyarados' massive serpentine body. Blue and white arcs crackled across its scales, delivering waves of numbing pain and searing agony. Even with its formidable physique, Gyarados couldn't help but let out a roar of anguish. However, as time passed, Gyarados could feel its strength gradually increasing. Gritting its teeth, it endured the intense training session. Good job, Oldly. Keep it up. Lin Shi cheered from a safe distance. Then, turning to the Teddiursa nearby, he commanded, increase the voltage. Teddy. The little bear stood at attention, saluting with determination. The electricity crackling in its paws grew brighter and fiercer as it unleashed another thunder punch, aiding Gyarados in completing its energy absorption training with the berries. Earlier, Lin Shi had given Gyarados 2 candlenut berries to consume, and now was the crucial moment to maximize their effects. Under the continuous electric shocks, the energy from the berries began to take effect, repairing and fortifying Gyarados' body while enhancing its resistance to electricity. As the pain gradually subsided, Gyarados began thrashing its tail excitedly, roaring with exhilaration. The more you shock me, the more pumped I get. Lin Shi observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The candlenut berries had exceeded his expectations. However, watching Gyarados' electrified yet exhilarated expression, he couldn't help but worry whether this training had awakened some peculiar tendencies in it. Not far away, a Sevapur sat leisurely on a bench, its tail crossed in disdain as it watched the training session unfold. On the table beside it, the occasional slapping sound of cards interrupted its enjoyment of the spectacle. Finally losing its patience, Sevapur slammed its tail on the table, hissing a warning at its underlings who were busy playing cards. After scolding them, Sevapur turned its gaze back to the training field, only to realize the session seemed to be over. Gyarados lay sprawled on the ground, smoke rising from its body. It turned out that Teddiursa had accidentally overdone it, knocking Gyarados out with an excessive jolt. Oldly. Lin Shi hurried over to check on Gyarados, relieved to find it only slightly injured. It seemed Gyarados had gotten too excited and overestimated its tolerance. Before long, Gyarados regained consciousness, happily swimming a few laps in the air, clearly pleased with the results of the training. Even so, Lin Shi decided to avoid such intense methods for now. Progress should be gradual and steady. After all, there was another training subject waiting. Both Lin Shi and his 2 Pokemon turned simultaneously, their smiles laced with mischief as they looked toward the distant Arbok. Sevapur shivered under their gaze, sensing impending doom. Its leader had already wisely retreated into an apple, leaving only 3 underlings still engrossed in their card game. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel exasperated as he watched a group of snakes and worms energetically playing cards. The scene before him confirmed one thing. His superior was anything but normal. A few of the snake-like creatures were playing poker inside an apple. One of them, a snake with a single horn, had just claimed the role of landlord and excitedly used its tail to play a plain card. Before it could play its next move, Lin Shi grabbed it in one swift motion. The sudden action left the snake stunned. With intelligent, curious eyes, it stared at Lin Shi in confusion. Are you Lao Lu? Lin Shi studied the snake in his hand, testing the waters with his question. The snake shook its head vigorously. I'm Lao San. Lin Shi paused for a moment, then said firmly, from now on, you're Lao Lu. Lao San. Another snake poked its head out of the apple, looking at them in puzzlement. But I'm Lao Lu. Without another word, Lin Shi tossed all the snakes back into the apple. Then, his superior appeared before him. With a gentle smile, Lin Shi reached into his backpack and took out a citrus berry and a figgy berry, offering them to the superior. Here, superior, have some berries. The superior hesitated, clearly wary. After all, it had just witnessed Gyarados being electrocuted mercilessly after eating something Lin Shi had given it. However, the snakes couldn't resist their curiosity any longer. They wriggled out of the apple, sniffing the berries eagerly. They smell amazing. After a moment of internal struggle, the superior finally gave in to temptation and swallowed the 2 berries whole. Seeing this, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand toward the back. Suddenly, Cubchoo appeared with frost gathering on its paws, and Gyarados revealed its icy fangs. Both Pokemon advanced toward Superior with sinister grins. After a few days of intensive training, all 3 Pokemon had made significant progress, though the full effects of the berries had yet to be realized. Lin Shi began reviewing their stats. Cubchoo had reached level 25. Not only had it perfectly bonded with the Everstone, but it had also fully mastered the Rock Slide move, making its attacks more versatile. This delighted Lin Shi and helped him understand why Zhang Jingyin had given him the Rock Slide TM. Gyarados, although slower to level up, had finally mastered Thunderbolt through persistent electric therapy. Its proficiency with its existing moves had improved dramatically, and it was now much more adept at combining them into powerful combos. As for the newest member, Superior, it had given Lin Shi the biggest surprise of all. The Honey Serpent had leveled up to level 32. It was in excellent health, male, with grass and dragon attributes, and possessed the special trait of Sweet Nectar. Standing at 2.0 meters tall and weighing approximately 96 kilograms, it carried a dragon fang as its held item. The Honey Serpent had mastered a variety of moves, including Withdraw, Sweet Scent, Dragon Tail, Growth, Dragon Breath, Protect, Seed Machine Gun, Syrup Bomb, Dragon Pulse, Hex, Magical Leaf, Dragon Roar, Random Beam, and Euro Ball. Additionally, it could create the powerful grassy terrain effect on the battlefield. However, the Honey Serpent's condition had undergone some mysterious changes. Initially, it was an ordinary Pokemon with standard abilities, but after joining Lin Shi's team, its growth far exceeded expectations in just a month, progressing even faster than the Cubchoo. Its level-up speed was astonishing, jumping 4 levels in quick succession, making it the highest-level Pokemon in Lin Shi's lineup. Clearly, this rapid progress was due to an overflow of energy within its body. To ensure stable growth, Lin Shi focused on honing its moves and traits during training, avoiding the potential risks associated with overly rapid leveling. After all, much like a building's foundation, a lack of solid groundwork could lead to significant problems in the future. At that moment, Lin Shi was about to check some messages on his phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up. He picked up the phone, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he stood up and walked toward the door. Standing outside was a tall, short-haired girl wearing a dark blue down jacket. The jacket hugged her curvaceous figure, and a pair of cute bunny ear muffs added a playful and adorable touch to her appearance. It was Ning, who seemed to have just returned from university. Ning, you're finally on break. Lin Shi greeted her with a smile. Ning chuckled and rolled her eyes. I came to find you the moment I got back. Be grateful. The two of them walked into the house together. Lin Shi, curious, asked, judging by your expression, did you make some progress? Ning didn't answer immediately. Instead, she smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. Don't rush. Let me see how strong you've gotten first. Lin Shi instantly understood her intention. Is this the Northern University evaluation? Ning shook her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No. Actually, I wanted to battle you last time, but we didn't have the chance. I'm not letting that happen again today. She stuck out her pink tongue, licking her lips in excitement. Ning was a born battle enthusiast. If not, she wouldn't have gone to challenge Ren Yuyao right after returning. All right, no more talking. Let's battle, and after that, they'll tell you what the university thinks. Ning pursed her lips and blinked, her expression full of teasing provocation. Lin Shi allowed himself to be half-dragged by her and laughed. Fine, let's see how my training has paid off. He was more than willing to accept the challenge. The two of them headed to a professional training field. Ning eagerly sent out her Pokemon. A flash of light revealed a massive turtle-shaped Pokemon in the arena. Its large, deep blue body was supported by short, sturdy limbs, and 2 powerful water cannons extended from its shell. It was none other than the Blastoise, the water-type starter evolution from the first generation. Blastoise's stats were clearly displayed in Lin Shi's Pokédex. Level 40, male, ability, Torrent. This shell-covered Pokemon stood 1.6 meters tall, weighed 98.0 kilograms, and carried a mystic water. It possessed an impressive array of moves, ranging from basic ones like Withdraw and Bite to advanced techniques such as Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, and powerful moves like Muddy Water and Protect, totaling 14 skills. Huh? What does this note mean? Lin Shi didn't dwell on it much and directly threw the Pokeball. Roar! With a dragon-like cry, Gyarados gracefully appeared in midair. Its shiny, alternate-colored body rippled like a fluttering banner, occasionally spewing flames from its mouth. Despite its opponent's higher level, its fighting spirit was undeterred. Is this your shiny Gyarados? Ning, seeing the well-trained Gyarados for the first time, couldn't help but admire it. You can make the first move. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi commanded, Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. A greenish dragon-type energy swirled around Gyarados, significantly boosting its attack and speed. Ning opted to have Blastoise hold back for now, wanting to make the battle more riveting. Blastoise use Mist. Following Ning's command, a dense mist of icy energy mixed with water vapor enveloped Blastoise, creating a protective layer to temporarily prevent its stats from being lowered. Lin Shi quickly responded, Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Gyarados swayed through the air, summoning heavy rain clouds. Large raindrops began pouring down, turning one side of the battlefield into a misty haze while the other was shrouded in continuous rainfall. Not bad. Ning murmured in approval before launching her attack. Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Blastoise's cannons fired multiple water pulses, but Gyarados skillfully shattered them with its water-coated tail. Blastoise Rapid Spin. Xiaoning followed up with another order. Blastoise spun rapidly, gathering the surrounding mist into a unique white mist tornado. The sight of this combo made Lin Shi wary, was well aware of the precision required to pull off such a technique. Now Aqua Jet, Xiaoning commanded sharply. Blastoise transformed into a sharp, water-edged spinning top, enveloped in mist as it roared toward Gyarados in midair. This powerful combination attack was aimed directly at Gyarados. Lin Shi, watch closely. This is a combination technique. It might seem a bit advanced for you right now, but with your talent, you'll pick it up quickly once you're in college, Xiaoning said with a slightly proud smile, exuding the air of a senior ready to mentor a future junior. Lin Shi felt a bit awkward watching the scene unfold. Striking back now seemed inappropriate, but staying passive would only put Gyarados at a greater disadvantage. After weighing his options, he gave the command without hesitation. Gyarados, Aqua Drill. Upon receiving the order, Gyarados let out an earth-shaking roar as powerful water energy rapidly gathered around its body. The rain clouds above expanded, matching the opposing white mist in an intense standoff. Gyarados, resembling a legendary dragon, manipulated the surrounding wind and rain, condensing them into a massive, spiraling water drill. In the next moment, the fearsome Aqua Drill shot forward like an arrow, colliding midair with Blastoise's water blade spin. The clash produced a series of deafening explosions. Xiaoning watched in shock, her emotions in turmoil. This was clearly another combination technique, and its mastery was on par with her Blastoise's. The realization struck her she had only mastered her technique after extensive training in college, and that was largely thanks to Blastoise's unique abilities. The aerial battle continued, with the white mist and rain clouds surrounding the two Pokémon spreading outward, forming a massive ring of energy. At the center of this ring, Gyarados and Blastoise engaged in a fierce struggle, the Aqua Drill and Water Blade colliding and generating powerful energy waves. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the water layers surrounding both Pokémon shattered violently. The forceful recoil pushed them apart. Gyarados wavered slightly in the air before stabilizing itself, while Blastoise landed firmly on the ground, its expression serious as it kept its eyes locked on its opponent. I was trying to give you a little wake-up call, but it seems like I'm the one who's been shaken, Xiaoning admitted with a tone of admiration. I really underestimated you. Lin Shi chuckled and cupped his hands in a playful gesture. Please go easy on me, Sister Xiaoning. Humph, the battle's far from over. Today, I'll show you the true strength of a Northern University student. Xiaoning's eyes flashed with determination as she resolved to defeat Lin Shi and uphold the reputation of her university. Blastoise, use Cannon Steel Blast. Blastoise's cannons extended rapidly, its entire body radiating a dazzling light. The energy converged into a powerful steel-type beam that erupted from both cannons, hurtling toward Gyarados. Gyarados, use Scale Barrage. Lin Shi immediately issued an order to defend. The Gyarados erupted with a surge of azure dragon-type energy, which condensed around its body into sharp, gleaming scales. Controlled by the Gyarados, these scales detached and shot toward the Blastoise like a barrage of arrows. While this move increased Gyarados' speed, it also came at the cost of reducing its defense. The air was filled with the sounds of a fierce clash as the two Pokémon exchanged blows. Blastoise's steel cannons packed immense power, but the sheer number of Gyarados' dragon scales held their ground. The collision between their attacks triggered a series of thunderous explosions that echoed across the battlefield. Blastoise, Water Jet. Gyarados, Waterfall. Following the ranged exchange, the two Pokémon charged into close combat. Their bodies, shrouded in mist and water vapor, collided repeatedly in a relentless back-and-forth struggle. Within just a few brief rounds, Lin Shi could clearly sense the strength of his opponent. Not only was their level higher, but their skill, execution, and physical prowess were the most formidable he had ever encountered. Catching a glimpse of Xiaoning's confident expression, Lin Shi thought to himself, the 6 prestigious schools truly live up to their reputation. As the battle continued, the mist on the field grew denser. The Gyarados was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, with several fresh wounds marking its body. Yet, its eyes remained fierce and unwavering as they locked onto Blastoise. Lin Shi knew he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Gyarados, one more Aqua Drill. With a sharp, determined gaze, the Gyarados summoned turbulent winds and water, forming a massive, spiraling drill of water that hurtled toward Blastoise on the ground. Blastoise, use Steel Cannon to stop it, Xiaoning commanded, her voice tinged with caution. Blastoise adjusted its cannons, firing a barrage of steel projectiles at the rapidly spinning Aqua Drill. However, the drill's incredible rotational force deflected every shot. Gyarados continued its charge with relentless force, aiming straight for Blastoise. Blastoise, grab it, Xiaoning countered swiftly. Blastoise planted its feet firmly into the ground, raising its arms to intercept the ferocious attack. The sheer impact forced Blastoise to slide backward, leaving deep grooves in the earth. The spinning drill left visible marks on Blastoise's chest plate, and even with its impressive defense, The pain was evident on its face. Seizing the moment, Lin Shi shouted, "Gyarados, now Thunderbolt!" The Gyarados instantly disengaged from its aqua drill form, unleashing a blinding burst of electricity that surged across its body. The electric currents crackled like wild serpents, lashing out and enveloping Blastoise in a relentless storm. Lin Shi had been saving this Thunderbolt for the perfect opportunity, and now it had struck with devastating effect. However, just as Lin Shi prepared to press his advantage, he noticed something unusual. Despite being caught in the Thunderbolt, Blastoise suddenly emitted an overwhelming aura of power. At the same time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoning's lips. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed in realization. The target has changed. The battle between Gyarados and Blastoise on the battlefield raged on with intensity. Suddenly, Lin Shi noticed a surge of unusually powerful water-type energy enveloping Blastoise, forming a shield-like torrent around it. Its aura instantly became more imposing. Is this the torrent ability? Lin Shi squinted, observing closely. The torrent ability usually activates when a Pokémon's health drops below one-third, significantly boosting the power of water-type moves. But strangely, the Blastoise on the field didn't appear severely injured. It still looked full of vigor. Sensing Lin Shi's confusion, Xiaoning's lips curled into a confident smile. My Blastoise is no ordinary one. It has a cautious nature and is most afraid of getting hurt. Even without taking heavy damage, it will activate its ability whenever it senses a significant threat, enhancing its strength preemptively. Hearing this unexpected explanation, Lin Shi took a deep breath as a scene from a novel he had read in his previous life flashed through his mind. Sorry, Lin Shi, but it's time to end this battle, Xiaoning declared with unwavering confidence. Blastoise, use Aqua Blade Spin. At her command, Blastoise began spinning at high speed. Razor-sharp water blades formed around its shell, slicing through the air with a piercing whirring sound. Confronted with such an attack, Lin Shi locked eyes with his airborne Gyarados, his gaze resolute. Gyarados, it's time to show the results of all our training. Believe in your strength. Gyarados let out a thunderous roar in response, fixing its gaze on the charging Blastoise below. Its eyes gleamed with unprecedented confidence. It began to glide gracefully through the air, its pupils glowing with a golden hue as a strange aura shimmered across its body. This sudden transformation left Lin Shi momentarily puzzled, yet it felt oddly familiar. Although the phenomenon faded in an instant, Lin Shi was certain he hadn't imagined it. Hovering in the sky, Gyarados once again unleashed a combination of Twister and Whirlpool, forming the powerful Water Dragon Drill. Unlike before, this time it refrained from launching the attack immediately, instead continuing to gather energy. A closer look revealed faint electric sparks flickering on the surface of the Water Dragon Drill. This was the result of a new technique Lin Shi and Gyarados had painstakingly developed, infusing the Water Dragon Drill with the electric power of Thunderbolt, using dragon energy as a medium to perfectly meld water and electricity. Now attack! Lin Shi and Xiaoning simultaneously issued their commands. Just like their first clash, it was another duel between Aqua Jet and Aqua Cutter. This time, the Aqua Cutter sliced through the air with even greater speed and intensity, while the Aqua Jet was surrounded by dazzling flashes of lightning. The two forces collided heat-in midair. Boom! With a deafening explosion, water vapor instantly engulfed the battlefield, and electric sparks flickered through the mist. Violent energy ripples swept across the surroundings. Both Pokémon plummeted from the air almost simultaneously, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The battlefield fell silent, as if time had frozen. Finally, Blastoise trembled slightly, and, gritting its teeth, slowly pushed its heavy body upright. With its superior defense, Blastoise emerged victorious in the end. I lost, Lin Shi murmured softly. This was one of his rare defeats, and it marked the first loss for Gyarados since its evolution. He quickly checked on Gyarados and found that it was merely exhausted and would recover soon. Relieved, he turned to look at Xiaoning, who was also inspecting her Pokémon. Lin Shi gave a wry smile. I lost. Xiaoningjia, you really are amazing. Cut it out. Xiaoning rolled her eyes. With my Pokémon at such a high level, barely managing to win like this is honestly embarrassing. Xiaoningjia, I have something I'd like to ask you. Lin Shi replayed the battle in his mind, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Xiaoning crossed her arms, a smug smile playing on her lips. You want to ask about Blastoise's Torrent ability, don't you? When Lin Shi nodded, he voiced his doubts. Normally, Torrent isn't something a Pokémon can control consciously, but your Blastoise managed to. That doesn't quite make sense. Xiaoning didn't answer directly, but instead posed a question. What do you think triggers Torrent in Pokémon? Lin Shi pondered for a moment. It's probably a self-preservation mechanism, like adrenaline in humans, where a sudden surge of strength is unleashed when they're seriously injured. Exactly. Xiaoning gently patted Blastoise's shell. That power has always been inside it. My Blastoise had a traumatic experience in the past, and developed a deep fear of being hurt. When it senses danger, That fear triggers torrent prematurely. This is its secret weapon. Lin Sure appeared thoughtful as he processed her explanation. Although Gyarados' Moxie ability functioned differently from Torrent, both enhanced a Pokemon's capabilities. Perhaps there was something to learn from this. He recalled the golden glow that had flashed across Gyarados just before its final Movia manifestation, strikingly similar to Moxie. As he gazed at the now revitalized Gyarados, Lin Sure's mind was already crafting a new training plan. Old Carp, winning or losing is just part of battling. Haven't you heard the saying, failure is the mother of success? Lin Sure comforted the Gyarados while gently patting its scales. It was their first defeat in battle, and the Gyarados seemed a bit down, but Lin Sure knew this setback was not a big deal. After all, it had the determination of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Such challenges wouldn't stop it. This time, even though we lost, it wasn't because the combo move didn't work. It's because you haven't fully mastered the essence of that skill yet, Lin Sure said, his gaze steady and his tone tinged with reassurance. The Gyarados lifted its head slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. Lin Sure continued, a combo move isn't just about mixing two skills together. You need to make the skills truly complement each other to unleash their full power. The Water Dragon drill you used this time was simply a forced combination of Thunderbolt and Aqua Drill. While it did enhance the move's power a bit, the effect wasn't as good as I had hoped. Lin Sure sighed, thought for a moment, and added, if we were to name that move, it should probably be called Water Dragon Drill. False. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Gyarados' eyes. It seemed to be inspired by Lin Sure's guidance, gradually regaining some of its spirit. Despite losing the battle, the spirit of the carp leaping over the dragon gate still burned brightly within it. Lin Sure had no doubt it would overcome this setback. Lin Sure, come over here, a crisp voice called from behind. It was Qiao Ning, standing in the distance with a slight smile on her face. Lin Sure turned around and walked toward her, a faint smile unconsciously forming on his lips. What's up, Sister Qiao Ning? Though he had a hunch, he still pretended to ask earnestly. Qiao Ning squinted her eyes, her smile deepening. Congratulations, Lin Sure. The school has agreed to your request. Lin Sure paused, feeling a sense of relief. You mean the school has decided to let me train a pseudo-legendary? Qiao Ning nodded with a smile, and then touched her smooth chin, looking somewhat proud. That's not all. If you agree to enroll, the school is willing to grant you access to the treasure vault. The treasure vault? Lin Sure raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. He had never heard of such a thing. Seeing his reaction, Qiao Ning glanced at him with a hint of envy. Northern University has been around for many years, accumulating countless unclaimed treasures. These priceless items are stored in the school's treasure vault. I've been working diligently at the university for years and never even had the chance to access it. I really have to admire you. Lin Sure was surprised, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. That does sound impressive. But Sister Qiao Ning, how did you manage to make the school so generous all of a sudden? Qiao Ning chuckled softly and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, nothing much. I just showed the school the video of our earlier battle. Lin Sure immediately understood. So that was it. Qiao Ning truly lived up to being his steadfast supporter. This generous offer from the school surely had her clever planning behind it. She looked at Lin Sure with a meaningful gaze and continued. I heard even those old folks at the school were astonished. Qiao Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her voice unconsciously softening. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if emphasizing something important. To be honest, this is partly my selfishness, Qiao Ning admitted, a protective glint in her eyes. Perhaps no one knows your true potential better than I do. I fear those high and mighty people at the school might not fully appreciate you. If we let a talent like you slip away, they'd regret it deeply. I see. Lin Sure nodded in realization, his gaze returning to Qiao Ning. So, Sister Qiao Ning, now that the fight is over, can you tell me what the school's requirements are? Lin Sure understood well that since Northern University was willing to invest so many resources in him, it was only fair that he delivered results to match their expectations. Qiao Ning's lips curved into a faint smile. Of course, she nodded. The school has set two conditions. The first is for you to become the champion of this year's Pokemon Battle Examination in Baishui City. As she spoke, Qiao Ning's eyes shifted to the distant Gyarados training in the water. Its massive body stirred waves on the surface. She smiled knowingly. That doesn't seem like a challenge for you anymore. Lin Sure remained non-committal, his tone calm as he asked. And the second condition? At the mention of the second condition, Qiao Ning's expression turned serious. She paused for a moment, her voice lowering. The second condition involves the Baishan's secret realm. The Baishan's secret realm? Lin Sure frowned slightly, clearly not expecting this connection. But isn't that still over a year away from opening? That's correct. Qiao Ning nodded in affirmation before continuing. Do you remember the Polaris base we dismantled a few months ago? Lin Sure nodded. Such events were deeply etched in his memory, every detail vivid in his mind. Qiao Ning's voice dropped further, and the atmosphere around them seemed to grow heavier. Typically, Polaris bases operate independently with little contact between them. But this time is different. We managed to obtain some information about other bases from the manager of the D9 base. Her expression revealed that what she was about to say was not something for public knowledge. According to Lu Wangkai, the D9 manager, they once entered the Baishan secret realm as collaborators during its first emergence. Collaborators? So, they weren't the main participants in the secret realm exploration. Lin Shi immediately caught the key point, his gaze sharpening. Does that mean there's a higher-ranking Polaris organization capable of commanding level bases? And that they were in Baishan City not long ago, even entering the Baishan secret realm? Lin Shi's voice carried a note of caution, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. This was akin to a ticking time bomb in Baishan City. You're absolutely right. Xiao Ning confirmed his deduction. We don't know their exact purpose for entering the secret realm, but according to Lu Wangkai, their last mission was a failure. She looked directly into Lin Shi's eyes and continued. That's why the Alliance predicts that when the secret realm opens again, Polaris will likely return. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ning revealed Northern University's second condition. The school hopes that once you secure a spot to enter the Baishan secret realm, aside from searching for Arcanine, you will also assist the Alliance and the school in investigating Polaris's activities and, if necessary, help eliminate them. This was less of a condition and more of a request to Lin Shi. After all, as Xiao Ning mentioned, by then Lin Shi would have already secured his Pokemon and begun his studies. Lin Shi, you should know how rare it is to get a spot for the initial exploration of an elite-level secret realm like Baishan, Xiao Ning said gravely. The school will honor its promise, but they also hope you'll contribute to the effort against Polaris. It might be dangerous, but I hope you'll give it serious thought. Sister Xiao Ning, there's no need to worry. I never intended to refuse, Lin Shi replied with a confident smile, his tone resolute. Polaris, as a criminal organization, is an enemy of the Alliance and must be dealt with. I grew up under the red flag, so I have the sense of duty for this. And besides, Lin Shi kept some thoughts to himself. He found Polaris's sudden interest in the secret realm suspicious and felt it might be connected to legendary Pokemon. After all, apart from a Cubfu, the secret realm was also rumored to hold a feather from Cresselia. Even the volcano there seemed far from ordinary. I'll have to see it with my own eyes. Lin Shi silently resolved. Thank you for reading. If you enjoyed this story, please add it to your bookshelf. It means so much to the author. Thank you. Hey little bear, pass me that couplet. Lin Shi stood on a stool, looking down at the busy little bear, directing him. Igu. Little bear immediately stood on tiptoe, holding the bright red couplet, and handing it to Lin Shi with all his might. Thanks. Lin Shi took the couplet and carefully stuck it onto the doorframe. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he nodded in satisfaction. All right, that's the last one. All done. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed, and the festive atmosphere of the spring festival quietly arrived. Lin Shi, are you done yet? Su Qiming walked out of the house wearing an apron. She and her parents had been staying at Lin Shi's house for a few days. At the insistence of Lin Shi's parents, her family had come over to celebrate the holiday together. All set. Lin Shi made an okay gesture. Perfect timing. Go grab a bottle of soy sauce. We'll need it for cooking in a bit. Got it. Lin Shi jumped off the stool, clasped his hands in a playful salute, and then waved. Little bear, let's go. The festive spirit filled every corner of the streets, with red lanterns hanging on both sides, and the air brimming with a strong holiday vibe. Lin Shi strolled along, stopping occasionally to admire the lively scenes around him. Teacher, you're out shopping too. By a roadside stall, a middle-aged man was busy picking out items. His distinctive hairstyle immediately caught Lin Shi's attention. It was none other than Zhang Jianjun, Lin Shi's homeroom teacher. Spotting him, Lin Shi naturally approached and greeted him. Zhang Jianjun turned at the sound of his voice and smiled upon seeing Lin Shi. Oh, Lin Shi. Yeah, it's the new year. I thought I'd get a calligraphy piece to hang in our classroom to inspire the students. As he spoke, he proudly held up the artwork he had just purchased, showing it off to Lin Shi. What do you think? Not bad, right? Intrigued, Lin Shi leaned in for a closer look. Du Fu can move? Zhang Jianjun rolled his eyes, putting the calligraphy away while reminding Lin Shi. You've got college entrance exams next year. I'm not worried about your combat performance, but don't let your general subjects drag you down. Hearing his teacher's nagging, Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. Here we go again. All right, teacher. Don't worry. My grades are solid. I still need to grab that soy sauce, so we'll head off now. Happy New Year in advance. Lin Shi quickly cut him off, bid farewell, and continued toward his destination. Suddenly, Lin Shi's nose twitched. He caught a whiff of something fragrant. Was that steamed buns? Following the scent, he found a stall with steamers full of translucent buns sprinkled with white sesame seeds, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. He looked down at Little Bear. Little Bear, are you hungry? Igu. Little Bear shook his head. All right then, let's grab a few buns anyway. Igu. Lin Shi and Little Bear entered the bun shop. After expertly ordering a few, they found a seat to wait. The shop wasn't empty. At a nearby table, a short-haired girl was sitting with her back to Lin Shi, devouring her food. The more Lin Shi looked at her back, the more familiar she seemed. After a moment of pondering, he couldn't resist tapping her shoulder. The girl turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Xiaoningjie, it's the holidays, why aren't you home? What are you doing here? It was Xiaoning. Seeing Lin Shi, she looked momentarily stunned. After swallowing her food, she replied, I'm on my way home, but I was starving, so I stopped to grab a bite. Xiaoning's words piqued Lin Shi's curiosity. Is there something urgent you need to handle right now? Xiaoning frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. Those troublemakers don't take holidays, you know. Actually, I just picked up a new task. I've got a lead, so of course, I need to investigate it immediately. As she spoke, something seemed to cross her mind. Oh, by the way, a little heads up. You're practically halfway into Northern University now. If you get the chance, you could join me on some missions. It'll help you get familiar with the environment ahead of time, and you'll earn some mission points too. Xiaoning appeared increasingly animated as she began recounting her past missions with enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, completely forgetting about the food on the table that had already gone cold. Lin Shi listened patiently, occasionally nodding, as time quietly slipped away. Finally, Xiaoning stopped, a trace of reluctance on her face. I should head home now. After saying goodbye, Lin Shi stepped out of the bun shop. A sense of urgency crept into him, had taken longer than expected to buy soy sauce. Quickening his pace, he silently prayed not to run into anyone else, hoping to finish his errand and return home sooner. Just as he turned a corner, he bumped into someone heated. The moment of impact made him frown. Something felt off, like he had collided with something hard. Lin Shi, why are you in such a rush and not watching where you're going? Meng Wan rubbed her head and looked up at the person who had bumped into her. Recognizing Lin Shi, her face immediately showed displeasure. Lin Shi felt a sharp pain as well. He reached out to help Meng Wan up, a hint of exasperation in his voice. You're one to talk. Why are you in such a hurry? Suddenly, Meng Wan smacked her forehead as a look of panic swept over her face. I just remembered. My skill machine is missing. Skill machine? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The will-o-wisp skill machine I bought at the last gathering. I was planning to give it to my sister today, and it was in my bag just a moment ago. How could it be gone? Meng Wan was on the verge of tears as she rummaged through her bag, even dumping all the contents onto the ground. But the skill machine was nowhere to be found. Seeing Meng Wan so distressed, Lin Shi sighed and decided to set aside his errand for now. The soy sauce can wait. Do you remember the route you took? Meng Wan nodded anxiously, trying to recall each step. Lin Shi's lips curled into a faint smile. Once we have a specific location, it shouldn't be a problem. System activated. The two soon arrived at a tall utility pole on a dimly lit street corner. Perched there was a mercrow, clutching the missing skill disc in its beak. We actually found it. Meng Wan exclaimed in surprise and disbelief, staring at the mercrow. She hadn't expected Lin Shi to recover the skill machine so quickly. Lin Shi began giving instructions. Teddy Ursa, use Swift to attack the mercrow. Wait a second. Meng Wan interrupted him, her eyes blazing with determination as she fixed her gaze on the mercrow. Let me handle this. She swiftly pulled out a pokeball and tossed it lightly. Out came a pink Pokemon Clefairy. With tiny wings on its back, its figure glimmered like a star. Clefairy opened its mouth and began to sing a soothing melody. The enchanting sound caused the mercrow to wince in pain, involuntarily releasing the disc. With a disgruntled squawk, it fled in defeat. Lin Shi caught the skill machine, checked it over to ensure it was unharmed, and handed it back to Meng Wan. Thanks, Lin Shi. Meng Wan beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You're not bad. If you ever need help, just let me know. I've got your back. All right. Don't you need to find Mengo? Better get going. Lin Shi's reminder jolted Meng Wan, and she quickly realized she had somewhere else to be. She hurriedly said goodbye and dashed off. Watching her figure disappear into the night, Lin Shi stretched and suddenly remembered. Wait, Teddy Ursa, why did we come out here again? Teddy Ursa turned its head to meet Lin Shi's gaze. The air grew awkwardly silent. Oh no. Lin Shi's face fell as he exclaimed. The soy sauce. How could I forget? Dinner's already ready. Back at the Lin household, Su Qiming paced back and forth, scrutinizing Lin Shi as he returned. Feeling guilty under her gaze, Lin Shi forced a smile. There was a bit of a hiccup. All right, it's New Year's. No need to bicker. Su Qiming's mother interjected as she emerged. Come on, let's eat. Yay. Lin Shi cheered, jumping to his feet and heading inside. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Several Pokemon were let out, and everyone gathered around the table, chatting and laughing in a joyous commotion. As the warmth of the scene unfolded, Zhang Jianjun admired a calligraphy scroll, explaining its meaning to his wife and child. Meanwhile, Xiaoning had already returned home to reunite with her family, basking in peace and warmth. Meng Gu and Meng Wan sat at their table, enjoying the meal. The will-o-wisp skill machine rested quietly by Meng Ji's side, while a moonstone sparkled brilliantly near Meng Wan. Let's raise a glass. Lin Shi stood up, holding a drink-filled glass aloft. Happy New Year, everyone. Laughter echoed throughout the room, filling it with joy. The formation of heavy fog is usually caused by water vapor in the air becoming oversaturated and condensing into tiny water droplets or ice crystals. On a foggy mountain path, a young man dressed in professional hiking gear was turning his head to explain something to the girl next to him. In northern regions, due to the influence of monsoons and terrain, frequent changes in humidity and temperature make it an ideal environment for fog to form. Lin Sure explained as he wiped away the beads of moisture, whether sweat or condensation, from his forehead with the back of his hand. He stepped onto a protruding rock and squinted into the distance. Through the thick fog, the outline of a village could be faintly seen. Houses, trees, and hills were all shrouded in white mist, creating an atmosphere of hazy mystery. That should be the misty village up ahead, Lin Sure said, pointing toward the indistinct cluster of buildings. His voice sounded slightly muffled in the damp air. Finally, we're here, the girl said, stretching lazily. Even in her hiking attire, her figure remained alluring and graceful. Stay alert. Let's head into the village. She straightened up, her tone turning serious. Got it, Xiao Ningjia. Lin Sure responded with an okay gesture. The two carefully oriented themselves and cautiously moved toward the village. It had been nearly 2 months since the spring festival, and as a senior in high school, Lin Sure had already returned to class. However, just like in the previous semester, he still maintained his impressive tradition of showing up at school only every few days. The school seemed to tolerate this with a blind eye. This time, he had skipped class again to accompany Qiu Ning to the remote misty village, and it was evident that their purpose wasn't a simple countryside excursion. The story traced back to a conversation he had with Qiu Ning during the spring festival. At the time, Qiu Ning had casually mentioned wanting to take Lin Sure along on a mission. Lin Sure had assumed she was joking, but not long after, she showed up at his door, inviting him to join her. Lin Sure originally planned to firmly refuse. Avoiding unnecessary risks had always been his survival philosophy. However, as Qiu Ning shared more details about the mission, he started to waver. Misty Village, due to its unique geographic location, was perpetually enveloped in thick fog. With economic development, more and more young people had left the village to work and settle elsewhere, leading to a gradual decline in the local population. Recently, however, this sparsely populated village had been plagued by a series of bizarre incidents. It began one night, when several villagers claimed to see figures waving at them from within the fog. Yet, when they approached to investigate, there was no one there. Initially, the villagers dismissed it as a visual illusion, but as similar occurrences became more frequent, rumors of hauntings began to spread, leaving everyone on edge. A few brave villagers decided to team up and uncover the truth behind the ghostly figures. However, on the very night of their investigation, they all went missing. They were found the next day unconscious in the woods outside the village. Strangely, none of them could recall anything about what had happened the night before. After this incident, the rumors of hauntings escalated. The villagers, terrified, sought help from the local security bureau. The police quickly dispatched officers to investigate the village, but oddly, ever since the police arrived, the strange occurrences completely ceased, almost as if the ghostly figures had never existed. The matter was left unresolved, and the officers returned to the station, while the village temporarily regained its tranquility. However, just as the villagers thought they could resume their normal lives, a chilling event occurred on a foggy night. One villager, his voice trembling, described seeing that familiar ghostly figure waving. This time, the phenomenon was even more terrifying. A deep, solemn bell sound echoed from an unknown distance, loud and unsettling, spreading instantly across the entire village. From that moment on, the ghostly figure appeared more frequently, each time accompanied by the eerie toll of the bell. Lin Sure, what do you think is going on? Qiu Ning asked softly as they walked along the path leading to the village. Ghosts and spirits? Nonsense. From the description, it's clearly the work of a ghost-type Pokemon, Lin Sure replied without hesitation. Thick fog, ghostly figures, waving, bell sounds, these classic horror elements are too perfectly aligned. It's either a fabricated story or the result of a Pokemon's abilities. In fact, if I hadn't sensed the presence of a ghost-type Pokemon, I wouldn't have agreed to take on this task. Qiu Ning nodded in agreement. True, in a world with Pokemon, supernatural phenomena are often tied to them. But that makes it even more dangerous. Unlike intangible ghosts, Pokemon with physical forms can pose a real threat. The number of lives lost each year to wild Pokemon attacks is uncountable. Even without malicious intent, their power can bring catastrophic consequences to humans. As sunlight broke through the clouds, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and the two entered the sparsely built village. Rows of brick houses came into view, many of them covered in moss, clearly abandoned for a long time. Not long after they arrived, an elderly man carrying a hoe was seen leaving the village. Spotting the two, he approached them willingly. Young ones, are you here to look for the ghost too? The ghost? Huh? Lin Sure and Qiu Ning asked in unison. The old man nodded and explained. Yes, just this morning, 2 young people about your age came by, saying they were looking for some kind of ghost. The two exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Are others investigating this too? Could they be sent by the League? Xiao Ning frowned, deep in thought. Lin Shi didn't respond, more concerned that these individuals might also be after the ghost-type Pokemon. Sir, could you tell us about the ghostly happenings in the village? Xiao Ning asked sweetly. No, no, the old man shook his head repeatedly. I need to hurry to the fields while the sun is still out. I wouldn't dare step outside after dark. If you have questions, go to the village head at the east end of the village. His house is the first one there, he knows everything. With that, the old man hurried off toward the outskirts. Watching the elderly man's anxious retreat, Lin Shi became even more convinced that the rumors were likely true. Let's go. Since that's the case, we'll visit the village head and ask about the situation, he said to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning nodded in agreement, and the two walked side by side further into the village. By the afternoon, the intense sunlight had burned away the mist, revealing the true appearance of the village. Houses with red bricks and white walls were scattered neatly throughout the valley. Though nestled deep within the mountains, this small village was equipped with surprisingly complete facilities, sufficient to meet the daily needs of the locals. Lin Shi and Xiao Ning stood in front of the village chief's house, a clean and tidy courtyard. Out of courtesy, the two gently knocked on the wooden door. With a dull thud, the door swung open, revealing an elderly woman with silver hair. Her cloudy eyes stared blankly at them, her face full of wariness. Hello, Grandma. I am. Xiao Ning had just started speaking when the door slammed shut with a loud bang, as if the people standing outside were something terrifying. The two exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. Go away. Leave. A hoarse voice called out from inside the house. Our village doesn't welcome you. You'll bring disaster here. Her words were strange and disjointed, leaving them puzzled. Who are you? What do you want? A voice suddenly came from behind them as they stood there, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Shi turned around to see a middle-aged woman walking toward them, carrying a bamboo basket full of vegetables. Her skin was tanned, her build strong, and she appeared to be someone from the village chief's household. Auntie, we're here to investigate the rumors of hauntings in the village, Xiao Ning quickly explained, worried they might be mistaken for suspicious individuals. We met an old man at the village entrance, and he told us to come here to ask about it. Another investigation? There have been several already, and none of them found anything. The woman muttered under her breath, her brow furrowed. Yinfang, quickly, send them away. The village doesn't welcome them. The elderly woman's raspy, anxious voice rang out again from inside the house. Mom, don't speak to guests like that, the woman chided, frowning deeply. She placed her basket by the door and quickly walked over to open it. Come in, children, she said warmly, ushering them inside. My husband is out at the moment, and I'm not sure when he'll be back. You can come in and rest for a while. Strangely, the elderly woman, who had just been shouting and agitated, now sat quietly in a chair in the corner after the two entered the house. She muttered softly to herself but showed no signs of aggression. Noticing the confused expressions on Lin Shi and Xiao Ning's faces, Yinfang sighed. Don't mind her. My mother-in-law doesn't mean to target you specifically. She's just old, and her mind isn't what it used to be. Plus, with all the strange things that have happened in the village lately, she's been a bit shaken. That's why she's acting like this. Don't worry, she won't harm you. As she spoke, she poured them each a cup of hot water. Xiao Ning held the cup carefully in both hands and asked cautiously, Auntie Yinfang, could you tell us about what's been happening in the village? Would like to investigate. Yinfang didn't refuse and began recounting the strange events that had occurred in the village recently. Unfortunately, the details she provided didn't differ much from the rumors the two had already heard. While her account was more detailed, it didn't contain any particularly valuable new information. When was the last time anyone in the village saw the ghostly figure? Lin Shi asked thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. The last time. Yinfang furrowed her brow, falling into deep thought as she tried to recall. That happened 3 days ago. The village chief from Lin Shi's family had encountered that mysterious shadowy figure. That night, due to an electrical issue, the village chief had to go out to investigate. On his way back, near the entrance of the village, a shadowy figure suddenly waved at him. He said that at the time, it felt as if he were drunk, terrified but unable to move, even losing control as he walked toward that ghostly figure. Lin Shi noticed that Yunfang's face suddenly showed signs of fear, her body trembling slightly, clearly shaken. So what happened in the end? Xiao Ning couldn't help but ask. Since the village chief came back unharmed, it means he didn't encounter any real danger, Xiao Ning added quickly. Yinfang nodded. It was the sound of a bell. A bell? Lin Shi asked, puzzled. Yinfang paused, her face showing a hint of relief as she slowly explained. My husband said that as he was walking toward the shadowy figure, he suddenly heard a loud bell ringing. It was so loud, it felt like it was exploding right next to his ears, snapping him out of it. After that, he regained control of his body and realized the figure had vanished. Yinfang sighed, her tone tinged with unease. Since then, no one in our village dares to go out at night. Even for farm work, we make sure to finish before it gets dark. Luckily, the ghostly figure only appears at night. If it didn't, life here would be unbearable. Her words cast a heavy atmosphere over the room. An elderly woman nearby suddenly began muttering something nervously. Yinfang quickly went over to calm her down, and then turned apologetically to Lin Shi and Xiaoning. I'm sorry. Ever since my mother-in-law heard that bell, she's been obsessed with talking about gods and spirits. It seems to have really shaken her, and no matter how much we try to reason with her, it doesn't help. A bell? Does the god your mother-in-law talks about have anything to do with that sound? Lin Shi asked, still perplexed. Yinfang furrowed her brows slightly, as if deep in thought. Finally, she nodded. There might be a connection. In Misty Village, there have been some old legends about bells, but I don't know much about them. Honestly, not many people do. Even the villagers who were born and raised here don't really understand it. The legend is so old that those who truly knew it have either passed away or moved elsewhere. Now, my mother-in-law might be the only one who remembers, but she's not always clear-headed, so her words can't always be trusted. To be honest, I think all this talk of gods and spirits is nonsense. It's probably just some wild spirit causing trouble. If we could catch it, our village would finally have some peace. Yinfang clearly didn't believe in the supernatural, and seemed to share the same skepticism as Lin Shi and Xiao Ninger, at least, the initial reaction most people would have. That's all I know. You can ask Shou Li about the rest when he gets back, Yinfang said, standing up with a warm smile. Oh, by the way, you're staying here for a few days, right? Don't be shy, stay at my house. We don't have a lot of people, so there's plenty of space and food. Thank you, Aunt Yinfang. Xiao Ning replied with a grateful smile. Don't mention it, Yinfang said with a chuckle. In our village, we all help each other out. The two of them smiled back, feeling that despite the village's mysterious atmosphere, Yunfang's kindness brought a comforting warmth. It's all right. No need to be so formal with me, Aunt Yunfang said with a gentle smile. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze shifted to the clock hanging on the wall, and it seemed as though something suddenly came to her mind. She quickly got up. Xiaolin, Xiaoqiu, you two stay seated. I need to go feed my toros, otherwise, it'll start making a fuss. Make yourselves at home, don't feel restrained. With that, she hurriedly left the room. In this remote area, many villagers didn't focus on the battling abilities of the Pokemon they raised, but rather on their economic value. A single Tauros could accomplish the workload of 10 old oxen, making it highly popular in the village. Though Tauros, being a Pokemon, couldn't be raised as casually as cattle, specialized Pokemon feed despite its higher cost made it worthwhile. A Tauros could plow fields, guard the house, and even serve as a bodyguard in critical moments, offering exceptional value for its cost. As soon as Aunt Yunfang left, Lin Shi quietly moved closer to the elderly woman sitting nearby and softly took a seat by her side. Grandma, please don't worry. We're not bad people. Earlier, you mentioned something about the god in the village. Could you tell us more about it? The old woman slowly turned her head, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes. Her deeply wrinkled face contorted slightly, as if she were recalling some unpleasant memories. God, the god, she muttered in a low, trembling voice. Drought, fire, then the god came. The bell tolled, the wind rose, the rain fell. Fog, fierce winds. Her words were disjointed, as though she were talking to herself, yet it seemed she was also addressing Lin Shi. Listening carefully, Lin Shi furrowed his brow and rubbed his forehead, trying to piece together her fragmented account. According to her, a long time ago, the village suffered from a severe drought, leaving the fields barren and the villagers starving. The extreme dryness even led to wildfires. At this desperate moment, the god appeared. With the sound of a bell, strong winds swept through, rain poured down, extinguishing the raging flames and nourishing the parched land, saving the villagers from disaster. Such stories weren't uncommon. Many rural areas had similar tales of divine intervention during times of crisis. Lin Shi couldn't help but ponder. Judging by the old woman's description of the god's actions, if it truly were a Pokemon, its power would be extraordinary. Based on his own experiences, a few Pokemon that fit this scenario came to mind. However, it didn't seem to have much to do with their current mission. After all, they were here to investigate the shadowy figure, not a deity. The mention of the bell did remind him of certain Pokemon, but the old woman hadn't described anything related to the shadow, so the two seemed unrelated. Then why were the bell's chimes now appearing alongside the shadowy figure? Lin Shi's mind was filled with questions. He felt there must be some connection, and if they could witness the shadow in person, the truth might finally come to light. Lin Shi took a small sip of tea, falling silent for a moment before speaking. What do you think? Any leads? Xiaoning looked at him expectantly. None, Lin Shi replied, shaking his head. For something like this, we need to see it for ourselves. Only by witnessing the shadow can we figure out what's really going on. Xiaoning nodded in agreement. She knew Lin Shi's instincts had never failed them before. They would remain in the village for the next few days, hoping to encounter something unusual. Time flew by quickly. In the afternoon, the two of them wandered around the village, asking some of the villagers questions. However, The answers they received were almost identical to what Aunt Yunfang had said earlier, nothing of much value. They decided to try their luck again in the evening and headed back to the village chief's house, where Yunfang was enthusiastically tidying up the room for them. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a short, lean man strode in. He paused for a moment upon seeing Lin Shi and Xiao Ning, his brows slightly furrowed. "And you are? Surely you're finally back." Aunt Yunfang hurriedly came out of the room at the sound of the door. "This is Lin Shi and Xiao Ning. They're here to investigate the ghostly shadows in the village and will be staying with us tonight." "Two more," Bai Sholi muttered, though he quickly replaced his words with a warm smile, welcoming them. After all, since they had come to help solve the village's problem, it was only proper for him, as the village chief, to greet them with hospitality. After brief pleasantries, Lin Shi got straight to the point. "Uncle Bai, earlier, you mentioned two more. Does that mean others have arrived in the village as well?" This piqued his curiosity. Although he and Xiao Ning had learned from an old man upon entering the village that someone had arrived before them, they hadn't encountered anyone suspicious all afternoon. "That's right." Bai Sholi sat down, took a large gulp of water, and wiped his mouth before continuing. "Early this morning, 3 outsiders like you came to the village. They seemed to be looking for some kind of spirit. They didn't know their way around and insisted I guide them. I just got back after showing them around the area all day." He patted his pocket with a satisfied grin. "But hey, they were pretty generous and paid me well. Uncle Bai, do you know exactly what kind of spirit they were looking for?" Xiao Ning leaned forward slightly, her interest evident. Bai Sholi immediately shook his head. "I have no idea. I don't know much about spirits. But they were specifically heading to places with a heavy, eerie atmosphere, dense forests, caves, that sort of thing. Honestly, if it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have gone with them." As someone who had lived in the mountains his whole life, Bai Sholi clearly wasn't well versed in the subject of spirits. "By the way, Yunfang, let's have dinner a bit earlier tonight. I still have to go out later to guide them." Bai Sholi called toward the kitchen. "What?" Aunt Yunfang rushed out from the kitchen, a spatula still in her hand, her face filled with surprise. "You're going out after dinner? It'll be dark by then." In the current state of Misty Village, who would dare venture out at night? Even on rainy days during daylight, people avoided leaving their homes. Sigh. Bai Sholi pulled out a cigarette, about to light it, but quickly reconsidered and put it away, remembering there were guests present. He sighed deeply at his wife's words. "It's their request. They insisted on searching at night. I even told them about the situation in the village, but they refused to change their plans." "Then don't go," Aunt Yunfang said firmly, her tone resolute. After Bai Sholi's previous encounter with the ghost, she was adamant about not letting him go out at night. "We should go," Bai Sholi replied, shaking his head. "Those guests were very generous. With Mom's current condition, earning more money will help us take her to a better hospital. Besides, they seem to be in a hurry and don't look like bad people. If we can help, we should. Don't worry, they seem to be powerful trainers, so nothing bad should happen." But Aunt Yunfang still looked uneasy, her brows knitted tightly. "Aunt Yunfang, we were planning to go out tonight as well. How about we accompany Uncle Bai? That way, we can look out for each other," Lin Shi suddenly suggested, his voice calm and steady. "Besides, my senior, Xiao Ning, is a student at Beifong University and an excellent trainer. She can ensure everyone's safety." Hearing this, Aunt Yunfang glanced at Xiao Ning in surprise. Even someone like her, a rural woman, had heard of the prestigious Beifong University. Perhaps it was the university's reputation that reassured her. Though still reluctant, she eventually nodded in agreement. The nights in Misty Village were quite peculiar. The thick fog that dissipated under the sunlight during the day would gradually return after sunset, once again shrouding the entire village. Lin Shi stood at the edge of the village, squinting into the distance with a slight frown. The dense fog was like a white wall, severely limiting visibility. It was so thick that, even if a massive creature like a Snorlax were standing far away, it would likely go unnoticed. "Uncle Bai, where should we wait for them?" Lin Shi asked as he turned slightly toward Bai Sholi, his voice tinged with nervousness. "At the village entrance," Bai Sholi replied, pointing into the distance. "See? Under that big Chinese scholar tree." Following the direction of Bai Sholi's finger, Lin Shi could barely make out the faint silhouette of the tree through the dense mist. It was an enormous tree, so large it would take 5 or 6 adults to encircle its trunk. Lin Shi had noticed it several times during the day while passing by. On their way, Lin Shi kept asking Bai Sholi, the village chief, about the deity of salvation that the elders had mentioned. Unfortunately, Bai Sholi knew little about it. He recalled hearing stories from the elderly during his childhood about a guardian deity who would appear during times of crisis to save the villagers from disaster. After hearing this, Lin Shi fell silent, lost in thought, and refrained from asking further questions. The three of them hurried along and soon arrived beneath the large Chinese scholar tree at the village entrance. Standing under the tree, they scanned the fog-shrouded surroundings with solemn expressions, waiting for the guests Bai Sholi had mentioned to arrive. Time ticked by, and the night deepened. The thick fog completely obscured the moonlight, making the village even darker. However, The anticipated guests were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi, Uncle Bai, do you feel like the fog is getting heavier? Xiao Ning asked, her brows furrowing as she gazed uneasily toward the village. Lin Shi, say something. Lin Shi, after calling out several times without receiving a response, Xiao Ning abruptly turned around, only to be shocked to find that Lin Shi and Bai Sholi, who had been standing right next to her, had vanished without a trace. She anxiously looked around, her eyes searching the darkness for any sign of them, but to no avail. Damn it, when did this happen? Xiao Ning bit her lower lip and quickly retrieved a pokeball from her waist. Come out, leopard. With a flash of light, the sleek and agile leopard appeared on the ground. It immediately crouched low, baring its sharp teeth as it warily scanned the surroundings. Seeing Leopard's presence gave Xiao Ning a slight sense of relief. Being a dark-type Pokemon, Leopard had an advantage against ghost types, which could prove invaluable in such an eerie situation. Just then, Xiao Ning's eyes were drawn to a figure within the thick fog not far away. The figure stood silently, its back facing her, and it looked somewhat familiar. Lin Shi, is that you? Xiao Ning called out tentatively, but the figure remained unresponsive. Xiao Ning's nerves tensed, and her expression grew serious. She knew Lin Shi wouldn't play such a prank on her. So, is this the ghostly figure from the rumors? Leopard, stay on guard. Xiao Ning commanded sharply, assuming a battle-ready stance herself. Leopard? Leopard. Despite calling out several times, there was no response. Unease crept over Xiao Ning as she glanced down, only to be horrified to discover that Leopard, which had been right by her side, had vanished without a trace. The sudden disappearance tightened her chest with fear. Whatever had taken Leopard away must have been far stronger than she had anticipated. At that moment, the figure that had been standing still began to move. It slowly raised an arm, curling its fingers slightly, and beckoned to Xiao Ning. Upon witnessing this eerie scene, Xiao Ning involuntarily swallowed, her throat tightening in nervous tension. She sensed an overwhelming dissonance emanating from the ghostly figure beckoning her, yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. She exhaled softly, her fingers trembling as she reached for a pokeball at her waist. This time, she didn't immediately summon her Pokemon, but clutched it tightly in her palm. If she lost contact with it again, things would only worsen. Better to keep it in hand and release it in an emergency. First, get away from that thing. Xiao Ning calculated, cautiously retreating step by step. Her movements were light and deliberate, careful not to alarm the strange shadow. However, after retreating over 10 meters, her expression turned grim, and she came to an abrupt halt. It was as if the distance between her and the shadow hadn't changed at all. Damn it, Xiao Ning bit her lip, momentarily at a loss. Should she brace herself for a confrontation, or continue searching for another way out? As she hesitated, the shadow began to stir with new, unsettling movements. Xiao Ning's eyes widened as she noticed the figure's beckoning motion had quickened, its gestures becoming more frantic. What sent a chill down her spine, though, was the sense that the distance between them was closing, not merely an illusion caused by the thickening fog. Time ticked by, the night growing deeper, and the dense mist thickening further. A cold wind swept past, making Xiao Ning shiver as her clothes rustled in the breeze. At that moment, she was certain this was no mere trick of the eye. The gap between her and the shadow was indeed shrinking. Realizing this, Xiao Ning instinctively tried to retreat, only to discover in horror that her body wouldn't budge an inch. It was as if invisible strings had bound her tightly, leaving her frozen in place, unable to even curl her fingers. Move, please, move, she screamed internally, mustering all her willpower to resist the unseen force. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her knuckles whitening from the strain, yet she remained trapped. As Xiao Ning struggled, the ghostly figure in the mist began to move. This time, she could clearly see the distance between them closing visibly. As the gap narrowed, the shadowy figure became more distinct. Xiao Ning's face turned as pale as a sheet, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. At that moment, she finally realized the source of the figure's unnerving dissonance. When a normal person waves, they bend their arm, moving the forearm toward their body. But this shadow was entirely different. Its arm remained unnaturally straight, with only the hand moving stiffly. It was as if someone were standing with their back to her, stretching out their arm, and because of the limitations of their joints, could only bend their wrist to wave. Xiao Ning's eyes widened in terror as a horrifying thought flashed through her mind. Was it facing away from her because its head had been twisted around? The moment this thought surfaced, an icy chill shot through her entire body, fear surging over her like a tidal wave. She struggled more desperately, trying to break free from the invisible restraints. Just then, as Xiao Ning was fighting with all her might, she glanced toward the shadow's position and froze in place. The shadow was gone. It had vanished. Had it left? Still immobilized, Xiao Ning could only move her eyes, scanning the dense fog ahead in desperation, a flicker of hope igniting in her heart. Phew! A cold breath suddenly brushed against the back of her neck, and instantly, goosebumps erupted all over her body. She could feel something behind her, staring intently at her back. A suffocating silence enveloped the entire village. Summoning her courage, Xiaoning slowly shifted her gaze sideways, trying to catch a glimpse of what was behind her. Suddenly, a dark silhouette filled her vision. Her eyes widened in shock as she found herself face-to-face with a blood-red eye. A piercing scream tore through the night, shattering the fog and echoing endlessly through the desolate village. Where on earth is this? Is this still even in the country? Lin Shi crossed his arms, squinting as he tried to make out his surroundings. The sudden disappearance of Qiu Ning and Bai Sholi made his heart sink, and he couldn't help but grow more alert. Gyarados, come out! Without hesitation, Lin Shi took out a Pokeball and released his Gyarados. The massive water-type Pokemon emerged in the thick mist, letting out a deep roar. Use Twister to blow this fog away, Lin Shi commanded decisively. In this situation, the top priority was to clear the aggravating fog. Roar! Gyarados bellowed, and a surge of turquoise dragon-type energy erupted around its body. The air began to churn violently as a powerful twister formed around Gyarados, quickly pulling the surrounding fog into its swirling vortex. However, despite the impressive force of Gyarados' twister, the dense fog seemed endless, showing no sign of dissipating. It won't clear. Lin Shi frowned deeply as he watched, his unease growing heavier. Huh? What's that? His attention was suddenly drawn to a peculiar phenomenon not far away. A shadowy figure hovered in the air, waving its hands as though beckoning to him. Is that the ghostly figure the villagers mentioned? Lin Shi wondered. The entity before him barely resembled a human shoppy balloon-like figure with arms, somewhat resembling the outline of a Geodude. Lin Shi squinted, trying to get a clearer look, but the thick fog obscured the figure's features, and his identification system was rendered useless in these conditions. Gyarados, use Twister on that thing. Lin Shi decided to test the waters. This would not only gauge the entity's strength, but also temporarily clear the mist with the wind, allowing him to see its true form. Gyarados immediately obeyed. The turquoise wind surged forward, hurtling toward the mysterious shadow. Whoosh! The gust swept by, and Lin Shi noticed the ghostly figure swaying with the wind, indeed resembling a balloon. Just as he was about to get a clearer look, the figure abruptly vanished into thin air. What was that? Lin Shi replayed the brief glimpse in his mind. It was a sinister black claw familiar, as if it belonged to a specific Pokemon. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly pierced the silence. Lin Shi quickly turned toward the source of the sound, but the layers of fog blocked his vision. That voice, it sounds familiar. Was that Xiao Ning? He murmured, his frown deepening as the situation grew increasingly dire. Whoosh! A shadow darted past him at incredible speed, vanishing into the darkness. Lin Shi immediately called out his Teddiursa, instructing it to stay close by and provide protection. He scanned his surroundings calmly, maintaining high alert. Whoosh! Another shadow streaked by. Gyarados, use your largest twister. Draw that thing out. Lin Shi seized the moment and issued the command. A massive storm erupted around them, rapidly expanding outward. Not only did it sweep away the surrounding fog, but the ghostly shadow was also caught in the powerful winds, unable to escape as it was pulled into the vortex. Lin Shi looked up, and this time, he finally got a clear view of the creature. Without the need for his system, he immediately recognized what it was. That's a haunter? It was a purple Pokemon, its round body floating in the air, with a pair of detached arms trailing behind it. Its triangular white eyes gleamed with dark pupils. Silent, it seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Shi rested his chin on his hand, frowning as he fixed his gaze on the ghastly's evolved form, Haunter, hovering in the air. Stories of it lurking in the dark and cursing humans with a beckoning hand were not uncommon. Most ghost-type Pokemon were accompanied by eerie legends, which explained why they were often feared and rarely used by trainers. As Lin Shi was lost in thought, a sharp, piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. It was a woman's voice, shrill and jarring, cutting straight to his ears. The sound was so familiar that he instinctively froze in his tracks. He was certain it wasn't Xiao Ning's scream he had heard earlier. Lin Shi furrowed his brows, replaying the first scream in his mind. No, that one had been Xiao Ning's voice. This scream, however, felt different, unfamiliar. Who was it? And why did it sound so eerily familiar? A flicker of unease passed through his mind, and Lin Shi's heart began to race. He decided to head straight to where Xiao Ning was. Suddenly, a chill swept over him. Haunter was gone. The sky had darkened, and the thick fog made it impossible to trace its whereabouts. Cursing under his breath, Lin Shi resolved to find Xiao Ning first. He couldn't deny the growing anxiety and worry gnawing at him. Just then, a series of rapid, frantic footsteps broke the silence, echoing like the footsteps of the underworld. The sound was urgent and panicked, as if something was chasing close behind. Lin Shi turned sharply, his eyes locked on the source of the noise. Gyarados let out a low growl, its eyes flashing with a golden glint, while Teddiursa, not to be outdone, conjured flames that danced in its tiny palms. The three stood tall and alert, their focus fixed on the approaching sound. Meow? A cat's meow? Lin Sure blinked in surprise, his gaze shifting from the footsteps' origin. Gradually, a familiar figure came into view. As the girl drew closer, Lin Shure's eyes widened in shock. It was Meng Wan. What was she doing here? Meng Wan, what are you doing here? Lin Shure called out loudly. At the sound of his voice, Meng Wan suddenly raised her hands to cover her ears. She didn't slow down. Instead, her pace quickened, as if desperately fleeing from an unseen threat. Lin Shure froze, noticing that she wasn't stopping. Instead, she muttered under her breath, "Can't see, can't see." Her face was pale, her eyes filled with fear. By her side, a Delcatty ran gracefully, its demeanor calm and elegant. Unlike its owner, Delcatty kept its eyes open and alert. Upon spotting Lin Shure, it tilted its head and let out a soft, cautionary meow. "Shoo, Delcatty, don't make a sound," Meng Wan murmured, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Lin Shure's chest tightened. He knew that Meng Wan running blindly with her eyes shut would only lead to trouble. He reached out and grabbed her arm, his voice urgent. "Meng Wan, what are you doing here?" At that moment, another blood-curdling scream pierced the night, stabbing into the depths of their souls. Lin Shure winced, clutching his ears against the painful sound. But this time, the scream confirmed what he had suspected. It was the same scream he had heard the first time. This was the first time Lin Shure had seen someone completely lose their composure. When he grabbed Meng Wan's arm, her body trembled violently, her eyes shut tight, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. Lin Shure could clearly see her hair standing on end, as if she had been electrocuted, and her entire body was trembling slightly, as though she might break down at any moment. "Meng Wan, it's me, Lin Shure," Lin Shure said patiently in a low voice, his gaze tinged with helplessness. She suddenly opened her eyes, but didn't look at him. Instead, she stared firmly at her own hands, as if trying to confirm something. "Lin Shure? No, impossible," she gasped, her voice trembling. Don't try to trick me. I've seen it on TV. As soon as I open my eyes, who knows what might appear in front of me?" She shook her head quickly and shut her eyes tightly again. It seemed that as long as she kept her eyes closed, she could alleviate some of the overwhelming fear. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Lin Shure sighed inwardly and said, "Meng Wan Kuma, use Thunder Punch to help her calm down, but go easy." Ego, Kuma, the small bear Pokemon, nodded, its palm sparking with electricity as it gently touched Meng Wan's arm. The electric current surged through Meng Wan's body, and the sharp, burning sensation made her immediately open her eyes. By the time she realized she wanted to close them again, Lin Shure was already standing right in front of her. "Lin Shure, what are you doing here?" Meng Wan's eyes widened in shock, staring at him in disbelief. This place was several hours away from the city, nestled deep in the mountains in a small village. She never expected to run into Lin Shure here. "I was about to ask you the same thing," Lin Shure replied, looking at her with a puzzled expression, as if he had just bumped into a neighbor in the middle of a desert. Meng Wan opened her mouth to explain, but Lin Shure interrupted her suddenly. "Did you hear that bell?" Lin Shure perked up his ears, his gaze wandering as he focused on the sounds around them. "Bell?" Meng Wan froze for a moment, but quickly quieted down to listen with him. Dong, a deep, resonant bell sound echoed from afar, loud and distant, like the toll of a massive ancient bell, striking a chord in their hearts. Whoosh! A dark shadow darted across the sky, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. "Hunter!" Meng Wan exclaimed, immediately recognizing the ghostly Pokemon flying through the air. Her voice carried a mix of surprise and urgency. Lin Shure's expression shifted as he turned to her. "That Haunter, could it be the evolved form of your sister's Ghastly?" "Yes, that's it. We came here looking for it." Meng Wan nodded quickly, her eyes fixed on the Haunter that had already vanished. She was about to leap forward and give chase, but before she could act, Lin Shure grabbed her arm. "In this dense fog and dark night, ghost-type Pokemon are like fish in water. You won't catch up to it. Let me go? I have to bring it back." Meng Wan struggled anxiously, but seeing that the Haunter had already disappeared without a trace, she clenched her fists in frustration and said, "We need to find the others first. Otherwise, how will you even know what you've lost?" Seeing her overwhelming worry, Lin Shure had no choice but to lead her in the direction of the scream they had heard from Qiu Ning earlier. Concerned for Meng Wan's safety, he decided he couldn't leave her alone in such an environment. Bang! Suddenly, a loud burst of light pierced through the thick fog, shattering the silence of the night. Lin Shure and Meng Wan exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening as they quickened their pace. "Blastoise, use Water Pulse." Qiu Ning stood behind her Blastoise, calmly issuing commands. Blastoise charged its cannons, aiming at the sky. Several bursts of Water Pulse shot out like rapid-fire projectiles, colliding perfectly with the blue fireballs descending from the air. The impact triggered a series of powerful explosions. "It's Qiu Ning," Meng Wan exclaimed in relief, finally letting out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. Lin Shure and Meng Wan quickened their steps, hurrying toward Qiu Ning's location. Qiu Ning seemed to be battling something. Lin Shure and his companions quickened their pace toward her. Looking up at the sky, They could vaguely make out a shadowy figure moving within the hazy mist. Just as they approached the combat zone, a sudden light flared from the other side, accompanied by an urgent shout piercing through the fog. Xiaowan, is that you? Lin Shi glanced around cautiously and noticed that apart from him and Xiao Ning, others were also converging from different directions. Peering through the mist, he recognized the leader. It was Meng Gu, followed closely by Sholi and a plump middle-aged woman. All three wore expressions of tension and urgency. Sis, I'm here. Hearing Meng Ji's voice, Meng Wan leapt up excitedly, waving her arms vigorously in the air. Meng Gu and her group noticed the commotion and immediately quickened their pace, pushing through the fog to join them. Soon, the two groups reunited in this eerie area. Lin Shi, are you okay? Xiao Ning asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Perfectly fine, Lin Shi replied, shaking his head. He then looked up at the shifting shadow in the sky. Xiao Ning, what is that thing? I don't know. Xiao Ning answered gravely, shaking her head. She recalled the moment she was ambushed by the ghostly figure had been so sudden that she thought her life was about to end. At the critical moment, a deafening toll of a bell had echoed in her ears. With the reverberation of the sound, the surroundings shattered like broken glass, revealing that everything she had seen was merely an illusion. Once she regained clarity, she immediately noticed the floating shadow in the sky and summoned her Blastoise to launch an attack without hesitation. Lin Shi also focused on the shadowy figure hidden in the mist and thought to himself. If his guess was correct, the will-o-wisps that had saved Ghastly earlier were likely its doing. Suddenly, Xiao Ning's expression changed drastically. She shouted a warning. Everyone, be careful. Before her voice faded, a blinding white light burst from the sky, slicing through the thick mist and creating a dazzling Tyndall effect. The entire space turned into a blinding white expanse, disorienting everyone. A sharp, searing pain struck Lin Shi's head. His vision began to twist and warp as he realized he had fallen victim to some kind of psychic ability, pulling him into an endless abyss of darkness. Damn it, he muttered, clenching his teeth in an effort to stay conscious, though his awareness was slipping away. In that critical moment, the toll of the bell resounded once more, this time like thunder erupting from the ground, reverberating directly through their souls. With the bell's aid, Lin Shi managed to break free from the illusion. Clutching his throbbing head, he struggled to lift his gaze to the sky. What is that? Lin Shi squinted. Through the dissipating mist, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a massive, blood-red eye before it vanished into the fog. Forcing himself to his feet, Lin Shi scanned his surroundings and saw that the others were also clutching their heads in pain. However, aside from the apparent mental anguish, they seemed physically unharmed. He exhaled in relief and bent down to help Xiao Ning to her feet. Where did that thing go? Xiao Ning asked warily, her eyes still darting around for potential threats. It seems to have left, Lin Shi replied, glancing at his phone in surprise. The screen showed that dawn was approaching. Sis, are you okay? Meng Wan asked as she helped Meng Gu to her feet. Meng Gu shook her head, brushing herself off. Her curious gaze landed on Lin Shi. Why is Lin Shi here? Seeing her puzzled expression, Lin Shi understood her confusion, but simply waved his hand dismissively. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back first. The group nodded in agreement. Staying vigilant, they confirmed the danger had passed before making their way toward Sholi's house. As dawn broke, Lin Shi noticed the thick fog gradually dissipating. Tisk, TSK, TSK. If you're sick, go get treated, but stop hovering around me. Lin Shi shot an impatient glare at Meng Wan, who was making incessant clicking sounds near his ear, his tone laced with annoyance. Quite the dark horse, Lin Shi. Meng Wan chuckled softly, leaning closer to him and teasing in a low voice. Even in the middle of nowhere, you managed to find someone to flirt with. What is it, a coincidence? Lin Shi rolled his eyes dramatically, then turned his head slightly to whisper near her ear, his voice playful. I can sum it up in 4 words. None of your. Stop, stop. Meng Wan quickly covered her ears, shaking her head repeatedly as she hurriedly stepped away from him, clearly afraid of hearing something even more embarrassing. At that moment, Xiao Ning and Meng Gu approached side by side. Upon seeing them, Meng Wan quickened her pace, running ahead and clenching her fists with a serious expression. You two know Lin Shi? Are you classmates? Meng Gu nodded lightly, her tone calm. Not classmates, rivals. Meng Wan caught up from behind, her words carrying a trace of provocation. Rivals? Xiao Ning chuckled softly, glancing at Meng Wan. Having faced Lin Shi myself, I honestly don't think anyone in this year's Baishu city can stand a chance against him. Before long, the group arrived at Baisholi's house. As soon as the door opened, Aunt Yunfeng rushed out to greet them. Seeing Baisholi safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes were bloodshot, a clear sign she hadn't slept all night. Baisholi hadn't encountered any spirits or illusions this time, but had simply lost his way in the thick fog. Fortunately, after wandering for a while, he came across Meng Wan and her group, staying with them until they eventually ran into Lin Shi and Xiao Ning. Inside the house, The elderly man was already resting peacefully in another room. Aunt Yinfang thoughtfully prepared hot water for everyone, and the atmosphere in the room grew more relaxed. Lin Shi picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and turned his gaze toward Meng Wan. So, tell me, why are you all here? Meng Wan glanced at Meng Gu and gave a slight nod. Didn't I already say? We're here looking for Jengar. As soon as she finished, Meng Gu added. Actually, we only came here after Jengar went missing. What do you mean? Lin Shi frowned slightly. Meng Gu explained in a low voice, her clear and cool tone carrying a magnetic quality that was hard to ignore. Jengar disappeared in the city. Yesterday during training, I noticed it was acting strangely restless, like it was staring at something I couldn't see. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then it vanished last night. Then how did you figure out it was here? Lin Shi pressed further. Because of Jengar's unpredictable nature, I had already placed a tracker on it, Meng Gu replied, brushing a strand of hair away from her forehead. When it disappeared, we used the tracker to trace it here. But due to the thick fog, the tracker malfunctioned, and we lost our way. That's when we had to ask the village chief to guide us as we continued searching in likely areas. Hearing this, Lin Shi and Xiaoning immediately understood why they were here. Based on Meng Gu's account, Jengar had only arrived here last night, meaning the earlier incidents could not have been related to it. Xiaoning smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over Meng Wan and Meng Gu. If that's the case, your timing is indeed impeccable. Meng Gu nodded slightly, her expression serious as she said, I only heard about the village's ghostly rumors from village chief Bai. My haunter suddenly appearing here must be connected to this ghostly figure. As a trainer, I have to find it. Though her voice was soft, it carried a firm determination. Lin Shi frowned in thought, his fingers unconsciously pinching his chin. Even though we encountered that ghostly thing today, its intentions remain unclear. There's no signal here, so if anything goes wrong, it'll be hard to call for help. The safest option is to send someone out to request support from the security bureau. Recalling the earlier encounter, it was clear that with their current abilities, subduing the ghostly figure would be no easy task. Turning to Xiaoning, Lin Shi asked, Sister Xiaoning, if we're only investigating, does this mean our mission is complete? Xiaoning raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment before shaking her head. No. Although we saw the ghostly figure, we couldn't even make out its appearance, let alone determine what kind of Pokemon it is. This doesn't count as completing the mission. TCH, troublesome. Lin Shi muttered under his breath, then suggested. How about this? We need to finish our mission, and you're looking to recover your Pokemon. We can work together. Everyone exchanged glances before Meng Gu nodded in agreement. So what do we do now? Meng Wan asked, pouting. Lin Shi analyzed. The first task is to figure out this Pokemon's strength. It seems to only appear at night, so we'll have to wait for it. But with our abilities, we might just be walking into a trap. Unfortunately, the fog at night is too thick to see its form clearly. Otherwise, we could use the system to determine its level. Don't worry about that. Meng Wan said with a playful smile as she walked over to a stout woman and affectionately placed an arm around her shoulder. Our Aunt Song is an amazing trainer. Haha. Wainer, you're exaggerating. I've just trained Pokemon for a few more years than you all, Aunt Song replied with a kind smile. Aunt Song is no ordinary trainer, she's a gym-level trainer, Meng Gu added. This revelation left Lin Shi and Xiaoning stunned. The seemingly unassuming stout woman was actually a gym-level trainer, someone with at least 6 Pokemon above level 50. It became clear that she had likely been sent by the Meng family to protect the two sisters. With such a powerful trainer on their side, Lin Shi visibly relaxed. Since we have an expert like Aunt Song with us, we'll face that ghostly figure again tonight. As for locating Haunter, leave that to me, he said with a confident smile. Help! Help! Oh great deity! Save me! The low, intermittent murmurs of an elderly woman drifted in from another room, catching Xiaoning's attention. She turned to Baisholi and his wife, lowering her voice to ask, does this happen often with the old lady? Baisholi sighed deeply, his brows furrowed, his face etched with fatigue and helplessness. Ever since my mother heard that strange bell toll, her condition has worsened. She has nightmares almost every night, and when she wakes up, she cries out like this. Has she ever told you what she dreams about? Lin Shi's voice cut through Baisholi's sigh, sharp and curious as he observed the man. It sounds like it might have something to do with the village deity. The couple exchanged a glance and fell silent for a moment. Finally, Baisholi scratched his head, as if piecing together fragments of memory. She's never talked about the dreams themselves, but I do remember her telling me a story once. She said that when she was young, the village experienced a major event, and she nearly lost her life in it. But the village deity saved her. We always thought it was just a story she made up to scare kids. He paused, casting a fleeting glance toward the other room. The old woman was still trapped in her nightmare, her mind ensnared by some unknown terror. Baisholi sighed again, his tone tinged with regret. But now, it seems like it might not have been just her imagination. Lin Shi remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the cup in his hand. He traced the rim absent-mindedly before taking a small sip. A bell toll, a deity, shadowy figures. He murmured, then lifted his eyes to meet Baisholi's. Does anyone else in the village know about the deity? Baisholi frowned slightly, as though searching his memory. At last, he shook his head. There are so few people left in the village now. Most have moved away. The ones who might have known these things were the older folks, but most of them have passed on. As for the things my mother mentioned, I doubt anyone else in the village knows about them. He hesitated, then his expression brightened as if recalling something. But, I've heard that not far from the village, in the back mountain, there's a small temple. It was built to honor the deity that once protected the village. That temple. Lin Shu's eyes gleamed with interest, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry. Do you know where it is? It should be inside a cave in the back mountain, Baisholi replied, nodding with growing certainty. But many years ago, the mountain partially collapsed, and the entrance to the cave was sealed by rocks. No one's been able to enter since before I was born. There might be more information about the deity in that temple. Lin Shu took a deep breath, as if processing the revelation. Wait, hold on. Meng Wan interjected, unable to stay silent any longer. What does any of this have to do with the shadow we're trying to find? Lin Shu turned to her, his gaze steady and resolute. It might be connected. Last night, we all felt it when we were on the verge of falling into illusions. It was the bell toll that pulled us back. That alone suggests that whoever is behind the bell isn't our enemy. Every time the shadow appears, the bell rings afterward. There must be a link between them. He paused, his eyes narrowing with focus. But for now, we don't have enough clues. Let's concentrate on preparing for tonight's fight. If we can subdue the shadow and retrieve the spirit, our mission will be complete, and the village will return to peace. As for the deity and the bell, we can leave that behind. Lin Shu gazed at the slowly emerging outline of the village, a flicker of determination in his eyes. His voice was low but unwavering. This will all come to an end. The night was shrouded in a cold, creeping wind, as thick fog once again enveloped the village. Lin Shu and the others could clearly feel that tonight's mist was denser than usual, so thick that one could barely see their own hand in front of them. Suddenly, a ghostly figure darted through the village at an astonishing speed. Its once lively white eyes were now hollow and lifeless, as if it were a puppet controlled by unseen strings, eerily floating in the air. Just then, two thick vines shot out from the fog like venomous snakes striking their prey, swiftly wrapping around the floating ghastly and yanking it forcefully to the ground. Quick, Mengu, use the poke ball to catch it. Lin Shu's voice pierced through the dense fog. Without hesitation, Mengu sprang into action, raising the poke ball in his hand. However, before he could act, several ghostly blue will-o-wisps suddenly appeared in the air, streaking like meteors toward the vines restraining Ghastly. Just as I expected, Blastoise water pulse. At the command, Blastoise materialized in an instant, its cannons firing concentrated water blasts that collided with the will-o-wisps, creating an explosion that provided a natural cover. Seizing the opportunity, Mengu successfully captured Ghastly in the pokeball. A bone-chilling wail, like the cries of tormented spirits, echoed through the air, signaling that their actions had enraged something. A massive shadow emerged high above, its two arm-like extensions writhing in the air. Around it, several shadowy spheres resembling miniature black holes began to form, hurtling toward the group with a menacing roar. It's Shadow Ball. Everyone, be careful. Xiao Ning shouted a warning while commanding Blastoise, Leopard, and Ninetales to counterattack. The brilliance of Hydro Cannon, Dark Pulse, and Flamethrower intertwined in the air, colliding with the Shadow Balls and triggering a series of explosions. Not to be outdone, Aunt Song joined the fray. Her Ampharos, Venusaur, and Rhyperior reach formidable Pokemon over level 55 unleashed Thunderbolt, Leaf Storm, and Rock Wrecker simultaneously. Lin Shu couldn't help but admire the strength of this gym-level trainer. The shadow in the sky seemed to grow even angrier, unleashing a wave of bone-chilling cold that spread outward, freezing the surrounding mist into frost. A fierce blizzard erupted, its intensity magnified by the appearance of a blood-red orb within the shadow, glowing like a crimson moon. The group instinctively commanded their Pokemon to launch an all-out counterattack, with flashes of multi-type moves illuminating the sky. Lin Shu's Teddiursa and Zangoose seized the moment, leaping onto the stepping stones created by a rock slide and striking with Shadow Claw and Night Slash. Their attacks sliced through the dense fog like swords, aiming directly at the shadow's vital point. Let me see your true form. All eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure looming in the sky. The bear cub and the mongoose slashed through the air like sharp blades, infused with ghostly and dark energy, striking swiftly at the shadowy figure above. A piercing sonic boom followed, and the shadow let out a blood-curdling scream. The crimson full moon flickered erratically in the sky, as though disturbed by an unknown force. What is that? Everyone was filled with unease as a black mist-like presence appeared before them, exuding an oppressive aura. At its center was a single glowing red eye, piercing straight into their hearts. For a moment, everyone was paralyzed with fear, even Lin Shu, who had seen his fair share of strange phenomena, was momentarily stunned. His eyes quickly scanned the ghostly entity's data, and his face abruptly darkened as he muttered a low warning. This is bad. Everyone, stay alert. Before his words could even settle, the shadow in the air suddenly dissipated like smoke. The group barely had time to process what had happened when the unexpected struck. An overwhelming pressure surged over them like a tidal wave. Several Pokémon suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, as if a massive invisible hand was pressing down on them from above. It's a gravity move. Lin Shu's heart tightened as he immediately realized what was happening. Though he too felt the intense pressure, the protection of the Mijia serpent shielded him from most of its effects. What's going on? What was that ghostly thing earlier? Mengwan asked, half kneeling on the ground as her Pikapi stood in front of her, straining to hold up a protective shield created by its substitute move. Lin Shu quickly explained, stay vigilant. The real enemy hasn't shown itself yet. Just then, a spine-chilling wail erupted from above, like the cries of tormented souls. The sound was so piercing that, even though everyone knew it was a Pokemon attack, they couldn't help but shudder. It's coming, Lin Shu said, his gaze fixed on the sky, his expression grim and his voice low and urgent. In the dense fog above, a colossal black figure began to emerge, towering like a monolithic structure. At the center of this shadowy giant, a glowing red full moon shimmered like an enormous eye, staring down at them. The darkness cast by the figure enveloped the entire area, shrouding everyone below. Lin Shu looked up, finally getting a clear view of the terrifying entity's true form. His heart sank as he instantly recognized it. This is bad. Lin Shu's heart raced as his face turned pale. The Pokemon before them was none other than a Dusknoir. Lin Shu quickly reviewed its data, and as the details filled his mind, he couldn't help but gasp. Dusknoir. Level, LV78. Type, Ghost. Gender, male. Height, 2.0 meters. Weight, 44.4 kilograms. Moves, Mean Look, Gravity, Confuse Ray, Will-O-Wisp, Hex, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Curse, Shadow Sneak, Ice Wind, Blizzard, Haze, Substitute, Trick. Ability, Ghostly Presence. At this moment, Lin Shu realized that this Dusknoir was in a semi-evolved state, its power restricted by the influence of the Reaper Cloth. Yet, even so, it was one of the most formidable Pokemon he had ever encountered. A champion-level threat. A champion. This is a champion-level Pokemon. Lin Shu murmured to himself, recalling the terrifying power of the Metagross he had once seen at Zhou Wanjin's estate. The memory of its destructive capabilities still haunted him, and now, they were facing an opponent of similar caliber. It was almost too much to comprehend. Lin Shu snapped his head up, his eyes locking onto the crimson full moon on Dusknoir's body. The single glowing eye stared back at them, as if it could devour their very souls. The others also looked up at the massive wandering night spirit in the mist with grave expressions. Although they didn't have a system, its overwhelming presence alone made it clear that this was an immensely powerful entity. Lin Shu quickly assessed the situation and made a decisive command. Honey Serpent, Sweet Scent. The honey serpent immediately obeyed, releasing a red sugary mist from its body. The fog rapidly spread through the air, merging with the surrounding mist to form a blood-red barrier that completely enveloped the wandering night spirit's figure. Don't look at its hands or eyes, Lin Shu warned the group, his voice filled with urgency. We need to find a way to retreat. This is not an opponent we can handle. If we keep this up, we'll all be wiped out. His tone was resolute, and the gravity of the situation was evident in his expression, which everyone could read. Just then, a bone-chilling wind howled through the air, freezing the mist into frost and transforming the surroundings into a vast, snowy expanse in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ning, seeing this, clenched her teeth. It seems like leaving isn't going to be that easy. Honey Serpent, Random Light. Lin Shu commanded decisively. The honey serpent opened its mouth wide, and a beam of cyan dragon-like energy shot out, piercing through the icy storm in the air. The others quickly sprang into action, directing their Pokemon to use their skills to counterattack. Blastoise, Aqua Blade Spin. Gyarados, Aqua Drill. Lin Shu and Xiao Ning gave their commands almost simultaneously, orchestrating a combined attack. Ka! Blastoise roared fiercely, unleashing a torrent of water from its body. It glowed with a blue energy, activating its torrent ability in this life-or-death moment. Not to be outdone, Gyarados' eyes gleamed faintly with gold. Even under the weight of gravity, it moved with remarkable agility. In an instant, Aqua Blade Spin and Aqua Drill formed on the ground. With a thunderous boom, the attacks surged upward, charging toward the wandering night spirit in the sky with unstoppable force. Wow! Mengwan stared in disbelief at the combination attack from Gyarados, momentarily frozen in awe. Even Menggu, usually calm and composed, glanced at Lin Shu with rare astonishment in his eyes. Buzz, the wandering night spirit, elegantly moved its hands, its blood-red eyes glowing even brighter. A wave of invisible psychic energy erupted from its gaze, shooting toward Blastoise and Gyarados like a sharp blade. Psychic wave. Lin Sure muttered, his eyes locked on the aerial battle. The powerful psychic energy collided with Aqua Drill and Aqua Blade Spin, momentarily holding its ground before effortlessly breaking through the combined attack, overwhelming Gyarados and Blastoise. Both Pokémon were struck down instantly, crashing to the ground in pain, their groans echoing in the frosty air. The gap in power is too great. Aunt Song, usually cheerful, now wore a grim expression. Biting her lip, she turned to the group. They'll cover the retreat. Ampharos, Cotton Spore. Ampharos stretched its long neck and let out a piercing cry. Its body glowed white, releasing clusters of soft, cotton-like spores from its yellow fur. The spores floated upward, quickly filling the sky with a fluffy white barrier. Ampharos, a gym-level Pokémon, demonstrated its strength by creating the shield almost instantly. The wandering night spirit waved its hands, summoning another snowstorm. The icy wind froze everything in its path, roaring toward the group with unstoppable force. So cold, Mengwan hugged herself tightly as frost formed on her hair and eyebrows. Her lips turned slightly blue from the freezing temperature. Ninetales, Fire Spin. Xiao Ning commanded decisively. Ninetale's tail swayed gracefully in the air as intense heat radiated from its body. Taking a deep breath, it exhaled a blazing flame, forming a vortex of fire in the sky. The fiery whirlwind battled against the biting cold, slightly improving the group's dire situation. Everyone, attack the wandering night spirit together, Xiao Ning shouted, her voice filled with determination. The group nodded firmly, commanding all their Pokémon to use their skills, ready to risk everything in a desperate fight against this formidable opponent. Boom! The combined attack of the spirits collided with the blizzard in midair, triggering a deafening explosion. Now's our chance. Aunt Song's eyes suddenly sharpened. Ampharos, use Electro Web. This was the only spirit that hadn't acted earlier. Upon hearing the command, Ampharos raised its arms high, and the red orb on its tail emitted a blinding light. In an instant, electric currents intertwined in the air, forming a massive yellow web. With a sweeping motion of its arms, Ampharos sent the web soaring upwards. As the crackling electro web met the floating cotton spores, the static electricity took immediate effect. The spores repelled one another, their fibers dispersing and fluffing up, yet they were firmly attracted and adhered to the electric web by the static force. The combined effect was astonishing. A massive white sheet, like a sky-obscuring curtain, completely enveloped the wandering dusk. Wom unwilling to be outdone, the wandering dusk instantly conjured a flurry of shadow balls before it, firing them like scattershot at the advancing white sheet. However, the fluffy cotton spores displayed remarkable cushioning ability, absorbing the impact of the shadow balls entirely. Everyone, listen to me carefully when I give the signal. Retreat immediately. No hesitation. Aunt Song sternly instructed the group, her tone leaving no room for argument. As the strongest trainer on the scene, her authority was unquestionable. Get ready, Ampharos, Aunt Song muttered, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze locked on the white curtain in the sky, now taking on a hemispherical shape and trapping the wandering dusk within. She stood motionless, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed. Now, Ampharos, use Thunderwave. Weak white currents surged from Ampharos' body, racing into the sky and penetrating the white sheet. The current seemed to disrupt some kind of balance, causing the entire cotton sheet to writhe violently. Sparks from the friction of the current quickly ignited the highly flammable cotton, and in the blink of an eye, a massive fireball formed in the sky, engulfing the wandering dusk. Holy crap! Lin Sure stared at the apocalyptic blaze, unable to hold back his exclamation. Aunt Song's not messing around. Run now. Aunt Song decisively ordered a retreat, fully aware of the terrifying power of an elite-tier spirit, something far beyond their ability to withstand. Womb flames clung stubbornly to the wandering dusk, causing it to wail in agony. But soon, a surge of immense dark ghost energy erupted from within it, extinguishing the surrounding flames in an instant. Its hands began to move erratically at an incredible speed, forming a shadow ball larger than a car tire. Like a meteor, it hurtled toward the group. Aunt Song, running swiftly behind the group, glanced back and caught sight of the scene unfolding. Electivire was ready to face off, just having unleashed its thunder punch. Her heart tightened, and she immediately commanded Electivire to block the attack. Obeying her orders, Electivire suddenly halted, its palms crackling with blinding electricity. Using its momentum, it swung a thunderous punch directly forward. With a resounding thud, the thunder punch collided with the black shadow ball, producing a deafening roar. Electivire's face twisted with effort as it struggled with all its might to resist, but the overwhelming power of the shadow ball sent it flying. The violent impact hurled it several meters back before it crashed heavily onto the ground. Electivire! Aunt Song cried out in alarm, her voice filled with worry. Without hesitation, she recalled Electivire into its Pokeball. That Electivire had been defeated by the Shadow Ball of Dusknoir in just one strike was utterly shocking. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as Dusknoir descended from the air like a ferocious beast. Its massive body slammed into the earth, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Its single, glowing red eye flickered ominously, and an invisible force of gravity suddenly descended upon the area. Everyone felt as if an unseen weight was pressing down on them, making their movement sluggish and almost impossible. Damn it! Lin Shi gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming power before him, his heart racing with anxiety. His hand reached for the talisman hanging around his neck, which contained the Calamity Gem. He desperately hoped it would respond, but no matter how hard he tried, the gem remained unresponsive. Dusknoir advanced slowly, step by step, exuding an oppressive aura that made everyone feel suffocated. The fear in their hearts grew, spreading like a shadow, as if the end was near. Suddenly, the loud toll of a bell reverberated through the silent village night, clear and piercing. Everyone froze, including Dusknoir, whose massive form hesitated for a moment, seemingly affected. Gradually, the oppressive gravity that had enveloped them began to dissipate. The weight that had held them down vanished as if it had never been there. Aunt Song, Xiaoning called out loudly. Aunt Song turned her head, their eyes meeting. They exchanged a knowing nod and immediately commanded their Pokemon. Venusaur, Grass Pledge, Aunt Song ordered in a low voice. Blastoise, Water Pledge, Xiaoning followed up swiftly. The two Pokemon exchanged a glance, as if understanding each other perfectly. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from them. Venusaur's flower bloomed once more, releasing waves of green energy. Pillars of light shot up from the ground before it, tearing through the air. At the same time, Blastoise braced itself firmly, its limbs planted on the ground, as blue energy columns rose alongside Venusaur's green beams, intertwining as they surged toward Dusknoir. The combined forces collided in a dazzling explosion, their energies merging into a powerful impact. The air grew thick with humidity, and the ground beneath them turned muddy from the fusion of water and grass energy. The resulting swampy terrain trapped Dusknoir's legs, leaving it momentarily immobilized. The attack worked. Run while you can. Xiaoning shouted urgently, leading the group and their Pokemon as they fled toward the village, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Dusknoir. However, after only a few steps, the muddy ground beneath them suddenly froze over with a layer of frost, forming a thin sheet of ice. Dusknoir struggled, shattering the ice as it fought to free its legs from the mire. Its blood-red eye burned with fury as it scanned the direction in which they had fled. After a brief hesitation, it seemed to reach a decision. To their surprise, it did not pursue them. Instead, it stood still, lowering its head as if sensing the direction from which the bell had tolled. Its massive form appeared lost, and finally, it vanished into the dense mist, disappearing without a trace. On a foggy night, the village resembled a forgotten ruin, with the dim light from the houses barely piercing through the dense mist. Accompanied by the deafening toll of a bell, Lin Shi and his group finally returned safely to the village chief's house. You're finally back? Quick, come inside. What happened? The Bai couple, seeing the group panting and disheveled, asked with concern. Ever since the bell rang, the villagers, plagued by unease, had refrained from venturing outside to investigate. Hearing the question, the group fell silent. Mengwan glanced fearfully at the dark world outside the window, her heart heavy with worry. It didn't follow us, did it? Lin Shi quietly opened the search system, trying to track the wandering spirit's whereabouts. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. The group collectively exhaled, collapsing onto the floor, relieved to have narrowly escaped danger for now. What on earth is going on? How could a heavenly king-level spirit appear in the village? Xiaoning asked, still shaken. Lin Shi sat in a chair, accepting a cup of hot tea from Aunt Yunfang, and spoke slowly. Who knows? I've never heard of such a thing. But he took a sip of tea, his gaze shifting to Meng Gu. I think I now understand why Ghastly appeared here. Meng Gu, who was cleaning Ghastly's pokeball, nodded in acknowledgement, as if she had reached the same conclusion. The cloth of the spirit world, she said softly. Exactly. The cloth of the spirit world is an essential item for a wandering spirit to evolve into a Dusknoir. This wandering spirit, which somehow appeared in Misty Village, must have sensed the cloth of the spirit world and used a special method to summon Ghastly here, Lin Shi explained gravely, rubbing his hands together in thought. His expression grew even more serious as he continued. And I don't know if you noticed, but during the battle earlier, the wandering spirit didn't seem to be fighting at full strength. If it wasn't out of some sudden kindness, it's likely because it's in the critical stage of absorbing the cloth of the spirit world to evolve and doesn't want to waste energy. The group reflected on the battle, nodding silently. Though there's only one rank between Heavenly King level and Gym Leader level, the difference in power is vast. The wandering spirit from earlier indeed seemed to be holding back. On the other hand, If it completes its evolution, it would not only grow significantly stronger, but also lose any remaining constraints, leading to unimaginable consequences. Lin Shi's words cast a heavy silence over the group until Meng Wan finally broke it. So what should we do now? Lin Shi, do you have any ideas? She asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry as they locked onto him. The others in the room also turned their attention to Lin Shi, seemingly placing all their hopes on him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lin Shi clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them. Without much hesitation, he replied, given the current situation, we're no match for the wandering spirit. The best course of action is to wait until daylight, then leave the village as quickly as possible and head to a place where we can contact the outside world to report what's happening here. While we can't handle it, the Xinzhou Alliance can. For some unknown reason, the wandering night spirit seems to only be active during the night. Lin Shi paused for a moment, then turned to Baisholi and continued, Village Chief, after dawn, you'd better gather all the villagers and lead them out of the village. Once the Alliance resolves this matter, you can bring everyone back. Baisholi nodded solemnly. Through Lin Shi and the others' discussion, he had fully grasped the gravity of the situation and agreed that this was the best course of action for now. Lin Shi raised his voice, trying to maintain a calm tone as he said, everyone, please don't panic. Stay calm. His words brought a small sense of relief to those present. Indeed, while the wandering night spirit was formidable, it was nothing more than a minor issue for the Xinzhou Alliance. As he saw the tension ease slightly on their faces, Lin Shi turned to look out at the pitch-black sky, but his heart grew heavier. With a plan in place, the group regained some of their composure, especially Meng Wan, who was already clamoring to call in reinforcements to deal with the spirit. Lin Shi glanced at the clock on the wall, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup as he sank into thought. You lied earlier, didn't you? A clear, melodic voice broke the silence. Lin Shi looked up and met Meng Gu's deep, gem-like black eyes. What makes you say that, he asked. Meng Gu turned to gaze out the window alongside him. The wandering night spirit is in a critical stage of evolution. It wouldn't let us off so easily. Unless. Her expression darkened as she continued. Unless it has something more important to attend to, and is confident we won't interfere with its evolution. That means it won't let us leave the village so easily. And you bringing us back to the village chief's house instead of heading out of the village clearly realized that as well. Lin Shi tapped the table silently. It's too dark, he said. What? Meng Gu asked, confused. It's almost 4 o'clock, Lin Shi explained. Even with the fog, the sky shouldn't be this dark. Meng Gu immediately grasped the severity of his observation. Is this the wandering night spirit's doing? But why would it? She suddenly froze, then quickly pieced it together. It's trying to trap us. Lin Shi shook his head, his expression grave. Not just us, the entire misty village. Look closely at the fog in the sky. Following Lin Shi's direction, Meng Gu stared out the window. The dense fog still blanketed the sky, but she soon noticed something unusual. Her pupils contracted sharply. The color of the fog, it's wrong. Ordinary fog scatters all visible light, appearing white. But the fog outside, though similar in texture, was black. This was no natural phenomenon. It was a massive cage woven by the wandering night spirit's black mist ability, enshrouding the entire misty village. If we don't act, we may not live to see the sunrise, Lin Shi said, taking a deep breath. In truth, he had noticed the abnormal darkness earlier, but had kept it to himself to avoid spreading panic. What worried him even more, however, was something else entirely. According to the system's analysis, the wandering night spirit was currently in a state of extreme energy deficiency. Isolating Misty Village wasn't just about preventing them from warning others. More likely, it planned to use the village as a source of energy once its evolution drained its reserves, absorbing the villagers' souls to replenish itself and complete its transformation. That also explained why it had been lying low. Aside from being wary of the village's divine presence, it was biding its time for the perfect moment. If it succeeded, the entire Misty Village would become a ghost town. The clock ticked steadily as the night sky remained pitch black, with no hint of dawn on the horizon. The air in the village was heavy, as though every passing second was draining the hope from everyone. Meng Wan sat by the window, her brows furrowed, her gaze piercing through the darkness outside. Her voice was urgent as she asked, "Are we still sticking to the plan and leaving the village?" "No." Lin Shi shook his head, his tone grave. "The black mist has engulfed everything outside. It's too dangerous. Besides, the wandering night spirit won't let us leave so easily." Frustrated, Meng Wan ran her fingers through her hair, clearly realizing the gravity of their situation. "So we're just going to stay trapped here? Do nothing? How is that any different from waiting to die? I refuse to go down like this." Her hair was already a mess from her restless movements, and her tone grew increasingly desperate. Lin Shi was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Well, it's not like there's no way. If we can find someone or something that can stand against the wandering night spirit, and if we assist them, we might have a chance to survive." Meng Wan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "And where exactly do we find such an ally?" Have you forgotten the bell chimes that helped us those few times? Meng Gu suddenly interjected. Lin Shi paused, his eyes flickering with thought. If that really is the guardian spirit of the village, then maybe it's our only hope. But aside from those bell sounds, we've never seen it. We don't even know what it is, where it is, or how to summon it. Xiao Ning's voice was laced with worry. Meng Wan nodded and quickly added, the only person in the village who might have seen it is the old woman. But now, she trailed off, her gaze drifting unconsciously toward the house across from them. Lin Shi's frown deepened, frustration and anxiety building with no outlet. Even though he had the system at his disposal, he still needed more information. Earlier at the village chief's house, he had tried every Pokemon he could think of, including Bronzong, but nothing yielded any results. And with the current conditions outside, wandering around aimlessly was not an option. He had to narrow the search area, at least enough to determine a general direction. But the only person who might know the truth was currently unable to communicate with them effectively. Should we check the small temple in the back mountain? Lin Shi wondered to himself. I might have an idea, Meng Gu said slowly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Really? Meng Wan grabbed Meng Gu's sleeve excitedly, shaking it eagerly. Sister, tell me, what's your idea? Meng Gu smiled faintly and reached into her pocket, pulling out a brand new Pokeball. Watch closely. With a gentle toss, a flash of red light revealed a Pokemon in midair. Its form was round and slightly oval, its pale pink exterior giving it a soft, mysterious appearance. Its mouth, resembling that of a tapir, was slightly open, making it look both adorable and enigmatic. Lin Shi froze for a moment, staring at the unfamiliar creature. As a string of data rapidly appeared before his eyes, his expression grew more focused. Meng Ji's Mana is a level 18 Pokemon. This female creature stands at 0.5 meters tall, weighs 20 kilograms, and possesses psychic-type abilities with the Forewarn ability. It has mastered moves such as Defense Curl, Psywave, Lucky Chant, Yawn, Psybeam, Hypnosis, and Dream Eater. As a Dream Eater Pokemon, its most striking feature is the faint glow emitted by the patterns on its body while it consumes dreams. This is a Pokemon I recently caught, Meng Gu explained, gently stroking Muna's head. Since its level is still relatively low, I haven't had the chance to use it in battles yet. However, it has a unique ability. It can project people's dreams for others to see. She glanced around at the group and continued. Perhaps we could project the old lady's dream directly. That way, we wouldn't disturb her, but could still gather the information we need. Lin Shi was the first to respond. That's a great idea. It might indeed be our only way to obtain information about the god. He gave Meng Gu a thumbs up in approval. Big sis, that's brilliant. Meng Wan chimed in enthusiastically. Turning to the Bai couple, Meng Gu solemnly assured them. Please rest assured, this method will not harm the elderly lady in any way. Considering they were the old woman's relatives, earning their consent was crucial. The Bai couple, aware of the pressing situation and the importance of the information the old lady might hold about the god, nodded in agreement. While the old lady remained asleep, the group gathered around her bed. Go ahead, let's see her dream, Meng Gu murmured softly. Mana. The Pokemon called out in its gentle voice, placing its small paw on the old lattice arm. The cherry blossom-like purple patterns on its body began to glow faintly. Black smoke emerged from its nose, coalescing in the air into a blurry image, but it struggled to form a clear projection. Mana trembled with evident discomfort, as if experiencing pain. Are you okay? Meng Gu asked with concern, gently petting the Pokemon. She turned to the others and explained, Mana's level is too low, and its skills are still underdeveloped. The old lattice dream is too complex for it to fully project right now. Just then, Lin Shi's Teddy Ursa let out a soft cry. Ursa. The crescent-shaped mark on its forehead began to emit an increasingly brilliant glow, resembling the crescent moon in the night sky. This glow, Lin Shi muttered thoughtfully. It's just like the light from the lunar wing. He recalled the feather of Cresselia at home, which emitted a similar radiance. Under the gentle, luminous glow, Mana's pained expression gradually eased. The surroundings began to distort and shift, and with a sound akin to glass shattering, the scene transformed. Lowering his arm, which had been shielding his eyes from the intense light, Lin Shi looked around in confusion at the unfamiliar environment. Where is this? He murmured. A gentle breeze swept through, softly brushing against the large locust tree just budding with new leaves. The foliage rustled in the wind as a few children played joyfully beneath it, their laughter rippling through the air. Meng Wan stood among them, staring in disbelief at her pale hands. She pinched her cheeks lightly and murmured to herself, what's going on? Her voice carried a trace of confusion and shock. Sure, Meng shouldn't have been able to take it this far. Feeling the breeze stir beside her, Meng Gu stood there as well, frozen as she gazed at the scene before her. She muttered under her breath, could this be caused by Lin Shi's bear cub? Her eyes shifted from Lin Shi to the small bear cub at his feet. Lin Shi, too, was glancing around, his gaze filled with curiosity. The projection turned into VR? At this point I have a bold theory, he said with a spark of excitement. Just then, a distant rumbling sound reached their ears, as though a vehicle was approaching. Ning listened intently before gesturing for everyone to quiet down. In a low voice, she said, "Look, the cars are here." Several heavy-duty pickup trucks slowly rolled into the village entrance. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to warp and distort, as if they were being transported to another world. The scene before them grew increasingly blurred, until moments later, it started to sharpen and come back into focus. What just happened? Meng Wan shook her head, staring at the shifting scenery with confusion glimmering in her eyes. Meng Gu frowned slightly, lost in thought for a moment before explaining. This is called dream fragmentation. It's influenced by an individual's emotions, experiences, and stress, causing time jumps or scene transitions within the dream. Ning pointed ahead, signaling for silence again. In a soft voice, she said, "Look, there's something new." The scene ahead began to change. By the trucks that had stopped at the village entrance, a group of villagers had gathered in a circle, heatedly arguing about something. A middle-aged man wearing a gray-blue Zhongshan suit and sporting a small mustache approached. His expression was serious, and his sharp eyes gleamed with shrewdness. With a determined tone, he said, "Society now advocates science. Feudal superstitions must be eradicated. All those rituals, ancestral tombs tear them down. Besides, we've found a mine near your village. When it comes to dividing the profits, we won't shortchange you. Don't you want the village to prosper?" The village chief appeared hesitant, his expression wavering. Misty Village had been impoverished for generations, and if what the man said was true, it might finally bring prosperity to the villagers. However, the villagers themselves were vehemently opposed. "No, chief, we absolutely cannot agree to this." A few burly men said anxiously. "We can't allow it, absolutely not." The villagers protested angrily, resolutely refusing to let anyone disturb their ancestral mountain. The mustached man let out a cold laugh, pulling out an antique-looking pokeball. With a crisp snap, a Pokemon resembling an anteater emerged among the crowd. Its body was bright red, adorned with orange-yellow markings, and it immediately unleashed a searing flame from its body. The villagers backed away in panic, exclaiming in alarm. The mustached man scanned the crowd with a sneer, his tone turning even more menacing. "Let me make this clear. Our mining operation is officially authorized by the Alliance. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for what happens next." Seeing the villagers being bullied, Meng Wan clenched her fists in anger. That mustached man is going too far. If this weren't a dream, I'd definitely teach him a lesson, she said furiously. Bai Sholi recalled softly. It seems like the scene is about to change. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding space began to blur again. After a moment of intense change, a new scene appeared. Before their eyes was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 pigtails. Bai Sholi excitedly pointed at her. "That's my mom. I've seen photos of her as a child. What is she doing?" Everyone followed Bai Sholi's gaze and saw the little girl standing at the entrance of a cave. Her expression was cautious, and she tilted her head as if trying to peek inside. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she quickly tiptoed into the cave. The scene shifted again. When it stabilized, they saw the little girl kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing toward a small shrine inside the cave. She was praying softly. "Please, let my father recover soon." Grandma was so adorable as a child. Mengwan couldn't help but laugh. Just as they were watching this tender moment, a sudden violent tremor came from a distance. The little girl looked up in fear, unsure of what was happening. Dust and debris began to fill the cave, making her cough uncontrollably. At that moment, she noticed something inside the shrine emitting a faint glow. The little girl stood up and cautiously approached the shrine. She bent down, her eyes filled with curiosity. Reaching out, she picked up an object radiating a bluish-green light and turned it over in her hands, examining it closely. The group watching could see everything clearly. "What is that?" Lin Shi turned to the village elder, who shook his head in confusion. "I've never seen anything like it." "Look, the scene is changing again," Ning exclaimed, and everyone turned their attention back to the vision. The scene began to shift violently, clearly affected by the elder's emotional turmoil, making it increasingly unstable. Lin Shi pondered silently. "It seems like we're getting to the main event." Finally, the scene stabilized, revealing a pitch-black sky. From a distance came the sound of desperate cries. "Help! Help!" A group of shirtless miners was running frantically down a mountainside, their faces and bodies smeared with black dirt. Their expressions were filled with panic, as though they had encountered something horrifying. "I told you, we shouldn't have touched that thing." One miner shouted anxiously. Another interrupted. "Stop talking and run. Didn't you see how horribly Bossu died?" From their conversation, it was clear the miners had encountered trouble while excavating, and someone had already lost their life. The little girl hid behind a tree, clutching tightly to the object she had taken from the cave. Lin Shi squinted and saw that it resembled a greenish shard. "Look, there's something in the sky." Meng Wan pointed upward. Everyone turned their gaze to see what appeared to be a blood-red, moon-like eye hovering in the air. Then, a massive shadowy arm descended slowly, gripping one of the miners by the body. It released him after a moment, and the miner fell lifelessly to the ground. Though unharmed physically, his soul had been extracted. It's the wandering night spirit. Aunt Song, recognizing the familiar shadowy arm, turned pale with dread. This isn't good, grandma's in danger. The scene grew even more terrifying. The wandering night spirit descended to the ground and reached out with a black hand toward the little girl. She trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with fear. Yet, she stepped out from behind the tree and began to run as fast as she could. The shadow closed in relentlessly. The little girl stumbled and fell, rolling forward on the ground. The enormous shadow loomed over her, ready to engulf her completely. At that critical moment, the green shard in her hand began to emit an intense, radiant light. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the air, and the group once again heard the echo of a divine presence. The deep chime of a massive bell echoed through the air as the fragment in the little girl's hand unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A brilliant cyan glow surged outward like a tidal wave, dispersing the swirling black mist around them. Lin Shi raised his head to the sky, silently thinking to himself, "It's here." A cyan glowing object streaked across the sky, moving so fast it was almost impossible to track. The wandering spirit didn't even have time to react before the light struck it with immense force, sending it tumbling unsteadily through the air. What kind of Pokemon is that? Meng Wan squinted her eyes, trying to see through the dazzling light as she observed the figure in the sky. Her voice carried both curiosity and astonishment. "It's a Bronzong," Lin Shi replied with certainty after just a glance, his tone calm, yet knowing. Meng Wan stared blankly at the floating figure in the sky, her voice tinged with reverence. "So, this is the guardian deity of the Misty Village from the old legends?" "Most likely," Lin Shi confirmed with a nod, his mind swiftly recalling everything he knew about this particular Pokemon. Bronzong has always been shrouded in mystery. It can summon rain clouds and bring heavy rain, which is why, since ancient times, it has been revered in many places as a deity, symbolizing harvest and prosperity. The others nodded as they listened to his explanation, then turned their attention back to the dreamlike scene unfolding before them. At that moment, the little girl collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the glowing Bronzong in the sky. Remembering the stories of the village elders about the divine guardian, she clung to her last shred of hope. With a trembling voice, she cried out to the sky, "Great deity, please save me." Ruer, the wandering spirit, let out an enraged and piercing howl, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Its blood-red eyes glowed menacingly, and thick black smoke billowed from its body as it launched itself like an arrow straight at the Bronzong. Dong! The solemn and majestic sound of a bell rang out once more, resonating through the air. The Bronzong, radiating an ancient bronze-like brilliance, stood its ground and faced the wandering spirit's ferocious onslaught. Heedon. Boom! The two collided midair with a deafening explosion. Everyone watched the intense battle with rapt attention. But just as the confrontation reached its peak, the world around them was suddenly engulfed in darkness, leaving them unable to see anything. Huh? What happened? Did the power go out? It was just getting to the best part. Meng Wan exclaimed in confusion, startled by the abrupt change. Lin Shi crossed his arms, his tone tinged with resignation. "What do you think this is, a movie?" Obviously, the old woman fainted from the shock, so she has no memory of what happened next. "Everyone, stay alert. It seems like the dream is about to end," Mengu warned, noticing the faint glow emanating once again from the Munna by their side. "What? It's ending already?" But Xiao Ning began to protest, but before she could finish, the dark space shattered like a broken mirror, with fragments falling away. A blinding light pierced through the darkness, forcing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When they opened them again, they found themselves back in the humble little house. The old woman had woken up and was staring blankly out the window at the sky, unusually quiet and no longer muttering incoherently as she often did. As the group adjusted to being back in reality, Xiao Ning continued the thought she had started earlier. Even though we saw a glimpse of the past, all we really learned is that the deity is a Bronzong. We still don't know where it is now or how to summon it. The women exchanged uncertain glances, realizing she was right. So, was it all for nothing? No, it wasn't for nothing, Lin Shi said, a confident smile slowly spreading across his face as his eyes gleamed with determination. "We have enough information. Now, there's just one last thing I need to do." In the quiet village, faint candlelight flickered from within a small house. Inside, everyone stared at Lin Shi in disbelief. "What? You're going to the back mountain?" To be precise, it wasn't just the back mountain, but the small temple inside the cave on the back mountain. Lin Shi nodded slightly, then added, "Why? Do you suspect the bronze bell is there?" Xiao Ning furrowed her brows in confusion and asked. Hearing this, Lin Shi nodded lightly, but then shook his head. "It's hard to explain right now, but for the moment, it's our only hope." He paused, his gaze becoming resolute. "The location of the bronze bell is, of course, important, But to me, it's not the most crucial thing. My goal isn't just to find the bronze bell. He turned to everyone and said seriously, in any case, I have to go to that temple. But Baisholi frowned from the side. The cave on the back mountain has already been sealed by collapsed rocks. We can't get in. Lin Sher chuckled softly, a trace of confidence flashing in his eyes. That may be true for ordinary people, but we're trainers. He then turned to Ant Song. Ant Song, doesn't one of your Pokemon happen to be a Rhyperior? It should be able to dig us a path without much trouble. Ant Song smiled faintly and nodded without hesitation. It's a gym-level Rhyperior. Digging is a piece of cake for it. But Mengwan said worriedly, pointing at the pitch-black sky outside. In this situation, isn't it too dangerous for us to go out? Her eyes were filled with doubt. Lin Sher turned to look out the window, pondering for a moment as he rubbed his chin. Have you noticed? The black mist outside has thinned significantly. He stared at the gradually dissipating mist, his voice low. This means the wandering dusk spirit might already be entering a critical stage of evolution. Its power is likely withdrawing to prepare for a breakthrough. Now is probably the best time. Mengwan carefully observed the mist in the distance and suddenly showed a hint of excitement. You're right. All right then. After a brief hesitation, everyone agreed. As the village chief of Misty Village, it's my duty to protect the villagers and the village. Baisholi stepped forward and said sincerely. They'll go with you to the back mountain. At this moment, Baisholi's wife, Aunt Yunfang, quickly grabbed his arm, her face full of worry, as though she wanted to say something but held back. It's okay. Baisholi patted her hand and walked toward Lin Sher. Having a local guide will save us a lot of time. Lin Sher had originally planned to invite Baisholi along, and hearing him volunteer was naturally the best outcome. Lin Sher looked back at everyone and took a deep breath. Time is of the essence. We need to leave immediately. It was early April, and the northern mornings still carried a chill. Lin Sher led Baisholi and Ant Song cautiously out of the village, heading straight for the back mountain. Careful, Lin Sher whispered, and the three quickly hid behind a tree. In the sky, a black eyeball glowing faintly red drifted past, its sharp gaze scanning the ground below. It was the wandering dusk spirit's black eye. Anyone it locked onto would find escape nearly impossible. Once the eye shifted slightly away, Lin Sher emerged from behind the tree and urged, go now. To avoid the wandering dusk spirit's sight, the three moved in stops and starts. Fortunately, Baisholi knew a small path leading to the back mountain, which saved a considerable amount of time. Not far now. Baisholi pointed to a small hill ahead. Lin Sher looked closely and could indeed make out traces of the cave entrance blocked by rubble. Ant Song, it's up to your Rhyperior now, Lin Sher said. Understood. Ant Song calmly took out a pokeball, and a massive Rhyperior with a spinning drill horn appeared before them. As soon as it emerged, it activated its abilities. Its horn began rotating rapidly, and ground-type energy emanated from its body as it plunged into the blocked cave entrance. Watching Rhyperior at work, Lin Sher finally let out a sigh of relief. He then looked up at the sky and silently thought to himself, wandering dusk spirit, take your time. Coughing incessantly, the group struggled to breathe as the air was thick with choking dust. Finally, they stepped into the cave. Navigating through the narrow tunnel dug out by the horned beast, they painstakingly made their way past a passage blocked by rubble and entered a more spacious cavern. Lin Sher turned on his flashlight, the powerful beam cutting through the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. According to the old grandmother's dreams, the small temple was hidden in the deepest part of the cave. Lin Sher called out to the others, let's go in. With that, he took the lead and ventured further into the cave. The interior was pitch black, with scattered rocks of various sizes strewn across the ground. The three moved cautiously, feeling a faint, cool breeze seeping through the cracks in the cave walls. Suddenly, Ant Song stopped in her tracks and whispered, it looks like there are some patterns on the wall. She leaned closer, examining the surface intently. Baisholi followed her gaze, raising an eyebrow. It seems to depict scenes from our village. Lin Sher directed his flashlight toward the wall and discovered vibrant murals painted across it. Each illustration seemed to tell a segment of an ancient story. Slowing his pace, Lin Sher carefully illuminated each mural with his flashlight. The story depicted was not complicated but bore a striking resemblance to the grandmother's recurring dreams. The murals narrated the tale of how, long ago, Mist Village suffered a devastating drought. The fields yielded no crops, and hunger and death spread across the land. Then, the appearance of a bronze bell changed everything. It summoned rain clouds, bringing much-needed rain that saved the villagers from the grip of the drought. In gratitude, the villagers built a shrine to honor the bronze bell. The bell, in turn, responded to their prayers, descending in radiant light to bestow upon them a fragment of shimmering bronze. Treasured as a sacred relic, the villagers carefully enshrined the fragment and worshipped it. The final mural depicted the bell ascending into the heavens in a blaze of light, leaving the villagers to guard the sacred fragment with unwavering devotion. As Lin Sher continued along the cave wall, he eventually reached the end of the murals and spotted the small temple. It was a modest structure, standing quietly at the cave's deepest point. Without hesitation, He stepped forward toward the temple. His flashlight beam pierced through the temple's entrance, illuminating its empty interior. Suddenly, something unusual caught his eye. He crouched down and ran his fingers over the temple floor. Moments later, a smile spread across his face. "Found it," he exclaimed. Aunt Song and Bai Sholi quickly moved closer, curiosity lighting up their faces as they peered at the object in Lin Sher's hand. It was a fragment of bronze, dark and weathered, its surface marred by age. Compared to the fragment described in the grandmother's dreams, this one seemed dull and lifeless, as though it had lost much of its power. "Found it," Lin Sher repeated, his voice tinged with excitement. As he studied the identification details on the fragment, his heartbeat quickened. A fragment from the Copper Realm monster, a drop item. It can be used to craft skill-learning devices or assist in mastering specific techniques. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "This is the key to awakening the bronze bell." He recalled how, in her youth, the grandmother had accidentally used this fragment to awaken the bell, driving away the wandering night spirits and protecting the entire village. After that battle, the injured spirits fell into a deep slumber, and the fragment was returned to the shrine by the villagers as an offering. Over time, the cave became buried by falling rocks, and the villagers gradually forgot the rituals. The fragment remained hidden until today. "Now that we've found it, let's get out of here and awaken the bronze bell," Lin Sher said, clutching the fragment tightly as he turned to leave the cave. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. The cave walls quivered, and dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. The tremors made it difficult for the three to maintain their balance. Bai Sholi's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, "What's happening? Let's get out first," Lin Sher said firmly, stepping into the tunnel without hesitation. Bai Sholi and Aunt Song followed closely behind. As they exited the cave, Lin Sher leaped forward and was immediately captivated by the strange phenomenon in the sky. A dazzling white light hovered midair, radiating powerful energy waves. Lin Sher's expression turned grim in an instant recognized that light. It was the light of evolution. He murmured under his breath, "We're too late. The wandering night spirit has already completed its evolution." Suddenly, a black arm broke through the sphere of light, and the radiance began to fade. A bizarre, jet-black Pokemon emerged in the air. It had no legs, a curved, ghostly tail, and a single crimson eye that glowed ominously. Yellow patterns on its body formed a sinister grin. It was the evolved form of the wandering night spirit, the Dusknoir. Dusknoir. Level, LV79. Status, weak, energy depleted. Gender, male. Type, ghost. Ability, pressure. Height, 2.2 meters. Weight, 106.0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, mean look, gravity, confuse ray, will-o-wisp, hex, shadow ball, psychic, curse, shadow punch, icy wind, blizzard, haze, substitute, trick. Lin Sher stared at the powerful shadowy figure in the sky, took a deep breath, and muttered, "Dusknoir." Dusknoir hovered in the air, glancing down at its hands with a sense of unfamiliarity. Then, it let out an enraged roar toward the heavens, its crimson eye flashing with fury. Turning abruptly, it began to drift toward the village. Ghostly energy materialized around it, forming a massive black shadow that followed its movements. The ominous form loomed over the village, casting darkness like an approaching storm. Venusaur, solar beam. Right on rock slide. At that moment, a sharp beam of light and a massive boulder shot up from the ground like thunder, heading straight for the looming shadow. Boom. The light beam and the dark shadow collided violently, the explosion echoing like a deafening roar. "We made it in time," Aunt Song said, her breathing labored, clearly exhausted. She gasped for air, her anxious gaze fixed on the Dusknoir in the sky. Rarik, seeing its attack thwarted, Dusknoir let out a piercing howl of rage. Raising its hands, the air around it twisted slightly as a massive shadow ball began to form. It hurtled the dark sphere toward Aunt Song's direction. "Everyone, together! We must block it!" Aunt Song's eyes flashed with determination as she quickly commanded her Pokemon to counter the attack. At her command, all but Ampharos gathered their strength and launched a powerful counterstrike, successfully neutralizing the shadow ball. However, Aunt Song's expression remained grave. Each of Dusknoir's attacks required her Pokemon to give their all, and this was when it was still weak and low on energy. If it regained its strength and absorbed the village's souls, the consequences would be catastrophic. Her eyes shifted to the distant Lin Sher, and she thought silently, "Lin Sher, everything depends on you now." Turning back, her focus locked on the Dusknoir in the sky. Zangus, Night Slash. Rhydon, Crunch. Marowak, Iron Head. The three Pokemon surged with energy and charged toward Dusknoir at full speed. Venusaur, Leaf Storm. Jinx, Blizzard. Cover them. Aunt Song's commands rang out like thunder. Even as a gym leader-level trainer, rarely did she have to face such an intense battle, and the pressure was palpable. Rarik, Dusknoir's presence exuded an overwhelming aura, as shadow balls the size of footballs materialized one by one, orbiting around it. With a simple wave of its hand, Countless shadow balls shot out, whistling through the air toward all the Pokemon. Shadow balls rained down like a torrential storm, forcing Ansong's Pokemon to dodge frantically within the tight confines of the battlefield. At that moment, Zangoose seized the opportunity, leaping nimbly behind Dusknoir. Its right claw shimmered with dark energy as it delivered a precise knight slash aimed directly at a vital point. Just as the claw was about to strike, Dusknoir's form blurred and vanished, reappearing in an instant behind Zangoose. Before Zangoose could react, it was struck heavily by an ice punch infused with chilling frost, knocking it to the ground. Zangoose! Ansong cried out in alarm. But Dusknoir's assault was relentless. It teleported behind Marowak, its fists enveloped in dark energy, and delivered a lightning-fast blow. In mere moments, both Pokemon were down, leaving the battle entirely one-sided. Ansong's heart sank as the tide turned against her. Meanwhile, Lin was speeding through the air on the back of Gyarados, gripping a fragment of bronze tightly in his hand. He had no time for a systematic search. Instead, he raced directly toward the edge of the village. It was a desperate gamble, but he had noticed a crucial clue. The mist within the village was far denser than that of the outskirts, and it thickened dramatically whenever Dusknoir appeared. It was this very mist that had allowed many villagers to survive the calls of the wandering spirit. Lin suddenly realized the truth: the mist was not a harbinger of doom, but a form of protection. He deduced that the ancient bronze bell had always been hidden within the village. Every time the wandering spirit emerged, the bell would summon the mist and ring out to shield the villagers in its own mysterious way. Faster, Gyarados. We're almost there, Lin urged. They soon arrived at the village's edge, where a massive, ancient locust tree towered over the surroundings. Comparing the murals with the real village, Lin was astonished to find that this tree had appeared later and stood precisely where the mist was thickest every day. Suddenly, the search system reacted, and a red dot blinked at the edge of the radar. Found it, Lin exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. In the distance, explosions and flashes of light erupted from the mountains behind the village, signaling that the battle there had reached a critical stage. Gyarados halted in front of the locust tree, and Lin quickly moved forward with the bronze fragment in hand. Just then, Gyarados sensed something and let out a fierce, warning roar, firing a teal-hued dragon pulse at an angle above Lin. Boom! An explosion echoed above. Lin swiftly darted behind Gyarados, his eyes fixed on the sky, alert and ready for what might come next. Amid the dense branches and leaves of the ancient locust tree, a shadowy figure stood silently. Its single, menacing eye glowed with an eerie red light, as though it had been waiting for Lin Sure for a long time. Another doppelganger? Lin Sure muttered gravely. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the doppelgangers summoned by the wandering night spirit, and now that this one had evolved, it would undoubtedly be even harder to defeat. The shadowy doppelganger let out a low growl and immediately launched a shadow punch. The dark fist shot toward Lin Sure with blistering speed. Shadow punch. Gyarados, use protect. Lin Sure commanded decisively. Gyarados instantly raised a faint green barrier in front of itself, blocking the incoming shadowy fist with ease. Teddiursa, use Shadow Claw. Gyarados, use Crunch. Lin Sure directed his two Pokemon to launch an offensive while summoning Seviper to protect himself. Teddiursa leapt nimbly into the air, its claws enveloped in ghostly energy that formed into two razor-sharp spectral blades. At the same time, Gyarados roared skyward, gathering dark energy that materialized into a massive, snapping black maw. The two Pokemon coordinated seamlessly, launching a fierce attack on the shadowy doppelganger in midair. The shadow emitted a piercing screech and unleashed a blizzard of icy wind and snow. The temperature plummeted instantly, causing the surrounding mist to freeze into ice. The chilling air enveloped the two Pokemon, covering them in frost and leaving them writhing in discomfort. Gyarados, use Flamethrower to melt the ice. Lin Sure ordered. Gyarados spewed out scorching flames, spinning its body to create a vortex of fire that melted the icy mist around it. Teddiursa, get onto Gyarados. Lin Sure called out. Teddiursa agilely leapt onto Gyarados' head, and the serpent-like Pokemon soared into the sky. Teddiursa, use Rock Slide. Gyarados, use Whirlpool. Massive boulders materialized and merged with the vortex summoned by Gyarados, forming a swirling maelstrom of water and stone that descended toward the shadowy doppelganger. Facing this powerful combination attack, the shadow slowly raised its right hand, releasing a surge of icy energy. A blizzard collided Hedon with the maelstrom, freezing it instantly. The frozen vortex shattered as it hit the ground, but when the shadow looked up again, its opponents had vanished. Suddenly, Gyarados descended from above, its tail wrapped in rushing water, and slammed it down hard onto the shadow's head, sending it crashing to the ground. Now's the time. Use Earthquake. Lin Sure seized the opportunity. Teddiursa and Gyarados simultaneously unleashed ground-type energy, sending powerful seismic waves rippling outward. Seviper shielded Lin Sure with its glowing green protect barrier. The dual earthquake attack left the shadowy doppelganger writhing in agony, its surrounding black mist thinning significantly. Gyarados, Teddiursa, pressed the attack. Sevaper, use signal beam. Linshur commanded resolutely. Teddiursa once again charged its spectral claws, Gyarados prepared its malicious fangs, and Sevaper fired a beam of green light. The three Pokémon launched a synchronized assault on the downed shadow. A blood-curdling scream echoed as their attacks landed squarely on target. The sky was shrouded in black mist, and a chilling wind howled through the air. In the center of the chaos, the Dark Knight Spirit launched its shadow punch like a thunderous strike, sending Galagala flying. Ansong didn't have time to check on her Pokémon's injuries, as a greater threat loomed before her. An ominous red glow flickered in the spirit's single eye as a massive shadow ball formed in front of it. Without hesitation, the ball shot forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for the Venusaur. Faced with such an overwhelming power disparity, a wave of helplessness surged through Ansong's heart. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a jet of water tore through the night sky, transforming into a massive water blade that collided with the shadow ball. The explosion echoed loudly. Ansong, village chief, has informed us of the situation. We're here to help, came Qiao Ning's voice from the darkness, with Meng Wan and Meng Ge following closely behind. The three worked in perfect sync, immediately commanding their Pokémon to attack. Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon. Leopard, Dark Pulse. Ninetales, Flamethrower. The three attacks streaked through the air, but the Dark Knight Spirit's eye flashed red, and a biting blizzard froze the incoming assaults instantly. Following this, eerie blue flames spiraled around the spirit, cascading down like a waterfall. Watch out for Will-O-Wisp, Qiao Ning warned in a steady voice. The group quickly organized their defenses. Suddenly, the Dark Knight's Spirit vanished eerily in midair. In the next moment, a pitch-black claw emerged from Blastoise's shadow, snaking like a venomous serpent to grasp its neck and fling it away. Blastoise, Qiao Ning cried out, rushing to check on her Pokémon. Though it was not fatally injured, it was no longer able to fight. At that moment, the Dark Knight Spirit reappeared behind Qiao Ning without warning. Its hands, brimming with icy power, were ready to strike down heavily. In the nick of time, a spherical object hurtled through the air and struck the Dark Knight Spirit with force. Immediately after, a Tauros charged in, its horns glowing fiercely as it unleashed a pursuit attack, forcing the Dark Knight Spirit to retreat several steps. Protecting the village isn't something we can leave to just these youngsters. Do you think us adults are just for show? An elderly man wearing a straw hat strode forward. It was the same villager Qiao Ning and the others had met upon entering the village. More and more villagers arrived, each bringing their Pokémon to join the fray. Everyone, give it your all. Let this demon witness the strength of Misty Village. We are no longer the weak village that could be bullied so easily years ago, the elder declared with resounding energy. Then he commanded, Miltank, use rollout. The cow-sized Miltank's body suddenly contracted into a tight ball, emitting a brilliant yellow glow. It resembled a solid, spinning boulder as it hurtled with immense force straight toward the Dusknoir. Following closely, the villagers rallied their Pokémon to launch an all-out assault. Though their Pokémon were generally not very strong and their moves somewhat clumsy, the united onslaught forced the once dominant Dusknoir to take a step back. The battle quickly escalated into a heated clash. Teddiursa's eyes were sharp as blades, and it swiped its right claw in a fierce arc, only for the shadowy figure to nimbly evade. Before Teddiursa could regain its footing, a brutal ice punch struck it down. Gyarados seized the moment, launching a side attack with its menacing fangs aimed at the shadow's vital spot. Yet, the shadowy figure caught Gyarados' jaws with both hands and slammed it heavily into the ground. As Linshur attempted to stealthily approach the ancient oak tree, a spinning shadow ball whistled through the air straight toward him. Sevaper immediately countered with a green energy wave, narrowly deflecting the lethal attack. However, the shadow had anticipated this, appearing behind Sevaper in an instant. Its fist, gleaming with icy light and carrying a bone-chilling wind, came crashing down. Sevaper, with its quadruple weakness to ice, let out a piercing cry before collapsing heavily. Seeing this, Gyarados soared into the air, its massive body enveloped in swirling water like a sharp drill aimed at the shadow. The shadow crossed its arms to block the ferocious strike, then hurled Gyarados aside with even greater force. Linshur crouched low, observing the battlefield and calculating his next move. Teddiursa and Sevaper were gravely injured, leaving only Gyarados with enough strength to continue fighting, though it, too, wouldn't last much longer at this rate. Reflecting on the 2 months of intensive training he'd done with Gyarados, which had yet to yield success, he knew this was their last stand. No choice now, he thought, recalling his injured Pokémon and looking up at the fierce expression of Gyarados still battling in the sky. Oldly, this is it. Get angry. Gyarados immediately understood its trainer's command and began to twist and spiral through the air. Its eyes gradually took on a golden glow before turning blood red, and an overwhelming aura erupted from its body. However, the surge of energy quickly waned like a deflating balloon, and the red light in its eyes dimmed. Oldly, you're the village's last hope. Linsher shouted hoarsely. If we fall here, not just us, but the entire village will have their souls consumed, becoming nothing more than sustenance for the Dusknoir. Show your resolve, your fighting spirit, your anger, and take it down. Unlike most Pokemon, Gyarados' power was intrinsically tied to its emotions. From the weak Magikarp to the mighty Gyarados, every evolution was fueled by emotional outbursts. Its abilities to thrive in joy or fear, to gain speed through intimidate or overconfidence, and to sap the morale of its enemies were all rooted in its emotional core. Rage could ignite flames, and belief could help it soar past the Dragon Gate. Linsher's goal now was to tap into the deepest emotions within Gyarados to channel its anger, frustration, and unwavering determination into an unstoppable force. So, Gyarados, let your rage burn. With Linsher's rallying cry, Gyarados' crimson body began to twist rapidly in the sky, torrents of flame erupting from its mouth as its form started to emit a faint glow. Slowly, it closed its eyes. Plop! I am a Magikarp, but not just any Magikarp, a Magikarp that looks a little different from the others. The water ripples around me, and my scales glimmer faintly under the sunlight. Compared to other Magikarp, I am slightly smaller and slimmer, with fins that are more delicate and fine. Suddenly, a quillfish appears before me. Its entire body is covered in green, spiky quills that stand on end, looking elongated and dangerous. The quills radiate pale yellow energy waves, creating ripples in the water. Its eyes lock onto mine, brimming with hostility. The quillfish lashes its tail and shoots toward me like an arrow. I recognize this as the bug-type move Pin Missile, a terrifying attack capable of piercing through defenses. Fear surges through mites of fear I've always felt towards bug-type moves, which leave me feeling powerless and fragile. When the sharp quills make contact with my body, the fear is far worse than the pain. Strangely, at that very moment, I feel an extraordinary lightness in my body, as if a dormant power within me has begun to awaken. Just then, a white streak cuts through the Watera figure of another Magikarp speeding toward us. This Magikarp emits a faint white glow, and like a torpedo, it slams into the quillfish with precision. The quillfish is sent spinning through the water by the sudden impact, tumbling several times before fleeing in disgrace. This Magikarp is unlike any I have ever seen. Its movements are swift and powerful, its gaze unwavering and resolute, and its entire being exudes an indomitable spirit. It swims over to me and gently taps me with its fin. I'm going to leap over the Dragon Gate, just like the legends say, and evolve into a Gyarados, it declares with determination in its voice. Then it'll lead more Magikarp to grow stronger, so we won't be the weakest Pokemon anymore. Its words leave me utterly stunned. Could a Magikarp really harbor such an ambitious goal? I had never imagined such a possibility, but as I look into its determined eyes, I can't help but start believing. The sky suddenly darkens, and raindrops begin to patter against the water's surface. A human wearing a bamboo hat appears on the riverbank and spots us immediately. Whoa, that Magikarp is golden, he exclaims excitedly. I've got to catch it, it could fetch a high price. The man swings his fishing rod, and the hook slices through the air with a sharp whoosh, heading straight toward me. In the nick of time, the golden Magikarp rushes back, forcefully pushing me aside. The sharp hook grazes its tail, leaving a vivid red gash. Run? What are you waiting for? Aren't you scared? It shouts at me, while blood slowly disperses into the water from its tail fin. Scared? Yes, I'm all too familiar with that feeling. We dive swiftly to the bottom of the river, following the fast current downstream in our escape. Don't think you can get away. The human yells from the shore, repeatedly casting his fishing hook into the water, trying to snag us. The sound of rushing water grows louder. Up ahead, a steep waterfall comes into view, its torrent crashing down onto jagged rocks below, sending up a spray of mist. There's no way out. I exclaim in panic. Jump, the golden Magikarp says firmly. I glance down. The base of the waterfall is littered with sharp stones, and one misstep could mean certain death. Fear grips my heart once again. Let's see where you'll run now. The human's voice echoes behind us. Firo, use Peck. A Firo dives from the sky, its beak elongating as it folds its wings, turning into a sword-like spear aimed directly at me. Without hesitation, the golden Magikarp leaps into the air, using its body to block the attack. The force of the impact sends it flying high before it plummets down into the waters below, vanishing from sight. I stand frozen, unsure of how to react. Should I be angry? Should I be sad? Why am I just a Magikarp? How does one even feel anger? What does sadness truly mean? These questions swirl in my mind until suddenly, an unprecedented surge of warmth rises from deep within me. I leap high above the waterfall, the flames inside me burning hotter and hotter, my body growing increasingly warm, as though ready to erupt. I open my mouth and release a cerulean energy wave that swirls into a vortex, cushioning my fall, and allowing me to land safely in the water. In that moment, I seem to understand what it means to feel anger. The Gyarados opens its eyes. Whoosh, the icy wind howls as the Gyarados' inner fire of rage ignites. Its body glimmers faintly with golden light, and its pupils flicker with a faint red glow. For the first time, Gyarados truly transformed its anger into power. Its aura surged continuously, and Lin Sure could feel the immense strength about to erupt from its body. Now, Gyarados, use Crunch. Seizing the moment, Lin Sure immediately gave the command. In an instant, spiraling water enveloped Gyarados midair, forming a malicious water drill. It began to descend rapidly in a zigzag trajectory from the sky, its massive jaws wide open, revealing sharp, gleaming fangs filled with dark energy. The water drill evolved in that moment, transforming into a black dragon with its maw agape. Roar! Gyarados let out a thunderous roar as the black dragon shot down like an arrow from the sky, aiming straight at the shadowy substitute on the ground. Ugh! The shadow swung its fists with all its might, a massive black phantom looming behind it. Crossing its arms in front, it braced itself to fend off Gyarados' ferocious assault. Boom! The black dragon crashed heavily, its razor-sharp fangs sinking deeply into the shadow. The shadow's blood-red eyes flickered, dimming and brightening as the relentless dark energy overwhelmed it with pain. It couldn't comprehend how the Gyarados, which had been no match earlier, could now unleash such astonishing power. Roar! Sensing the shadow's struggle, the golden light in Gyarados' pupils grew even brighter. Its black fangs lengthened suddenly, and with a powerful snap of its jaws, an explosive bang erupted, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Did it work? Lin Sure swallowed hard, clenching his fists tightly. After 2 months of relentless training, Gyarados had finally achieved a breakthrough. Roar! Gyarados emerged from the cloud of dust, soaring and circling through the sky, spitting bursts of flames from its mouth. On the ground below, the substitute had completely vanished. Ugh! Meanwhile, in the direction of the village's back mountain, Dusknoir resembled an unstoppable war deity, with a powerful blizzard howling in its wake, freezing one Pokémon after another. Sensing the disappearance of its substitute, its blood-red single eye flared with light as it gazed incredulously toward the ancient oak tree. Impossible, its substitute had been destroyed. A terrifying black aura immediately emanated from Dusknoir, forcing the surrounding Pokémon several meters back. It rose into the air and sped swiftly toward Lin Sure's location. That accursed thing must not be released. Dusknoir now regretted its greed for the power of the ancient being. It should have destroyed it while it lay dormant. At that moment, Lin Sure was already directing Gyarados to carve an opening into the ancient oak tree. Through the gap, he could faintly see a bronze object emanating a metallic glow, the slumbering bronze bell. There it is. Lin Sure excitedly retrieved the bronze fragment he had been clutching and carefully pressed it against the surface of the bronze bell. Ugh! Dusknoir, witnessing this scene, emitted a psychic wave from its glowing red eye, racing toward Lin Sure at lightning speed. Clang! Just as the psychic force was about to strike Lin Sure, a solemn and majestic bell toll suddenly resounded. The immense sound echoed throughout the entire village, and its invisible ripples began to disperse the dark mist in the air. Immediately after, the entire ancient oak tree began to glow green, as an azure light coalesced and ascended into the air. The luminous figure stood in silent confrontation with the rapidly approaching Dusknoir. The village's guardian deity had awakened. Lin Sure did it. He really found the bronze bell and awakened it. Xiao Ning and the other girls looked toward the bronze bell with faces full of joy. Surveying their surroundings, they saw the battlefield in ruins, their Pokémon too exhausted to continue fighting. If the battle dragged on any longer, the consequences would be disastrous. So that's the village's guardian deity. Mom was telling the truth all along, muttered by Sholi, cradling his broken arm as he stared in awe at the glowing bronze bell in the sky. Behind him stood a battered Tauros, one of the many Pokémon injured while defending the village. Tragically, countless others had already lost their lives in the fierce battle. Ugh! Dusknoir let out a furious roar as its ghostly aura surged. With a flash, its fist, surrounded by spectral energy, formed a massive black shadow punch and launched it straight at the bronze bell. Clang! The bell rang out loudly, signaling the beginning of the final showdown. A massive bronze bell hovered in midair, its level reaching an impressive 81, with attributes belonging to the psychic and steel types. Standing 1.5 meters tall and weighing 300 kilograms, this champion-level Pokémon possessed a wide array of powerful moves, ranging from psychic attacks to cannon-like energy blasts. As the evolved form of Bronzer, it not only commanded the forces of nature but also emitted a chilling, ominous chime when enraged. Opposing it stood a Dusknoir, which, though slightly lower in level, showed no signs of backing down. Letting out a piercing howl, it unleashed ghostly energy swirling around its body and lashed out with a shadowy punch aimed directly at the bronze bell. The bell's ring-shaped eyes glowed red, and with a deafening chime, it countered with a wave of psychic energy. The two forces collided midair, triggering a violent shockwave. The battle escalated rapidly. Dusk Noir executed a sneaky phantom force, vanishing into the darkness and reappearing behind the bronze bell, its hands transforming into scythe-like blades. The bell reacted swiftly, its metallic surface gleaming as it activated Euroball, spinning at high speed to defend itself. Immediately afterward, a radiant white light enveloped it, forming a metallic armor as it launched a heavy slam, crashing into its opponent. Dusk Noir countered by thrusting its palms forward, unleashing an energy attack entwined with flames and shadows to meet the blow. The intense exchange continued in the air, with neither side willing to yield. At that moment, Lin Shu's companions arrived at the scene. "Nicely done, Lin Shu," Meng Wan said, patting him on the shoulder in praise. "Thanks to you," Lin Shu replied modestly. "Can the bronze bell really take on Dusk Noir? Isn't it at a disadvantage due to type matchups?" Meng Gu asked worriedly. Lin Shu explained, "It should be fine. Dusk Noir's energy is depleted from its forced evolution, while the bronze bell, though it has been in a long slumber, is naturally built for such rest. A century feels like a fleeting moment to it." As Lin Shu predicted, Dusk Noir realized that prolonging the battle would only worsen its situation. Its eyes glowed red, and ghostly energy enveloped its body as it began to dissolve like smoke. The bronze bell, sensing danger, emitted a resonant chime, but it was too late. A shadowy arm emerged from the darkness, gripping the bell tightly. The shadow sneak attack was swift and ruthless. Lin Shu recognized this skill immediately. It was a move that allowed for a quick attack through shadows, particularly effective for gaining the upper hand against opponents of similar strength. The moment the dark spirit grabbed hold of the bronzong, its body emerged from the darkness, rapidly elongating and twisting like a parasitic worm. It coiled around the bronzong, its form shrouded in ghostly energy, tightening its grip. The overwhelming pressure caused the bronzong to emit an angry, resonant chime. Despite its violent struggles, it couldn't break free from the dark spirit's grasp. "Bronzong, use Sunny Day," Lin Shu shouted urgently, not hesitating in the face of danger. A faint glow emanated from Bronzong's body as fiery energy surged within it, quickly forming into a sphere. The sphere shot skyward like fireworks, exploding into a brilliant burst. In an instant, a small sun appeared above the village, its intense sunlight piercing through the thick fog and black mist, filling every corner with warm, radiant light. "Oh!" The dark spirit let out a low, guttural growl of anger. Though the sunlight caused it little harm, it couldn't bear the scorching brightness of the artificial sun. As the sunlight intensified, the shadow it relied on began to fade, leaving its entire form fully exposed and unable to hide any longer. "Follow up with psychic terrain," Lin Shu commanded again. Bronzong's eyes glowed with a red, ring-like light as powerful psychic waves rippled outward with the resonating chime of its body. The surrounding space was instantly enveloped in a shimmering purple haze. Sensing imminent danger, the dark spirit tightened its grip further, its ghostly energy coalescing into shadowy spheres that it hurled furiously at Bronzong. Bronzong's pain chimes grew louder, but so did its resolve. The greenish-blue glow around its body intensified, and the intricate patterns on its surface became vividly clear. Its psychic energy surged, amplifying its strength. With a thunderous boom, Bronzong released a deafening chime, the sound waves so powerful they distorted the surrounding air. Lin Shu felt his eardrums nearly burst from the sonic impact and quickly covered his ears. "Ugh, this thing doesn't care who's friend or foe," Meng Wan groaned, clutching her ears with gritted teeth. "If it can't hold back, we might all end up flattened before the fight's over." Lin Shu knew that Bronzong had deliberately controlled the sound to avoid harming them too. Severely human bodies couldn't withstand such intense sound waves. Fortunately, at that moment, a Gyarados swooped down from above, quickly raising a green protective shield that enveloped Lin Shu and the others. "This must be Metal Sound," Lin Shu observed with a hint of relief. Metal Sound is a move that lowers an opponent's special defense. And it seems there's also a strong psychic wave mixed in, probably a combination of metal sound and psychic noise. The relentless waves of sound crashed against the dark spirit like a raging tide, each impact weakening its defenses further. The accompanying psychic energy inflicted additional damage, its force magnified by the effects of the psychic terrain. Before long, a massive wave of energy sent the dark spirit flying off Bronzong, hurling it through the air. Another psychic wave followed immediately, slamming it into the ground with immense force. Bronzong's intricate patterns glowed with psychic energy, and the purple aura that filled the space seemed to restore its strength. Moments later, its eyes flashed as it unleashed a powerful psy-beam-like cannon. With a resounding explosion, the psychic projectile struck the dark spirit directly, sending it hurtling into the ground. The impact created a deep crater, scattering dust and debris as a deafening roar echoed through the battlefield. "Did we win?" As the echoes of the bell gradually faded, Meng Wan stood up from the ground, tiptoeing as she peered toward the dust-filled clearing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if searching for something, though uncertainty lingered. Could it be true? Linsher wasn't entirely sure either. Was the Nightshade demon really defeated, just like that? A wave of relief washed over Meng Wan, and she couldn't help but leap into the air. Tears carved clear tracks down her dirt-streaked face, cutting through the grime. She laughed with joy, her elation bubbling up like a spring. Meng Gu and Xiao Ning also broke into smiles, their expressions reflecting the lightness and gratitude that comes from surviving a brush with death. The dust settled gradually, revealing the Nightshade demon lying motionless on the ground, clearly stripped of its strength. Linsher took a deep breath, finally convinced that it was truly over. The weight on his chest lifted at last. Suddenly, the bronze bell hanging in midair began to spin gently, emitting a faint azure glow before ringing out once more. This chime seemed to transcend time and space, resonating in everyone's ears. Linsher waved at the bronze bell, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "No need to thank me," he said to the bell. At that moment, the light emanating from the bell intensified. A pale, swirling vortex began to take shape at the bell's mouth. As the vortex's pull grew stronger, the fallen Nightshade demon was swiftly drawn into it. The scene was both mysterious and awe-inspiring. "What is the bronze bell doing?" Xiao Ning asked, tilting her head toward Lin Shi with a puzzled look. The others turned their curious gazes to him as well. Lin Shi frowned slightly, observing the unfolding event with confusion. He could tell that the bell was deploying some kind of sealing power, but the nature of the vortex eluded him. Could it be? A sudden thought struck him. He recalled a legend mentioned in the bronze bell's compendium. If one prayed to the bell, it could open a gateway to another world. It seemed that the bell had voluntarily activated such a portal, sealing the Nightshade demon within an alternate realm. The bell chimed again. Lin Shi glanced upward toward the bronze bell, only to see one green and one black orb of light emerge from it, floating slowly toward him. He extended his hand to catch the orbs. As he examined them, a faint smile crossed his lips. Then, looking back up at the bell, he murmured softly, "Thank you." This time, he understood the bell's response. It seemed to say, "You're welcome." With another resonant chime, the vortex beneath the bell gradually expanded, eventually swallowing the entire bell itself. The vortex then dissipated into the air, leaving no trace behind. The bronze bell had vanished without a sound. Where did the bronze bell go? Meng Wan asked in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the now empty sky, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Who knows? Maybe it went back to where it belongs. Just like Yuz, it's probably time for us to head home too. Lin Shi replied with a shrug, offering Meng Wan a small smile. At that moment, Bai Sholi, standing nearby, took out his phone and said, "Village Chief Bai, remember my number. When you reach Baishur City, you can contact me directly. I'll arrange for the best hospital to examine and treat your mother. The Meng family will cover all the expenses, so there's no need to worry." At the entrance of the Misty Village, the group bade farewell to the villagers. Meng Gu handed Bai Sholi a business card, settled the guide fee, and assured him they would help treat the elderly woman. Bai Sholi, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked them profusely. "You are the saviors of our Misty Village. If you don't mind, you are always welcome to return," Bai Sholi said, clasping Lin Shi's hand tightly as he watched them walk away. We will. Goodbye, village chief." The group reluctantly bid farewell to the village chief before turning to head back home. As Lin Shi reached the bend in the mountain path, his phone suddenly started ringing. Su Qi's angry voice came through the other end. "Lin Shi, where on earth have you been? You're not answering calls, not replying to messages, and skipping classes. There's no signal in the village. I couldn't call even if I wanted to," Lin Shi explained while brushing aside some tree branches blocking the path. When they reached an area with signal, his phone began vibrating incessantly. Almost all the missed calls and messages were from Su Qi Ming and Zhou Pongzi, with only a few from his parents. "I can't explain everything over the phone. They'll tell you when I get back," Lin Shi replied briefly. Hearing his voice, Su Qi Ming audibly sighed in relief, then added as if just remembering something. "Oh, by the way, you need to come to school tomorrow. The principal seems to have something to discuss with you." "The principal? Old Zhang. What does he want with me?" Lin Shi frowned slightly. "I'm not sure. It's probably about the college entrance exams. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. You'll find out when you come tomorrow." "All right, see you at school tomorrow." After hanging up, Lin Shi glanced at the mountain path ahead, silently calculating the remaining distance. He decided he would summon Gyarados later to speed up the journey. At that moment, Meng Wan caught up from behind and patted his shoulder. "Lin Shi, do you still have battery on your phone? Let me borrow it to make a call." Lin Shi casually tossed her his phone. Meng Wan caught it, and, with a playful glint in her eyes, teased, "Oh, just finished a call with Su Qi Ming? Reporting in, huh? I'm surprised she didn't mind you coming to the village with a beautiful senior to carry out a mission. Do you want to use it or not?" Lin Shi snatched the phone back, holding it high above her reach. Meng Wan immediately mimed zipping her lips shut, signaling she wouldn't say another word. Lin Shi sighed and handed the phone back to her. He then pulled out two items from his pocket. One was a fragment with a restored bronze luster, faintly emitting a greenish glow. It was the piece they had taken from the small temple in the cave. The other was a tattered piece of cloth shrouded in black mist. With a thought, the identification details of the two items appeared before him. Fragment of the bronze mirror monster, a drop item from the bronze bell. Can be used to craft a skill learning machine or aid in learning specific moves. Fragment of the night patrol spirit, a drop item from the night spirit, containing the energy of a king-level night spirit. It can significantly accelerate the growth of ghost-type Pokemon. Steel-type and ghost-type. Lin Shi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since I have these two treasures, I should focus on capturing Pokemon in these types. Sizer would be a great choice, As the thought crossed his mind, a sly smile crept onto Lin Shi's face. Baishan City, 3rd Senior High School. Lin finally showed up at shul. It was quite a rare sight. Principal Zhang Jingyin sat in his office, stroking his graying beard, and smiled as he looked at Lin Shi standing nearby. I've been busy preparing for the exams, Lin Shi replied casually with a faint smile. So, Principal, what brings you to me today? Planning to support my studies again? Last time, Principal Zhang had gifted Lin Shi a rock slide TM, helping him achieve a decisive victory in a practical battle. You guessed it right, kid, Zhang Jingyin chuckled heartily. After a pause, he reached into a nearby drawer and pulled out a light yellow TM, strikingly similar to the earthquake TM he had given Lin earlier. Oh, Principal, you're too kind, Lin Shi said, his eyes fixed on the TM. He already had a good idea of its nature. It was clearly related to ground or rock-type abilities. However, he was certain this TM's origins were anything but ordinary. Hold on, young man, Zhang said with a smile, raising his hand to move the TM just out of Lin's reach. They'll give this to you, but first, tell me what's your goal for this year's college entrance exams? Lin Shi understood the principal's high hopes for him. After all, the resources he had received were the school's utmost support. It was clear Zhang Jingyin wanted him to achieve an outstanding result in the exams and bring glory to the school. Lin smiled confidently, patting his chest as he replied, Don't worry, Principal. In Baishan City's college entrance Pokemon battles, if I say you'll take second place, no one dares claim first. Haha, good. Such youthful confidence. Zhang Jingyin laughed, his beard trembling with amusement. He looked at Lin Shi with growing satisfaction. You remind me of myself back in the day. But Zhang's tone suddenly shifted, his expression turning slightly serious. Speaking of which, I've heard other schools have been providing their students with abundant resources for their preparations. It's making me feel a bit uneasy. What do you think about this? Lin Shi's casual words betrayed a hint of concern. His eyes glimmered as his fingers fidgeted in the air. I know exactly what you're thinking, you sly kid, Zhang Jingyin said with a knowing smile, his eyes lighting up. You're clever, I'll give you that. With a wave of his hand, the TM flew into Lin Shi's grasp. This is the Earth Power TM. I know you have a honeycomb snake, and this move will suit it perfectly, enhancing its offensive versatility. Lin Shi's eyes lit up with excitement. Earth Power was exactly the kind of powerful move he needed. Paired with his honeycomb snake, it would be a game changer. Additionally, if you need any training resources in the coming weeks, just let the school know. We'll do our best to provide them, Zhang Jingyin added after a moment of thought. 3rd Senior High hasn't achieved good results in the college entrance exams for several years now, and it's affected our enrollment. From my perspective, you're the most talented and promising student we've had in recent years, the one most likely to restore the school's reputation. So if there's anything I can do to help, I won't hold back. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xinjian's sharp gaze locked onto Lin Shi. But you need to understand, if you accept this support, you have a responsibility to bring honor to the school. Lin Shi nodded firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, Principal. I understand. Lin Shi carefully placed the skill machine into his backpack and suddenly turned to the principal, winking. Oh, by the way, Principal, I just remembered, there's a small favor I need. Could you help me out? Zhang Jingyin looked up and smiled faintly. Oh, what is it? Lin Shi paused for a moment, his gaze flickering. I remember you're from Mahjong City. You must be familiar with the Mahjong secret realm, right? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, as if something was happening. Boom, boom. The ground trembled, followed by more chaos. Class 19's Jiang Yu has been defeated. Let's go check it out. Damn it, they're really not taking our 3rd high school seriously. Lin Shi quickly leaned out the window, looking down at the students. What's going on? A student looked up at Lin Shi, appearing anxious. Principal's office, huh? I heard students from 4th high school are here to cause trouble. They've already defeated several of our school's top players. Right now, they're battling Gao Xingyang from class 23 in the gym. I need to hurry, or there won't be any seats left. Oh, causing trouble. A sly smile appeared on Lin Shi's lips, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Interesting. He turned to Zhang Jingyin and grinned. Well, Principal, today you'll get to see what it means to be worth every penny. Inside the gym, the audience seating on both sides was packed, the atmosphere electric. Gao Xingyang stood in the center of the arena, his expression tense as he stared at the blonde-haired opponent across from him. The scene seemed lively, but Gao Xingyang's mood was far from relaxed. The blonde's magmortar behind him was clearly no pushover. Magmortar, flamethrower, Gao Xingyang commanded. Magmortar took a deep breath, its abdomen swelling like a balloon, then opened its mouth wide, unleashing a jet of flames straight at the opponent. The blonde-haired student only chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Crobat gust. Crobat flapped its wings, stirring the air into a fierce gale. A strong wind blade surged forward, quickly neutralizing Magmortar's flames. The two moves collided midair, scattering embers and creating a chaotic spectacle. The blonde smirked provocatively, his gaze cold. Huh, buddy, at this rate, there's no way you're winning. Gao Xingyang's face darkened. Crobat, air slash. Upon receiving the command, Crobat flapped its wings with force, releasing sharp wind blades that sliced through the air like knives, heading straight for Magmortar. Magmortar reacted swiftly, exhaling a vortex of flames that formed a fiery wall, successfully deflecting the sharp wind blades. The air slash attacks dispersed upon impact with the blazing barrier. Impressive, a male student in the audience couldn't help but exclaim. Gao Xingyang's Magmortar really stands out in flame control and skill proficiency. I bet he'll take first place in the school's next Pokemon battle. However, another student shook his head, unabashedly disagreeing. You're overhyping him for blocking one move. Did you forget how Lin Shi wiped the floor with him last time? As soon as he finished speaking, someone else chimed in. You don't get it. That was then, this is now. Look at Gao Xingyang's starter Pokemon. How can Lin Shi's Teddiursa even compare? The discussion in the audience quickly escalated into a heated debate. One particularly passionate student retorted, who says I don't know Pokemon? Look, Lin Shi now has a powerful Pokemon and performed brilliantly in the practical exam. I bet taking down Gao Xingyang would be a piece of cake for him. Come on, stop exaggerating. Lin Shi isn't your dad, so why are you sucking up to him so much? Another student sneered. The argument grew even more intense, with one of Gao Xingyang's supporters finally losing his temper. Then bring Lin Shi out here. What's he doing while we're being challenged? Hiding like a coward? I bet he's too scared to show up. Nothing's worse than fanboys like you, he fumed. Just as the quarrel reached its peak, Su Qiming appeared from behind, taking in the scene. She softly called out, Lin Shi. The boy arguing whipped his head around, his expression freezing in an instant. To his shock, the person he'd been arguing about was standing right there. Wait, no way. Are you serious? Yuri Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged nonchalantly, a faint smile on his lips. What? Were you looking for me? Lin Shi? Is that really Lin Shi? Su Qiming's voice immediately drew the attention of their classmates. Known as the top two academic achievers in the entire school, coupled with their outstanding looks, Lin Shi and Su Qiming were undoubtedly the center of attention at Third High School. The boy who had been arguing with Lin Shi earlier now stood red-faced, clearly regretting his earlier public disparagement of Lin Shi. I'm just here to see if Xiao Gao has improved and maybe earn our school some pride in the process. Oh, Su Qiming gracefully tucked her hair behind her ear and glanced toward the battlefield. Are you saying Gao Xingyang is definitely going to lose? What else? Look at him, does he look like he can win? On the battlefield, Gao Xingyang was already drenched in sweat. His Infernape was struggling against the opponent's Crobat, which had an overwhelming advantage in speed and aerial combat. Covered in wounds, the Infernape was on the brink of activating its blaze ability. Damn it, Gao Xingyang gritted his teeth. I have no choice but to go all in. Infernape, use flamethrower. Infernape let out a sharp cry and unleashed a pillar of fire, only for it to be effortlessly countered by the opponent. Crobat, use gust. A whirlwind scattered the flames into the air. Infernape, use acrobatics to close the distance. Taking advantage of the fiery distraction, Infernape, cloaked in faint blue energy, glided toward Crobat like a bird. Crobat, gain altitude. Don't let it get close, the blonde-haired boy commanded urgently. Trying to escape? Not that easy. Infernape, trap it with fire spin. Gao Xingyang seized the opportunity, ordering Infernape to unleash a fiery vortex. But the blonde boy remained calm. Crobat, use air slash to cut through the flames. A massive blade of air roared forth, slicing the fire vortex in half. What? Gao Xingyang's face turned pale with shock. It's over, bro. Crobat, finish it with wing attack. Crobat darted forward in an instant, its sharp wings striking Infernape with a powerful blow, sending it crashing to the ground. Infernape. Gao Xingyang rushed toward his partner, who had lost the ability to continue battling. The audience erupted into a chorus of boos. Ugh, what is Gao Xingyang even doing? Does he even know how to play Pokemon? That's it. Seriously? This is so boring. Is there anyone else? If not, I'm calling it a day. The blonde-haired boy smirked, casually picking at his ear before pointing provocatively at the crowd. Screw it. I can't take this anymore. You, get up there and teach him a lesson. Me? Why don't you go? Are you kidding? I can't beat him. If you can't beat him, what makes you think I can? The blonde boy's taunts sent the crowd into a frenzy, with students shouting angrily one after another. Look, someone else is stepping up. Lin Shi? He's really back at school? It's really him. The students whispered in surprise. Even Sue, the school goddess, stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the returning young prodigy. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense as Huang Mao also noticed Lin Shi slowly stepping onto the stage. If he dared to challenge third high school, he obviously had some understanding of the school's top fighter. So you're Lin Shi? Huang Mao sized him up, clicking his tongue disdainfully. The guy who got the highest score during the wilderness combat assessment last time? He let out a cold laugh. You don't look like much. Let me tell you something, if I hadn't been busy and missed the assessment, you wouldn't have had the chance to grab first place. Remember my name, Han Xiaoying, the number 1 at 4th high school. 4th high school. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, vaguely recalling the name. If he wasn't mistaken, the Hung Ha brothers were also from there. Interesting. Lin Shi glanced briefly at Han Xiaoying, with his bright yellow hair and oversized gold chain around his neck. It was clear this guy was the epitome of West Coast street culture. Lin Shi couldn't help but think to himself that there might be something off about that school. Perhaps the Education Bureau needed to investigate it more thoroughly. Brother, let's keep this simple. Skip the pointless trash talk, all right? Lin Shi sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. Haha, just the way I like it. Han Xiaoying scoffed, clearly unfazed by Lin Shi's attitude. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a pokeball, and swiftly released his Golbat. The Golbat, having barely taken any damage in the previous match, flapped its wings menacingly. Lin Shi lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the Golbat as it circled above. A stream of data quickly flashed through his mind. Pokemon, Golbat. Level, LV28. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, flying, poison. Ability, inner focus. Height, 1.6 meters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Held item, sharp beak. Moves, supersonic, astonish, absorb, wing attack, confuse ray, air cutter, gust, quick attack, double team, sludge bomb, roost, protect. Pokédex entry. Golbat, the bat Pokemon, in the evolved form of Zubat. It has a strong preference for the blood of living beings. At night, it often flies through the skies in search of fresh blood. This Golbat has been trained quite well, Lin Shi noted to himself. Without hesitation, Lin Shi reached for his own Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a new figure on the battlefield, and a sweet, alluring aroma instantly filled the air. Wait, is that? Gasps erupted from the audience. Vespiquen. A few trainers recognized it immediately, whispering among themselves. A rare Pokemon in the region, its presence undeniably heightened the excitement of the match. Vespiquen. Han Xiaoying was also seeing this rare Pokemon for the first time. Though surprised, he remained confident in his Golbat. Without missing a beat, he commanded, "Test it out, use air cutter." Despite having the type advantage, Han Xiaoying chose a cautious approach, a stark contrast to his flamboyant appearance. Vespiquen, Dragon Pulse. Lin Shi countered with a wave of his hand. Vespiquen opened its mouth, releasing a swirling, teal dragon-shaped wave that effortlessly consumed Golbat's air cutter and continued surging toward its target. Dodge it quick. Han Xiaoying's expression shifted as he finally realized Vespiquen's overwhelming strength. He hastily directed Golbat to evade. Golbat flapped its wings furiously, soaring upward just in time to avoid the Dragon Pulse. Although it narrowly escaped, the close call left Han Xiaoying visibly unsettled. Vespiquen, sweet scent. Lin Shi commanded again. Vespiquen exuded a cloud of sweet, sugary fragrance, which quickly enveloped the battlefield. Golbat, caught in the cloying aroma, found the air around it thickening, its movements noticeably slower. The honeycomb serpent conjured a flurry of emerald magical leaves, sharp as blades, hurtling them like daggers toward the airborne Golbat. The Golbat immediately flapped its wings, creating a howling gale in an attempt to deflect the attack. However, the faintly glowing green leaves effortlessly sliced through the storm, continuing their relentless pursuit of their target. How is this possible? Han Xiaoying muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he watched the magical leaves precisely tear across the Golbat's body, accompanied by its agonized screech. Judging from the last two exchanges, it was clear that the honeycomb serpent's abilities far outclassed those of the Golbat. Weighing his options, Han Xiaoying decided to change tactics. They'll have to rely on speed. He calculated silently, knowing that the honeycomb serpent's speed was likely its weakness, leaving a slim chance for victory. Golbat, use Confuse Ray. Following Han Xiaoying's command, the Golbat's eyes glimmered with a blue light, forming an orb of energy that shot straight toward the honeycomb serpent. Lin Shi, however, was ready. Honeycomb serpent, retreat into your shell. The honeycomb serpent swiftly activated its water-based energy, retracting into the massive apple that formed its body. The apple's exterior hardened further, easily deflecting the Confuse Ray. Seeing this, Han Xiaoying quickly adjusted his strategy. Golbat, use double team, then launch Sludge Bomb. The Golbat immediately split into multiple illusions, circling above the honeycomb serpent. Each illusion gathered toxic purple energy, raining down sludge bombs continuously. Lin Sure smirked. Honeycomb serpent, use Euroball. The honeycomb serpent's body began to shine with a metallic luster as the giant apple started spinning at high speed, transforming into a steel-like projectile. It shot out like a bowling ball, shattering the sludge bombs with precision, dispersing the Golbat's illusions, and ultimately slamming directly into the real Golbat. Recent training with the honeycomb serpent has really paid off, Lin Sure remarked with satisfaction. Deciding to end the battle swiftly, he gave his next command. Honeycomb serpent, use dual random beam. The honeycomb serpent tapped into its dragon energy, unleashing a fierce cyan beam straight at the Golbat. Golbat, dodge it. Don't let it hit you. Han Xiaoyin shouted urgently. Han Xiaoyin was filled with anxiety, his eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. Judging by the power of that random beam of light earlier, the already injured Golbat stood no chance against such an attack. In that critical moment, however, the Golbat displayed incredible agility, suddenly gaining altitude and narrowly dodging the lethal beam. Han Xiaoyin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, just starting to breathe a sigh of relief, when he noticed Lin Sure's lips curl into a knowing smirk. The tide of the battle shifted once more. Another Wurmple unexpectedly emerged from the apple, and Dustox instantly entered its dual-head mode. Almost simultaneously, a second random beam roared from its mouth. The Golbat, still recovering from its earlier evasive maneuver, had no time to react and was struck heat-in by the beam. The light pierced through Golbat's body, leaving it smoking as it crashed heavily to the ground, clearly incapacitated. Lin Sure stretched lazily and remarked nonchalantly. Too easy. Han Xiaoyin stood frozen, speechless. The battle had ended so quickly, so effortlessly, it far exceeded his expectations. He glanced at Lin Sure again, a sense of shock welling up within him. This guy is a monster. Ugh, guess you just got lucky. My Golbat's been in too many battles today and was already exhausted, Han Xiaoyin said, trying to maintain his composure, though his voice betrayed his lack of confidence. Just wait until the official entrance exam battles. I'll show you then. With that, he hastily recalled his Golbat and fled in embarrassment. Lin Sure watched his retreating figure and shook his head with a light sigh. It's not that you're weak, it's just that I'm too strong. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, the audience chanting Lin Sure over and over. Lin Sure smiled and waved at the spectators before leaving the battle stage alongside Su Qiming. As they walked, Lin Sure asked casually, have you decided which university you're applying to? With Su Qiming's excellent academic performance, whether in general subjects or Pokemon studies, she was well qualified to aim for a prestigious university, even one of the top 6. Still thinking about it, but he'll most likely go for the Pokemon archaeology program, Su Qiming replied. Lin Sure nodded. With the continuous discovery of Pokemon's secret realms, archaeology had indeed become a popular field. Ancient ruins had been found in places like Majiang and Qinhuang, and although traces of advanced civilizations were yet to be uncovered, the potential for growth in this area was undeniably exciting. If you're aiming for the best, Central University might be your choice, Lin Sure suggested. Central University. Su Qiming murmured to herself. The difficulty of getting into one of the top 6 universities was evident. Leaning closer to her ear, Lin Sure lowered his voice and said, don't stress. As Professor Su's daughter, just flash your family credentials, and every archaeology program will be fighting to have you. Hey, do you think I need to rely on connections? Su Qiming rolled her eyes. Of course not, of course not. Good luck, Miss Su. Lin Sure returned to the training ground. Whose skill machine is this? Which one of you snake worms is going to claim it? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the snake worms agilely poked its head out and naturally took the skill machine from his hand. This was one of the remarkable changes that Lin Sure's dense serpent underwent after experiments conducted by the Polaris organization. Originally, there were 7 snake worms living inside an apple, but now each one had developed an astonishing level of self-awareness. Not only could they think independently, but they also organized themselves to play card games like Do-Diju or Mahjong. This phenomenon completely defied scientific understanding. Imagine if a human's left and right hands suddenly gained independent consciousness and decided to go grocery shopping on their own. However, it was precisely this unique development that granted the dense serpent a powerful new ability, which Lin Sure named multicasting. As long as its internal energy was sufficient and there were no conflicts between the skills, all 7 snake worms could release skills simultaneously. Just picture 7 snake worms unleashing Dragon Pulse at the same time, with 7 beams of energy intertwining. The resulting force would be nothing short of earth-shattering. Although the current dense serpent couldn't yet handle such massive energy consumption, as its level increased and its skill proficiency improved, that day would inevitably arrive. Even more thrilling was the potential of the 7 snake worms casting 7 synergistic skills simultaneously, creating effects far beyond simple additive power. To fully develop this ability, Lin Sure assigned specific training tasks to each snake worm based on their individual traits. The leader, the first snake worm Lin Sure encountered, had the highest aptitude and the strongest physique. It specialized in dragon-type skills like Dragon Pulse and Random Light. The second snakeworm, second only in strength to the leader, focused on grass-type skills, including Grassy Terrain and Syrup Bomb. The third concentrated on transformation and support skills, such as Withdraw and Hex. The fourth trained in physical attack skills, such as Euroball and Pounce. The extraordinarily gifted fifth snakeworm specialized in special attack skills, with Earth Power being its current focus. The sixth and seventh, being smaller in size with relatively weaker aptitude and autonomy, primarily worked on physical training for now. This division of labor allowed the dense serpent to master multiple skills in a short period of time. Thanks to its multi-entity nature, once one snakeworm learned a skill, the others would quickly acquire it as well. Much like how they shared nutrition from food, if one snakeworm ate a berry, the others would benefit from it too. Watching as the fifth snakeworm took hold of the Earth Power skill machine, Lin Shi prepared to begin a new round of intensive training. Lin Shi walked up to Lao Wu, lowered his voice, and said, "Study hard. Remember last time you lost nearly everything playing Dodiju? If you can master the skills this time, I've prepared a little stash of rewards for you." Hearing this, Lao Wu's eyes lit up instantly, glistening with excitement. "Really, Godfather?" he asked eagerly. "I always keep my word," Lin Shi replied softly. "Work hard, and remember today you may sleep on the floor, but tomorrow, you could be the boss." Lao Wu nodded firmly, determined to give it his all for that reward. The thought of being excluded from another mahjong game was unbearable. Watching Lao Wu return to the pokeball, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. He knew that as a trainer, if you couldn't lead like a boss, the team would eventually fall apart. As time passed, Lin Shi's life became simpler. Preparing for the college entrance exams became his primary focus. The exam dates in this world weren't much different from those in his previous life, except for the addition of a Pokemon battle section, which caused the regular subjects exams to be scheduled slightly earlier. A gentle summer breeze swept through the campus, and the students had switched to light summer uniforms, the air filled with the vitality of youth. At this moment, in the classroom of Class 24, Grade 12, Zhang Jianjun was giving the final pep talk before the exams. "Class, the college entrance exams are just around the corner," Zhang Jianjun said, tapping the blackboard. "Although you're all familiar with the rules, I still need to go over them again to prevent any mishaps, especially regarding the Pokemon battle assessment." He elaborated. "Within 2 weeks after completing the regular subject exams, you'll face 10 1v1 battles. The evaluation will consider factors such as your Pokemon's development, your command ability, and your adaptability during the battles. These scores will be combined with your regular exam results to determine your final score. For those aspiring to become advanced trainers, many programs have strict requirements for the battle section scores." Zhang Jianjun's gaze swept across the classroom, pausing briefly on Lin Shi. "These 10 battles will follow a random matching system. The better your record, the stronger your next opponent. The opposite is also true. By the way, it's been years since Bai City produced a student with 10 consecutive wins. I hear Jin Yao from First High School is performing exceptionally well this year. Let's hope our class can rise to the challenge." Scoring 10 consecutive wins means a perfect score in the battle section. He continued, "Of course, those with average battle talent shouldn't worry too much. The evaluation is comprehensive, focusing on the foundation built during training. Take that saying on the wall. Diligence makes up for shortcomings. Mastering scoring techniques is key. For example, slower Pokemon can learn moves like rollout to compensate. These small details could impress the evaluators." Listening to these words, Lin Shi couldn't help but reflect on how pervasive the influence of exam-oriented education was. "That's it for now," Zhang Jianjun concluded, standing at the lectern and gazing out at the vibrant campus scenery. Smiling, he said, "I wish all of you great success and a bright future." "Thank you, teacher." The entire class stood and thanked him in unison. At this moment, the classrooms of the entire senior year were filled with the cheers of students. This was the final lesson of their high school journey. "Son, did you bring your admission ticket and everything else you need?" "Don't worry, I've got it all covered." The day of the college entrance exam had arrived as scheduled. In the Lin family's living room, Father Lin and Mother Lin paced back and forth excitedly, repeatedly reminding their son of various things to watch out for. However, Lin Shi, who had already experienced a similar exam in another world, appeared unusually calm as he stood by the doorway, tidying up his school uniform. "Son, we'll be cheering for you outside. After the exam, we'll treat you to a big feast." Father and Mother Lin's voices were filled with anticipation. At that moment, Su Qiming entered the house with a tall, elegant woman. "Wenjun, you're back?" Mother Lin greeted her with delight, taking the woman's hand. "Of course, how could I miss such an important day for Xiaoming? I took leave just to be here," replied Luo Wenjun, Su Qiming's mother and a renowned elven archaeologist. She added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity old Su couldn't make it. He's tied up with critical work at the Qin Emperor's secret realm ruins." Professor Su's busy schedule is understandable. Father Lin chimed in to ease the mood. "For now, let's focus on getting the kids to the exam venue." The clock ticked away as silence blanketed the area outside the school. Father Lin paced anxiously near the school gates, glancing toward the teaching building every so often. Is it almost over? He asked nervously. Then, the crisp sound of the school bell echoed across the campus. The doors of the teaching building swung open, and students poured out in a wave of excitement and relief. Sure, Shiman, over here. Mother Lin waved enthusiastically as she spotted the two of them. The young pair jogged over with bright smiles on their faces. Judging by those smiles, you must have done well. Luo Wenjun observed their cheerful expressions. Performed as expected. Piece of cake, they answered one after the other. All right, let's go eat. I'm starving, Lin Shi urged impatiently. At the dining table, Luo Wenjun placed food on her daughter's plate as she asked, tomorrow's the first round of the Pokemon battle tournament, right? How's the preparation going? With our skills, the first round shouldn't be much of an issue, Su Qiming replied earnestly. As Lin Shi was engrossed in devouring a piece of pork knuckle, a voice called out from behind him. He turned around to see a tall, muscular young man, this year's championship favorite, Jin Yao. Boss Jin, is this the expert you mentioned? Never seen him before. Are you sure he's as good as you say? Standing beside Jin Yao was another figure who had appeared out of nowhere, speaking with a tone laced with skepticism. Before Jin Yao could speak, someone suddenly walked over and interrupted. Compared to Jin Yao's sturdy physique, this person appeared much smaller. Dressed in a black leather jacket, he exuded an air of confidence mixed with a hint of cockiness. Feng Qi, watch your tone. Jin Yao frowned, his voice carrying a hint of reprimand. Hee, don't be mad. I'm just excited to meet a skilled opponent. Feng Qi chuckled and turned to Lin Shi. Lin Shi, right? I'm Feng Qi from number 1 high school. I've heard you're really strong, and I can't wait to face you in battle. With that, Feng Qi extended his hand. Lin Shi glanced at his grease-stained hand, raised an eyebrow slightly, and smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling up. Then I suggest you don't get your hopes up, he replied coolly. All right. We just came over to say hi. We won't bother you any longer, Feng Qi said, waving at Lin Shi before turning to leave. Jin Yao quickly pulled him away from the cafeteria. Feng Qi muttered under his breath, clearly not expecting to be dismissed so quickly. That's the gym master's son? Lin Shi's father watched their retreating figures and nodded lightly. He does seem to have a bit of his father's demeanor. He then turned to his son, Lin Shi, with a smile tugging at his lips. Take him down. Lin Shi gave an okay gesture, his gaze firm. No problem. Attention, candidates. Please proceed to your designated battle arenas according to your assigned numbers. During the battles, you may only use Pokemon registered under your name. All candidates are expected to follow the rules. Any instance of cheating will result in immediate disqualification. The announcement from the loudspeaker echoed clearly and repeatedly across the venue. At the Pokemon High School entrance exam battle facility in Baishan City, the announcements reverberated throughout the grounds. Lin Shi watched as Su Qiming walked out of the battle arena, a cheerful smile on her face, having easily won her first match. Lin Shi stood up and clapped. Congratulations, Miss Su. Su Qiming squinted her eyes into crescent moons as she smiled. Your turn now. Go on. She urged him gently, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Shi from number 3 high school versus Wang Cheng from experimental high school. Both students, please prepare your Pokemon. The referee announced, signaling the start of Lin Shi's match. Both competitors released their Pokemon simultaneously. Lin Shi's battle partner was his loyal companion, a Teddiursa. Opposite him, Wang Cheng summoned a light blue Pokemon with a purple flower on its Hiata Gloom. Begin the battle, the referee declared crisply. Gloom, use acid, Wang Cheng commanded without hesitation. The purple petals on Gloom's head glimmered as it flung its head, releasing droplets of liquid that rained down toward Teddiursa. A pungent stench filled the air, causing Lin Shi to frown and raise a hand to cover his nose. Teddiursa, use dig, Lin Shi instructed calmly. Teddiursa swiftly burrowed into the ground, skillfully evading the attack. Moments later, Teddiursa emerged from the ground and delivered a powerful punch that sent Gloom flying. A painful expression immediately spread across Gloom's face. Teddiursa, ice punch, Lin Shi commanded decisively. Teddiursa leapt into the air, its paws quickly enveloped in frost as ice crystals formed around its fists. It unleashed a rapid series of icy punches, leaving Gloom no time to react. With each strike, Teddiursa hit its mark, freezing Gloom's body as frost spread rapidly. Gloom, overwhelmed and immobilized, eventually collapsed to the ground, completely unable to continue the fight. Gloom is unable to battle. Lin Shi wins, the referee announced promptly, as the audience erupted into murmurs of astonishment. Wang Cheng stood there dumbfounded, unable to process how quickly the battle had ended. Meanwhile, Lin Shi exited the arena, catching the approving glances exchanged among the judges. An elderly man with a white beard nodded and murmured to himself, "It seems we've got another remarkable student this year." The battles continued intensely over the next few days. Most of Lin Shi's opponents were fairly average in strength, allowing him to easily maintain his winning streak. However, the arrival of the 5th match disrupted this calm. When Lin Sure glanced at his opponent across the arena, his eyebrows raised slightly, and a faint, almost teasing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His fingers twitched lightly, producing a crisp cracking sound was itching for a fight. On the other side, Liao Hui was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent this time to be Lin Sure. What a small world. Ever since their last encounter at the Baishan gathering, Liao Hui had suspected that Lin Sure was no ordinary person. More importantly, Lin Sure's composure and strength had left a deep impression on him, making him wary of provoking him again. But this time was different. This was an official national exam battle. Liao Hui decided there was no need to hold back. He could finally teach Lin Sure a lesson and settle the score from before. A glint of malice flashed in Liao Hui's eyes as he stared intently at Lin Sure, already strategizing how to strike hard in this match. If possible, he aimed to incapacitate Lin Sure's Pokemon, potentially ruining his chances in future exams. Lin Sure, however, remained calm. His steady gaze rested on his opponent, with that faint, elusive smile still lingering on his lips. He raised a hand and spoke softly. "Come out, Salandit." As expected, Liao Hui sent out his Salandit. The Pokemon seemed to have developed a strong synergy with its trainer. Its movements were sharper and more aggressive, a clear sign of their improved coordination over time. Lin Sure lightly tapped on his device to check Salandit's detailed stats. Pokemon, Salandit. Level, 32. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, fire, poison. Ability, corrosion. Height, 0.8 meters. Weight, 50.0 kilograms. Held item, charcoal. Moves, smog, ember, toxic, nasty plot, incinerate, flamethrower, sludge bomb, acid spray, fire fong, will-o-wisp, swift, poison tail, toxic spikes, protect. Pokédex entry, Salandit, the toxic lizard Pokemon. It burns fluids created in its poison sacs to generate toxic gas. Lin Sure frowned slightly, noticing that Salandit's level had only increased by 2. It seemed Liao Hui had deliberately kept its level under control to ensure it remained manageable. If it grew too strong, it might exceed Liao Hui's ability to command it. Lin Sure smiled faintly, gaining some insight into Liao Hui's strategy before turning his attention to his own Pokemon. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved an evolution stone and softly commanded, "Come out, Teddy Ursa." The Teddy Ursa stretched its limbs upon appearing, rolling its shoulders in preparation. Its eyes sparkled with fighting spirit as it fixed its gaze on its opponent. Pokemon, Teddy Ursa. Level, 29. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0.9 meters. Weight, 36.0 kilograms. Held item, evolution stone. Moves, lick, yawn, fury swipes, low kick, swift, slash, brick break, bulk up, metal claw, dig, protect, aerial ace, ice punch, fire punch, thunder punch, earthquake, rock slide, shadow claw, play rough, rock tomb. Pokédex entry omitted. Lin Sure noticed that Teddy Ursa was now level 29, just one step away from evolving. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Let the match begin. The referee's voice rang out, officially starting the battle. Liao Hui made the first move. With a cold sneer, he commanded, "Salandit, use smog." Salandit opened its jaws wide, releasing a thin stream of purple toxic gas that slithered through the air like a venomous snake, heading straight for Teddy Ursa. The smog attack aimed to poison the opponent, gradually sapping its strength. A cunning tactic. Teddy Ursa fury swipes. Lin Sure ordered without hesitation. Teddy Ursa swung its claws with ferocious speed, creating a powerful gust that dispersed the purple gas in an instant. The toxic fumes dissipated harmlessly into the air, failing to make contact. The first exchange ended decisively in Lin Sure's favor. The atmosphere grew tense as the battle unfolded. Despite the pressure, Lin Sure's expression remained composed, his eyes calm and steady, as if everything was under his control. The bear cub's claws extended rapidly, slicing through the air and forming sharp, impenetrable streaks that quickly coalesced into a wall of wind. The poisonous smoke was swept away by the powerful gust, dispersing into the surroundings. "Bear cub, use bulk up." Lin Sure remained calm and issued the command immediately. Just as the bear cub started to power up, the opposing Nightfire Salamander suddenly interrupted its movements. Hiss! The Nightfire Salamander let out a sharp roar. Its mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, opened wide, releasing a searing jet of flames that distorted the air with its intense heat, surging straight toward the bear cub. Bear cub, cut through the flames. Lin Sure's expression remained steady as he gave the next order with a composed tone. The bear cub's eyes gleamed with determination, and its body emitted a faint dark red glow, a wave of fighting-type energy, enhancing its muscles and bones. As the roaring flames approached, a soft white light gathered on its right paw. With a swift and powerful strike, the bear cub unleashed a forceful gust from its palm, splitting the flames cleanly in two and forcing the fiery tongues to scatter to the sides. Liao Hui, watching the scene, furrowed his brow. The bear cub's attack power was alarmingly high, far surpassing that of other Pokemon at the same level. It's our turn now, bear cub. Use earthquake. Linsher seized the opportunity and gave the next order. The bear cub, now fully powered up, began to emit a faint, earthy glow. With its fists clenched tightly and muscles bulging, it slammed the ground with immense force. The earth trembled violently as shockwaves rippled outward like waves, rapidly surging toward the Nightfire Salamander. Not good. Nightfire Salamander, jump to dodge it. Liao Hui's face changed drastically. He hadn't anticipated that this bear cub would know Earthquakia move with devastating quadruple damage against the poison fire dual-typed Nightfire Salamander. Hiss! The Nightfire Salamander reacted swiftly, leaping into the air with all its might just as the shockwaves reached it, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. Now use Sludge Bomb. Liao Hui quickly took advantage of its aerial position and gave another command. Bear cub, use Metal Claw and charge. Linsher countered without hesitation. The bear cub moved like the wind, its claws transforming into sharp steel talons shimmering with a cold metallic gleam. With swift movements, it deflected the incoming purple-black sludge bombs one by one while rapidly closing the distance between itself and the Nightfire Salamander. Nightfire Salamander, use Fire Fong. Seeing the relentless approach of the bear cub, Liao Hui gritted his teeth and chose to confront it head-on. A resounding clash erupted as Fire Fong met Metal Claw, producing a metallic screech and a cascade of sparks. The two Pokemon were locked in a fierce struggle, their strength evenly matched at first. However, the bear cub, having just completed its power-up, soon displayed its overwhelming might. With a flash of white light, it sent the Nightfire Salamander flying through the air. The Nightfire Salamander tumbled across the ground before struggling to its feet. Its slender tail thrashed against the dirt, and corrosive poison dripped continuously from its mouth, sizzling as it hit the ground. Damn it! How is this thing so strong? Liao Hui muttered through gritted teeth, his expression dark as he glared at the bear cub. He had intended to teach Linsher a lesson, but now it was clear he was completely outmatched. Swallowing his frustration, Liao Hui gave another order to his Pokemon. Nightfire Salamander, gather toxic gas. At his command, the Nightfire Salamander let out a sharp hiss, its eyes glowing faintly with a purple hue. A strong wave of poison-type energy surged through its body, and it exhaled a thick cloud of toxic gas that began to spin and expand, forming a growing purple sphere in midair. What is it up to? Linsher frowned as he observed the scene. This toxic gas was clearly different from before. Within the dense poison-type energy, there was a trace of fire-type power, the two energies intertwining and emanating a dangerous aura. Bear cub, use Rock Slide. No matter what it's planning, better to disrupt it now. The bear cub extended its hands and brought them together, summoning several massive boulders that materialized in the air. With a loud whoosh, the rocks hurtled toward the Nightfire Salamander, which was still gathering its toxic energy. Nightfire Salamander, use Poison Tail to hold on. Liao Hui shouted, his voice urgent and almost frantic. Hisses. The Nightfire Salamander's tail quickly became coated in a layer of purple-black poison, enveloping it entirely. It swung its tail with precision, smashing through the incoming boulders with a series of resounding cracks. Despite its efforts, a few of the massive rocks struck its body directly, the impact of the rock-type energy causing it to writhe in pain. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in a haze of dust and debris. Well done, Nightfire Salamander, well done. As the dust settled, the Nightfire Salamander lay on the ground, battered and scarred, yet its eyes still burned with fierce determination. In front of it, a cloud of toxic gas continued to expand, forming an enormous sphere. Victory is mine, Linsher. Today, I'll show you what real power looks like. Liao Hui sneered, his face twisted with a maniacal grin, as though he could already taste triumph. Nightfire Salamander, combination move gas explosion. At Liao Hui's command, the Nightfire Salamander's eyes emitted a vivid purple glow. The massive gas cloud in front of it shot upward like an arrow, hurtling toward the cub. Simultaneously, the Nightfire Salamander swelled its chest and unleashed a fiery dragon-like blaze. The flames collided with the gas, and in an instant, the two fused together, creating a gigantic flaming gas sphere. The sphere detonated with a deafening roar just short of the cub's position. The violent explosion ignited the entire gas cloud, shaking the battlefield with a tremendous force. Dust and debris filled the air, and the ground trembled under the impact. Ha! Liao Hui laughed wildly. This is the price of crossing me, Liao Hui. The judges on the sidelines exchanged glances. This was the first time a combination move had been showcased in the Baisher City's college entrance examination. The strength of the heir to Minghui mining was indeed impressive. However, an elderly professor with white hair quickly pointed out the flaw in the technique. Even the Nightfire Salamander itself could not completely avoid the shockwave of the explosion. It was only its resistance to fire and poison that allowed it to endure with relative composure. Some teachers looked worriedly at the smoke-covered battlefield, suggesting that someone should check on the cub's condition. But the old professor shook his head. Wait a moment. Look at that student, Lin Shi. He seems remarkably calm. That's it. Lin Shi, unfazed by Liao Hui's arrogance, simply shook his head lightly. What do you mean? Liao Hui stared at his opponent, puzzled by Lin Shi's composed demeanor. I mean, you need more practice, Lin Shi replied, his gaze suddenly sharp and piercing. As the dust cleared, the spot where the cub had been revealed a solid wall of rock fragments forming a protective circle, shielding it completely. Is that rock barrier? One teacher exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Shi managed to use it defensively? Such precise control over a Pokemon's abilities is truly remarkable. I suspect that while using the rock block to seal the building's stone walls, it might have also activated the guard skill to remain completely unscathed under such a powerful impact. Its skill proficiency is truly astonishing. This little bear is definitely extraordinary. The old man stroked his beard, his tone full of admiration. A combo move? Little bear, let's go for it too. Lin Shi's voice rang out, firm and commanding. The little bear clenched its fists and slammed them into the ground. Instantly, several massive boulders rose into the air, trapping the Nightfire Salamander within a rocky enclosure. At the same time, chunks of rock generated by the rock slide skill cascaded down from above, sealing off the sky entirely. In a matter of moments, the Nightfire Salamander was completely imprisoned in a stone cage. Sensing the imminent danger, the Nightfire Salamander desperately unleashed its skills, violently slamming against the rocky prison. However, the sturdy boulders held firm, standing immovably in place. Little bear, in this battle now earthquake. Lin Shi's command had barely left his lips when the ground began to tremble violently. Waves of seismic force rippled through the earth, surging toward the imprisoned Nightfire Salamander. With nowhere to escape, it bore the full brunt of the attack. Agonizing pain tore through its body, and it finally collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The Nightfire Salamander had lost its ability to fight, and Lin Shi emerged victorious. The referee calmly announced the result. Lost. I lost. Liao Hui stared at the scene in disbelief. In only a few seconds, he had gone from feeling certain of his victory to being utterly defeated. He couldn't accept such a drastic turn of events. Stunned, he collapsed to the ground, momentarily forgetting to check on the condition of his Pokemon. Lin Shi, however, surmised that the Nightfire Salamander had sustained severe injuries and would likely be out of commission for a while. He hoped Liao Hui's other Pokemon had some strength. Otherwise, his college entrance exam results might be in jeopardy. Equally shocked were the teachers on the judging panel. Lin Shi's counterattack was both dazzling and decisive. Before they could even process what had happened, a flawless combo move had taken down the Nightfire Salamander. The brilliance of the match left them speechless. Both contestants had used combo skills. Since when had combo skills become so commonplace? As the match concluded, Lin Shi bowed to the judges and exited the arena. Watching his retreating figure, the judges exchanged glances before jotting down their evaluations on his scorecard. Sniff? Brother Shi, I lost. My winning streak is over. Just as Lin Shi stepped out of the battlefield, Zhou Pengzi approached him, sniffling and teary-eyed. Lin Shi, unsurprised by Zhou's loss, simply shook his head. This guy always struggled to focus during battles. Who did you lose to? Despite his lack of surprise, Lin Shi asked out of curiosity. It was Fang Qi from First High School. He's the top player in their school, aside from Jin Yao. He's incredibly strong and well-known. Zhou Pengzi replied. Fang Qi. Lin Shi recalled seeing that boy in the cafeteria the other day. He nodded. Don't worry. If I face him, I'll avenge you. Brother Shi, you're the best. Zhou Pengzi cheered, his eyes filled with gratitude. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned and reminded Lin Shi. Oh, by the way, Brother Shi, Fang Qi is no joke. He has a powerful Luxray. Be careful if you face him. Luxray. Lin Shi recalled this Pokemon, remembering its striking appearance that had drawn considerable attention in the past. Yeah, Zhou Wanji nodded. Even with my type advantage, I still lost to his Luxray. That guy is likely still undefeated. The two of you are bound to face off sooner or later. Lin Shi nodded as well. With the tournament progressing, running into stronger opponents was inevitable. Only 5 matches left. He murmured to himself, a sense of anticipation building as he looked forward to the challenges ahead. Bear Cub, use Flame Punch. It was day 12 of the tournament, and Lin Shi faced his 8th match. Today's opponent was Sun Yiming, the top-ranked student from the second high school. Sun Yiming was remarkably strong, and despite Lin Shi's confidence, he couldn't help but feel the pressure. Sun Yiming's Pokemon was Agile Bug, an incredibly fast creature that dominated battles with its incredible mobility. Sun Yiming himself had maintained an undefeated streak of 7 wins, and it was clear he had no intention of giving up easily in today's match. Agile Bug, use Double Team. Sun Yiming commanded swiftly. Agile Bug's figure instantly split into countless copies, disappearing into the battlefield in a blur, making it nearly impossible to discern its real body. Shouldn't be a problem, right? That Pokemon's so fast you can't even see its shadow, Lin Shi thought confidently. Unlike the previous matches, this one allowed spectators to enter starting from the 8th round, making the atmosphere even more intense. The stands were packed to capacity, and the cheers echoed endlessly, as if fueling the excitement of this annual event. Lin Sher's parents had also arrived early to cheer him on. Don't worry, that kid's always had a knack for clever tricks. He'll figure out a way to counter its speed advantage, Lin's father said, watching his son's steady expression on the field, brimming with confidence. Agile Bug, use toxic, Sun Yiming shouted. Agile Bug emitted a purple poisonous glow, launching clusters of toxic liquid toward Bear Cub. Clearly, Sun Yiming intended to poison Bear Cub and use Agile Bug's speed to gradually wear down its stamina strategy he often relied on. Bear Cub, use dig, Lin Sher commanded without hesitation. Bear Cub quickly dove underground like a diver, moving swiftly toward Agile Bug's position, nearly vanishing from sight. Watch the ground. Sun Yiming's sharp eyes tracked Bear Cub's movements underground. A glint of determination flashed in his gaze. Now, Agile Bug, use agility. Agile Bug surged forward like a storm, its speed skyrocketing as it darted toward Bear Cub. However, Bear Cub's flame punch missed its mark. Huh. Well done, Agile Bug. Sun Yiming sneered, immediately issuing another command. Use signal beam. Agile Bug's body radiated a faint yellow energy, unleashing two intersecting beams of bug-type energy toward Bear Cub. Bear Cub, block it with flame punch, Lin Sher shouted. Bear Cub swung its flaming fist with all its might, slamming into the beams. The two forces clashed violently in midair, fire and light intertwining before dispersing in a dazzling burst. Impressive, Sun Yiming admitted, but he remained calm. He was confident in Agile Bug's speed and believed that this advantage would ultimately secure his victory. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle of speed and strategy. Agile Bug darted around the battlefield with unparalleled agility, evading Bear Cub's attacks, while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Bear Cub relentlessly pursued, using Rock Tomb to block most of the incoming strikes. Although it took a few hits, Bear Cub's formidable recovery abilities kept it in peak fighting condition. Hey, buddy, if we keep this up, who knows how long this match will drag on? Why not just surrender now, so we can all clock out early? Sun Yiming said with a smug grin, clearly prepared to rely on Agile Bug's speed to exhaust Bear Cub's stamina. Surrender? Lin Sher chuckled softly, his expression calm. Looks like you do understand Pokemon battles. Fine, then why don't you surrender? His eyes glimmered with confidence, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the match. Sun Yiming pointed at himself with an incredulous expression on his face, looking at Lin Sher. Bro, do you even understand the situation on the field? I'll admit your Bear Cub has decent defense, but it can't even touch the hem of my Agile Bug's coat. If this goes on, it'll be dragged to its defeat with no chance left. Why are you still holding on? Lin Sher simply shook his head slightly, a faint smile curving his lips as he raised one finger. 1 minute. What? Sun Yiming was momentarily stunned, his face full of confusion. 1 minute. That's all I need to take you down, Lin Sher replied calmly. Then, he shouted a command to the Bear Cub in the arena. Bear Cub, rock prison. The Bear Cub raised its arms high, gathering an intense surge of earth energy. With a fierce motion, it clenched both fists, and several massive boulders dropped from the sky, aiming for the Agile Bug. Not this move again. Agile Bug, dodge quickly, Sun Yiming hurriedly instructed, watching as the Agile Bug darted forward, trying to evade the oncoming barrage of rocks. However, the rocks didn't fall directly onto it. Instead, they landed precisely around it, swiftly forming towering rock walls and creating a massive enclosure, trapping the Agile Bug inside. The Agile Bug quickly realized that these rocks weren't randomly placed, they seamlessly combined with the existing rocks on the field to construct a maze-like structure. At that moment, the Bear Cub charged forward without hesitation. Not good. Agile Bug, run. Sun Yiming shouted in panic, watching as the Bear Cub rapidly closed in from the other side of the maze. The Agile Bug instinctively activated its evasion mode, but the rock walls severely restricted its movement, rendering its speed advantage useless. It was forced to follow the path Lin Sher and the Bear Cub had meticulously designed. Boom! At a junction in the maze, the Bear Cub let out a roar and swung its flaming fist down onto the Agile Bug. One punch after another landed, knocking the Agile Bug off balance and sending it sprawling to the ground. The Bear Cub didn't relent, accelerating its attacks with a series of fiery punches, as if venting its pent-up anger. Each blow carried immense power. Boom! Another heavy punch struck the Agile Bug, sending it flying into a rock wall and leaving a deep dent. The rock walls then collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying the Agile Bug beneath them. The Agile Bug was rendered incapable of continuing the fight, and the referee quickly confirmed the result. Lin Sher wins. As the referee announced the outcome, Lin Sher glanced at his watch and smiled faintly. Right on time, 1 minute. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere electric. The match had been nothing short of thrilling, and the spectators were buzzing with excitement. Xiaosher won. Honey, did you see that? Xiaosher won. Lin Sher's mother exclaimed, joyfully patting her husband's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with pride. Lin Shu's father nodded with a smile. I saw it, I saw it. Xiaoshu was amazing this time. That's his 8th victory. His record is definitely impressive. As she spoke, Lin Shu's mother took out her phone and dialed Lin Shu's aunt. I have to let Yu Yao know she's been so worried. Lin Shu walked out of the arena just in time to see Su Qiming leaving with a dejected expression. What's wrong? Did you hit a rough patch? Lin Shu asked teasingly. Su Qiming looked up at him and sighed lightly. Not exactly a rough patch. Meng Gu is really strong, and her ghastly has grown a lot more powerful. She explained. Her opponent this time had been Meng Gu, and both of them had entered the match with 7 consecutive victories. However, after this round, Su Qiming's winning streak had finally come to an end. Lin Shu wasn't surprised during their trip to Foggy Village. Meng Ji's ghastly had absorbed a significant amount of ghost and ice energy, greatly enhancing its strength. It wasn't unexpected that she could defeat Su Qiming. Alright, enough about me. Su Qiming shook her head and quickly composed herself, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Based on the current results, there are only 4 undefeated players with an 80 record. You, Meng Gu, and Jin Yao and Fang Qi from First High School. If nothing unexpected happens, your opponent in the 9th match will likely be one of them. As she analyzed, she counted on her slender fingers, her brows slightly furrowed. Still, it's surprising to see 4 players maintaining an 80 streak this year. This means there's bound to be someone achieving a perfect 100 record. This year's competition is definitely tougher than previous ones. A perfect 100, huh? Lin Shu lowered his head in thought, speaking almost to himself. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. I have to win it. The high school championship had reached the 13th afternoon, and the 9th round of matches was set to take place today. Lin Shu was currently seated in the stands, his eyes fixed intently on the battlefield where a match was about to begin. His own match was scheduled for a later time, giving him an excellent chance to observe the tactics and strength of his potential opponents. On the field, the 2 players about to face off were Meng Gu and Jin Yao, both strong contenders with undefeated 80 records. Naturally, their showdown had drawn immense attention. The stands were completely packed, and the air buzzed with tension and excitement. I declare the match begins. The referee's voice rang out, and both players simultaneously reached for their pokeballs. With a flash of light, their Pokemon appeared in the center of the battlefield. Meng Gu sent out his ace Pokemon, Haunter, the ghostly figure floating in the air with a mischievous grin on its face. Jin Yao, on the other hand, chose a Sizer, its metallic red body gleaming under the sunlight and its sharp pincers exuding a menacing aura. Wow, that Sizer looks incredible, Lin Shu murmured to himself, admiring the sleek, powerful form and imposing stance of the Pokemon. From a type perspective, Sizer clearly held the advantage. Its steel type made it immune to poison type attacks, and Haunter likely lacked effective fire type moves to counter it. However, Lin Shu knew that Meng Ji's Haunter specialized in ghost type and ice type moves rather than poison type ones. Considering this, the outcome was far from certain. Haunter, use Will-O-Wisp, Meng Gu commanded, his voice calm and confident. Haunter stuck out its blood-red tongue, and a ghostly blue flame materialized in front of it, shooting towards Sizer like a projectile. Will-O-Wisp, much like Toxic, inflicted ongoing damage, but instead of escalating over time, it caused a consistent burn effect that reduced a Pokemon's health steadily. Jin Yao reacted swiftly, unwilling to let his Pokemon fall into a disadvantageous state. Sizer, use Air Slash to disperse the flames. Sizer crossed its pincer-like arms in front of it, as its wings vibrated at high speed, generating razor-sharp wind blades. The invisible slashes cut through the air, precisely scattering and neutralizing Haunter's Will-O-Wisp. Sizer, use Sword's Dance. Having successfully defended, Jin Yao immediately issued a command to strengthen his Pokemon. Sizer spun rapidly on the spot, its body enveloped in a radiant white glow as its attack power visibly increased. However, Meng Gu was quick to counter. Haunter, use Haze. A dense black fog poured out of Haunter, rapidly engulfing the battlefield in darkness. Sizer was completely swallowed by the pitch-black mist, and the stat boosts it had just gained through Sword's Dance were instantly nullified. This was the power of Haze, resetting all stat changes to their original state. Jin Yao frowned, clearly caught off guard by the sheer effectiveness of Haunter's Haze. His expression grew serious as he realized this match was going to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. He exhaled slowly, his eyes sharpening like blades. Since the opponent wasn't giving him a chance, he had no choice but to face it head-on. Sizer, Bullet Punch. At the command, Sizer's pincers were instantly cloaked in a silvery glow. In a flash, it appeared before Jengar. Its fists, like real bullets, unleashed a barrage of strikes at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, leaving only a blur of silver light in the air. Despite the fierce assault, Meng Ji's expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic. She gave her instructions coolly. Jengar, use Phantom Force. Just as the bullet punch was about to land, Jengar's body suddenly turned ethereal, dissipating like a wisp of black smoke and perfectly evading the attack. It swiftly sank into the shadows on the ground, vanishing from sight. A black mist began to rise from the ground, spreading quickly and enveloping Caesar in a pitch-black darkness where nothing could be seen. Caesar stood on high alert, its pincers slightly raised, calmly analyzing the possible direction of its foe's attack. Now, Jengar, grab it. Meng Guest's voice pierced through the black mist. A sinister face suddenly emerged behind Caesar. Jengar's claws, glowing with an eerie blue light, clamped down hard on Caesar's shoulders. Ghostly energy surged through Caesar's body like a current, causing it to let out a pained screech. Lick it. Jengar opened its mouth wide, revealing a long, blood-red tongue. The tongue, like a living rope, wrapped tightly around Caesar's body, immobilizing it. Cheers and exclamations erupted from the sidelines. Menggu is incredible. That combo was absolutely flawless. Menggu, I love you. If this were a God of War, it'd be even more thrilling. Go, sis. Lin Shi observed the battlefield with intrigue, silently evaluating the situation. Menggu was indeed impressive. Jengar's attack style was identical to how Dusknoir fought against Bronzong the other night. It seemed like a Jengar mentored by Dusknoir kind of relationship. Jengar, use Fire Punch. Menggu pressed her advantage. Jengar's fists instantly ignited with roaring flames. It unleashed a ferocious punch at the restrained Caesar. The Fire Punch struck Caesar, which had a quadruple weakness to fire, causing it to cry out in excruciating pain. As expected, she's amazing, Jin Yao couldn't help but praise. From the start of the battle, he had been led by Meng Ji's strategy, completely falling into her rhythm. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and said firmly, "But if you want to beat me, this isn't enough. Caesar, use Fury Cutter." Upon hearing its trainer's command, Caesar's eyes flashed white, and its body began to radiate a faint yellow bug-type energy. Its pincers, sharp as blades, slashed rapidly, cutting through Jengar's tongue again and again to break free. Caesar's technician ability came into play at this critical moment. Moves with lower base power were enhanced during battle. Since Fury Cutter was a low-power move, it benefited from this boost, making Caesar's attacks even sharper. Ah! Jengar let out a pained cry, loosening its grip. Caesar immediately broke free of its restraints. Not good, Menggu muttered, her face tense. She realized she had been caught off guard. With Jin Yao's skill level, it would be hard to create another such opportunity for Jengar. Now it's our turn. Seeing Caesar successfully escape, Jin Yao's face broke into a confident smile. Caesar, use defy. Caesar flapped its wings rapidly, summoning a powerful gust of wind that instantly cleared away the black mist Jengar had created. Didn't expect that, Lin Shi remarked, surprised. Defog not only removed barriers like reflect and light screen, but also lowered the opponent's evasiveness. Since it was called defog, it naturally made sense for it to disperse black mist or fog. So, this Caesar's ancestors might have been related to a frostmyth. Lin Shi speculated with amusement. As the black mist dissipated, Menggu bit her lip lightly. She hadn't anticipated Caesar knowing defog, and her carefully crafted battle rhythm was now completely disrupted. Caesar, use double team. With the mist cleared, Jin Yao immediately commanded Caesar to launch an offensive. Caesar's figure flickered in midair, splitting into 2, then 4, and soon multiplying into dozens of identical copies, all rushing toward Jengar with an overwhelming presence. Jengar, use Icy Wind. Menggu responded swiftly. Jengar summoned blue-white ice-type energy, releasing a chilling wind that swept toward the swarm of Caesar copies with a bone-piercing cold. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The icy wind slashed through the air like a blade, cutting into Caesar and piercing everything in its path. After the trials in Misty Village, Jengar had mastered its control over ice-type moves, and their power had significantly increased. At that moment, Caesar suddenly sprang into action, and Jin Yao's commanding voice rang out. Use acrobatics. Faced with the swift and fierce assault, Jin Yao remained calm and composed. Instantly, a flurry of Caesar's illusions burst forth, radiating a strong flying-type aura. They danced and twirled gracefully through the air, tracing elegant arcs as they moved. Look at that. It's Jin Yao's Caesar illusion formation. One of the spectators exclaimed excitedly. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Caesar had demonstrated such a skillful display. Lin Shi watched the illusions in the sky intently, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. Jin Yao Caesar was highly skilled in creating shadow clones. Combined with the acrobatics move, the myriad illusions constantly shifted positions, making it nearly impossible to identify the real Caesar. The layers of Caesar's illusions surrounded Jengar. Its eyes scanned the area repeatedly, but it failed to lock onto any target. Jengar, use haze again. Meng Guest's voice came from outside the battlefield, urgent and resolute. There was no other choice. They had to deal with those troublesome clones first, or the chances of victory would be slim. Don't give her the chance. Caesar, attack. At Jin Yao's command, Caesar moved like lightning, closing in on Jengar, with its swarm of illusions rushing toward the target. In an instant, Jengar was struck by dozens of consecutive attacks. A pained howl escaped its mouth. Each blow broke down its defenses further. For the final strike, Jin Yao shouted, "Bullet punch." All the Sizer illusions raised their sharp pincers in unison. A flash of silver light streaked through the air as every Sizer punched toward Jengar. "Jengar, icy wind." Meng Ge gave the order without hesitation. Wuxie fierce, icy wind erupted, sweeping through the illusions one by one. But it was ultimately futile. Amid the storm, the real Sizer finally closed in on Jengar, carrying an overwhelming force. Boom. The bullet punch landed with crushing impact. Jengar was severely injured, plummeting from the sky and losing its ability to fight. The referee promptly announced the result. Jengar is unable to battle. Jin Yao wins. The crowd erupted in cheers. A student from First High School leapt into the air with excitement, shouting, "Boss Jin is unstoppable. Looks like we've got the championship in the bag this time." "But what about Lin Shi from Third High? I heard he's really strong and undefeated so far," another student questioned. "Uffed, can he even compare to Boss Jin?" Scoffed the first student dismissively. "Did you not see the fight just now? There's no way he can beat Boss Jin. Even Fang Qi from our school could take him down easily. Just wait and see." As Meng Ge stepped out of the battle arena, she took a deep breath. "How do you feel?" Lin Shi, who was about to enter the arena, approached her with a hint of curiosity in his eyes and asked in a low voice. Meng Ge's lips curved into a rare smile, though her voice remained composed. "He's definitely strong." The smile quickly faded as Meng Ge fell silent for a moment, her expression growing serious. "And I've heard that Sizer isn't even his strongest Pokemon. Just like your hidden Gyarados, he's never used that Pokemon in public." "Oh." A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. This was the first time Lin Shi had heard such a claim, but he didn't mind. To him, it only made the competition more interesting. As for not using Gyarados, it wasn't to conceal his strength. This level of battle simply didn't require its presence. "It's all up to you. Make sure to win." Meng Ge looked at Lin Shi, her face lighting up with an expectant smile. "No problem." Lin Shi nodded lightly, a small grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Meng Ge didn't leave the arena. Instead, she headed toward the spectator stands. From afar, Meng Wan was standing in the crowd, waving enthusiastically at her. "Hey sis, over here." "Excuse me, coming through." "Thanks." Meng Ge weaved through the packed crowd. As a star competitor who had just finished her match, her appearance immediately caused a stir. "It's Meng Ge. Goddess Meng Ge. She's so close. Wow, she's even prettier in person." Ignoring the rising buzz of admiration around her, Meng Ge made her way straight to Meng Wan. To her surprise, sitting next to Meng Wan was Su Qiming. "Su Qiming? Just call me Qiming." Su Qiming replied with a gentle smile. "Come sit, sis." Meng Wan grabbed Meng Ge's hand. "That was so close earlier, just a little more, and you could have won. But it's fine. Even though Lin Shi's personality isn't great, his skills are solid. He'll definitely avenge you." Hearing the familiarity in Meng Wan's tone when talking about Lin Shi, Su Qiming raised her eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. "Look, it's starting." Meng Wan exclaimed, bouncing up excitedly. "Lin Shi, do your best. I'm rooting for you." Lin Shi immediately noticed this loud and enthusiastic cheer squad, and his gaze naturally fell on Meng Ge and Su Qiming. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. How did those three end up together? "We meet again. I told you I was looking forward to this." On the opposite side, Fang Qi smiled brightly. "But I'm sorry I have to defeat you and face Boss Jin in the finals." "Young people these days, so full of themselves," Lin Shi said with a helpless shake of his head. "Battle, begin." The referee's announcement signaled the start of the match, a crucial battle to determine who would challenge Jin Yao, the undefeated 9-match champion, in the finals. "Go, Luxray." Fang Qi was the first to send out his Pokemon. Lin Shi carefully observed Fang Qi's Luxray, quickly analyzing its stats in his mind. Electric-type Pokemon, level 32, Guts ability, equipped with a flame orb capable of using powerful moves ranging from Thunderbolt to Wild Charge. It was undoubtedly a well-trained Pokemon. After assessing his opponent, Lin Shi smirked and threw out his own Pokeball. "All right, you're up." Lin Shi lightly tossed the Pokeball in his hand. A flash of white light streaked through the air, followed by a rich, fragrant aroma that instantly filled the entire arena. A massive honeycoil serpent appeared on the battlefield, its elegant posture immediately capturing everyone's attention. "It's the honeycoil serpent," Meng Wan exclaimed excitedly, craning her neck with eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Lin Shi is so clever. Honeycoil serpent is quadruple resistant to electric-type moves. Let's see how arrogant the opponent can be now." Beside her, Meng Ge nodded thoughtfully. She suspected that Lin Shi's choice to send out the honeycoil serpent wasn't just about exploiting the type advantage. It was likely also his way of ensuring that every Pokemon on his team had a chance to participate in the match. Fang Qi, however, remained calm in the face of the honeycoil serpent's appearance. It was clear he had anticipated this move, yet his confidence in his own strength was unwavering. Lin Shi looked at the imposing honeycoil serpent on the field and opened the system interface to check its stats. Pokemon, Honeycoil Serpent. Level, LV36 status. Healthy gender, male. Type, grass. Dragon ability, nectar of honey. Height, 2.0 meters. Weight, 99.0 kilograms. Held item, dragon fawn. Moves, withdraw, sweet scent, dragon tail, and 20 others. As he reviewed the data, Linsher's lips curled into a faint smile. In just over 4 months, the Honeycoil Serpent had reached elite level status, becoming the first Pokemon in his team to achieve this milestone. Although its growth rate might normalize now that its energy surplus had stabilized, this elite-level Honeycoil Serpent already far surpassed the strength of average professional-level Pokemon. Linsher's gaze shifted to Feng Qi and his Luxray. A thought crossing his mind: this could be a great opportunity to test the recent results of the Honeycoil Serpent's training. For some reason, when Feng Qi met Linsher's eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Stop putting on airs. Luxray, use electric terrain. Feng Qi shouted, making the first move. Luxray roared, its body crackling with electricity. In an instant, waves of lightning radiated outward from its position, transforming the battlefield into a special terrain that amplified the power of electric-type moves. Honeycoil Serpent, it's our turn. Use grassy terrain. Linsher responded calmly. The Honeycoil Serpent emitted a green aura, and the ground was soon covered in lush grass. The field became a zone that continuously restored health and enhanced the power of grass-type moves. The clash of terrain abilities set the stage for an intense battle, as the fight was about to reach its boiling point. The two Pokemon unleashed their respective field moves simultaneously, and under Linsher's precise control, the battlefield was divided into two distinct halves, one dominated by lush green grass energy, the other by vibrant golden electric energy. The two forces clashed along the boundary line, creating a striking visual spectacle. Not bad at all, Feng Qi remarked, licking his lips as a glimmer of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Luxray, use quick attack. Luxray let out a piercing roar, its body enveloped in a blinding white light as it darted forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Appleton. Appleton, withdraw. Following Linsher's command, Appleton quickly retreated into the protective confines of its bright red apple shell. A faint blue glow shimmered across the surface as water-type energy formed a sturdy defensive barrier. Luxray slammed into Appleton but was deflected by its reinforced defense, stumbling back a couple of steps. Luxray, use Ice Fang. Feng Qi seized the opportunity, immediately ordering the use of the Ice-type move that would deal quadruple damage. Appleton, curse. Linsher countered with an unexpected command. What? Feng Qi was caught off guard by the surprising choice. Luxray leapt nimbly into the air, its jaws glowing with a frosty blue light, as two razor-sharp ice fangs formed. It lunged toward Appleton. At the same time, Appleton's body became shrouded in an eerie black glow. Ghost-type energy surged and then seeped into its form. Though Curse slowed its speed, it significantly bolstered its defense and attack power. The icy fangs clashed against Appleton's enhanced defenses, sending shards of frost and ice scattering. However, the attack barely left a mark, and the grassy terrain's restorative energy quickly healed the minor damage. Appleton, body slam. Linsher initiated his first offensive move. Appleton's body became surrounded by dark red fighting-type energy as it charged forward with immense power. The body slam, backed by its double defense boosts, sent Luxray flying across the battlefield. Luxray, Feng Qi called out in alarm, his face darkening. That single attack made him realize his opponent's strength was far greater than he'd anticipated. What stung even more was that Linsher hadn't even used Appleton's most fearsome special attack moves, as if toying with him. Huh. Feng Qi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. So you're playing cat and mouse, huh? Be careful, the mouse might just bite back. His gaze sharpened, as if he had discovered a way to turn the tide. Luxray, let's go. If Linsher knew what Feng Qi was thinking at this moment, he would definitely feel wronged. He never intended to humiliate anyone. He just thought that everyone present was trash. Luxray, go all out. Use electric terrain. Feng Qi commanded. Instantly, his Luxray unleashed a powerful electric aura that coursed through its body. The electric energy, visible to the naked eye, surged across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Blue and white sparks crackled loudly as the electricity rapidly overran and eroded the grassy terrain, painstakingly laid out by the superior. The audience in the stands was awestruck by Luxray's incredible display of electric power, prompting many to murmur in amazement. This Luxray of Feng Qi's is pretty strong. Its electric energy is way more powerful than most elite-level electric Pokemon. One spectator couldn't help but comment. Of course, Feng Qi is an absolute lunatic. A student from First High School chimed in, keeping his eyes on the battle as he explained. To train his Luxray better, he often risks his life by venturing into Thunder Canyon with it. And he stays there for half a month at a time. Thunder Canyon? You mean the Thunder Canyon in Thunder City? The person next to him widened their eyes in disbelief. In the northeastern region of Shenzhou, Thunder Canyon is a notoriously dangerous place. Due to its unique geography and internal structure, the canyon is perpetually shrouded in thunderclouds. Exposed special minerals on the ground attract the charged particles in the atmosphere, leading to frequent lightning strikes. It's common to see massive bolts of lightning crashing down to the earth. Thunder Canyon is undoubtedly one of the most perilous locations in the Shinjo region, home to little else besides electric Pokemon. At the same time, the canyon's intense electrical energy has made it a renowned training ground for electric Pokemon. Every year, many of the fatalities caused by lightning strikes come from trainers seeking to train or capture electric Pokemon. On the battlefield, Luxray's immense electrical power even caused Linshur to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. That seemingly slender body concealed an astonishing reservoir of energy. Roar! Luxray roared skyward. The electric terrain completely swallowed the grassy terrain, lighting up the battlefield with dazzling flashes of blue. The entire arena was bathed in a brilliant electric glow. Luxray, use Electroweb. Feng Qi commanded again after setting up the electric terrain. Luxray's body sparked brightly, and a concentrated ball of electricity formed at the tip of its tail. With a powerful flick, it hurled the ball into the air, where it expanded and wove itself into a massive web of intertwining electric currents, hovering ominously above the battlefield. Now follow up with Electro Ball. Feng Qi ordered without missing a beat. Electric currents surged out from Luxray's body once more. It was as if an invisible hand in the air gathered and compressed the energy into glowing orbs. The electro balls were caught within the electric web above, spinning and merging together into a massive, volatile cluster. A sense of impending destruction filled the arena. In the next moment, the electrified orbs surged toward Superior like a tidal wave. Linshur squinted as the blinding electric light forced him to narrow his eyes. Whoa, that move looks pretty strong. Can Linshur handle it? Meng Wan, her gaze fixed on the battlefield, couldn't help but worry as the powerful electric attack loomed. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Su Qiming reassured her, resting her chin on her hand. It looks flashy, but it's still a bit short of being a true combo move. Feng Qi's tactics seemed fierce, but they were merely a simple accumulation of electric energy, failing to achieve the synergistic effect of a combined skill. As such, they posed little threat to Linshur. As Menga nodded and explained the situation, Mengwan turned her thoughtful gaze toward the battlefield. Faced with the oncoming attack, Linshur remained composed. Honey Serpent, use Euro Ball. At his command, Honey Serpent began to glow with a white light, transforming into a spinning steel apple that hurtled directly toward the electric ball formed by Lunken Cat. The clash in midair was deafening, with electricity wildly crackling and attempting to infiltrate Honey Serpent's body. However, the immense rotational force of Euro Ball deflected the electric currents entirely. Unscathed, Honey Serpent pierced through the electric ball, scattering dazzling sparks of light across the sky. Lunken Cat, Wild Volt. Feng Qi immediately issued a new command. Lunken Cat unleashed an intense surge of high-voltage electricity, forming a shadowy electric lion around its body. With a roar toward the sky, its flame orb activated, triggering its guts ability, significantly boosting its attack power despite the burn it endured. Lunken Cat sprang forward with electrifying momentum, leaping toward Honey Serpent midair like a streak of lightning. Interesting, Linshur remarked, licking the corner of his mouth. Honey Serpent, maintain Euro Ball and use Tackle. The spinning steel apple, now enveloped in dark red fighting energy, plummeted like a meteor. Electricity and steel clashed violently midair, with energy waves rippling outward in all directions. The struggle was intense and evenly matched, until the sheer force of the collision sent both Pokemon flying backward, landing firmly on the ground. Phew, Linshur exhaled with a grin. Now that's exciting. Honey Serpent, let's show them what we're made of. Use grassy terrain again. Honey Serpent let out a roar, releasing a surge of grass-type energy. Tender blades of grass broke through the ground, instantly overwhelming the previously electrified terrain. Seeing this, Feng Qi seized the opportunity. Lunken Cat, use Ice Fong. Despite the burn from its flame orb, Lunken Cat summoned icy energy, lunging toward its opponent in a flash. Honey Serpent, Grassy Slide. Linshur responded calmly. The verdant grass transformed into a slide-like structure, allowing Honey Serpent to swiftly maneuver in front of Lunken Cat and send it flying with a powerful impact. Keep going, consecutive Euro Balls. Linshur pressed the advantage. Honey Serpent resumed its rapid spinning, leveraging the grassy slides that appeared across the terrain. It ricocheted like a pinball, repeatedly slamming into Lunken Cat. Linshur nodded in satisfaction. This was the result of Honey Serpent's recent training combining grassy terrain with grassy slide to compensate for its lack of speed. Though the tactic was still in its early stages, this newfound mobility was a significant strategic asset for a tank-like Pokemon. Observing Feng Qi's performance, Linshur mused to himself. If he doesn't have any new tricks up his sleeve or plans to change tactics, it's about time to wrap this up. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a playground for the dense serpent. which slid across the grass with incredible speed, like a skier gliding down a slope. Its powerful body occasionally lunged toward the Luxicat, seeking opportunities to land a solid hit. The Luxicat could only rely on its agility, leaping up and down to evade the relentless strikes. However, it was clear that it was becoming overwhelmed. After several collisions, it was covered in wounds, and its situation grew increasingly dire. How does Linshur always come up with these sneaky strategies? And why are his Pokemon always so in sync? Meng-Wan murmured softly, resting her chin in her hand as she watched the dense serpent darting across the battlefield. Her tone carried a hint of resignation, but judging by the current state of the match, the outcome seemed all but decided. Observing the dense serpent spinning like a top, she frowned slightly. Is Fang Qi really not planning to give up? Meanwhile, in the audience, Jin Yao's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. The students around him whispered among themselves, but he stayed silent, his brow furrowed. Linshur's strength has exceeded my expectations, Jin Yao muttered under his breath, his eyes shifting to the complex expression on Fang Qi's face. But his current situation, a trace of worry flickered in Jin Yao's eyes. He knew Fang Qi still had a trump card, one that Jin Yao hoped he wouldn't use. But he also understood that Fang Qi was not someone who would surrender easily. Don't worry. Fang Qi won't go down that easily, Jin Yao said steadily, his voice calm and magnetic, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. Luxicat, let's give it a shot. Use that move. Fang Qi finally made up his mind, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke to the Luxicat, which was still dodging attacks. The dense serpent was absurdly strong, but Fang Qi knew he couldn't back down now. He couldn't accept defeat without even unleashing a single special move. That kind of humiliation was something he would never tolerate. Meow. The Luxicat responded instantly to the command, its eyes firm as sparks of electricity crackled across its body. It nodded sharply toward its trainer. A faint smile crept onto Fang Qi's lips, growing wider as he shouted, "All right, let's go for it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Luxicat let out a roar. Intense currents of electricity began to surge around it, swirling into a powerful force that resembled a thunderstorm. The air was charged with a wild, chaotic energy. Dense serpent, stop! Linshur sensed that something was off and immediately ordered the dense serpent to halt and create distance. His expression grew serious as he studied the Luxicat, which was now charging up its energy. But then Linshur noticed something unusual. The electricity surrounding the Luxicat had taken on a faint reddish hue. The already powerful current now seemed even more volatile, carrying an uncontrollable aura. This red current was clearly not from a standard charging move. It didn't even seem like the result of an ability. It felt as if some external force was interfering. Dense serpent, use Dragon Pulse. Linshur didn't hesitate, giving the command to attack. The dense serpent opened its massive jaws and unleashed a gigantic azure wave of dragon energy. The pulse roared across the battlefield like a mythical dragon, ready to consume everything in its path. Meow. The Luxicat stood its ground, unfazed. The electricity around it surged even more violently as it charged headlong into the oncoming attack. The Röntgen cat let out another sharp, piercing screech, a sound filled with anguish and terror. Its body began to tremble violently as currents of electricity, like blood-red ribbons, danced through the air, quickly saturating the atmosphere. The color of the electricity deepened, becoming an almost crimson hue, and this potent current managed to block the ferocious assault of the Dragon Pulse. What is that? A spectator's voice broke through the confusion, tinged with doubt. The crowd turned to look at the speaker, equally puzzled. What exactly was that faint red current? It sent shivers of fear through everyone. Is that cat on something? It looks so strange, another spectator muttered under their breath, their brows furrowed in concern. The scene on the battlefield immediately sparked heated discussions among the audience. Almost everyone was bewildered by what they were witnessing. Never before had they seen anything like it. All eyes were fixed on the Röntgen cat, now surrounded by the mysterious currents, filled with a mix of curiosity and dread. Even the judges in the review room noticed the change, their expressions growing solemn. The extraordinary display of Fang Qi's Röntgen cat left them just as astonished. Incredible, absolutely incredible. One of the judges murmured to themselves before slamming a hand on the table, eyes wide with shock. That red current, could it be a phenomenon from Thunder Canyon? For them to absorb even a trace of it and survive is beyond belief. The other judges fell silent, lost in thought, recalling the significance of such an event. Harnessing the power of nature to enhance a spirit's training was a path every successful trainer had to walk. This natural force contained unparalleled energy. If a spirit could absorb even a fraction of it, their combat strength could skyrocket, bringing unimaginable benefits. However, this power was also extremely perilous. Both humans and spirits were fragile in the face of such force, and a single mistake could prove fatal. It seems Fang Qi truly had a rare stroke of luck to encounter such an opportunity, one judge sighed, their tone filled with complex emotions. With this kind of power boost, Linshur's hive serpent, It's going to be incredibly difficult for it to stand a chance against the Rinken cat now, another judge concluded, as if already predicting Lin Shi's defeat. Meanwhile, Jin Yao stood on the sidelines, his brows tightly knit as he muttered under his breath. So, they finally resorted to this move, huh? Did you see that? Meng Wan asked excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. What did that cat just do? It's like it's become an entirely different spirit. Meng Gu and Su Qiming exchanged a glance, their eyes mirroring the same shock. Clearly, they hadn't expected Fang Qi to respond in such a way. The power of nature? The thought crossed both their minds simultaneously. At that moment, Lin Shi's gaze was locked onto the Rinken cat, a trace of worry evident on his face. He frowned slightly, his voice low and serious. Are we really going to continue? Fang Qi blinked in surprise, momentarily caught off guard. Lin Shi's voice rang out again, firmer this time. I'm asking Yudo, you still want to go on? Haven't you noticed that your Rinken cat looks like it's in immense pain? From the moment that surge of crimson electricity burst forth, Lin Shi had sensed that the power didn't truly belong to the Rinken cat. While it granted the cat immense strength, it was also tearing its body apart bit by bit. That overwhelming natural force was clearly tormenting it. Hearing this, Fang Qi's expression hardened. After a brief pause, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. This is the choice Rinken cat and I made. It's none of your business. If you want to surrender, that would actually make things easier. His tone was brimming with confidence, as if in his eyes, the Rinken cat's current strength was unstoppable, and no spirit could withstand its attacks. Lin Shi sighed at his response, shaking his head with a weary smile. Sometimes, trying to resolve things the simple way is just too much to ask for. He paused, his signature smile returning to his face as he glanced at his hive serpent. His voice rang out, loud and resolute. Hive serpent, it's time to get serious, or else. He shot a pointed look at Fang Qi, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. Well, end up being underestimated. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.